Max wasn't paying attention to the discussion. Instead, he focused on the shift in the road pattern where the street and courtyard met. "Do you see this?" Max asked as he pointed at the 8-inch grooved section that ran the entire length of the street in a long rectangle. Moving to where it ended, another piece just like it joined, a slight curve that matched the circular courtyard. "It appears there is something like this around the whole thing," Tanilla said as she studied the area she could see. Part of the pattern. Biting his lip, Max shook his head slowly. Something inside told him that something wasn't right. Getting on his knees, he put the tip of a dagger he pulled from his inventory out and into the groove inside the courtyard. "Crap, I think I'm right, and this is a trap." Everyone looked at Max as he stood up, frowning as he studied the courtyard. "A wall?" Tanilla asked. Nodding, Max pointed at the sections that seemed to run around the entire area. "At some point, I'd bet this is going to rise up and keep us inside the courtyard. I'm not sure how high it will be, but that really makes me wonder what we're going to face inside it. And no other place the portal could be." Max shook his head at Fowl's question and rubbed his chin for a moment. "It makes sense the portal would be inside that tower or a pier after whatever we face. Even if this isn't the boss floor, we're facing stronger foes now, and I'm really not sure what to expect. And we're not running back to the exit, are we?" Cordelia asked. "No, doing so as always sets a terrible precedent, and we're going to have to really focus on just being smart. You three stay close enough that Tanilla's walls or Batrier's barrier can protect you. Fowl and I'll do what we can with our shields and work on keeping whatever comes away from you all. Worst case, if the things go wrong, I'll grab everyone and try to get up and over the wall with my ability to summon air and stone walls and maybe portaling over." An eerie silence came as they began moving across the courtyard. No noise and barely any wind seemed present as the metallic tower got closer and closer. "Do we knock?" Fowl asked when they were within 70 yards. The door looked to be about 25 feet tall and still hadn't moved. "You can go bang on it," Max replied, letting himself smile when his dwarven friend shook his head. As they got within 50 yards, all hell broke loose. A pair of orange lights emerged from a small section of the wall near the door, flashing as the door shuddered, starting to open. The section of the courtyard Max had believed was going to box them in did just that. Thick walls rose, climbing higher and higher as they curved upward, quickly reaching a height of about 70 feet, creating an upside-down bowl without a bottom around them. Another small section of the tower opened up, and a large metal megaphone came out of it. "Intruders. Activating Defense Protocol XYZ." Fowl moved closer to the other three, shielding them and looking around frantically as he tried to see what might come. The metal floor vibrated as loud clanging sounds of metal on metal came out of the darkness of the tower. Max could sense with his sonar skill something large moving like the automatons, but it felt different, bigger. On the sides, Tanilla shouted. Glancing at the far ends of the area they were trapped in, two objects were rising from the ground. "Are those robotic spiders?" Fowl asked. "With a goblin on them, those appear to have guns on them." Cordelia shouted as she drew back an arrow and sent it flying at the metallic spider from near max range. Each of them had 8 legs, and on 2 sides were 4 guns partially behind a metal sheet. Their barrels were sticking out, and in the middle of the spider's back, in what had to be a seat, sat a goblin, moving levers. As those two started to move, a giant metal creature came from inside, covered in spikes along its arms and shoulders, while a huge spiked metal ball connected to a chain that attached to the end of its left arm rested in the automaton's right hand. "There's a dwarf in the thing's head," Cordelia yelled out, still sending arrows at the spider creature on the right, watching her arrows bound off a shield of some kind, causing no damage. "Ice shield the flanks." Max yelled as he saw that there was a glass area in the automaton's head. Behind it was a dwarf with no facial hair, wearing goggles and grinning like he was about to have the time of his life. The massive ball fell to the ground, clanging against metal as the 1-foot spikes on it caused it to roll for a moment. "I've got our women," Fowl shouted as he moved to get closer to the group of 3. Max nodded, pulling a potion out and tossing it at his dwarven friend. Fowl roared and in moments stood almost 10 feet tall, his shield now creating a much larger area of protection for his friends to hide behind. Still moving, Max cast his ice wall on the right of his friends and raced toward the creature that had to be the rare spawn of this floor. Faster than he had expected, the boss flicked its massive metal left arm, and the spiked weapon raced toward him, 4 solid feet of metal death coming at him. From the corner of his vision as he leapt and rolled right, getting to his feet and reaching the boss, Max saw Tanilla had summoned her ice cloud above the spider to their right. Ignoring it in the other, he focused on the leg that was before him, swinging his weapon hammer side out. An inch from impact, a shimmer came and his weapon bounced off of some barrier. The spiked ball came toward him as the automaton's waist twisted, its feet never moving, causing the attached weapon to snap toward Max. Instantly, his shield was in his hand and the impact came, sending him tumbling to the right, rolling across the metal floor. Regeneration. The hit hurt a little bit, not enough to really do much damage, as his natural constitution was so high now that his body had become more resistant to damage. I guess I owe you more than I realized for how many stats I have consumed over these last few months. Grinning, Max raced back toward the boss, dodging the spiked ball that came at him again, and moved between the large legs, swinging over and over as he attempted to see how long the barrier might hold up. The sounds of gunfire came from the left, and Max saw the metal spider was firing a shot about every second. Each time, a different gun sent one hurtling towards the others. Fowl was blocking the shots easily with his new larger shield. The ice walls were already gone on that side, having been blown apart by the barrage of attacks. Dodging left, Max's sonar informed him of the boss's attempt to kick him, none of his attacks doing anything yet. Stowing his weapon, Max moved backward and began casting a ball of lightning. He hadn't used it yet, but Tanilla had told him how it worked. With nothing else to do, he attempted to grab onto the leg of the boss, trying to see if he could push himself past the shield like he had with the rare lizard spawn on the first floor of the tower. Moving constantly and trying to keep his hands on the boss, he couldn't push through and knew after a few seconds this was something different. By then the ball of lighting was fully formed, 3 feet in diameter, and Max sent it upward into the metal undercarriage of the boss. The smell of something burning came a few moments later, and the way the boss had been spinning its midsection slowed down. Lightning that spider, Max shouted. Punching the metal side of the boss's leg, Max saw that the barrier seemed less bright and didn't feel as absolute as it had before. Charging another lighting attack, Max easily dodged the leg that tried to kick him. The boss moved backward, the weapon attached to its arm coming between its own legs, and Max almost laughed, moving sideways and sending the bolt of lightning into the boss's underside again. A flash of light came from around the boss and then a popping sound was heard. Throwing another punch, his hand connected against the metal, nothing preventing his attack. Without hesitating, Max raced from underneath, pulling his halberd out. Fowl had been right. He had been an idiot against the first automaton they fought on the wall. Going for the leg instead of the head had been a poor choice of skill use, and had they not practiced that fight, he might have wasted the skills here. Now he appeared above the boss's head, coming down as his hammer glowed, ready to end this. Demonic teleportation. Power strike. Magical strike. The sound of metal breaking and shattering came and Max saw the carnage that erupted from beneath him. 2 unexpected things happened as his hammer struck the top part of the boss. First, the head of the hammer traveled all the way through the metal head, going down to the base of the shoulders. The large dome-like head was almost split in 2 from his attack. The second thing was the cold sensation that came rushing through him. His weapon was lodged in the metal, and holding onto it kept him upright. 10 intelligence consumed, 10 wisdom consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn engineering tinkering mastery? Yes, no. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn power core crafting? Yes, no. Those notifications gave Max pause as he ripped his weapon free and turned to see what the others were up to. Max saw Tanilla had destroyed both of the other monsters, her magic having done far more damage than he realized against them. Max tried to pull his weapon free. The boss began to fall forward, giving him a ride as he stood tall on its shoulders. The crashing sound echoed in the dome they were trapped in. When the boss finally came to rest, Max yanked his weapon free. What do we loot? Fowl shouted as he raced toward the fallen boss. He didn't have a clue as Max tried to guess at what might even be salvageable. Hacking through the metal wasn't going to be an option, and anything worthwhile had to be inside the protective armor. Don't bother, I don't think we can get anything from it. Jumping down, he avoided the fluid and blood that was oozing from where the boss's head was, smiling at Tanilla who was grinning. Nice work with the 2 spiders. Makes me feel like I should have let you clear everything. Their mage rolled her eyes at him, and Max felt the body of the boss dissolving into nothingness with his sonar skill. Anything, Tanilla whispered as she got close, giving him a kiss on his cheeks. Nodding slowly, he grinned. Give me a second and let me see what they do. Choosing yes to the first, Max's mind was overwhelmed at the knowledge that flooded through it. Even with his formidable mind skill, this time it hurt in ways he had never experienced before. Learning magic had been painful, but he had known about it. Getting mastery in weapons and even learning to craft wasn't like this. Now his mind was ravaged by things Max had never considered a possibility. Suddenly there was so much potential in the world. Skill description: engineering, tinkering, mastery. Engineering, tinkering, mastery, epic skill. This skill provides mastery of all crafting, related to automaton, power core weapon creation, as well as robotics. The crafter will be able to make all components required to build and give life to their creations when possible. Advanced materials will result in higher quality creations. When crafting Tier A objects, there is a 5 chance for a bonus trait or skill to be granted. When crafting power core weapons, there is a 35% chance that bonus stats may be granted to the weapon. Weapons may have up to 2 power cores. What the hell is all this? A skill this world shouldn't have. Do not reveal it for now. We can discuss it later. There was a tone to the words Max had just heard in his mind. It mimicked the tone when they found those items required to make an artifact. Whatever he had just gained must be awfully dangerous if he received this warning. Seth, everyone was looking at him, eyes narrowed and waiting to see what was going on. Sorry, a bit tired all of a sudden, he lied. Blinking a few times and then forcing a yawn, he smiled as the others copied his action. Cordelia, do you want to open the chest? Max asked as he sensed its appearance. The ranger grinned and moved toward the metal chest, excited to be the one that got to open it. You okay? Tanilla asked as she came up next to him. Frowning, he nodded. When we get back, I'll tell you. She smiled, and they moved to join the other elf in their party who was standing by the raid-sized chest. Two robotic spiders and a large robot with a ball and chain weapon were cut out of metal, etched with details and stuck to the side of the chest. The ranger lifted the lid and a high-pitched squeal came from her. Her outburst caused everyone else to move a little quicker to peer inside. Holy elf tits, Fowl muttered as he saw what awaited the team. Two metal belts, one thicker and wider, waited for Fowl and Batrayer. A pair of bracers with etchings were locked for Cordelia, and rust-colored pair of cloth like pants were for Tanilla. Next to them was a pair of chain pants for Max. Two random items were waiting, both rings. 4 massive red crystals finished off the loot. Fowl didn't hesitate, grabbing his belt and pulling it out. It had a rune that looked dwarven, but Max couldn't place it. Good gods, this is amazing, Fowl muttered as it swapped out with his old one. Are you going to tell us? Max asked and Fowl shook his head, winking at him. Batra groaned and retrieved her, a smile appearing as she found out what it held. Cordelia had her bracers a moment later and let out another squeal, slipping the leather and metal-worked rust-colored bracers on her forearms. Sighing, Tanilla took her pants, and upon inspecting them, her eyes widened some, and she grinned, giving Max a wink. You're all a bunch of bastards, Max said with a sigh as they all stood there smiling and waiting for him to inspect his new pants. The chain felt light and thin, but the moment he held it, Max knew it was much stronger than it appeared. Inspect pants. Crazed crafter chain plus 25 strength, constitution plus 25 movement bonus. Bonded. Equipping his and giving a quick twirl to show them off, Max chuckled as Fowl whistled. 20 or 25. I got 20 on 2 stats, Fowl replied. I'm guessing yours are 25 if you asked. Shrugging, Max winked and ignored his friend's playful scowl. So who gets a turn on these? Max asked. It's you, me, and Tanilla, Fowl replied immediately. Shaking his head, Max reached in and grabbed the 4 crystals. You two can have them. I'll wait for the next one. Both nodded and soon each held a small metal ring with some runes etched on them, each sliding them on and smiling. I guess we're done here. Time to explore that tower, Tanilla asked. As they made their way through the door, lights turned on, and a warehouse of so many different boxes and metal parts lined the walls. A few shelves with objects on them were near a back area, with what Max recognized as tools for the creation of things with his new skill. In the middle of the room was a portal waiting to be taken when done. Are we going to loot all this? Fowl asked as he began inspecting crates, finding that some were empty while others had random metal pieces in them. Max nodded, his mind telling him what parts he could use for something with his new skill. The notification on the last skill waited and selecting yes. New knowledge filled his brain. Power core crafting epic skill. The user may craft power cores from power crystals. These fusions will enable automatons, robotic creations, and power core charged weapons to function. The quality of the power core will determine the possible power output. Advanced materials impact the creation rarity. There is a 10 chance to increase power output of core by 50. Almost immediately Max saw parts that he would have ignored before, and now knew they were usable for the power core creation. The knowledge that the red crystals he was holding were the items needed for creating a power core created a few questions and some possible answers for what exactly Everett and other factions were using them for. How much of this can we actually carry back? Tanilla asked as she started picking up random pieces before setting them back on the shelf she was next to. We'll take it all. Some will be useful and others won't, but we can figure that out later, Max replied. The next 30 minutes were spent stripping the room clean, and soon only bare shelves and empty boxes remained. Can you believe this? Tom asked as he held the gun Max had given them, inspecting for a 3rd or 4th time. What would the Dwarven Kingdom think if they saw us holding one? I'd get a letter asking me to return it, Everett replied, grunting afterwards as he frowned. The king would like to believe they have a claim to all of them, especially since they no longer produce those anymore. Max and Tanilla smiled as they sat on the couch, watching the pair who were still struggling to believe that they had a fabled gun from old in their possession. At the end of the day, you can decide what to do with it, Max said. I've still got one and am not planning on sharing it or making it common knowledge that I possess it. Nodding, their leader looked over the list of items they had turned in downstairs. You realize most of this stuff no one inside our faction really knows how to use. Knowing what needed to happen next, Tanilla stood up and stretched. "Tom, can you help me get better at a spell I used today? I don't do a lot with lightning and it felt hard to control." Their trainer's eyes widened as he snorted and then bobbed his head once. "I'll do what I can, but know that very few are skilled with lightning, which means my experience with it won't be as strong as the others." Laughing, Tanilla nodded and smiled as they moved toward the door. "And yet I'm sure you'll still teach me things that will help," she replied as they left. Everett had a slight frown as he watched the pair go, knowing Max needed them to be alone. "So time for brass tacks." Bobbing his head, Max nodded and began pulling out a few unique items and set them on the table. "We talked about being honest, and so I'm going to reveal a few more things that most of the time I probably wouldn't. I picked up 2 new skills, and I'm not sure they should be put to use." Max pointed at the silver metallic orb he had set down on the table. A second passed, and Max pulled out the red crystal he had kept for himself. The frown on Everett's face grew larger as the crystal sat next to the orb. "These are used to create power cores, which can power that gun you now possess, as well as automatons and other robotic devices." "I know we have never really talked about what the crystals do for the faction, but with my knowledge of the kind of power this has inside it, I need to ask a few things." The faction leader shifted in his seat on the couch and gave a curt nod. "What exactly does a crystal like this provide for the faction?" Grunting, Everett took a deep breath as he scooted to the edge of the couch and sighed. Slowly, crystals began to appear in his hand, each one being set down on the table in a straight line. Yellow, green, red, orange, purple, and clear. As you can guess, this is the order for a crystal dropped by bosses from floor 1 to 50. Each one increases in power and has an immense value the higher they are. Tapping the red one with his finger, Everett held up 3 on his other hand. The power in the red crystal is 3 times more than the green one, and thus 9 times more than the yellow one. As you might guess, that pattern stays the same through the purple crystal, but this clear one is 10 times more powerful than the purple one. Max nodded, his eyes somehow able to sense and see the power of each crystal with his new skill. Inside his mind was a variety of thoughts and ideas on how to use them for different things. So many schematics of guns and automatons seemed possible as the crystal power increased. Each faction has a crystal at the heart of our home. It has an ability that only the faction leader and co-leader can access, allowing us to feed the faction crystal with these. Each crystal can only be fed once every other day regardless of color, so I can give it 5 different colored crystals today, but I cannot feed it any of the same color for another 48 hours. Do you follow? Nodding, Max took his items back and stored them, waiting for Everett to continue. "You might wonder why I have these higher level ones, and haven't fed them yet," the older man said with a slight smirk. "The truth is most factions won't absorb them, instead keeping them locked away until someone has a need for the power. It hasn't happened in a while, but there have been a few adventurers over the life of factions who operated on the principle of forgiveness rather than permission. They upgraded a skill beyond what they were approved for and took precious resources away from the faction. You can only imagine the kind of problems caused in the past when someone upgraded a skill or 2 to legendary without permission." Unable to help himself, Max started to chuckle as he nodded. "I can imagine that conversation wouldn't go well afterward." "No, it never does," Everett replied. "As far as your question, those crystals are not as common as you and your group continue to bring us. In the short span of your time in our faction, we have gained more power than you can imagine. Some of our higher-level tower climbers have been given chances they might normally not get for a few more years because of you all. Back to your original question. Those crystals represent power and strength. Being able to grant and provide skills increases to one's members helps them continue to grow stronger. Tell me, do you know what our 2 highest groups do in the tower now?" Seeing Max shake his head, Everett cleared his throat. "They farm the level 40s and occasionally help those who are potentially strong enough to advance to the same stages. None of them are able to bridge the gap to the 51st tower floor. There is a massive increase in the monster strength, so they hope for crystals and gems. Even the ones who have sold all their levels and ground out the bonuses again." Everett nodded and stood up, moving to the bookshelf behind his desk and activating the same secret storage area that was hidden. Pulling a chest from the storage, Everett set it down on his desk, opened it, and started putting large pouches on his desk. "Look in here." Max got up and upon opening the pouches found each one filled with different colored gems from the tower floor. "You could easily level someone up with these," Max exclaimed. "I do occasionally, but only when they hit a bottleneck. The truth is these are saved for those who reach the 50th floor, helping them get back to farming faster. My hope is that one day you and your party will get to use these." Turning and pointing to the 5 large crystals still on the small table, Everett paused and pulled out a giant blue crystal. Power radiated from it, and Max could feel and understand this one was way stronger than the clear one. "I only have one of these. It's been in the faction storage for longer than anyone knows. When the time comes and you earn the right for your party to get a legendary ranked skill, this will be what is required." Both of them stood there in silence for a moment, taking in the power of the foot-long blue crystal resting on Everett's hand. "So now comes the real question," Max said. Do we want me to try and build things with my 2 new skills, or do you agree that for now we should keep it hidden? Putting the stuff he had pulled out away, the older man said nothing, his jaw muscles moving as the man considered the options before him. Not right now. When you hit the 50th floor, we can talk about it then. Till then, I would suggest keeping it a secret. Max nodded and grinned. Any other secrets you want to share? Nothing at the moment, but I'm certain in time there will be. For now, we'll need to recover and then hit the next floor. I'm really not excited about what must be coming on the 25th floor. Everything is looking rather unpleasant. Roaring with laughter, Everett shook his head as he put his hands on his hips. Says the adventurer that is stronger than almost everyone else. Grinning, Max held out his hand, and after shaking the older man's, turned and moved toward the door. I better go see what Tanilla is learning. Something tells me Tom is going to still have a few tricks up his sleeves. So now you possess the crafting skill every dwarf wishes they could have, Fowl muttered as he turned his mug slowly in his hands. And your stats are beyond broken. Does anyone know what bonuses a human gets for a natural 250 stat? Everyone turned their attention to Tanilla, who rolled her eyes at them. I only know of what they get for intelligence, not for any of the other stats. Wait, Fowl's not messing with me, Max asked, confused to learn something new. Clearing her throat, their mage took a drink from her cup and shook her head. He isn't. The truth is most never hit a natural stat of 250. Each race has a different bonus, but for intelligence my race gets one at 250. The perk is called a Sharp Mind and adds damage to spells and increases mana regeneration. Only those who reach the upper levels of the tower ever reach those numbers. Not even royalty, Max asked. Tanilla shook her head. Everything has to come naturally, without any modifiers. Just like our dwarven warrior over there has a natural bonus to constitution and health, his ability to acquire a 250 in that stat would require him being weak-minded, slower, and not as strong. Sure, items can help with those, but for most of the tower, he has to give up a lot of stats to reach that point. Which is why when you always make fun of me for having a low intelligence doesn't help, Fowl complained. If I want that bonus, I have to sacrifice everything for it. Max considered that as he glanced at his stats again. Base stat only check. SDR 221. Dex 220. Con 224. INT 225. WIS 225. Tanilla had given him the middle finger when he had told her about his new intelligence, but Fowl and Batrayer had seemingly taken in all the information without much reaction. Those goblins were worth a ton of intelligence and wisdom. For so long I was lacking in them. I think that's why my lightning spell did so much, Max said. If my math is right, I'll find out in the next 10 floors what a natural 250 looks like. Grunting once, Fowl lifted his cup to his lips and finished off his drink. May the gods not shite themselves the day they run into you, his dwarven friend replied. 2 more, Max shouted as a pair of beetles popped out from underneath the soil up at the 3 who were standing on top of a stone wall. The fighting had been fierce as the dungeon was a set of enormous caverns filled with bugs that exploded upon death. Max sent an empowered shot with his bow, causing the one that was crawling up the tunnel to explode in a fireball. Freezing, Tanilla yelled as she froze the first beetle that appeared, ice surrounding the 4-foot-long bug. Max did the same on the second, seeing both were the ones that had green dots that signified a poison gas would appear upon their demise. Get them, I got this one, Fowl called out as he brained the chitin shell of the beetle trying to get through the dwarf's defenses. Its long red mandibles clamped down on the shield but couldn't rip it free from Fowl's grip. Tossing these, then shoot them. Max moved to where the one Tanilla had frozen was and grabbed it, freeing it completely from the ground and tossed it back up the tunnel where they had come. Arrows began to pelt the soft underside as it flew through the air, and the monster exploded before it hit the ground, sending up a gas cloud 20 yards from them. An explosion from where Fowl was signaled he had defeated his opponent. You're up, Max said, grinning at Tanilla as he lifted the last beetle and waited for her ice spear to form. Tossing it down the tunnel he watched as she skewered it mid-flight and caused another explosion, more gas filling up the 15-meter-wide tunnel. Man, these are a pain in the arse, Fowl said. Who in their right mind makes up bugs that blow up when they die? Snorting, Max nodded and remembered the joys of the first pair that blew up near him and foul green gas burning both of them. The worst was when they breathed it in, their lungs feeling like someone was twisting a knife inside. 4 hours of consistent fighting had brought them deeper and deeper into the tunnel system, and only the green and blue moss that grew on the walls provided light. An eerie glow from the 2 colors made things like their armor and weapons shimmer as they moved. Tell me how this stuff isn't going to make me upset, Fowl muttered as he watched Max move to another lava trap and broke the ground over it. A section of dirt started to fall downward, plunging 10 feet into a pocket of boiling magma that was hidden by normal-looking soil. Only when weight was put on the topsoil did it crumble and fall. I'm just glad I can sense these, Max said as he motioned ahead and to the right. There is another about 20 yards up there. Falling into one of these wouldn't be fun at all. Imagine my beard then, Fowl replied, burnt off in an instant. I guess then you'd look like those beardless dwarves from the last floor, Max teased as he moved to activate the next trap. Nothing like a bald dwarf all over. 10 more hours of slow grinding through the tower floor brought the team to the exit, ending an otherwise uneventful experience. No stats? Fowl asked after the other three had used the portal. Shaking his head, Max shrugged. It happens that way after a boss usually. They're stronger than the rest, so depending on what they give, it may be a floor or two before that stat gives me another boost. Snorting, Fowl fixed his beard and nodded. Still, knowing you're close to achieving what only a handful of heroes has ever done is unbelievable. That alone makes me wonder what you're going to be like as we get closer to the top end of the tower. Max nodded and pointed at the portal. I know, but I'm also worried about this jump everyone talks about. Something about it feels dangerous, and I'm not excited to see exactly what. The moment his foot touched the stone tiles outside the tower, Max felt the same wave of anger and displeasure come over him. As his eyes adjusted and his sonar attempted to find what it was he was feeling, Max couldn't figure out where it was coming from. Everything okay? Tanilla asked as she saw his face. Frowning, Max slowly shook his head. It's there, that same presence. Something is off. The others had moved away from the portal exit, and Max continued to scan the area, sensing the eyes of something on him. Let's worry about it later, for now. A scream followed by the arrival of people spilling out behind him got his and everyone else's attention. Two members he recognized from Dexic's group came tumbling out of the portal, both of them bleeding, and one he recognized as an archer missing his left arm from the elbow down. 2 arrows were sticking out of what had to be their elf mage's back. Heal, Max shouted, his weapon in hand as he raced toward the two, pulling a healing potion out as well. The guards raced over and Max saw both of them coming with weapons in hand, one holding their finger with a communication ring to their face, calling for assistance. We're here, Max exclaimed as he caught the stumbling archer, lifting the potion to his lips and giving it to the man. What happened? Fighting inside ambushed. His words stopped as he greedily drank the healing potion, the blood flow stopping immediately as the wound on his arm closed over. Dexic, wincing, the man motioned to the portal. She stayed, fought against the group, buying us time. What floor? The male guard who arrived asked. 42nd. His eyes saw Tanilla and Cordelia and he winced. Elves, they said the rare spawn was theirs, even though we were fighting it. They took it after killing our healer. Dexic saved us, took out one of theirs and brought us near the portal. They caught up, so she sent us here. Max felt his blood boiling and turned to the guard who was standing near him. Can't you go and help? Sighing, the guard shook his head. Tower business isn't our job. We keep people out who aren't strong enough. What goes inside is... People are dying, Max shouted, standing and getting into the guard's personal space. Surely you can go in there and... He can't, his level won't allow it. Max spun around, seeing the other guard and know it was her from the start. We are specifically unable to go in. Even though we're level 50, we do not climb the tower. Then what can we do? The guard winced as she saw Max's face and the pained expression he displayed. Hope your friend makes it out. And if the ones that come out are flagged, Max asked, his nostrils flaring as he breathed heavily. You would not be allowed to attack them. The guard has been summoned. They will defend the tower climbers. If you were to try and attack, her voice trailed off, seeing the malice intent in Max's eyes. You would have to fight the entire guard, and I do not think that would go well for you. Laughter came from inside Max's head, and he had to suppress the urge in this moment that was present. Oh, but what a mistake they would make by angering you. Stay out of this for now. As much as I would desire to drink the blood of those foolish enough to stand in our way, we have agreed to help each other, and you are not ready nor truly desire this path right now. The truth of his skill saying those words made him wince, and Max saw the guard nod. She probably thinks I see the reason behind her statement. No reply came, and Max took a deep breath, letting it out as he felt Tanilla put her hand on his shoulder. What do you want to do? Max frowned, still feeling the sensation of being watched and upset by it and what was before him. You four take them to our faction house. I'll stay here just in case Dexic makes it. Is that wise? Shaking his head, Max glanced at Fowl and snorted. You and I both know if she makes it, I'm the only one who can stop her from getting in more trouble. Grunting, Fowl nodded and held a hand out to the human mage, leading her toward the carriages. I'll be waiting for you. Don't do anything stupid, Tanilla said as she kissed her fingers and then pressed the tips against his lips. Only because you asked, Max replied as he turned back toward the portal. Tell Everett I'm here. He'll know what to do. 2 minutes later, a group of guards and wagons came racing toward the tower and stopped as close as possible to the path that led to the tower. 20-plus guards moved quickly to where he was standing, and an older man moved to where the 2 toward guards were waiting. What level? His tone reminded Max of a time he had gotten in trouble and his father had spoken like that. Nothing but a simple reply was desired, and that was exactly what the man got. 42. Grunting, the older guard turned and gave Max an appraising look, his blue eyes taking in the man before him. Party member, faction member, Seth Pendle of the Golden Axe, sir. Ogre nuts, the man replied, snorting afterwards. I wish I didn't know your name, but I do. What is it with you and everyone seeming to hate you? Max shrugged and pointed toward the portal. I don't think, or I sure hope this had nothing to do with my problems, sir. Should I ask how you know my name? I have a Captain Vela, and our conversations have been very interesting over the last few months, to say the least. I'm Major Grayson. Not much gets me out of my office except moments like these. Tell me, what do you know? The male tower guard started to open his mouth, but the major turned and gave the man a glare, cutting him off. My faction member said there was a dispute about a rare spawn. A group of elves ambushed them. I know the healer in their squad is dead, and most likely the other warrior as well. Dexic stayed behind to help them escape. She also managed to kill one of their attackers. Spitting, Major Grayson nodded and frowned. All we can do now is wait, but I'm assuming you know the rules. About not attacking. Chuckling, the man nodded, crossing his arms and moving to stand beside Max, towering over him by a whole foot. I have no doubt you're strong, but trust me, this isn't the way to handle this. The sun had just set and the light stones were blazing brightly against the tower and on some stands nearby. Max was moving the moment he saw the golden armor appear at the location. Everyone came from the tower. Dexic was staggering, blood dripping from her sword and from all over her armor. Dexic, Max shouted as he drew close to her, seeing her eyes trying to focus as her weapon came up in his direction. It's Seth, you're safe. As if his words had cut ropes keeping her upright, Dexic fell toward the ground, caught in his arms before she had. Drink this, Max said as he handed her the potion he had been waiting to use this entire time. His finger had already popped the cork and was at her lips, forcing the liquid into her. She choked once before she managed to swallow the healing potion. After it did its job, Dexic glanced at Max and then at the guards who were moving to surround her. Did anyone make it? An archer and a mage, Max replied. No one else. She nodded slowly and then stood up on her own power. Major, the older man frowned and nodded at her. Are they still alive? 3 are, the golden-clad woman replied. 2 of them won't be making it back anytime soon. I would have ended more of them, but the odds were not in my favor. Smacking his lips, the major turned toward his soldiers and motioned toward Dexic with his head. They'll take you to the usual place for a few days. I'll notify Everett of our report. Anything else I need to know? Max watched as something that had obviously happened before between these two played out before him. She shook her head and stored her weapon. If they come out and are still flagged, you best make sure I don't know where, because I'm going to end their lives one way or another. Her tone was like running a file against metal. Turning her attention toward Max, Dexic sighed as she frowned at him. This might blow back on you and the rest of the faction. Let Everett know I'm sorry. No matter what, I'll be by your side, Max replied, holding out his hand. She shook it and nodded. Be careful with that statement. You might find yourself surrounded one day because of it. Shrugging, Max motioned to the tower. You're part of my family. That means I'll defend you no matter what. Chuckling, he didn't flinch when she slapped his shoulder one time. The force of the blow would have killed a normal person, and probably anyone below level 50. An echo of the impact reverberated through the courtyard. Dexic chuckled and Max grinned. Damn, I forgot just how strong you are, she said. Now if you will excuse me, Major Grayson has somewhere I'll need to go. She left with 5 guards, not acting like she was doing anything different from a normal night, riding around town when most people were fast asleep. As she left, Max turned to the major, who was frowning again. Not her first time, I take it. Shaking his head, he chuckled. No, and one day I expect you and I to have this same conversation. After the 35th floor, it's not uncommon for some fights to break out in the tower. The real problem arises when someone survives. Because of the grievances. Pretty smart for a warrior type, Major Grayson replied. If a group dies in the tower, no one knows why. Yet when stuff like this happens, blood is going to be required. Next week, the Colosseum will have another night, and I don't doubt for a moment that she'll be there, ready to kill someone. He gave a quick whistle and held up 3 fingers. 6 guards moved to encircle the platform where everyone came out of the tower. I'm going to bed. These men will see to whoever comes out. I suggest you go home. Odds are they won't return before their aura wears off. Everett and Tom both glared at Max, who stood before the pair. She didn't say what faction did this, did she? Shaking his head, Max didn't feel he needed to ask, but apparently he should have. It's because she wants us to wait for the report, Tom replied. We both know how hot of a head you can have in these moments. Glaring at his friend, Everett's fingers twitched, and for a moment Max wondered if he was about to see the man lose his cool. 2 deep breaths later, the throbbing vein on the faction leader's forehead was no longer looking ready to burst as his fingers drummed against the desk. Max nodded and wanted to ask about the arm and being able to regrow it, but felt now wasn't the time to discuss such a difficult topic. The fight in the Colosseum that apparently is going to take place. What is Dexic going to do? Both men frowned at that question, each looking at the other before turning their attention back to Max. The problem is she can challenge, and I have no doubt they will accept, Tom replied. Who they send will be the real problem. It can be anyone, and while Dexic is strong, she isn't the strongest. You mean she might die because they send a higher-level climber? Max asked, his eyes widening at the thought of that. It is considered bad taste, but yes, that is most likely what will happen, Tom answered. At this level, the risk of losing someone is too much to undertake. I have no doubt there will be many who will take this moment to see our faction become weaker. There is a reason most of this is settled inside higher floors, where rules are loose and people can get revenge on more than just one person. Stroking his chin, Max considered that knowledge and knew that Tanilla, along with Batrair, wasn't going to like his next question. Can I fight alongside Dexic when she challenges them? Tom's voice held that word for a few seconds, wincing when he stopped and glanced at Everett, who was smirking. You could, but you do realize I just told you that there might be someone who has beat the 50th floor inside there. Could you really? If I'm allowed to, I want to, Max answered, cutting off Tom. 11 days till the Colosseum is active. A few more days for her fight if you push it to the end. That gives me time to get a little stronger and help her. Everett, tell this man he's being an idiot. Rising from his chair, the faction leader held out his hand and grinned. I'll tell her your plan, Seth. Ignore Tom and go get some sleep. I have no doubt you'll be busy in the coming week. Tom started to sputter and Max turned, leaving the older man motioning at him while looking at Everett. When the door shut, Tom roared, anger radiating from him. You would toss him away, just like that. Do you have any idea what he can become? Everett sighed, sitting down and crossing his arms as he nodded. I do. Trust me, I don't want this to be the way it has to be, but you and I both know he's stronger than Dexic, and if anyone has a chance of saving her, it's him. But Tom started and stopped his complaint and saw the look on his friend's face. You know something I don't, I can see it, what am I missing? Shaking his head, Everett shrugged. If I could tell you something, I would, but trust me when I say that Seth is going to make every other faction tread lightly when targeting us. Lava ran along the rocks near them as they sweated, climbing up the massive volcano that occasionally spewed molten rocks near them. The only thing hotter than this dungeon floor is Tanilla's attitude, Fowl muttered as he picked up the red gem that had appeared. Max nodded and turned back, seeing the look she still gave him. Last night had been long after he told her his plan. There is no other way and you know it. Fowl nodded and sighed, giving his friend a gentle pat on the shoulder. I'll bet all my gold on you again. Trust me, I never doubt you will come through. 5 more up ahead, Cordelia shouted as the 2 men began leading the way up the rock. Damn fire golems, Fowl muttered. I can already feel my beard being singed. Please, you've been hit one time and that was your fault. Chuckling, Fowl nodded. Max turned around, ignoring the gaze of frustration on the woman that he loved, and smiled. I'll cast on the left one. Cordelia, you focus the one on the right. Tanilla, you have the one next to her. Any questions? Are all men idiots? Batrair asked, earning her a chuckle from both their warrior and ranger. Usually, but that's why women love us. Max turned, smiling as he summoned an ice spear. On 3, 2 giant ice spears raced toward the fire golems while an ice arrow sped toward its target. Both golems exploded from the impact, neither able to withstand the amount of damage done by either spell. Even without the equipment Tanilla had in her familiar, his intelligence was above the 300 mark, a stat which apparently wasn't common for most at these stages. Cordelia's arrows continued to tear off chunks of the golem, the ice freezing part of its body. The remaining 2 began their descent down the mountain at them, moving quickly, and Fowl rushed to get in their way. Max moved to join him, and as the 2 golems got close, went in vis, popping right out and slicing one in half before Fowl landed a strike on his victim. Another attack later, all 5 were dispatched as easily as the others. This is getting old, Fowl said as he watched the golem's body begin to cool. The lava that had filled their cracks and the flames that were once a roaring fire now went dark. Better than the alternative, Max replied. We've still got a solid 8 hours or so before we reach the top. Why don't you speed things up? Tanilla asked as the trio came up behind them. You really want me to run around pulling these things in packs and destroying them all? I believe you told me your plan was to get strong as fast as possible, their mage replied. Wouldn't killing as many of them as you can at once be the easiest way to do that? Max shrugged and nodded, seeing that no one else seemed to complain about it. Fine, just make sure Fowl has you all protected. There were a few that appeared from the lava as we got close. Tanilla cleared her throat. We'll be fine. Now go. Without waiting, Max took off running. Are you sure about this? Batrair asked as she watched her friend's face. He's made up his mind and you know it. I can argue and fight, but he won't give up this notion of being the hero or protecting those he considers family. All I can do now is try to help him get stronger, and that means letting him do what he does best. Kill stuff, Fowl interjected. Exactly. Now let's start moving. I have no doubt he will be faster than we imagined. What is it? Tanilla asked as they made their way up the inclined volcano, following the rough path. Cordelia was peering with her hand, shielding her eyes and frowning. I think oh shite, Seth is bringing a bunch of stuff towards us. Without missing a beat, Fowl moved into a front position while everyone else got ready to get on top of a stone wall once Talina summoned it. It looks like lizards and some kind of oh crap. Those lizards are spewing flaming rocks at him. Batrier and Fowl were trying to see what their ranger could spot, yet their eyes didn't have the range or clarity. The fumes and heat waves coming off everything didn't help either with their attempts. He's coming fast, 10 seconds tops. Max was racing down the mountain, occasionally turning and sending an ice spear up at the horde of creatures coming after him. I need help, Max yelled as he ran toward them. Slimes. Tanilla cursed and Batrier groaned upon hearing that there were more than just the lizards coming. Max was a few seconds away when he wheeled around and checked once more over his shoulder, jogging backwards while his sonar kept his feet from tripping on any of the jagged edges of rock or catching on a crack. Max took in the sight of the 30-plus lizards that were closest to him. Off about 300 yards or more were at least 8 slimes making their way down the volcano. Ice rain, I'll do mine. Be ready to shield and wall, those rocks are. As if on cue, a barrage of flaming rocks came flying across the 70 yards between him and the red and black-skinned lizards. Each one was at least 6 feet long, and their bodies became covered in a deep orange flame every time they spewed rocks out. An air wall and ice wall formed quickly as Max and Tanilla did their best to block the incoming barrage, each of them also preparing to cast their ice storm spell. What in the blazes is all this? Fowl shouted as he saw the pack descending upon them. That's too many, they're almost dead. Just be ready to taunt. Tanilla, give them 20 more yards. As more rocks pelted their walls and against Fowl's shield, Max and Tanilla continued to pump mana into their spell, waiting for the swarm of lizards to get just a little closer. Now, both Max and Tanilla's spell unleashed giant shards of ice that rained down on the area before them. With 2 spells casting at the same time, the area was being pelted like rain, leaving almost no area of safety as the blades of ice tore through the thick leathery skin, extinguishing the flames covering the lizards' bodies. For 15 seconds, death came for each of the creatures that was foolish enough to follow the others, unable to withstand the power that rained upon them. What now? Tanilla asked as she moved to where Max was standing, some sweat trickling down his bald head. The slimes' my ice magic didn't seem to affect them like it should have. Fire magic did nothing and my weapon was a waste of an attack. They should be here in about 30 seconds, maybe a little longer. What do we do? Ice magic didn't work, Cordelia asked as she joined the conversation. Usually it does. They're fire-based but somehow strong against both. Maybe lightning. I haven't tried that yet. Tell me what to do. Fowl shouted as he kept his eyes focused in the direction Max had come. We need a straight magic attack, non-elemental. Something arcane, Tanilla replied. I don't have that and most don't as the mana drain is immense and too much at early levels. We can run. How much further ahead is the exit? Max sighed and shrugged. There's about 2 miles worth of creatures that I didn't kill before the exit. You all loot. I'll lure them away and get more. Maybe I can find out if lightning does anything in the meantime. Before they could tell him to wait, Max was gone, running back toward the 8 bouncing 5-foot balls of slime, each one a deep red like a ruby. Now what? Batrier asked. We harvest and loot, Fowl replied as he pointed at the corpses of all the lizards, riddled with chunks of ice and covered in holes. 2 more groups like the first came as the party made their way uphill, trying to catch up with Max. Each time the number of slimes grew, with almost 30 now chasing their warrior. As the last of the lizards died, Max motioned at the group of slimes that moved almost like a liquid, pulsing as a pack that hopped side by side. Move back, I'll let them get closer. You 4 climb on my stone wall, then up on my air wall and finally onto Tanilla's. I can get them to run past you while you make your way to the exit. What about you? Fowl asked as he saw Max's stone wall appear. I'll be fine. Now get climbing before I toss you up. Each of the group members got up the angled stone wall, and then Max summoned his air one, keeping an eye on the approaching wave of slimes as they scrambled up onto Tanilla's that was now over 20 feet into the air. Max cast a fireball, sending it crashing into the middle of the slimes. None seemed affected, but they appeared to fixate on him, bypassing the group above their heads as they moved down the incline after Max. That wasn't fun, Tanilla said when Max joined them near the portal at the upper part of the volcano. Overpowering waves of heat continued to assault them, but the rings they wore helped against it. We're fine. Now get out of here. Those slimes aren't going to give up. Guards are still here, Fowl muttered as they saw the men Major Grayson had stationed at the platform standing and waiting. I still can't believe they took our names and information after seeing us enter earlier today. It's called being diligent, Batrier replied, something you sometimes fail to do. Bah, I'm diligent in things that matter, like drinking and fighting. The other stuff isn't as important. Their healer groaned and Max avoided getting in the middle of that fight. More than a dozen times Batrier had mentioned how Fowl had a propensity for leaving things everywhere in their room. Even with a built-in trash system in his storage device, the warrior sometimes just set stuff down and didn't pick it up. Now what? Cordelia asked. We head home, shower, eat, and sleep. Tomorrow we will hit the next floor. Time is ticking and we don't have any to waste. Tom spit on the floor inside the dining area as he listened to what they had encountered. Slimes, those are bad business. Knowing that none of the elemental spells worked against them means you were facing a very rare kind. Tom paused, frowning as his eyebrows narrowed. And on floor 23, I'm a bit concerned about what might come on the 24th floor for you all. Max saw Batrayer and Fowl grimace for a moment at their trainer, expressing his worry of what might be coming. We'll do what we always do. When there's no other option, Tom chuckled at Max's response and the look of determination on his face. That's what I like about you all. No matter what the tower seems to throw your way, you press on. Now tell me anything else I can do for you. Everyone glanced at each other, and with no one appearing to need it, Tom drained his cup and gave them a nod, standing and moving to another table with his finished drink in hand. See that? Batrayer said, elbowing Fowl. What? He asked before shoving another piece of bread into his mouth. Even Tom knows to not leave a cup just lying on the table. Everyone except Fowl laughed as their dwarven warrior gave Batrayer a friendly gesture with his finger. I'm pretty sure we can now, without a doubt, expect the boss to be fire-based, Fowl said as they zoned into the tower. Just look at this lovely place. The sarcasm in his voice wasn't lost as the dwarf gestured at the massive city that was set inside a mountain with active lava flows. Like the city with the ice giants, this one was similar, each roof appearing to be on fire, flames never going out or seeming to burn the stone they were made of. Giants that had flames for hair moved around the city, usually in packs of 2 or 3. The red and orange glow of the light from all the fires and lava turned everything a soft color. Smells like arson here, Cordelia said as her nose wrinkled a few times. All this sulfur and burning smell. Max nodded, having been overwhelmed by it the moment he portaled into the tower floor. Studying the layout beneath them and the massive sprawling city that was housed between the giant mountain, they must be within left him wondering about the logistical nature of this place. What are you thinking? Giving Tanilla a wink, Max chewed his lip for a moment. The size of that city and knowing how big it appears means we must be in a 4-mile-wide cavern. But to actually allow my mind to believe that is something different. Obviously, I can't see how far this thing goes, but I'm wondering now how a normal group handles tower floors like this. You mean how long they take to clear one? Max nodded and tapped his temple. Up here I know why, but imagining spending days or weeks in a dungeon like this. The potential for danger. Sure, staying in one of those houses might be possible, but how much rest could you really get in an environment like this? Then comes the knowledge of normal gear and what an adventurer has. Max knew everyone was paying attention to his conversation with Tanilla, his ability to sense and see them all looking at them. Thinking about Dexic's group and how hard they have worked to get to where they were, the amount of grinding and time put in, how they managed against some of these floors, and with the gear I knew they must have as a testament to their skill and perseverance. You think we have it too easy? Batrayer asked, having moved to stand beside Max. Shrugging his shoulders while shaking his head from side to side, he sighed. That's a tough answer because honestly we face stuff most never do. The difficulty is apparently higher than the rest, but we are also rewarded for it. Standing here, looking out what is down there and knowing that unless something happens, we should be done here today and hopefully fighting the boss tomorrow, means that we are going to continue to outpace everyone else. Which isn't a bad thing, Fowl said. You have said it yourself countless times. We need to get stronger and sooner than later. Max sighed as he nodded. Correct. I think what Seth is trying to say, Tanilla interrupted before anyone else could join in, is that the floors are getting longer and harder, but we've still managed to beat most of them in times not possible by others. Which means when we do reach one that takes a day or 2 or more, are we prepared for them? Frowning just slightly, Max nodded, his eyes still studying the glowing city of fire and stone before them. I have one other thought, and it's going to seem crazy, but here it is, Max said. After tomorrow, we'll be a quarter of the way through the tower. The next 25 levels are going to be even more brutal, and then the one every tower climber thinks about will be upon us. Then what? Does hitting that floor suddenly make us super strong? What about those who have been there for years or decades, grinding out experience? Everyone knows some factions have level 70+ people that continue to grind the tower, gaining experience and items. At what point do we need to grind? Their dwarven warrior cleared his throat and shrugged. Well, let me stop you right there for now. No matter what, we're doing this together, and based on what your plan is next week, we don't have time to discuss this goblin crap. When we hit the 50th floor, we can discuss it then. For now, we need to nut up and get this floor done. Max snorted and nodded, smiling at his buddy, who was stroking his beard and grinning back at him. Gods, you two are so smart sometimes, Batrayer said. Fine, let me buff us up, and then we can get to work. Fireball, Fowl's shield blocked most of the spell as the fireball as wide as him struck, sending flames around his body. Max and Tanilla both unleashed an ice spear at the giant on the right, dropping it to its knees. Cordelia had used her empower shot on the one on the left, piercing an eye and sending the fire giant into a state of rage and fury. It was sending a fireball every 10 seconds at Fowl, some hitting and some missing as its vision was obscured. The third giant was swinging its large flaming club at their tank, the sound of the impact filling the air. Sometime soon, Max was already moving, knowing their warrior needed help as he endured the attack of magic and melee. Fowl's newest skill was paying dividends. His elemental skill granted nice resists, yet even with the demon and dragon boon, getting any resists from armor was hard for most others. Choosing it had been the right call for his level 50 skill, allowing their tank to shrug off a good chunk of the damage. These giants were smaller compared to the ice ones, standing only 12 feet tall, but still they wore chain armor that was heated to a point it almost burned one's hands while looting. His halberd cleaved through the giant's knee as it started to swing downward at Fowl again. The loss of its limbs sent it crashing to the floor almost on top of the dwarf, but he managed to dodge out of the path, immediately assaulting the toppled giant with his hammer. Max raced toward the one Cordelia was struggling with, sensing the boulder that was coming from the sky and racing at the one he and their mage had already weakened. A fireball was forming, and Max grinned as his legs propelled him across the 20 yards between them in a heartbeat. His weapon was death, and before the giant could react, both legs were hacked off at the knees, sending the caster to the hot stone beneath it. A single bounce was all the giant was granted before Max's blade took off its head, cleaving it with ease. Cold ran through him, and Max enjoyed the brief reprieve it granted. 8 intelligence consumed, 8 wisdom consumed. Skill consumed is equal to rank of current skill. Storing power. Smiling, Max raced toward the other caster, sensing it was almost dead, and removed its head as well, enjoying another rush of cold. 4 intelligence consumed, 4 wisdom consumed. Skill consumed is equal to rank of current skill. Storing power. Frowning, Max grumbled to himself, knowing he had just capped out the stats in those 2 areas, sprinting toward the last giant and wanting to see what he was going to get from it. "Hey," Fowl exclaimed as Max came over and finished off the giant the dwarf had been beating to death. 7 strength consumed, 7 constitution consumed. "Sorry, I wanted to see something," Max replied, ignoring the frown he spotted on his friend's face. "That wasn't too bad," Batra called out as she came toward them. "I barely had to heal Fowl." "Who's cursing what now?" Snorting, she ignored Fowl's question and pointed at the fallen corpses. "Remind me again who gets the task of harvesting those." Max and Fowl both immediately shook their heads. "We've done our share." "It's someone else's turn," Max replied. "You 3 can figure that out while I scout a little." Groans came from the 3 women, and Max laughed as he began moving toward the town and the next pack of giants. "I'm glad for once I don't have to harvest those ball sacks then again. I've never seen someone so excited at how many we bring. Elfreda is always ecstatic when we bring back sacks of them." Putting the thought of the older elf woman and what she must be making with all the testicles they retrieved out of his mind, Max focused on the scouting ahead. The giants were denser, with packs of 2 or 3 every 70 yards or so. A few pairs or trios were inside the houses, and if it hadn't been for Max's sonar skill in the windows, he would have found out that fact the hard way. As he began moving back toward the group, Max almost tripped, seeing another group of 5 facing his group. Getting closer, his eyes realized what he saw. Elves, jogging toward them. Max had his weapon stored, ready in a moment to move and react if needed. Batra turned slightly when he got close and saw the glances of the other group, along with a few frowns appear for a moment. "I'm telling you, this is not the path you want to continue down," Max heard Tanilla say as he got in range of them with his sonar. "Doing so will not end the way you think it will." The elven man before her, who was wearing some very nice plate armor, laughed and shook his head. Max wanted to already hit the elf because of the way he smirked and leered at Tanilla. "This isn't a fight you can win. I'm here simply to convey a message, and trust me, you do not want to be on the bad side of who this comes from." Those blue eyes cut from her to Max as he joined his party, seeing each of the elves bristle at his approach. "I'm assuming you're here to see me," Max said as he came to a stop next to Tanilla. A snort and roll of the eyes from the male elf immediately set Max's mood to pissed, and the rage he felt inside was beginning to boil over. "This is a moment you can choose to let me handle." That thought almost made him visibly wince, but he fought it off, knowing that such an expression would only fuel the elf's attitude. "We have been told you are going to join the challenge in the Colosseum next week. It would not be wise for you to do so," the warrior said, his tone sounding like he considered Max worth less than an animal. "There are others who have claimed you already, and I would prefer to avoid the hassle of having to deal with them over one like you." Max glanced at Tanilla, who was visibly trembling. Her hand was on her wrist, moving slightly to where her bracelet was that hid who she really was. Slowly, Max put his hand on her shoulder and gave a gentle squeeze. "And if I ignore that, then what?" Those blue eyes seemed to burn with anger as the elf frowned, moving closer to Max until they were less than 12 inches apart. "Then I would tell you to say your goodbyes. Trust me when I say you will die, and it will not be in a manner anyone wishes to endure." Max wanted to punch the elf in the face. His smug look was grinding on him, and the fact the man continued to push closer only made the whole thing worse. As he began to reply, Max felt the presence of three others entering the area of his sonar. They were stealthed and moving quickly from where the entrance of the dungeon was. Tanilla, you four back up now. No questions. He turned and saw her shake his head, but he leaned in close. Three stealthed and coming. Only help if I need it, you'll know. One of the elves nearby spat when he moved close to Tanilla, but as soon as he pulled away, she began backing up, giving him room and motioning at the others who did the same. Max could sense their fingers tightening into fists. He knew his party was ready to react and respond in a moment. 10 more yards, Max said, smiling as the elf who had been standing in his personal space also backed up a few yards. Do you really plan on taking on all of us by yourself? He asked. Surely you can't be that stupid. The three were coming quickly, and Max heard the laughter in his head. His skill knew his thoughts and saw and felt everything he did. One of the ones stealthed was flagged. How they had made it into the tower as such was hard to imagine, but if he had learned anything, Max knew there was a group that wanted him dead, apparently even enough to be this foolish in a tower. These elves are higher in the tower, but surely you can sense they are nothing compared to us. I am here if you need. Either way, someone today dies. The party of 5 elves had moved back about 15 yards. The speed at which they seemed to glide across the open ground told Max a lot about their stats. They were most likely in the same tower levels as Dexic. Their gear appeared to be high quality, but what really bothered him was the speed at which the stealthed one moved. His halberd appeared in his hand, and Max shook his head. The 3 who were stealthed moved between the group, the one who was flagged as a murderer on his left. That elf moved quicker than the other 2, racing against a timer, but also with a speed that told him they had to be either well-equipped or at the same floor level as these other elves. Am I really that much of a threat, to send this much power after me after us? Soon they shall all learn how great we are, how strong you and I have become. Time seemed to slow down. The smirks each elf displayed on their smug faces told Max they all knew what was coming. Not one of them had reacted when he moved his friends back or pulled out his weapon. They were absolutely certain he was about to die, and perhaps all of his friends if they tried to intervene. The problem with a sword and dagger is the reach. For the one coming to attack from his left side, Max also knew he had them well outclassed. The moment they were within range, and Max knew there was no chance for the rogue to dodge, he acted. Stealth engaged, and a split second later, his weapon slashed through the air. He came out of stealth almost as immediately as he had entered it, almost appearing to simply vanish from one's sight as if they had blinked a little too long. Next to him, a female elf appeared, her body sliced in half from her shoulder, through her chest and out her opposite lower side. The smallest trickle of cold came over him. Consume has consumed a higher rank skill. Stealth Rare has been upgraded to Stealth Epic. The other 2 who were stealthed froze. Each of the other 5 likewise reacted differently. 2 swords appeared from the elf who had been talking down to him, scowling while the other 4 stood there, mouths open and in shock. Perhaps you should make sure someone isn't wearing a ring of sea invisibility when you send an assassin who is a murderer. Max growled as he pointed his halberd slowly in the direction of the other 2. I can see you as well. Unless you want to join her, I suggest you drop this charade and go. Immediately 2 elves unstealthed, rage and hatred causing their eyes to shake. A male and female elf both stood ready to pounce, each holding a pair of daggers as they didn't move otherwise. Epic stealth to last that long. That means you are all trained for one thing. Perhaps you'd learn I'm not an easy mark, and your constant failed attempts have made me prepare for them. Now leave, or I'll gladly kill you both. Each of them smirked, glancing at each other, and started to slowly surround him while the other 5 elves prepared for the moment they hoped for. Behind him, Max felt Tanilla move her hand toward her wrist, and he groaned slightly. The eyes of the 5 facing them changed first, and a second later all 5 were on their faces, putting them against the hot stone of the tower floor. Both of the assassins saw in the corner of their eyes a glow and turned, seeing Tanilla standing there, golden hair, golden eyes, and radiating power. They too joined the first 5 on the ground before their heart could beat twice. Tanilla, Max said as he felt her coming closer. You don't have to fight every battle by yourself. It's about time I got involved in this one. Max knew Cordelia was struggling to stay standing, especially after seeing the other 7 drop to their faces. I'm disappointed in you all. Max would have done a double take if he had not heard Tanilla speak in this tone before. Everything about her was different. Her voice, pitch, and commanding presence. Everything we profess to be, and yet you 7 are nothing more than bullies who attempt to badger others you feel are beneath you and take advantage of another. Silence, a wave of power radiated out from Tanilla and washed over everyone as she yelled, causing the elf who had talked poorly to her to now shake as he went silent, head pressed harder into the stone. Do you think I wish to hear your excuses? I have no doubt who has ordered this assassination, and yet here I am, keeping watch over this one. Repeatedly, you have stained our name and race in the eyes of the capital because not only has every attempt failed, but in failing, we are seen as weak and petty. She moved past Max, stopping a few feet from the 5 who seemed to tremble more, as if they could somehow sense she was closer. Part of me would almost end you all now, yet then what? Now do not waste my time, or I will kill you without hesitating. Why should Seth not fight in the Colosseum? Your mother, the queen, she is coming. Max watched Tanilla stiffen. It was hard to imagine her being any more rigid as she stood there, her presence so different from how she usually was. Yet Max knew those words had struck her as if someone had slapped her face. Why is she coming? We're uncertain. Just that she and the queens are to enjoy the fights next week. Your sister sent word that she didn't want him to die there. We obeyed her command as we will obey yours. Every word the man spoke sounded as if he was about to die from a heart attack. His words seemed to tremble the moment they left his tongue. No sound except the lava flows and heavy breathing were to be heard, as no one spoke for a few moments. How long till you have to report to my sister that you failed? Next week, by letter. She nodded her head and Max watched as she began moving along the row of elves who hadn't spoken or lifted their head once. What is it about her that has them so fearful of her? They have a bond you cannot understand. To fight against that bloodline is almost impossible. You will one day have that kind of fear and respect. Max wanted to argue with his skill, but now wasn't the time. Instead, he waited and watched Tanilla act like the princess she was. Does the queen know about any of this? No, princess. Slowly her head began to nod slightly, and Max saw her lips curl into a small smile. Very well. You will listen closely to what I am going to say, and if for a moment I doubt you have obeyed every single word, be certain you five will all die a horrible death. Even worse is I will have your entire family line purged to 3 branches. A few gasps and moans came from the ones at her feet, and each of their heads nodded as best as possible from the position they were in. You will slay these 2 failed assassins. Their lack of success has not earned them the right to continue living. Then you 5 will wait in here for the aura to go away inside here. I pray no one comes to this floor while you camp out. Perhaps a house inside that city will provide the safety you need while you wait. Next you will then return to the faction and explain that things didn't go as planned. That Seth was stronger than you had anticipated, and that his ring allowed him to see the attackers. Their failure cost them their lives. You can say your healer was stupid and healed one, flagging them, and Seth chose to let them live. That is why you stayed here. Lastly, none of you will breathe a word that I am here, or you may find my father is less than happy that I had to reveal myself, and you 5 have ruined plans he has put in motion for decades. Unless my mother herself specifically asks you about why you failed, and I know you cannot lie to her face, you will tell no one about me. Do you 5 understand? The sound of metal, chain, and skin rubbing against the stone was the only answer Tanilla needed. Now go take care of those 2 while I watch. I will wait. Without a second passing, the warrior rose and moved toward the 2 rogues, his swords faster than Max had thought the man might be able to move. He's not a tank but an offensive warrior. In just a few seconds, both rogues were missing their head, blood beginning to bubble and cook as it hit the hot stone underneath them. As soon as his act was done, the warrior was back on the ground, head down in the same weak position. Max felt the urge to end the man's life as he lay there, flagged for combat, but he saw Tanilla's look and how she shook her head. We'll be looting their bodies, prizes for the one who has defeated this failed attempt again. She bent down, grabbed the warrior's braid, and slowly lifted him up, pointing his face at Cordelia, Fowl, and Batrayer. If anyone messes with them, they will deal with me, and the promise I just made will hunt them all. Do you understand? Yes, princess. Shoving his head down, Tanilla stood up and motioned for everyone to come take the equipment on the corpses. Do not get up for at least an hour. After that time, you may move into the first house you find. If for a moment you disobey any of my commands, consider your branches pruned. Max felt each of the elves flinch at those last words. Gather this equipment, you 4. Max smiled as he moved, seeing the look on Fowl's face before Batrayer nudged him, and they moved to quickly loot the dead bodies. Once they were done, Tanilla motioned for the party to begin moving toward the city Max had scouted. Max heard the last words Tanilla told the elves, and for a moment, he realized there was a part of her he truly didn't understand. Remember, do not disappoint me, or it will be worse than you can ever imagine. It was only after they had defeated 2 packs of giants that Tanilla finally hid her presence. During that time, every spell she unleashed hit with devastating power. Each ice spear either removed the head of the caster or put a hole through its chest, ending the life of the monster before it knew what happened. So are we going to talk about that? Fowl asked after Tanilla once again stood before them with red hair and green eyes. The sound of a staff on a metal helmet rang out, and Fowl glared at Batrayer, who gave him the same look back. It's okay, Tanilla replied, sighing afterward. I don't enjoy doing that. It's everything I hate sometimes about being what I am, how the elves fear me. She turned to look at Cordelia, who was silent, having not said a single word since that incident. I hate that you've lost your voice. Even if Fowl makes fun of it, I think it's a beautiful voice, and you should never have it taken away. A single tear formed in their ranger's eye, and she nodded, forcing a smile. It was so overwhelming I could barely stay standing. Watching them, knowing how they felt, you could have had them kill each other, and not one of them would have argued. Taking a deep breath and slowly letting it out, Tanilla's head bobbed a few times, and that is exactly what I hate. Their whole life, elves hear stories about our power. Fear and respect are beaten into them. Some call it love, but I've seen true love, and that isn't what most have for us. Ah, love. True love, Fowl said, drawing out his words. Anyway, Tanilla replied as she rolled her eyes. The more pressing problem is my mother coming to the capital. No one has mentioned that taking place in any of the circles I engage in, which means it's not a well-known fact. Something must be happening if she is coming alone and without my father. Everyone waited for more to be said, but when it was obvious no more was going to be given, Max motioned to a pair of fire giants a little bit away down a street. I guess it's back to clearing the dungeon. 19 hours, Fowl groaned as he leaned his head against the carriage wall. I was about to say let's camp out. That wasn't a fun time, but the experience was great, Batria replied, her eyes closed as she mimicked Fowl's posture. I level 64, their dwarf warrior almost whispered. Cordelia grunted as she lay her head against the wall. Someone's upset we ran out of experience so close to 66, Max teased. A finger appeared and both Tanilla and Max chuckled. So no boss tomorrow. Sleep in, rest, and we prep. No one argued at all with Max's instructions. Everett was resting his chin on his hands as he absorbed what Max had just told him. 8 elves searching for you, no doubt they used rings and communicated with their faction. If what you say is true, they started on lower floors and possibly had a few teams looking for you, and you're certain they won't bother you again. I can send a formal letter to the queens, but that would mean needing to be in their presence. Max shook his head, having kept Tanilla's secret. Everett had asked a few questions, but knew that if Max never flagged himself, the elves were not going to openly attack him, especially if that meant they would have to kill 2 of their own kind. Still, I wonder how long till another group comes after you. Now they know what tower floor you're hunting on. I have no doubt someone is watching you and the group enter. Eventually they may strike again, but losing 3 of their higher-level assassins isn't an easy thing to replace. I think it's 4 or 5 now, Max replied, grinning and chuckling as he spoke. Everett joined in, smiling and leaning back in his chair. I really wonder why they wouldn't want you fighting with Dexic. That one has me perplexed. Nothing I can come up with seems like a good reason for that, especially in a 2 versus 2 fight. The odds are drastically in their favor as they can be less obvious in the level of contestants they use. One would assume their goal would be to take you out quickly and then tag team against our Golden Warrior. Would they be embarrassed by something like that? Max asked. I mean, would the queens, nobles, or anyone else feel they were shamed by an action like that? Everett shrugged and closed his eyes. Max could see them darting around behind the old man's eyelids, obviously working through different things. The only time I can really remember elves not competing in the Colosseum was when. Everett's eyes popped open and he sat upright immediately, transfixed on Max, who attempted to look shocked at those actions. When was what? One of the nobles or even the king of the elves came to visit, Everett whispered. Immediately the man grabbed a piece of paper and a pen, writing furiously for about 10 seconds. Looking up at Max, he sighed and motioned to the door with his pen. If you'll forgive me, I need to send a few letters and ask a few questions. If someone from the upper ranks of the Elven Kingdom is coming, knowing would be very important for this fight coming up. Max nodded and stood up, smiling to himself as he walked toward the door. Max and Tanilla spent a few hours in the crafting area as he worked on the list of items the faction needed. Some of the metal from the tower floor with the goblins and weird dwarfs had been of higher quality than Max had expected once it was smelted down into bars. Currently, 3 different weapons were being made, and unless something went wrong, they should all come out as a legendary grade 1. You seem happy with how things are going, Tanilla said as she watched him working on etching runes into the spearhead. That smile hasn't left your lips. Are we talking about this morning or in here? She groaned, but Max could sense the corner of her lip forming a smile even though he never looked up from his work. I was talking about the crafting, but yes, that was nice too. Nodding, Max motioned to the piece he was working on with his head. This metal is super strong and has a natural tendency to want to absorb magic. Part of me thinks I could even make a sword powered by a crystal. I'm not sure what that would turn out to be since it would be a fusion of 2 skills. Weapon crafting and engineering and tinkering. Yup. In my head I can see things that the other skill would have me do. It would look very different, but I'm almost certain there would be other bonuses given. Pausing, Max quickly stored the spearhead and stood up, stretching and then popping his knuckles. He then pulled the gun he had in storage and laid it on the table before her. So you see how there is this extra space here? Max asked as he pointed to a wider area above where the trigger was. Tanilla nodded and followed as Max drew an imaginary box on the side. In here is where the magic is, as one might say. The power core provides the necessary energy to send the piece of metal toward the target. Unlike a bow that has its power stored in the wood, metal, or bone, this gun wouldn't do anything without the core. It's like my skill said, the way magic and energy are used is different. Our way of making things and casting spells draws from mana and the magical energy of the elemental cores. Those are fused with the items. drawn with runes, and basically take on a life within the weapon. I'm not sure if a sword could ever lose all of its energy, and then seeing Foul's hammer, which can potentially evolve, makes me wonder how magic might even be absorbed by the weapons we use. What if each strike somehow drains a portion of one's life force or power? Tanilla cocked her head, and Max saw the way she stared at the gun, thinking about what he said. So what you're saying is this gun doesn't technically belong on our world? Max nodded. Based on everything I've learned and know and what my skill has told me or shown me, traveling between worlds is possible. You yourself mentioned that your god actually sends your people to different worlds, trying to grow stronger through them. What if Akram does or did the same? What if there is a world of dwarves, slightly different from one's here, and they possess a different kind of power and knowledge? Tanilla rubbed her temple with a thumb and grimaced. If what you're saying is true, that really causes a lot of potential problems for all three races, as well as any other potential god out there who might want to attempt coming to our world. Max grinned and snapped his fingers. That's what I was thinking. Everything I know is that another god somehow manipulated the system to give me this black skill. Somewhere out there is a game between gods, playing with lives like ours and others across countless worlds. Was I intended to get this strong? Was I meant to be simply some great destroyer that took out Phaeus's way of gaining power? Are we locked in a battle I know nothing about beyond someone wanting to use me a piece on a board? Welcome to my life, she sighed, never knowing if I'm loved by my parents or seen as power to be reclaimed later or sent off when deemed worthy of it. Reaching over, he grabbed her hand and squeezed it. I love you. Whatever that is worth, know that you are loved. She smiled and squeezed his hand back. I know. The fact you love me for who I am, and not what I can give or do for you, means everything. Grinning like a fool, Max gave her one more gentle squeeze before letting go of her hand and pointing at the gun again. Okay, now back to my previous thought, he said, getting a chuckle from Tanilla as she laughed. What if I created a weapon powered by a crystal, but also infused with an elemental core? Her eyes went wide, and her chin dropped slightly as the thought of such a thing hit home. You'd marry two different powers into one item, potentially creating something new and a grade beyond anything we can imagine. Max nodded slowly and pointed to some metal bars he had sitting on the table a little bit away. After next week, when the fight is over, I'm going to do just that. I have something in mind, and if it works, I'm probably not going to share it with anyone. Tanilla snorted and shook her head. Will I ever get something like that? Rolling his eyes, Max grinned and smiled. And here I thought my love was enough. Climbing first out of the carriage, Max saw that the group of guards were gone from the platform this morning. That's not good. Each of them filed out and saw what he was talking about. I wonder how that went, Tanilla said. Forget about it and focus, you two, Batrier snapped. We're not here to worry about that drama. Today we're fighting a tower boss and you both need to be sharp. Max nodded and grinned at their healer. Their healer groaned as Foul laughed, nodding in approval. 4 groups were already waiting to enter the tower, and as they stood in line, Max continued his thoughts from last night's crafting. His skill hadn't responded to his questions or in his dream, but there was no doubt it was present. He wasn't sure why it was quiet after having chatted some when facing down the elves. Multiple notifications of power being stored had also been present, so it couldn't be because it was weak. Go ahead, the guard said as they moved toward the portal. I'll go first, Foul declared, stepping up and vanishing. The other 3 went before Max, and when he reached the tower floor, something was off. He could hear the heartbeat of everyone in his party beating rapidly. When his eyes worked, Max understood what had caused everyone a little bit of panic. 2 portals, Cordelia whispered, a blue one and a black and purple one on the boss floor. Max cleared his throat and glanced at Tanilla, who was frowning. I wasn't expecting one of these again, Foul said. Again, Batra gave their ranger a gentle pat on her back and nodded. We've been in a few while doing the dungeons. People talk about seeing these in the tower, but what are the odds of it? Never, Cordelia replied. You could probably count on one finger the number of times a portal like this appears on a boss floor. Other floors are all I've ever heard about. To even begin to imagine what is on the other side is scary. Max stood next to Tanilla and reached out, grabbing her hand and squeezed it. So we really aren't going to discuss this, are we? Foul asked. Snorting, Max shook his head and Tanilla started to grin. Wait, you're all serious. We're going to attempt a tower boss through an elite portal. Max turned sideways and studied their ranger's face. It had been so long since he had seen true fear in her eyes. Right now they were about as wide as the day she found out Tanilla was an elven princess. She trembled now, like she had during their first boss. We've never turned down something like this, Max informed her. There is a reason we got it, and if you're honest, you know the potential loot that boss. Or death, seriously. Shrugging, Max nodded, not caring that she had cut him off. Every floor has the chance of death. Someone could come up from behind while I'm off scouting and stick a blade in your back. Tell me which one seems more common right now. Frowning, Cordelia glanced at the others and saw each of them wore the same expression. Their jaws were set and a slight smile was on each of their lips. Don't forget, Max said as he pulled out the portal stone. If it's too much, I can always use this. What did I tell you? He asked, smiling at her. Do you remember I said I would protect you? Her mouth was still open, yet words seemed to fail her at that moment. Finally, she shut it and nodded. Then you have nothing to worry about. Sighing, Courtling blinked her eyes and wiped a few tears that had formed. Batrier, are you ready? She nodded and smiled. Buffing now. Everyone put your fire rings on. Something tells me it's going to be hot in there. Max knew he had the highest magic resist, and even then the heat of this tower floor was overwhelming the moment he entered it. His eyes saw the tower floor before him, and the deep breath he took was hot, almost scorching his lungs. My balls are already sweating, Fowl complained seconds after joining him. What in the... Each person commented immediately as they entered the boss floor about the heat, and each one stopped talking as they gazed across the open area before them. A circle of lava over a mile wide was before them. The same purple stone from so many dungeons was under their feet, and a path led downward and toward a giant circle of stone, easily 400 yards in diameter. Every so often, a section of stone that looked to be 20 yards wide was missing, creating a patterned ring of lava. Crystal lines ran through the stone, an eerie pattern of reflective orange and red light sparkling from it. There's no portal, Cordelia gasped. Max didn't even bother looking. The moment he came over, he knew they were going to fight. Look at that thing, Fowl said. What is that? It's an ifrit, Tanilla replied. Nasty things in the books I've read. I'm guessing even worse in person. Listen to yourselves, Cordelia called out. Don't you see how bad this is? Max turned and sighed, seeing how she was reacting. A few times during those dungeon breaks others had lost their ability to think, overwhelmed and let fear take over. Tanilla, I think you need to go all out this time. Don't hide behind the bracelet. Besides, it will most likely help keep Cordelia from losing her mind. I'm not losing my mind, you all are. A hand came across her cheek, and the ranger turned to see Tanilla glaring at her. Yes, you are, and get a hold of yourself. Be the elf I know you can, and stop letting the fear that once controlled you still control you. Cordelia started to open her mouth, and Tanilla lifted her hand again. Bringing both of hers up in surrender, their ranger shook her head slowly. Sorry, I'm afraid, but I'll fight it. She sighed and hung her head. Tanilla reached out and put her hand on the other elf's shoulder and squeezed it. You're fine. We've all had those moments. Ask Batcher or Fowl what a near-death experience was like. Let them tell you their struggles and how hard it was to overcome. We get that. We really do. But living in fear will never allow you to truly live. Tanilla turned and winked at Max. Until I let go of my fear and gave in to what was before me, I never knew how great life could be. Don't be like I was and miss out on what is before you. Or are you asking her for a threesome? Fowl asked. Two staves appeared and both whiffed as the dwarf dodged the attacks from their mage and healer, laughing the entire time. I swear I'm not going to heal him today, Batrier grumbled. Max was fighting the urge to laugh, seeing the embarrassment on both Tanilla's and Cordelia's face. How about we just focus on the boss? Max asked. I don't remember much about what they do, just that they are immune to fire, have very dangerous abilities, and are hard to kill. So like basically what we'd expect from a fire boss in an elite dungeon, Fowl muttered. Tanilla glared at their warrior and his response to the information she shared. What about that floor? It looks like there are sections missing and paths between them, Max said. It looks like the center portion is decently sized, but if for some reason we get pushed off that middle area, one might get separated and that wouldn't be good. Want the three of us staying close? Sighing, Max nodded slowly. With your barrier, it's the one trump card we can play for a moment. Fowl should be okay for a bit with his resistance skill and ability. Ice magic will be our friend, but we have to make sure Fowl and I keep aggro. I'll watch my rotation, Talina replied. Then let's go. A single path ran all the way to where the boss waited. The boss was 30 feet tall, its horns on its head and back adding another 7 feet. Two massive horns came from the thick armored plates as the bright glowing red eyes watched them approach. A smile of fire came from the maw of the beast. Its back had 4 giant spikes sticking off to the sides, curling upward slightly, almost looking like wings. Massive claws were on its armored hands, and its feet had matching weapons of destruction where its toes were. Every inch of the body seemed to be armored, and flames occasionally washed over it as it breathed. When they got to the edge of the center platform that was probably 120 yards wide with no areas missing, the boss began to laugh. Foolish mortals, you choose to face me when you could have taken the easy way out, fighting a lesser being that doesn't deserve the name I carry. Now Batraer, Tanilla whispered, and their dwarf began to cast her newest buff. For 5 minutes they would have a 25% increase to their stats and they would not waste it. Go, Max shouted the moment the buff set in, racing forward, shield and weapon out. Fowl was right behind him, staying a little closer to the other three as they got safely onto the center platform. An ice spear began to form above him and the boss laughed, moving its hand in a pattern. Balls of fire began to rain down around it, creating a protective area of destruction, as the barrage of flames would assault anyone foolish enough to get close. Max, of course, was foolish enough and raced toward the boss, dodging the spells that came down, his speed and sonar allowing him to minimize all but the splash of flames that washed over him. Regeneration. The boss swung its arm, a sword of fire appearing, easily 10 feet long at Max. Sending the ice spear at the boss's chest, Max smiled as the Ifrit seemed to ignore the spell, more concerned with hitting him. Dodging sideways, he held up his shield, feeling the giant blade scrape across the gift of the fallen Gorgon. With this new buff of in his stats, he felt unstoppable. A roar came as the boss suffered the impact of the ice spear. Few feet of it pierced the hardened scale, sending a cascade of black blood that immediately ignited upon hitting the ground. Foolish mortals. Still smiling, Max was at the boss's feet, swinging his axe and chipping away at the thick layer of protection that seemed at least 8 inches thick based on how a piece jutted up near the knee. Part of him wanted to go all out, using his skills, but the other was cautious. Join the battle, my minions. The boss seemed to ignore Max as he chipped and hacked away at its legs. All around the boss, 6-foot-wide circles of fire appeared, and from each one a flaming dog leapt out. In a matter of seconds from the flaming portals appearing, over 30 of the threats were now present on the inner area. A glance toward his friend saw Fowl hitting one with his hammer while running back toward the other 3. Tanilla already sent a spear through one and was casting her ice storm while Cordelia fired arrow after arrow, enchanted with ice magic, into the dogs that were coming toward them. I got them, Fowl yelled out. Pissed, Max continued his dance, dodging the fireballs that still fell from above, weaving between the kicks and stomps while parrying and blocking the flaming sword that only missed by a foot at most. Every second meant their buff was wearing off, and yet a dozen of the flaming wolves or dogs were coming at him, a few opening their mouths and a ball of fire beginning to form. Goblin shite. He began casting his own ice storm, needing to do more damage to the boss while also decreasing the number of ways he was getting attacked. His sonar was going crazy trying to keep up with all the projectiles falling at him and everything else. Max knew his luck had run out when he couldn't block the strike or a kick. Even worse would be if he was overwhelmed by the pack of summoned dogs. Bulwark. Armored warrior. The kick came as Max blocked the sword, knowing it would be the worst of the attacks. Even with his skills, the boss hit him hard enough to move him a few feet, which was impressive. 10% of his total hit points were gone from that one attack, but Max was almost done preparing his spell when the 3 gouts of flame hit him. Flesh began to burn, but his mind stayed strong, assisted by the ability he now had. 2 more seconds passed and the rain of ice spears fell, gouging the bodies of the summoned hounds and the boss. Max felt the Ifrit move back a few steps, turning toward him and bending over. Glancing up, the flaming maw was open as wide as possible and giant flames appeared in its mouth. As the stream of fire raced toward Max, an arrow struck the side of its neck, shattering the scales there and plunging deep inside. The Ifrit's head moved sideways from the attack, sending its own attack away from Max, who had hidden behind his shield, preparing to endure as long as he could the attack. Only a few short seconds washed over him, burning the flesh beneath his armor immediately. Half his life was gone in that brief moment, and Cordelia's attack had saved him from something he hadn't really been prepared for. Big heal. Max regretted having stood there, being overconfident in his ability and self. It had almost cost him his life. Seeing an opportunity with the boss distracted even in the slightest, Max went for the kill. Demonic teleportation. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. As his flesh regrew and the pain of the muscles that had burnt away subsided, Max swung at the area Cordelia's arrow had struck. The barrage of attacks connected, and as they did, the world seemed to shift. Laughter came from the Ifrit and a hand approached. Max turned, holding his weapon, spike pointed toward the incoming hand as he leaned against the boss's head. Black blood squirted as the weapon pierced the Ifrit's palm, splattering on and around Max, turning into flames again and sending waves of pain from the burnt flesh once more. Casting Ice Nova, Max held his ground, grabbing the horn he was near as the boss pulled its hand back, flicking more blood as it did. The spot he had struck looked exactly as it had when Cordelia's arrow had struck. He recognized the arrow that was partially sticking out as one of her special ones and bent down, grabbing it and tore it free. More blood gushed out and ignited around him, earning another roar from the boss. "Why won't you die?" It bellowed, shaking its body and trying to get Max to fall. Ice rained down upon them, and these shards were a lot larger and penetrated more deeply into the boss's thick armor. Max formed an ice spear as he held onto the horn with one hand. His sonar told him that Tanilla had just sent her next attack toward the boss, and the impact and reaction almost broke Max's grip when the boss stumbled sideways. He could tell that the spear Tanilla had sent was 20% larger than usual, and with her boosted stats and the glowing hair, there was no doubt she wasn't holding back either. As the Ifrit regained its balance and turned toward Tanilla, Max jumped off its shoulder, sending the ice spear he had into its right eye from point-blank range. It couldn't dodge or block the attack as the 6-foot-long spear hurtled into the blazing socket, quenching the fire inside and sending both hands to the boss's face. The roar it let out seemed to shake the entire boss floor. Max summoned a stone wall at an angle and slid down it as he landed, rolling after hitting the ground. Glancing around at the sword he had heard clatter, he saw it was gone. Whatever magic had summoned it and kept it alive, no longer active. Here I was, hoping to get a new weapon. The boss was recovering, and Max went all out, knowing even if he failed to overcome the Ifrit right now, any damage done was better in the end. Charging the legs, Max let go. Take over. I can tell you want it. Without a response, his vision shifted, and the world around him turned a different color. His body moved as the skill took control, and Max watched, learning what it did that was different and better. The halberd came around fast, striking a crack in the armor he had already created, dancing again as Ice Storm began the casting process. Each strike hit the same spot over and over with accuracy he hadn't realized was possible. No skills activated beyond magic as his weapon rained down blow after blow upon the same spot on both legs. Each time the boss tried to stagger, to move, to escape the pest at its feet. Fireballs rained down but none struck him, and when the ice storm began anew, Frost Nova started. A few strikes later, a massive chunk of the armored plate on its shin broke free, dropping to the ground, and Max watched himself pick it up, store it, and move for the next strike. Berserker. The shift was always different. The red color wasn't as bright, and in the orange and red glow of the lava, Max felt it was almost a dark blood color. Every swing of his weapon hit same spot that had lost its protection, and in the first 3 seconds, half of the boss's shin had been destroyed, the other half quickly succumbing to the strikes. Mid-swing, the boss vanished, moved 20 yards away and behind Max. A smile appeared on his face, and Max turned, seeing the boss summoning a ball of fire with both hands together, black blood gushing from the open wound. The sound of maniacal laughter filled the air, not from the Ifrit but from his own mouth. Another ice spear slammed into the boss's arm, yet it ignored the gaping wound, keeping the ball of fire aimed at Max, who ran toward it. When the ball moved, Max blinked out of where it was going to impact. Demonic teleportation. The speed and power behind the next swing connected with the open wound, a loud crack filling Max's ears. Flames washed over him from behind, and the burning sensation was dulled completely by the rage of the berserker. His life didn't matter, and as much as Max wanted to take control, he knew the cost. He had given over control at this moment. The elves and their actions had angered both him and his skill. Blood had been spilt, and a roaring fire inside had never been quenched. Now there was a chance for him to let what both he and his skill longed for. A bolt of lightning erupted from his hands, something Max hadn't even realized he was casting, traveling upward into the underside of the boss. Another strike hit, and then the blade dug deep into the wound, almost stuck as he yanked it out, the shattering of bones and armor. He moved, beginning to strike the other leg as the boss crashed to its knee. Each movement of the boss brought a reaction from his body. A ball of lightning formed, slamming into the exposed face as the boss lay sideways for a moment. His weapon swung, cleaving into the neck, 2 attacks landing before the boss's hand and arm forced him to move. Words filled his ears, and Max finally realized it was his own voice screaming out. Mine, it's mine. No more spells came from Tanilla, nor arrows from their ranger as Max. Roars of pain came from the boss, but every attempt to stop the onslaught failed. Time passed so quickly as chunks of flesh, bone, more fingers, hardened armor, and even a horn were brutally hacked off in the killing of a boss. Each piece was collected without a lost bit of movement or stride, stored within his dimensional necklace. When the last swing connected and then the boss's body began to fade, Max only then realized it was over. His body was panting, and then he fell to his knees, feeling weak and spent. Satisfaction and a sense of peace came through his connection with his skill. Max tried to respond, but his invisible helmet hit the stone floor as he passed out, hearing his name and sensing the others coming. He's awake, Max blinked a few times, feeling the cold cloth against his face. Looking up, he saw Tanilla with his head on her lap, trying to slide the wet cloth between his helmet and his cheeks. What in the gods was that? Fowl asked. Foul Hammerfall, give the man a moment, Batraker shouted, glaring at the dwarf. Chuckling, Max groaned as he sat up, storing his helmet and taking the cool cloth and wiping his neck and face. It's okay, he can ask. Sometimes I lose control and give in. That was one of those moments, Max said. I feel like I satisfied a longing inside me and should be good for a while. I guess I know those elves and what they did really pissed me off. Max looked at each of them and then turned to see the frown on Tanilla's face. I'm tired of people being ugly to others because of what race they are or who they like or whatever. If you're my friend, your family, and I'm going to make sure no one hurts you. Your eyes seemed different, Cordelia said after a moment. Like you were possessed. I can't imagine what that felt like. Nodding, Max stood up. His body felt amazing. It really felt like he was content. Maybe I should let go if I could smile like you are after a fight like this, Fowl muttered as he offered his friend a hand. Nice work on the boss and storing most of the stuff you hacked off. I can't imagine what Everett's going to think when you turn that all in. Nodding, Max winked at his friend and then began looking around the dungeon. Where's the chest? Don't tell me Fowl looted it all while I was out. Everyone laughed and motioned to the largest chest any of them had seen to date. The same black stone formed the chest with clear crystal lines. An image of just the Ifrit's head was on the center of the chest. Are you sure Fowl can even look inside? This thing is huge. You may have to lift me up to get a peek, but by the gods, I'm not going to skip getting a look inside. I think you've earned this one, Batrayer said as she gave Max a shove on his lower back. Go open it. His smile grew wider and Max jogged quickly to where the chest was, not waiting on the others, and lifted up the lid, getting the first peek inside. When he saw what waited for them all, his voice failed him. That bad? Fowl asked as Max stood there in silence. I'm not sure holy elf tits would do justice for what's inside, Max said as he motioned for them to come join him. Everyone stood around the chest, Fowl almost having to stand on his toes to see inside, and none of them said a word for a good half-minute. So that's impressive. Max nodded and smiled at Tanilla's statement. Inside were 2 items for each of them. Beyond that were 3 random items and a black box they all knew from before. 6 red crystals larger than the ones they had got before waited to be collected as well. 2 items each. I mean, that's so rare, Fowl said quietly. Well, forgive me if I go first, but I'm honestly looking forward to seeing what I got. Max reached in, pulling the necklace out first. A black metal chain with a pendant shaped in the head of the Ifrit with its horns was joined together. 2 large crystal eyes were sunk in the metal. Inspect necklace. Necklace of the Destroyer plus 40 strength, constitution, dexterity. Bonded. His eyes widened and Max almost needed a moment before he put it on. That good? Fowl asked. Grinning, Max bobbed his head and reached back into the chest. He pulled a black ring with a rune etched in crystal. Inspect ring. Ring of casting plus 40 intelligence, wisdom plus 10 spell casting speed. Bonded. Okay, we need something better to say when stuff is this good, Max said as he slid the ring onto his finger. The immediate effect of adding that much intelligence and wisdom was incredible. He could feel the mana pool grow immediately. Well, I'm going next, Fowl exclaimed, getting groans from the others. Max laughed. As he turned toward his friend, he saw the notification sitting in the corner of his vision. Consume has acquired a bonus 15 strength consumed, 15 constitution consumed. Stat milestone 1 reached. Strength of 250 acquired. Bonus damage granted 20 melee damage. Bonus force granted hits as a being twice normal size. Stat milestone 1 reached. Constitution of 250 acquired. Bonus resistance granted immune to damage from uncommon grade weapons or spells. Bonus hit points granted 50 more hit points. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn negate death blow? Yes, no. Max stood there, his face blank, and Tanilla nudged him. That item Fowl got wasn't that great. Shaking his head, Max smiled and nodded. I mean, that's massive, right? Grinning, Fowl nodded and reached back into the chest, pulling out a necklace that looked exactly like the one Max had just received. 40 to strength, constitution, and dexterity. Fowl smiled so wide it looked like the dwarf's beard was absent from the front of his face. Same stats as yours, twinsies. Max teased as Fowl put the neck on. Cordelia, you're up next. Easier that way. Nodding at their healer, the ranger didn't wait, reaching in and pulled out another necklace like Max and Fowl had received. Meh, is that any good on an archer? Batrayer asked as Cordelia looked ready to jump out of her skin upon inspecting it. Yes, she exclaimed. This many hit points and that kind of dexterity is beyond anything else I own. I mean, something like this isn't till almost near the halfway point. And that's why we went inside the portal, Fowl said matter-of-factly. Nodding, Cordelia pulled out a black ring that had a crystal rune etched on it, and her eyes began to shake upon inspecting it. You okay? Max asked as the archer nodded. It's 70 to dexterity. Both warriors let out a whistle and bobbed their heads in appreciation. Congrats, Tanilla exclaimed, coming up to the elf who was still in shock and gave her a gentle hug. Go ahead, dear, Fowl said as he motioned at the 2 elves celebrating the ring. Batrayer popped up on her toes real quickly and reached in, pulling out a ring that Max recognized as the same one he had. I've got that one, Max said with a wink, earning him a grunt from their healer. 40 intelligence and wisdom and a 10% casting speed bonus. Batrayer nodded, her eyebrow furling as she considered the fact Max actually had a ring like this. Why would, well, I guess it makes sense for you to get an item with this kind of stat. Grinning, she quickly put it on and reached back inside, pulling out a robe that was whiter than any Max had ever seen. That's a bit bright, Fowl said as he saw Batrayer holding it out before her, like even more than a wedding dress. No sooner than he had said those words, Fowl clamped a hand over his mouth before groaning. You said it, no takebacks. Max glanced at Tanilla, who was laughing and smiling, obviously aware of something he wasn't. But I didn't mean. Foul Hammerfall, unless you plan on finding a new way to heal yourself. You better not try to back out of our agreement. Max leaned over and nudged Tanilla. What am I missing? Her smile never faded as she motioned at Batra, who was swishing around in her new robe after having swapped it out with her storage. They had an agreement that if Fowl ever said wedding dress without being in a shop or tricked into it, he would have to marry her. Frowning, Max glanced at the two dwarves and shook his head. I thought they were already married. Not officially, Batra said happily. We'll have to go to the dwarven capital and he has to marry me. 1 year from now, he will either have done it on his own accord or I will hire someone to tie him up and drag him before his family. Fowl sighed and nodded. I did agree, and while I want to be married officially, the thought of returning home has always been hard on me. However, with how far we have progressed, I have no fear that my parents will finally see the value I can bring. Batra nodded, leaned over, grabbed Fowl by the beard and pulled him close, making noises no one wanted to hear for a moment. Go ahead and get your gear, Max teased. I think they may do that a lot longer than we want. Without letting go of Fowl's beard, Batra held up her middle finger at Max. Tanilla snickered and reached in, pulling out a ring that Max showed was the same as his. Slipping hers on, she reached in again and frowned. Seriously, 2 of the same one, and you're complaining. That's 20% faster casting speed right there. Yeah, but our famous dwarven tank says, occasionally I hope for a ring with a skill. Groaning, Max ignored her and pointed at the chest. So I guess I get one of the 3 items. I'll take the one we all know we need 4 of. The other 3 you can roll on if no one cares. Everyone shrugged, no one wanting to trade the potential of maybe getting an artifact someday, with the knowledge a real item could be gained right now. The black stone came out, and Max held it for a moment before storing it with the other, feeling a sense of power growing between the two the moment they got close, even in the dimensional storage. All right, you 4 can try for the others. It wouldn't be fair for me to take that and roll. No one complained, and the first item went to Cordelia, who squealed as she scored a pair of black earrings with an orange-colored crystal set in the middle. Fowl was the second winner, and everyone gave a whistle of appreciation as he held it before him. It was just slightly shorter and almost as wide as him, but had a red hue to it as the back metal appeared to almost be burning. Holy elf tits, this thing reflects damage it blocks. 10% as fire damage. Does it stack with your thorn aura? Max asked immediately. Shrugging, Fowl tapped the shield with his hand and smiled. You can try to hit me back at the faction practice grounds and we can find out. Max nodded, knowing they would indeed test out that feature. Tanilla was the last winner, and Batrier shrugged when Fowl silently mouthed sorry to her. I'm happy she gets something besides a ring. Tanilla smiled and pulled out a black circlet with red crystals set inside it. That is really going to pop with your hair color, Max stated as he winked. Rolling her eyes, Tanilla stopped halfway through the process, looking cross-eyed for a moment. 10% fire damage. Maybe I won't be just an ice princess for my whole life. Laughter filled the area they were in as everyone knew she was anything but that. Grab those crystals and let's go, Fowl said. I need a shower and want to test out this shield. Without waiting, Max collected the crystals, and the chest disappeared, showing the portal for them to leave. Have you accepted it yet? Tanilla asked as they lay in bed next to each other. Shaking his head, Max took a deep breath and let it out. I wanted to wait till it was just you and me. Seeing her smile, he selected yes to the notification still waiting and felt a tearing pain through his entire body. It was as if someone had ripped out his heart and then immediately shoved it back in. Tanilla immediately sat up and was about to get out of bed and call for help when Max grabbed her arm and shook his head. I'm fine, he groaned, just hurt terribly. You sure I can go get Batrier? Still shaking his head, he let go of her arm and patted the spot she had just left. Taking a deep breath and letting it out, Tanilla sat on the spot, waiting to hear what he had acquired. Skill description: Negate Death Blow. Negate Death Blow legendary skill. The user will automatically resist all damage done if it would kill them. This ability may not be activated by the user. It will only activate when the system detects a blow that will kill the holder of the skill. If the damage is continuous, it will continue to negate the damage until it stops. Damage prevented may be the last strike when critically injured or a single blow while at full health. There is no limit to the damage prevented. All potential injuries from that single attack will also be negated. Has a cooldown of once every 30 days. Max's eyes could barely believe what he was reading. Well, what does it do? Max saw her eyes mimic his after he finished telling her. Tanilla was still trying to handle the knowledge that Max had received, a skill most could only dream of. Falling off a cliff, getting poisoned, a slice to the neck, or even a strike from a god all seemed like they couldn't kill him. That cooldown is horrible though, Max said. He bit the corner of his lip as he considered how long it would really take to refresh. The other question he had was if his skill could reactivate that one. Not knowing how much power it required to reactivate a skill left him with a lot of questions, some he hoped to have one day. Still, avoiding a single blow is a gift, one you shouldn't tell anyone about. Nodding, Max and gave her a grin. She groaned, knowing he had something else to share. What is it? Base stat check only. So I hit 250 naturally in strength and constitution. What? His elven princess was out of the bed again, her mouth hanging open as she stood there naked as a jaybird with her red hair draped over her chest and back. That's not very ladylike, Max teased as she stood there shaking her hands at him before scratching her head and blinking a few times. Two stats, two stats. Do you have any idea how impossible one stat is, let alone two? Holding a finger up to his lips, Max got on his knees and tried to calm her down. I'd say I do, but you wouldn't believe me. I mean, I never asked for this or expected it, and now I'm probably going to hit the other 3 in at least 10 floors at this rate. Tanilla groaned and shook her hands again at him. Seth, do you have any idea what's stopping herself? She took a few deep breaths and let them out. Glancing down, she saw how she was standing and ignored the smirk on his face, climbing back into bed and making sure to pull up the sheets. Listen, I'm eager to hear what they provide, but you have to understand that you cannot tell others about it either. Till when? Ever. Maybe at floor 50 it won't matter, but right now it would paint a target on you. What you represent and what you can achieve, kings and queens would do everything in their power to control you. If it weren't possible through wealth, land, or riches, they would seek out ways to imprison and hurt those you love. The thought of someone using Tanilla or the others to force his hand instantly lit a roaring fire that Max had never realized he had until he grew close to Tanilla. I understand. I guess we should go to bed then and forget I ever mentioned it. Max quickly jumped under the covers and rolled over, pretending to fall asleep. Unless you want a cold bed, you better roll over and tell me what those grant, Tanilla informed him as she poked his back. Laughing, Max rolled over and winked. 25 floors in record time, Everett said, motioning for everyone to take their cup from the table. Today, we celebrate for a moment just what you 5 have accomplished. The adventurers I see before me today are nothing like the ones who stood in here the first time and pledged themselves to our faction. Everyone picked up their small metal cup and Fowl scowled as he inspected the tiny glass between his stubby fingers. Seems like so little for a moment like this, the dwarf stated. Wait till you try it, Tom replied. Much more, and I doubt you would be of any use in the tower. Here's to the next 25 floors. Everyone lifted their glass and tossed back the drink, as Everett and Tom had done. The sweet flavor of the fruit masked the massive kick it gave about a minute later. Most of them began smiling, and a noticeable air of relaxation took over everyone but Max and Everett. You all go ahead and head downstairs, Everett said as a knock came on the door. Someone is here to see Seth, and Tom still needs to check in all the items you keep bragging about having acquired. Laughing and giggling, the group made their way out the door as Dexik came in. Max smiled and gave her a nod as she strode to where he was standing and held out his hand. I owe you, but I'm not sure you know what you've signed up for, Dexik said without waiting. The truth is, I acted rashly, and this may cost me my life if what Everett says could happen. Max shrugged and motioned to the couch before plopping down himself. I'm not worried. Together, we'll defeat them and earn back a little recompense for what they cost us. Frowning for a moment, Dexik nodded and sat down with a little more composure, watching Everett, who was smiling at the both of them. Forgive me, I had a little to drink, and I can't help but find a little extra joy in this moment. Did you know they beat the 25th floor yesterday? Dexik's face looked stunned as she stared at Max, unable to show any reaction. Already, the 25th floor. Nodding, Max grinned and reclined even more on the couch. Bit of a way since that troll dungeon you took me through. Snorting, the woman nodded and then studied Max, tapping her chin as she looked him up and down. You're not drunk, and you might be attempting to look like you are. I can tell you're ready to pounce at any moment if needed. Did you not drink yours? I did, but alcohol has never affected me like it does others, Max lied. Regardless, you told Everett you wanted to see me. If it's just to try to talk me out of it, you can forget it. Nothing is going to keep me from that fight. You did hear me when I said I might die, and if I might die, that doesn't bode well for you. Has he told you how my duel with Tom went? Max's question caught the veteran tower climber off guard, and she twisted on the couch, leaning toward Everett while pointing a finger at Max. He dueled Tom, all out. Everett nodded, still grinning like a fool. And it was a tie. I even gave Tom some of my jewelry. What? Both of them exclaimed at the same time. I thought he was faster and stronger than he should have been. Max exclaimed. You cheated. Dexik glanced at Everett and then at Max before turning back to the older man. You two cheated and he's still tied. How? Actually, I'll tell you what, Max said as he leaned over toward the golden warrior and smiled. How about you and I duel, all out, no holding back. If you can defeat me, I'll try to pull out of the fight. If not, you'll let it go. She shook her head and stared at Everett, who continued to sit there silently, grinning like an idiot. Are you okay with this? Tell me you still have some brains after taking a drink or two. Rising from his seat, Everett finally gave the first frown Max had seen in a while. I've been nice and fair, and I'm going to tell you right now, Dexik, you will lose. She started to protest, but his hand came up as he shook his head. You can go outside right now and fight. I can't promise you that I can keep everyone from watching, but even if I let you borrow my jewelry, I have no doubt he would win. So listen to the boy who is trying to save your life as he did Fletcher and Cressida. Or ignore what I'm telling you, or find out the hard way you are going to have him for a partner next week. Max could see the rage and fury on the woman's face he had once aspired to be like. Her hand shook slightly at her side, clenched into fists. How can you be this strong? Dexic asked as she turned to face him. Some of us are blessed by the gods. I didn't ask for it, but I've accepted it, Max replied, his voice steady but firm. Know that you are part of my family because you are part of my faction. You may not realize it, but I have killed over 25 elves, all sent to kill me. Don't just think about this as me protecting you. Realize that it is mostly why I'm doing this. Know that it is also because I am going to make every one of them suffer if they think they can push us around and kill us. She saw the glint of commitment in Max's gaze. He wasn't lying, and she knew it. Even though he wouldn't answer her questions, there was no doubt the boy had done everything she had dismissed as rumors. Sighing, she nodded. I will accept your offer then. Just promise me when we defeat those two that I get a chance to exact a little revenge. It wouldn't be fair if you got to do all the killing. Grinning, Max nodded and held out his hand. It's a deal. Max arrived in time to find Elfreda and Tom in shock at everything they continued to pull out of their storage. Long ago, they had moved to the largest room because of the occasional haul they brought in, yet even now every inch of the table and half of the floor in the room was covered with body parts from the Ifrit and a few dozen bags of fire giant testicles. How I mean no, don't tell me, the older elf woman said. I'm not sure we can technically classify some of this yet. It will take time for me to know what all this can do. The scales have some alchemical ability as well as weapon and armor crafting, Max said as he moved toward the group. Those horns likewise can be used for all three, though I think long-term you're more likely to get a far better return for using them for alchemy. These bits of flesh should also be mainly used on the alchemical side, and those fingernails would make a very strong dagger or spear. Elfreda glanced at Max and then at Tom, who shrugged and nodded. He has a habit of doing research and making sure that he knows as much as possible, Tom informed her. Now then, as far as a value for them all, that will take a while. We may end up selling some of the parts to other factions. Max moved to where the two were standing and handed a piece of paper he retrieved from storage. This should help with that. I broke it down based on assumed cost and uses. Obviously, I could be wrong since I'm not certain about the actual prices of things, but I did note that the dwarves might be more interested in certain things while the elves would fancy something different. If I wasn't buzzed, I might not find this so funny, Tom muttered. You've been drinking. Does Everett know? Everyone chuckled at Elfreda's question, and she turned to see that everyone else appeared to be suffering the same effect. What am I missing? Max pointed at the body parts before her and smiled. This is from the 25th floor, boss. As the older woman swooned, Max moved and caught her in his arms. After about a minute of fanning her and giving Elfreda some water, the woman perked up and stared at them all. You can't have beat that, boss, already. That's just not possible. Tom sighed and shrugged as she looked at him. Welcome to our newest crack team, Elfreda. Just remember to not tell anyone until the day you hear a story about them in a tavern. Then you can say you used to take their monster parts. Groaning, the elven woman frowned a second before letting herself smile. I guess the really good news is that I should be getting to see things I haven't in a while. Fowl grabbed a bag full of testicles and held it up. Does that mean we can stop harvesting these? Gods no, Elfreda replied. We make so much money off the potions those create. Moaning, Fowl ignored the laughter that echoed in the room. Max and the others struggled, knowing they had to wait for cooldowns to expire before going back into the tower. The itch of progression had gotten under their skin and they were eager to get back at it. The only way to overcome that problem was by spending time staying busy. What did you find out? My mother is coming, Tanilla replied with a sigh. It appears that there are few who can be convinced to share that truth if they deem it worth the risk, especially when one specifically asks if they are aware of it. Looking up from the weapon he was working on, Max saw her frown. Is it really going to be that bad? She's going to sit in the box with the queens, her power radiating out from around her. Every elf will be enthralled already by her mere presence, but to see her in that state is considered a rare experience for many. Biting her lip for a moment, Tanilla suddenly held a simple harvesting knife in her hand and offered it to Max. What would you do for this, as in? Would you beat someone up or mug an individual in order to acquire this weapon? Scoffing, Max shook his head. You know I wouldn't. Pulling her staff that she used every day in the tower, Tanilla tapped it with a finger. What about now? I see what you're saying and doing, but you know none of that means anything to me. I'm sure for some it would. Motioning to the stuff he was working on, Tanilla grinned. How many would do what I ask for an item you make? Too many. And what if I asked you to mug someone or beat them up for me? Max wanted to groan, but didn't. Her tone was sweet, but the way Tanilla had spoken left no doubt to the trap she had set. So if your mother asked every elf to attack the other races, you're saying they would. Shaking her head, Tanilla frowned. Some would. From that far away, some would still be enticed to obey the command of the queen. If they were closer to her, within the aura she puts off, they would almost certainly. Now if it was my father, he could issue a command, and most elves wouldn't hesitate even if they wanted to. Say a couple like you and I, one not typically accepted, was present. My father could command them to kill their spouse, and they would. Most wouldn't hesitate at all. Swallowing the lump in his throat as he considered what she said, Max tried to weigh how much worse this situation could be. What about you or your siblings? Would your mother's command work on you? Tanilla shook her head. My father could make us, though it would be very painful and I could resist for a while. My mother isn't my father. His power is much greater than hers. He is like a dragon that is old and strong. One might think he is weak because of his age, but the truth is, the older he gets, the stronger he becomes. A person might get closer and closer, thinking they can safely grab a coin and get away from the dragon's treasure. The dragon might even allow it for sport and for fun. Word would spread about the aging dragon and how it is no longer strong enough to defend its hoard. People would flock to come for easy pickings. Then when the time was right, the dragon would devour them all, bringing vengeance far beyond what many might seem fair, simply because it could and wants to. My father is the same way. That has happened, I take it. Tanilla nodded once. It was a horrible thing, and most don't remember it because he made certain word didn't spread. He allowed a few who thought they were strong enough to get too close. They were dead before they knew he had devoured them. Max frowned as he considered the word Tanilla had used multiple times. You keep saying devour, does your father eat them? An expression he had never seen before appeared before him. Tanilla's body trembled slightly as she squeezed her eyes shut. A hand moved to cover her face, and Max was certain she was starting to sweat. Without waiting for permission, he moved close and drew her to him. Holding her in his arms, he ran his hand along her hair, gently kissing her head as she continued to tremble. I can't tell you even though I want to. Her voice seemed pained, and each time she spoke, her body spasmed. Don't worry. I understand, Max said, having a good idea of what had been done to her. No matter what, I'm here and soon you won't have to worry about him hurting you ever again. Tell me you can shed some light on what she said. I need to know more if I'm going to protect her. Drifting off to sleep, Max held Tanilla close, having reached out as many times as possible before exhaustion set in, desiring to receive some knowledge from his skill. Did you learn the danger of feelings? The voice made Max open his eyes and found himself in his image sitting on a cliff overlooking planets and stars. What feelings? A chuckle came and his clone moved its hand apart and the view below came closer, showing 9 planets that seemed to circle around a massive sun. You were angry, upset, and wanted vengeance. Your love for her and your friends creates problems. I am more than happy to help with those problems, but I do not need you yo-yoing on me. If we are to work together, I need to be able to trust that you won't yank back on the chain when you let me loose. The sight below him was hard to take his eyes off of, seeing a blue and red planet, another with what looked like 7 moons, and yet the truth of what his skill was saying pierced Max's heart. I am still angry. I've done nothing to. You killed one of theirs. That is all a person or group needs to seek vengeance. What if someone killed Tanilla, even in a fair fight? Would you give up the anger you felt toward that person, or would you seek to exact revenge? Slowly he nodded, knowing the skill was right. So now what? I wait for the next attack. His clone's hands moved and the planets and sun before him swept to the side, another one replacing it, and then another. Soon dozens had quickly passed by until one came that was barely there. The sun was so low, and the planets that remained were covered in what had to be ice. Some huge broken pieces floated in the darkness of the space beneath him, worlds that had obviously been destroyed. Someone stronger will always come. Your mind is set on the things of your single world. Countless lives of beings are always in danger. The only way one can protect them is to be stronger, and to leave no doubt to those who would attempt to cause problems that doing so would be repaid 100-fold. Below us is an example of just that. Max felt his breath catch in his throat. Gods wage war like this. Laughter came from everywhere, and his clone shook its head. This wasn't a war. Below us was a single strike. Trust me, I have seen wars and nothing would be left at all. This was a message left to the god or gods that claim these planets. Feelings can crush you completely, but instead they broke you to the point you wish I had ended the lives of those elves. A hand, his clone's hand, was on Max's shoulder. You will need to eventually break those who threaten you to prove a point to everyone else. That will be the only way to protect the ones you care about. What about that skill, the one Tanilla says her father has? Dark eyes from his clone bored into his head, and there was no expression on the face before him. I cannot be certain, as there are many variations, but it is obviously a red skill. Possibly mine, possibly not. Some require you to eat the body of those you kill. Others drink their blood while alive or sometimes when dead. Even worse are the ones that steal part of your soul. I can protect against many things, even more as I grow stronger. Yet if you are foolish and fight someone or something too strong, I cannot fully help. Similar to what your queens used on you. The memory came to his mind, and Max remembered how he felt in that moment, crushed almost beneath a willpower that was impossible to resist. So my only option is to continue to get stronger. You will find that for as long as your soul remains you, that path will never stop. Max sat there quietly, staring at the worlds that had to be lifeless or almost dead beneath him. A snort came from his clone and then a laughter that wasn't like the usual one that overwhelmed him. Instead, it was as if he was sitting across from Fowl at the table. Max Host, you are a being different from any I have ever met. Most would use me, seek to control me, attempt to harness my power for their own gain, and yet even now you see me as more than just a tool. For that. Sitting there quietly, Max waited for what would come next. A minute passed, and his clone finally faced him. Rooting, Tanilla called out as she locked down the third ogre in the group. Max's weapon cleaved the one he had reached in half, frustrated at having to chase it when it raced off towards another group. Fowl was pissed as his aura didn't seem to keep the ogre's attention. Each one only bothered to attack the pair of them when they blocked the path to the three women. Minds down, assisting. Max saw Cordelia had taken out her target and was now assisting the one Fowl had intercepted, the pair of them dancing side to side as the 10-foot monster attempted to get past the dwarf. What in the world is going on? These things are far smarter than before. The first pack had surprised them by splitting up and racing to the sides, not charging head-on like every other ogre had. Their brown skin was hardened, resistant to arrows unless it was an empowered shot, and took longer for Cordelia to take hers out. Tanilla still could one-shot one if she got the drop on them, but these ogres were fast and smart, using their weapons to block the attacks as if they somehow knew they were coming. Two down, Tanilla shouted. Max reached the third one that was rooted, and even though it attempted to block his strikes, the poor creature never had a chance. His new strength reminded him of how it felt when the taller creatures struck his weapon. Parrying and blocking drove them backward, and when that wasn't possible, the weapon just slowed his strike some, still cutting into their flesh. With the runners down and the last one falling to Fowl and Cordelia, everyone took a deep breath and let it out. What in the gods is with these things? Fowl asked again. I mean, it's like they don't like me at all. Max nodded as he tossed one of the ogre's swords into his inventory. These things aren't as big, but they're fast, Max replied. What is weird is how none of them talk, make a sound, in those eyes. The way they stare at you is almost creepy. We have a lot of ogres to fight, Tanilla said as she motioned around the grassy plains that were a few miles wide and hedged in by massive cliffs. I can see at least 15 packs from here. I was going to offer to let you try to bring a group, but I'm not sure that would work. Snorting, Max nodded. I thought the same thing, but with how they run, don't focus on me or Fowl, I'd be afraid things would get out of hand. Should we let Fowl taunt and see if that at least works? Please, Batrier answered. I'd rather know beforehand instead of during a fight and finding out it failed. Incoming, Max cursed to himself after shouting to everyone that another group of 5 ogres was headed toward them. He and Fowl were already doing their best to stay on opposite sides of their more fragile party members. Tanilla had managed to get the 3 of them up into the air, but then some ogres started tossing weapons at them, requiring the trio to stay on the ground. Ice Storm. Tanilla's spell went off, blanketing an area and taking out 3 ogres rather quickly, but the others that had been heading toward it immediately turned and came at them in a different direction. Swapping his halberd for his bow, Max sent an empower shot, taking out one ogre that got close to their flanks, immediately getting back to his halberd and racing toward the approaching pair. Taunting in 7, a fireball began to appear above Tanilla, and Max kept his attention on the 2 he was dealing with. Their yellow eyes glared at him as they charged, this duo both using 2 swords each. As Max engaged the pair, another set of 2 hurled their weapons at Batrier from the same area he had just killed, one with his bow. Without turning around, he summoned a wall of stone, blocking both axes as they collided with it, keeping Batrier safe. Power strike. One attack cut through both of his victims, freeing Max up to race toward the 2 that separated from each other, sprinting for the women. Okay, surely we all know something is wrong, Fowl said as he sat on a chair he pulled from his storage. We just killed 80 of those things non-stop, and honestly I'm uncertain what it was, but none of those ogres seemed interested in me except the one time I taunted. Maybe I need a bow if I'm going to be more helpful. Cordelia chuckled and shook her head. That would be worth paying to see, but I'm not sure we can afford to waste arrows on you. Their warrior gave her the middle finger. Max ignored the needed banter, slowly scanning the area that surrounded them. You're concerned about something. What is it? Max nodded and finished his attempts to see where more might come from before facing Tanilla. It's like we're fighting people and not monsters. You can tell that, right? Frowning, she bobbed her head. There are monsters in the tower that are smart and fight like a normal person would. Why not send in a rogue to take out a healer or mage while the party is engaged with the tanks? Splitting up, attacking from all sides, throwing their weapons, it's all stuff that comes from advanced tactics and thinking about what you're facing. As we've mentioned, they aren't talking at all. No shouts, no yells, no nothing. Can they have some form of internal communication? Batrier asked. I mean, we both know it's something some monsters have. Pack mentality in mind. Not this early, usually in the tower, but then again, who are we to say that anything comes too early now? That wouldn't be good, Cordelia said. If we're facing a pack mind this early, I'm really not wanting to know what else is going to be coming on the next floors. Max felt Cordelia coming to where he was standing and peering off in the direction he was. You're thinking of something, so tell us what the solution is. Grinning, Max pointed at the stone cliffs. We need to remove some of our weak points, and that means we fight near the cliffs. If we are there, they cannot surround us on all sides. We can focus on 180 degrees of possible attack points. Everyone knew he was right and began putting up the items they had brought out while resting. I guess the only bad part is we gotta fight to get there, Fowl said. Max nodded and shrugged. Wouldn't be a tower floor I'd want to be on without a little bit of fighting. Over 100 corpses lay on the ground near the base of the cliffs. Max realized the trek there would be more dangerous than just picking everyone up and running for it. Countless packs had chased while others ran off, gathering more ogres. I'm ready to go home, Fowl muttered as he rinsed off the blood that had gotten in his beard. This stuff isn't fun now, but it was easier to defend, Batria replied. With you two keeping the front and back secure, these lovely elves took care of the rest. Tanilla grinned and accepted the water skin Max handed her. The ogres pulled back, it appeared, waiting to see if I was going to run out of mana. I'm not sure I can recall hearing about tower monsters that do that, their mage said. If it wasn't for the fact you never seem to run out and my regeneration is so high, they might have beat a normal party. While everyone chatted about some ideas, Max moved closer to the rising cliffs, touching the stone with his fingers. What are you thinking? Planning on climbing it. Shaking his head, Max retrieved a pickaxe he had put in his storage ages ago and set his feet. Swinging the tool, Max was surprised when the tip punctured into the rock almost to the haft. Wrenching it free, chunks of stone fell to the dirt at his feet. Are you looking for ore? Fowl asked, cocking an eyebrow as he backed up a few feet. No, in case we need to spend the night, I want to see how easily it might be to build a cave for us to camp in. Chuckling, the dwarf nodded and moved a little bit to the side of Max, pulled out a pickaxe he also had stored, and the two of them got to work. That's not bad for 30 minutes of work, Batrier said. 10 feet of rock had been moved as the two of them had hewed the stone from the cliff with almost ease. Between both of their strengths, each of them made what would have taken most normal men at least a day if not two. Well, now we know that an hour or so of work will give us something deep enough to hide in if need be. That said, I'm ready to get back to clearing the dungeon if you all are. 10 miles of constant fight ensued, and finally the group saw the portal about half a mile away. Almost done with this mess, Fowl muttered as the last ogre died to Cordelia's arrows. How many more packs do you think will fight? Max stretched as he stared at the open field before them and knew their ranger had joined him. We could run past them if you don't want to fight, she said. Honestly, we've made good experience, and the red gems have been plentiful. Max nodded and agreed that fighting wasn't as important as getting to the next floor. Okay, you all, Cordelia suggested we just run for the portal. Any complaints? Did she say we run or you carry us and run? Batrier asked. I'll be fine on my own, but Seth really needs to carry you and the other two. These are fast, but not faster than both of us. Fowl sighed but moved without another complaint to where Tanilla and Batrier were, holding his arms out as always. Nothing like getting carried around everywhere we go, their dwarven warrior stated. A hive mind isn't that common, Tom said as the group ate dinner at the usual table in the faction dining area. Maybe in the 40s you'll see a few floors or just smarter foes. Some creatures will still at least use communication techniques, but not talking at all isn't something I have heard one of our members facing. Well, the good news is we could have dug into the side of the cliffs if spending the night had been required. I'm just glad I grabbed everything on your list. Tom smiled at Max's statement. You'd be surprised how often tools like a shovel, a pickaxe, and a lot of rope can be used. I actually took a group the other day to the first floor and practiced scaling walls with rope, stone walls, and pylons. It was slow but doable. I think that's a great technique for our new and old members to learn. People used to scale with just rope and pylons, but this way is much faster. Well, tomorrow we'll see what the next tower floor holds, Cordelia said as she pushed a list toward their trainer. We got a lot of stuff to turn in again, but we stopped harvesting after the first 100. It seemed like a waste, but I was pretty positive you didn't want 1,000 ogre testicles. Laughing, Tom shook his head as he held up his hands. No, please don't. I'm pretty sure we are single-handedly destroying that market on the alchemy side. Groaning, Max stood as he picked up his empty plate and cup and took Tanilla's, who was finished as well. If that's all you need, I'm actually going to turn in early tonight. An eyebrow raised and Tom bobbed his head. Everything okay? Yeah, just tired. Been burning the candle at both ends lately, and with only 3 floors till the tower boss, I want to make sure I'm ready for all of them. Oh, that smell, Fowl said as he moved next to Max. A swamp without a sky. What kind of evil is the tower doing? Max nodded, already having felt his nose suffer the assault of stagnant water, decaying flesh, and other rot. The tower floor was about 1/4 of a mile wide and enclosed in a cave with mold and fungus that glowed green along the stone. Each tree had the same color of fungus and some moss that cast a reflection off the brown, murky water. What kind of creatures are we facing? Tanilla asked as she tried to peer through the wall of trees that had only about 15 feet between each one. I have no idea, and if you can't tell, then I'm guessing Cordelia can't either. The worst is that Water will be walking through. Not the monsters, their ranger asked. Snorting, Max shook his head. I hate having wet feet for this long. The water rose to almost foul in Max's knees, causing each step to make noise as they listened to the sound of insects buzzing around in the tower floor. Each tree was gnarled and had branches only about 15 feet above the water, and their roots made tripping hazards underneath the murky covering. A roar and then another came from up ahead, and everyone formed up with Max and Fowl slightly off to the sides and in the front while the other three stayed behind them. Trolls. Cordelia shouted when she saw the first 12-foot-tall creature run into view. Its skin was black, and the green light from the moss and fungus shimmered from either the sweat, water, or slime that covered its hide. Two more, Max called out as he immediately cast a flame enchant on his axe, right after he prepared a fireball, sensing Tanilla do the same while Cordelia held her shot. Water sprayed like a geyser as the three trolls moved swiftly through the muck, their speed faster than everyone but Max's and Cordelia. As the trolls came running, their large clubs with spikes dripped with some black goop, being flung everywhere from their pace. The first troll raced to the right, forcing Max to send his fireball and move to intercept. It howled as the ball of fire ignited its skin, diving into the water, rolling and coming up a moment later. Cordelia's fire arrow struck the troll as it rose from the water, causing it to roll again. It came up once more from the wet relief with the arrow now pulled free. They're smart, Fowl shouted as he moved to intercept the one coming at the left flank. Tanilla's fireball raced past the middle opening at the third troll, billowing over its skin and causing the creature to stumble before falling into the water and repeating its ally moves. Give me a moment. Max's speed didn't catch the troll off guard, and even as it moved to stand up, its club came to block his attack. The axe blade forced the weapon in the troll's hand into the water, and he immediately drove the tip into the creature's throat. The fire enchantment burnt, and the opening he had made failed to heal as the troll tried to fling itself backward, moving away from Max. Following up his thrust, Max swung again and again, hacking off the left arm at the elbow, taking off the leg at the knee. When the creature was missing both arms, he spun and turned back toward the others, knowing the fight wasn't going the way they hoped. Tanilla had used her ice prison. Stopping the troll, Fowl had moved to engage and was sending another fireball at the weakened troll. The creature would douse the flames each time she or Cordelia ignited it. By the time Max got to it and finished it off, the troll could barely move, having had so much muscle and flesh destroyed by their mage's fire. A cold sensation filled him and Max smiled as he ran towards the imprisoned troll. Consume has consumed a higher rank skill. Regeneration Rare has been upgraded to Regeneration Epic. Grinning, Max cut down the imprisoned one before finishing off the one he had left immobilized. These are just acting just like the ogres, Tanilla said as Max used the syringe Alfreda had given them for moments like this. They don't rush in like fools. Once done with collecting some troll's blood, Max put away the equipment inside. So we're facing a creature smart enough to roll around in the water to remove the flames. Even worse, like the ogres, they are willing to surround us, which means we have to fight near the walls again. Beyond letting myself get hit, I guess the only real thing I have going for me is the fire reflect damage of my shield, Fowl said. So with my thorn aura in the shield, it should at least help stop some of their healing even though it doesn't set them on fire. What about if we all focus on one troll with your spells and my arrow? Wouldn't that at least help us to finish one off before it can hopefully put out the flames? Now that I have my fire familiar, we should be able to do that, Tanilla replied. The question is what happens if more than 3 come. Keep ice prisoning them, root them. I doubt they will just stand there and stay rooted. We'll figure it out as it comes, Max said. Ice and root are easy ways to buy some time. The problem is going to be how many come at once. Groaning, Fowl pointed at Max as he looked at their healer. It was him this time, their dwarf warrior said as Batra groaned. 5 more casting Earth Prison. Max raced back and forth from every troll he could get to without leaving the group alone. Tanilla's fireball was almost one-shotting the creatures, and they appeared to know that. Now they stacked up, with one in front and using it as a shield. 13 trolls were dead, 8 more could not do much because they were missing arms and legs, 4 were frozen or rooted, and 6 were still actively attacking. I'll get their attention if they get close. Fowl had managed not to use his taunt yet, but the need was about to be there. Casting another fireball at the pack of 3 coming toward their party, Max cut off a leg and arm from the one he was fighting now, leaving it with the other 4 near it. Tanilla summoned an air wall as one troll threw a club it had picked up from its fallen ally. It bounced off, the force almost shattering the wall. Her fireball spell began to grow above her as Max closed in on the pack of 3, cursing as they split up, sending one to intercept him while the other 2 continued toward the 3 women. Not willing to waste time, Max used his skill to save time. Power Strike. His blade cut through the troll, slicing its weapon in half as it tried to block the attack. Max then cut both legs off as he finished the swing. Tanilla's fireball washed over the front one, causing it to stumble. Now only 20 yards away, the troll behind it grabbed its ally and tossed it at the group of three. Max's air shield appeared as the flaming troll approached within 5 yards of the three, hanging in midair before sliding down into the water. Cordelia's empowered shot, combined with her fire enchant, pierced the troll's skull, killing the injured beast. Fowl was facing three more trying to come around him. Taunting, the three immediately turned and began attempting to brain the dwarf, who blocked and parried their attacks. His shield and thorn aura filled the pungent air with the scent of burnt troll flesh. Roots came up, ensnaring the troll that had tossed its ally. Before it could break the roots that had its feet contained, Max reached the troll, his axe carving the flesh and limbs from the monster, ending its ability to fight back or move. Tanilla sent a fireball into the three attacking fowl, and Cordelia rained down fire arrows, helping to end the threat there before their dwarven warriors' taunt wore off. Okay, something is seriously wrong with how much smarter they keep getting, Tanilla said as she sat on her chair, trying to regain mana as fast as possible. Tossing weapons is one thing, but throwing another troll at us. Don't forget how they stacked up, their ranger said as she refilled her quiver. What are we going to do if more than 20 come at the same time? We barely managed to handle the numbers we faced. Max could feel the gaze of everyone in the party upon him, waiting for an answer. We have no idea how far this dungeon goes, and without that knowledge, or if there is a boss or something worse in here, running without that knowledge just means we could be stuck somewhere facing countless trolls. So for now, all we can do is go slow and try to stay safe. Fowl grunted and packed up his chair. I'll do whatever you think is best. I appreciate you taking the lead on this. Only the gods and you know how much I hate that job. Do we need to try and camp out? Tanilla asked. Max sighed and shrugged. It's been what, 20 miles? Their ranger nodded as she drank from her water skin. A little more, actually. I'm surprised we've made it this far. We're like 14 hours into this and I can tell you're frustrated. Do you want to mine a hole and we just camp out there? Smiling, he gave Tanilla a gentle squeeze and nodded. I guess Fowl and I can get to work and see about making a place for us to stay. Max's eyes were heavy, but after about 90 minutes of work, he and Fowl had dug out a simple tunnel 4 feet wide, 6 feet tall, and over 16 feet deep. Everyone was resting at the back as Max kept watch. Rocks piled up slightly before the entrance of the cave. I'm not certain if you can hear me or if you're listening, but I need to sleep. If you can keep watch, I'd appreciate it. Words never came, but a sense of something inside him felt like an acknowledgement of his request. Seth, I'm here, he replied, already waking up when he sensed Tanilla getting closer. Nothing has come by that I can tell. He felt her nod and breathed a little softer when she came and leaned against him. Did you sleep at all? I did. How long has it been? Pulling out the watch he carried from his hip pouch, Max checked and saw that it had been about 5 hours. 5 hours. I'll need to contact Everett and Tom when we get up. We're up, Fowl called out from behind Tanilla. You two aren't as quiet as you think. A few other grunts came, and Max smiled, thinking most of them were awake because of how they had shifted and their heart rates had changed a moment before. Fine, let me step outside and tell Everett we're okay. 7 more miles of swamp was what remained of the tower floor. The further they got, the thicker the trolls seemed to be. The fights continued to get harder as more attacked at once. When the trees finally vanished and a clearing appeared, over 50 trolls stood spread out in rows, each staring at them with yellow eyes. How are we going to defeat that? Fowl asked. None of the trolls moved. Each stood there with their weapon ready, seemingly not concerned with chasing after them yet. We can run through them, Max said. I can carry you all and summon a stone wall to use as a jumping point. Batra spat in the water, but she nodded. I don't like it, but this feels like another one of those fights we can't win, she said. I'll hold my shield out in case you need a battering ram. Max chuckled and couldn't help but grin as each person moved close, preparing themselves to be jostled and slung over his shoulders. Tanilla cast a fire nova when I say now. Tell me when you have 3 seconds left. With everyone on his back, he gave her the signal and she began casting. 3 seconds. Max surged forward, water spraying from the speed at which he approached the pack of trolls. They roared and came as a single group, still unprepared for how fast Max covered the distance. His stone wall shot up from the water, angled as he wanted it, and with a single bound was on it, and flying over the heads of the trolls who started tossing clubs at them. An air wall stopped a pair that were tossed at the right angle, sending them down and away as he landed in the water behind the group, 10 yards to go for the portal. Tanilla's fire nova went off, sending one wave and then a second wave of flames before they touched the portal. Stumbling as their feet touched the worked stone of the portal pad, Max caught himself and the others this time, his sonar and body now ready for the transition. Some chuckles could be heard from the guards nearby, and Max saw the pair smiling when his eyes started working again. After letting his party down, Max gave a slight bow and received a few claps from one of the guards. Did I miss something? Fowl asked, glancing between the guards and his friend. They enjoyed the show I put on, coming out of the tower with 3 people on my back and a dwarf in my arms. Fowl then turned and gave a bow, smiling as both guards gave a few more claps. Gods, we don't need his head getting any bigger, Batrier said. If he does, that magical helmet will never fit. Everett was with Tom and Elfreda as they turned in all the materials from the last 2 dungeon floors. I appreciate the message. I won't lie, a part of me gets nervous when you all don't return at your usual time. Shrugging, Max watched as the older elf woman never lost her smile, writing down everything they had kept. This one was a lot harder. The trolls were smart enough to put out the magical fire. I mean, I was surprised that the water did that, but then again, it's a magical tower, so why can't water do that? And they tried to block your exit. That is disturbing. I don't want to say I'm excited to hear what the next floor holds, but a part of me is. The notes you keep providing are invaluable. Knowing those trolls don't have more than a 250 strength gives me the ability to prepare and help outfit the adventurers coming up after you all. The faction leader pulled out a wooden clipboard and gave it a few taps with his knuckles. So far, we haven't lost any of the 5 new groups that have joined our faction. 5. Everett smiled at Max's surprised look, and the man nodded. He coughed and hid the amusement behind his fist, having it gone by the time his hand was lowered. Word has spread about our successes lately in the tower. There is nothing specific about you, just that we have been able to grant more skill upgrades, and that our crafters have been consistently creating quality equipment. I now have at least 2 potential groups coming each week, wanting to discuss joining, and most are content with the standard tax the faction charges. Speaking of taxes, how much money do we technically have coming to us now after that agreement Tanilla and you made? Pretending to be sad, Everett wiped away a fake tear. You're bleeding me dry is the honest answer. Right now you basically can spend about 10,000 gold without me needing to talk to the council. Even then, most of them are quite happy with the reports they get and the share of the income they continue to receive. Max bobbed his head as he watched Fowl start unloading the 15 bags of troll heads they had collected. Elfreda looked like she might go weak again as she gasped. I think Fowl does that intentionally, their faction leader said as he frowned. Just when that poor woman thinks you've given all there is, he pulls more stuff out. You're 100% right. Something about that little guy and getting to fluster elves. I know he doesn't hate them, but Fowl sure does enjoy giving them a hard time. Oh my god, ants! Max ignored Cordelia's weird cry, her already high-pitched voice somehow hitting another octave. The tower floor was underground in a maze of tunnels, and charging them were 7 ants, 2 larger ones with giant pincers and a noticeably thicker body, and 4 smaller ones that moved faster and moved to flank edges of the party. The narrow tunnel provided a little help in keeping the ants from being able to flank both sides, as stone walls and ice walls stacked on top of each other, creating a choke point in the middle. Fowl's hammer struck one of the larger ants, cracking the exoskeleton where the attack hit. The hammer side of Max's weapon tore through the ant, driving its head into the ground and smashing it like a melon, sending a spray of brains and gore in an arc. Tanilla's fireball went off, hitting the 2 on the left, while Cordelia's arrows punctured the smaller ant's protective carapace. Unlike the last few tower floors, the first 6 creatures died quickly to their attacks, not requiring them to work as hard as the last 2 days. An icy chill entered Max as he ended the life of the last smaller ant. 8 dexterity consumed. That wasn't Fowl shut his mouth on his own, turning to see Batrier moving toward him with her staff held high. As smelly as I thought it would be. Their healer let out a huff and scowled at him for a moment. I know ants have a hive mind, which means they should attack in a better pattern, Tanilla said. This group didn't. It's almost as if they were simply reacting to us being here. Their ranger shuddered, and Max gave her a confused look. Sorry, I hate ants, it's a long story, but they give me the— She paused, shuddering again, and then shrugged. Ants always make me act like this. You're fine. It's good to know though. Up ahead, I see a few tunnels are going in different directions. Does anyone have an idea of how we want to deal with this? One of them has to lead to the portal, and it's just guessing the right one. I think we're at least headed in the right direction now, Max said as he flicked the gore off of his weapon. This tunnel has been headed downward instead of to the side for a while. Fowl ripped off one of the pincers before grabbing another, tearing it off and storing them. These are strong, but their bite can't do anything to my armor or shield either. Those fast ones are too weak to stand up against Tanilla and Cordelia, Fowl added. So why would these be the next monsters after the first 2 floors were so hard? The silence was their warrior's reply as everyone glanced at the 9 dead ants. They had hit hard and fast, 7 of the quick ones racing forward while the larger 2 came from a side tunnel, but as Fowl had pointed out, they weren't a match at all for the party. Do you think we're being lulled into a sense of safety? I doubt that, Batrier, Talina replied. While ants are incredibly strong in groups, I doubt they would be that smart. Everyone could sense the concern each party member had at how things seemed to be going. Easy fights were always nice, but after the last 2 floors and how hard everything seemed, this one didn't match up with their expectations. All we can do is to continue as we have been, Max said. We'll keep going slow and making sure nothing surprises us. 6 hours and counting. Fowl muttered as he ripped a pair of pincers free and stored them. They keep just rushing at us, which makes killing them easy, yet now I'm concerned like you four. Cordelia tossed a few ant parts she had harvested toward their dwarven warrior and noticed the way Tanilla was biting her lip as she stared down the underground tunnel. Can I ask what's wrong? Their mage turned and frowned, ignoring how everyone was now staring at her. Inside me is an itch of some kind. It's gotten stronger the last few hours, but I don't know how to really explain it other than I don't like it, she replied. I can't recall ever having something like this before, and yet it feels vastly wrong and dark. Like we need to leave the tower floor? Max asked. She shook her head. There would be no point to that now. We've come this far, and whatever is bothering me will soon be found. I know we'll be fine since we're not rushing ahead like fools, but Tanilla paused and winced as a faint screech of some kind came from further down the dark tunnels. Yeah, that's not nice. That sound wasn't that far away, Batrier said as she recast her buff. I guess we will soon find out what it was. Everyone stopped harvesting and got ready for a fight, looking down the tunnels that glowed with the yellow light from the fungus. 7 more packs of ants had died, and the light that was getting brighter came from a massive opening at the end of the tunnel they were in. Inside was the clattering of noise and screeching of something that appeared to be in pain. Let me scout, Max whispered as he stealthed and moved toward the opening, where he could see some ants moving around in circles. Sneaking ahead, he came to the entrance and fought back against the desire to let out a whistle. Inside were at least 70 ants all moving around in a circle. Almost as one, they continued to move at a steady pace, heading in the same direction. At the center was a giant black ant that was over 30 feet tall. A huge lower half pulsed and shivered as the queen ant leaned upward, both antennae going wild in the air. Large wings fluttered and made an occasional noise, but never did the queen actually lift off the ground. It almost looks like it's in pain. Another screech came from the maw of the queen, her red eyes sparkling for a moment before going dim again. When she screeched, the circle of ants paused for a moment before starting their progression once more. Dozens of other tunnels led off in other directions, and yet no more ants seemed to be coming or going inside the 100-yard cavern area. Moving back to where the others were waiting, Max tried to figure out what was going on. Anything you can tell me. With no reply coming, Max sighed. So that's not normal at all, Tanilla said. Those are called death circles, as the ants will literally walk like that until they die unless something forces them to stop. No one knows why they do that, but if the queen isn't telling them to do something else, perhaps that is a clue. What kind of clue? Fowl asked. Tapping her forehead, their mage then pointed down to where the cavern was. The queen is a hive mind. If something is affecting her, it might be affecting the ants closest to her like that. Whatever it is could be the problem. You don't think it's the fungus we collected a few samples of? Cordelia asked as she rubbed her gloves against her pants. I mean, we touched it. Will that bother us? I doubt that is causing this, Tanilla replied. If that was the case, all the ants in the tunnel would be acting the same way. No, whatever is taking place, it's magical of some kind. So can we attack the queen and the ants? Their mage shrugged at Max. I'd probably try to fight the queen last because I'm guessing whatever is affecting her will cause the ones walking as you described to react. That would then mean fighting both her and them. If what you have described is correct, we might be able to kill all the ants surrounding the queen first. Well, without a portal, it doesn't look like we have a choice, Fowl muttered. So fight 70+ ants and hope that we don't get overrun before fighting a 30-foot-tall queen. Sounds like a typical day in our lives. Laughter came from everyone as their dwarven warrior motioned to the opening and started to move ahead slowly. After Max moved up to where the circle was via stealth and killed the closest one, he leaped back, weapon ready for a response. None came as the circle of ants continued to move as if nothing had happened. When one reached the body Max had liberated a head from, it simply walked over it. Turning toward the group, he gave a thumbs up and then got to work, whittling down the number of ants, killing one each time it came near him. Half of the circle of ants were dead, requiring Max to kill and then drag the pile of corpses away as a pile had formed. Every 10 minutes, another screech came from the queen, pausing the death march before it continued. When the last ant that surrounded the queen was dead, the group gathered about 20 yards from the boss. What's the odds of us being able to cut off that queen's head? Max snorted at Fowl's question and shrugged. Depends on if she fights back. Her jaws look like they could snap you and your plate armor in half, and I doubt that's the only attack a queen has. If I can fight without having to worry about it fighting back, I'll probably manage it without a problem. Tanilla nodded and pointed at the queen's neck area. I'll send a shard of ice. If the queen doesn't react, then you should be safe to teleport up there and then do your part. And if the queen ends up fighting back, Cordelia asked as she knocked an arrow on the bowstring. We fight, Max replied as he motioned to Tanilla to start casting. Max drew closer as he left Fowl with the other three, getting into range so that once Tanilla's spell connected, he could react either way. A giant shard of ice flew through the air and struck the joint where the head and neck section of the queen's body connected. The sound of the impact echoed through the cavern, yet the queen ant didn't react at all beyond the force of the spell. Without waiting a second longer, Max moved to end this fight. Demonic teleportation. Magical strike. Power strike. His halberd swung at the spot Tanilla's spell had hit the moment his feet touched the outer shell of the queen's body. The bladed portion of his weapon tore through the joint, cutting a third of the way into the queen's neck area. It shuddered, letting out a screech. Max never hesitated after the first strike hit, swinging again and again, hacking off bits of the protective carapace as body fluid and squirted out from the open wound. The head rolled to the side where the area he had been hacking had been weakened, resting against the section and preventing that spot from being accessible again. Moving across the top of the queen's body, Max began working on the opposite side, raining down attacks. Finally, the swing came that broke the last piece supporting the massive head, and a loud crack came as the carapace couldn't hold the weight anymore. A slurping sound filled the air as the head fell forward, yanking out a large section of flesh and ligaments as it fell, dangling from the massive hole. A single last screech came that was worse than all the others, as the light of the boss's red eyes faded into darkness. Cold power flooded Max as he stood on top of the fallen queen, and he struggled to stay standing. Bonus stats: consumed 10 strength, consumed 10 constitution, consumed 10 intelligence, consumed 10 wisdom consumed. Consume has consumed an ability. Ability does not match entity type. Power stored for future use. Grinning, Max ignored the sensation as he swung his weapon with as much power and speed as possible at the strands of ligaments supporting the queen's head. Time was running out, and he hoped his gamble would pay off. Fowl cheered as Max had hefted the queen's head above his head for a second before it vanished into storage. That worked. It actually worked. Max smiled at Fowl, who was grinning just as much as he was. It did. The new storage item Tom got me holds a lot more, and with you carrying everything new we pick up, I had enough room to grab it, Max exclaimed. The only problem is having to drop a 10-foot round head into the room when we get back. Some applause came from Tanilla and Cordelia as the pair moved closer. Batra was shaking her head in disbelief. Seems you managed to pull that off just in time, their healer said as she pointed at the boss's body that was starting to disappear. That poor elf Alfreda is going to pass out when you two plop that down in front of her. Max and Fowl both acquired a mischievous grin at their healer's words, and all three women groaned. Forget that for now, Fowl said as he motioned to the chest that appeared. It's time to get some loot and then prepare for tomorrow. As one, they moved toward the large boss chest that was made from a black metal. Max stopped after a few steps and held up his hand. There's no drawing on the box. A mimic, Fowl asked, weapon and shield appearing as he spoke. He could sense that it was a real chest, so Max shook his head. No, it's just that I can't remember a chest never having some kind of image on it. This one is just a solid black metal chest. That means a warrior should open it, Batrier said as she and the other two women backed up, just in case something goes wrong. Max nodded and pulled out his shield, moving slowly towards the chest. When he got close, he tapped it a few times with the tip of his halberd, hearing the sound of metal on metal. When nothing happened, he lifted the lid, using the tip again to pry it open. Peering inside, he sighed. This sucks, it's just a few crystals for the faction, nothing else. Everyone moved quickly and came to stand where Max was, finding he wasn't pulling their leg. Inside were nothing but 3 crystals. That's really weird, Cordelia stated. I can't ever remember hearing of just crystals after a boss like this. Tanilla waited for Max to stand back up as she watched him inspect the outside of the chest with his fingers. He was running them over the smooth and blank surface that always had a relief or some kind of etching on it. What are you thinking? Shrugging, Max removed the crystals from the chest and frowned. I'm not sure, but at least we won and know the next floor is the boss, Max replied. For now we can go home, eat, shower, and talk with Tom about what we faced. Max pointed at the portal he sensed had appeared behind them as the chest faded before them. In a bathroom, Fowl called out as he turned and began moving toward the exit. Tom, Everett, and Alfreda stood there in shock as Max dropped the queen's head onto the floor of the room. Oh my, the older elven woman said as the pair of empty eyes stared right at her. I think my heart almost stopped. Fowl chuckled and received an elbow from Batrayer. Blame it on those two, Tanilla said as she gave Max an eye roll. Part of being men, I guess, as they thought it would be funny. Everett and Tom chuckled and ignored the look the older elven woman gave each of them. It's funny that I will admit, their faction leader replied. Still, the fact you managed to bring back the entire head is impressive. Combined with the sacks of materials Fowl has given us, we have had to start shipping things off to the other kingdoms. We can no longer handle the amount of materials you 5 have been bringing us. Our coffers have grown quite a bit. The smile on the older man's face told Max that a time was coming when he would need to send Tanilla in to haggle for a few other items. Gear wasn't their biggest problem, as he only needed to make a few more weapons. Now it was coming down to finding small things like possible rings with skills that might help later or trinkets that both Tom and Everett had mentioned were needed at some point in the tower. When Max saw Tom looking his way, he motioned with his head toward a corner of the room. The older man frowned a moment and nodded, leaving Ulfreda and Everett to continue their inspection of the queen's head. What's up? You read my note I gave you. Tell me, how does the bidding look? Scoffing, their trainer shook his head before pulling out a piece of paper and handing it to Max. Scanning the numbers on the paper, Max frowned and glanced up at Tom, who gave him a shrug. Why are they so low? Surely the odds should be better for Dexic, and I not as good as you think, Tom replied. You have a bit of a history in the Colosseum, and there was some debate about if you would even be allowed back in after the last time you appeared. Many were surprised that you were being allowed to return. Tom stopped talking as Tanilla moved to where the two of them stood. It's okay, Max said as he winked at their mage. She already knows my plan. Seeing how Tanilla rolled her eyes, the older man grinned and continued. You have a legend growing faster than most believe possible. Killing a noble's son, supposedly defeating 20+ elves in the street, and yet not listed as a murderer, sent you on a path many wanted to follow. Toss in a few other failed attempts on your life, and you get a reputation for being difficult to kill. Holding up 3 fingers, their trainer continued. Then word comes that you volunteered to fight beside Dexic, who everyone knows is a solid warrior. Add in your mysterious and amazing growth in the tower, as well as how you almost won that stupid ale-drinking competition, and every person in town seems to want to bid on you. Wouldn't that make a bookie happy, knowing people are going to be betting on me? He doesn't understand, Tanilla said with a sigh. Seth hasn't figured out that those who are responsible for setting odds are scared because he is apparently hard to kill. But I'm lower level and they can send 2 elves far stronger than us, Max exclaimed louder than he meant to, ignoring the looks the others were now giving them. Yes, but the news of the Elven Queen being here is something the bookies know, so they are being cautious in case the 2 you will face are not as strong as they could be. Tanilla held out her hand and took the paper Max gave her, snorting after reading the numbers. You're complaining about 2-to-1 odds. You can easily double your money. Tom snorted at the mage's outburst and Max sighed as he nodded. Yes, but imagine if it was 5-to-1 or 10-to-1. Groaning, Tanilla balled up the paper and tossed it back at Max before turning and moving to where the others were in the room. Easily catching it, he gave it back to Tom. What's the most I can wager, personally? You can wager up to 1,000 gold, his trainer replied. The most each individual can do is 50 right now. They have put limits and only those who are fighting can risk more. Even the factions have been banned from wagering on this fight for obvious reasons. Regardless, you 4 need to focus on the boss floor. You have a few days before the Colosseum fight takes place, and you need to make sure if you want to venture into the tower before it. Max nodded. What I really want to do right now is head to the crafting room. I am working on something and want to see if I'm moving on the right path. Tom nodded and motioned toward the door. You're cleared for it. Go have some fun. I'll let the others know anything I find out about possible bosses on the next floor. I've got teams scouring all of our old notes. You're close, but go slower. I can sense the pattern. Max gave a small grunt as he gazed at the metallic ball he was trying to power with the yellow crystal Everett had given him. The lines he had carved on the outside at the guidance of his power core skill and the leading of his consume skill had gone faster than Max expected. Now came the difficulty of somehow getting the immense power contained within the crystal to stop pulling back from every attempt to draw it into the metal orb. A thin thread of power kept slipping from the hollow tube he had procured when they looted the tower floor warehouse. It was supposed to funnel that power from the crystal into the orb, and yet it kept failing. Halfway through the tube, the crystal seemed to call back what was escaping. What am I missing? Everything feels like it should be working, yet it doesn't. Why does the power keep going back to the crystal? Inside his mind, Max felt the skill considering different things, and then a reply he wasn't expected came. Smash the crystal when the thread is almost to the halfway point of the tube. That should prevent it from going back. Hopefully it doesn't explode. Hopefully it doesn't explode. No reply came, and Max felt that the answer given was the only thing he could attempt. The orb before him was the perfect size for a crystal like this. Had it been a red crystal, the materials used for the orb wouldn't be enough. Here goes nothing. Regeneration. Unsure about what might happen, Max activated his healing and began allowing his skill to draw the thread from the yellow power source once more. In his left hand, he held a strange stone hammer he had looted and waited as the thread crept along the tube. When it neared the point that always had it return, Max slammed the hammer down, shattering the crystal and causing a huge cloud of energy to fill the room. Power like he hadn't imagined escaped, and suddenly the tube vibrated between his fingers, acting like a vacuum that started drawing all the energy filling the room into it. The orb spun on the small stone pedestal he had it resting on, power from the tube flowing along the lines. Like a top, it glowed, spinning faster and faster as more and more power flowed into it. Everything Max had sensed around him was quickly vanishing, and after about 20 seconds, the room seemed dull and empty except for the glowing power core that was slowing down its spinning. That worked as I hoped. Now you can use that for the next part of your plan. Chuckling, Max nodded. The orb was the first item he had to figure out how to make for what he had planned. From there, a lot more work was going to be required, but thankfully all the materials and metal they harvested would provide the pieces needed for what he hoped would be a first step toward a new weapon. Time is short, as this took longer than we hoped. I don't know, but you may find that whatever awaits is far more dangerous than anything else you have faced. Be cautious. Sighing, Max felt the presence fade, knowing that hours had passed, and whatever time his skill had been saving was used up. Storing the orb and everything else, Max stretched and yawned. I better shower and turn in before Tanilla makes me sleep on the floor, he muttered to himself. We're ready for this, Fowl muttered to himself as they waited to enter the tower. Pep talk, Max asked as he gave his friend a gentle nudge. A slight shade of color appeared on Fowl's cheeks and the dwarf nodded. I didn't mean to say that out loud, he replied. Something I do before every floor, as do I just usually to myself. Fowl grinned and moved to where the massive portal was, looking at the other four. Warriors first, their tank exclaimed as he turned and then vanished. He loves that part, Max said as he moved to go next. As soon as he felt the tower floor around him, Max could only react because his sonar and skill told him about the attack coming his way. His shield appeared, and the sound was ignored, confusion at what was happening filling Max's mind. Pressure came upon his brain. It was as if a river of water was being forced through a single tube and only at his head. Somehow he stood against it, unsure if it was the intelligence stat or the formidable mind skill. Even under the continued assault, more alarming were the attacks he faced. Fowl, his shout did nothing as the one he called a friend swung at him over and over. The hammer he had crafted slammed into his shield again. Stop it. Frustrated, Max reached over with his hand as Fowl swung, grabbing the weapon between his fingers and holding it in place. Listen to me. The dwarven warrior's face was in a scowl, eyes glowing yellow and staring at Max. Another person appeared behind him and Max spun, preparing for what he already knew was coming. An arrow slammed into his shield, the force of it sending his shield arm upward. The second arrow almost struck him, but Max summoned an air wall before it pierced his armor. Even though he knew Cordelia couldn't see him, her eyes had the same yellow glow that Fowl's had. Fear began to build as Tanilla appeared, and Max braced for an onslaught of spells. The bow that had been pointed at him changed to where their mage was, and Max cursed under his breath, summoning a stone wall that stopped the arrow meant for Tanilla. Fowl didn't move no matter how hard he pulled, and Max groaned, knowing that those items and skills his friend had would make moving him impossible. Letting go of the hammer and ignoring the weak attempts his friend sent his way, Max dashed to where Tanilla was and grabbed her, racing further into the tower floor. Arrows came at them and Max dodged them all, using his shield and evasion as he waited for Batrier to appear. As soon as the healer entered the floor, Max saw her eyes were yellow like the other two. What is going on? He shouted as Tanilla reacted to his manhandling. They're attacking us. He could sense the tight, pained look on her face as the woman he loved fought back against whatever was attacking her. The sonar skill told Max that she had moved her hand over her wrist and felt the change in power immediately. It's the boss, it's trying to control us and fight each other. With a moment to take in the boss floor, Max trusted his sonar skill and speed, dodging Cordelia's arrows while staying easily out of Fowl's range. The floor wasn't large, only about 500 yards wide. Giant stone walls with glowing runes all over covered the boss floor in a dome. At the center of the floor was a darkness and a tall being, standing next to a pedestal of crystal. Glowing lines ran from it to different sections of the stone walls, where the runes pulsed with power. What is that? Max raced toward the boss, hoping to end this fight quickly when he had to quickly slow down, sensing a barrier of some sort before him. Demonic teleportation. Teleportation failed. Shite, I can't teleport past this barrier. Put me down and give me a minute. Max realized Tanilla was having to deal with being carried like a sack of flour while he ran around trying to dodge the attacks their ranger kept sending his way. Fowl and Batrier were coming toward them, quickly covering the ground, and would soon be in range to attack him. It's a mind flayer, Tanilla shouted as she stood on her feet. Her hair and eyes glowed, and Max only risked a glance once as he stared at the boss only about 100 yards away. What looked like an octopus for a head sat upon a long, thin body wearing a black robe. Yellow eyes stared at the two of them, and what might have been a grin was upon its face. I'll deal with it. You take care of our friends. Just stay away from me so I don't hurt you. Max started to reply as he easily blocked the arrows that rained upon the two of them with an air wall, watching Tanilla run away from him. But, no, I need to use my power and you can't be near me. Inside him, Max knew what she was about to do, and inside him, a soft amount of laughter came from his skill. If you could fight this boss, what you might gain would be wondrous, but that would mean sacrificing your mage friend to the others. Let her attempt this fight. Fowl let out a war cry as the dwarf charged Max. In shock and not concerned with his friend's approach, Max took the hit from the dwarf's hammer and couldn't help but smile as it did nothing but merely bounce off him. Over and over his friend swung, and each time the strike did nothing, unable to damage the one who had crafted the weapon. Arrows were the real problem, and Cordelia appeared to be ready to chase after Tanilla. Sighing, he cast Ice Prison, watching as the ice rose up around his friend, hating the fact that he couldn't tell how much he might have damaged her. Batrier came up at him, swinging her staff and meeting the same fate as her lover. After about 4 more strikes from Fowl, Max sensed the change of weapons and knew that somehow either the boss realized this weapon wouldn't hurt Max or wanted to try something different. His friend's old mace came out, now needing to be blocked as he knew those might hurt. Batrier turned and began moving toward Tanilla. Sighing, he cast Root, keeping her in place while sensing the woman he loved moving further away. She has unleashed her skill. You can feel it. Max could sense the change in the air. Runes along the wall flared up with an orange and then red light, replacing the clear white color they once had. Fowl tried to get past him, attempting to head to where Tanilla was, and Max stepped in the dwarven warrior's way. "Sorry, Fowl," Max said as he kicked the dwarf's leg. A crack came as the bone snapped, and Max couldn't help but let out a cry as he felt the aura of thorns without the buffer of the dueling fields. Regeneration. Pain subsided as the injury he had caused on himself faded quickly. Light from Batrier appeared and Fowl moved again, the broken leg no longer a problem. Cursing to himself, Max tried to figure out what he could do to help give Tanilla all the time possible while keeping his friends from attacking her or injuring them. A stone wall appeared under Fowl, sending the dwarf upward. With the tank airborne, Max moved to where Batrier was and grabbed her, ripping the healer free from his spell and threw her over his shoulder, ignoring the kicking and punching she did. With Fowl on top of the stone wall, Max immediately shattered it, catching his friend and racing to where Cordelia was frozen. Fowl's weapon hit his back a few times, sending a few painful spikes through his back, but the regeneration kept the damage to a minimum. Running with the pair was like trying to juggle cats while standing on a small boat on water. Each of them bucked and kicked, making the progress difficult but not impossible, as letting go meant having to try and pry Fowl free from the ground again. Finally, he reached the spot where the ice prison was beginning to crack. Max tossed Fowl high into the air, sending the dwarf upward while yanking out a thing of rope, and immediately began wrapping Batrier up. Curses came from the dwarf, none that he could understand as Max wound her like a top. While Fowl began his descent downward, Max caught his friend, not bothering with the rope, knowing Fowl's strength would easily break it. Instead, he wrapped the dwarven warrior up with his legs as he sat down on the ground, keeping those arms pinned as best as possible. Fowl bucked and kicked, but the strength difference was too much. With 2 of the 3 disarmed, Max grabbed at Cordelia's leg, yanking her free from the ice prison, and brought her to his chest. Wrapping both arms around the elf, he could only imagine the way the 4 of them must look. One dwarf healer hog tied in a poor fashion as Max sat on the rope, keeping her from moving. Between his legs was a plate-covered dwarf trying to pry the legs wrapped around his upper body. In his arms was a female ranger that fought like a wild beast, trying to kick and wiggle free as Max held her hands and arms, preventing any attacks from weapons she might attempt to summon. "Hurry, Tanilla," Max said as he strained to look in the direction of the boss. Angst filled Tanilla's heart as she ran from where Max was trying to protect the both of them. The initial onslaught of the mental assault had been overpowering, but her skill had protected her regardless of if she wanted it or not. Now with this barrier in place, and how the rest of her group was acting, only one thing was possible to get through, and it was if she finally let go of what she had kept held back for so long. All those things Max shared about how it feels the hunger and desire, even though it has been a decade, it hasn't decreased. Her golden hair radiated the power as she embraced her blood and nobility. Putting both hands against the barrier, Tanilla let go. Mind Flayer skill activated. The section of the barrier where her hands touched began to glow, and the color in the tower floor changed. Power fought against her, and yet Tanilla let it melt away as it touched her hands. Everything that was sent to fight her off was absorbed, filling her with more power. Runes turned a dark red around the room, and Tanilla felt in her mind a voice reach out. "Stop it. This is my home. You are not welcome here. Leave and I shall let you live." The voice would have sent shivers down most. The siren's call it had been upon entering the floor was gone, now replaced with an evil and pained sound. Ignoring it, Tanilla pressed on, watching cracks in the area she stood began to form in the barrier. Instead of summoning magic and assaulting the barrier, Tanilla closed her eyes. She knew Max would protect her. There was no doubt that man would do anything for her. Her whole life no one had ever really loved her. So many feared her because of who she was, because of who her parents were. They professed affection, and even the fools that attempted to earn her hand by promising things that didn't matter never loved her. It was the idea of being part of her family, of perhaps having a child from the bloodline that flowed through her. Max loves me for who I am, even the beast I must become in this moment. Golden eyes flew open and Tanilla's hair rose, power crackling all over her as more cracks began to appear along the barrier. Power absorption increased. Temporary increase in magical power. Absorbing ambient magic. A smile appeared as the section before Tanilla shattered, and she walked through. It was time to save her friends, even if it meant losing a part of herself. No, this is my domain. Waves of force attacked her, and Tanilla found herself laughing. Each wave struck her and was absorbed. Her power and mind grew stronger with every step along the stone floor she took. There before her, two golden eyes locked on hers, and a scowl had appeared. That smile the predator had once worn was gone, now replaced with a scowl. Each step felt like the ground shook beneath her feet, and Tanilla couldn't help but grin. Power beyond what most could imagine flooded through her. Right now the truth of who she was and what she could become was clear. None could stand before her. The Mind Reaver lifted a hand from the crystal, pointing it at her, and a bolt of purple came racing toward her. Lifting her hand, Tanilla caught the bolt of purple power and held it mid-air, studying it, watching as the weaves and waves of magic flexed in her hand. "You dare challenge me," she roared. "Do you know who I am? I am Tanilla Gilmaner, third daughter of King Savantus." A shriek came from the boss as the purple glow vanished. Psionic energy absorbed. More spells formed around it, and soon a dozen different colored balls of power spun over the boss's head. As one, they raced toward Tanilla, and without dodging, flinching, or even seeming to be concerned, she held up both hands this time, gently swirling them around and around as colored balls raced toward her. Yards from her, they froze in midair just as the first attack had. Moving each hand in a pattern, the glowing lights formed a single line and approached her outstretched right hand, forming 3 bands of 4, swirling around her arm as they grew smaller and smaller until the light of them snuffed out. Magical energy absorbed. Psionic energy absorbed. Dark energy absorbed. Tanilla laughed, the sound of her voice sounding foreign. Part of her wanted to wince, and the other part wanted her to dance. This was who she was. This was the power she had been born with. No elf, dwarf, or man can. Her own words cut her off. A memory in her mind fought for a place. There, an image of a bald-headed man with 2 different colored eyes smiled at her. Memories of him flooded her brain. One moment he was lying next to her in bed. Another, he was feeding her some food. Memory after memory assaulted the part of her mind that desired nothing but power. This bald man sat across from her at a table, dressed in fine clothes and smiling at her in a way that made her heart flutter. She saw him again, covered in gore and spider webs, holding her close and kissing him in a dark cave. Each memory hit harder and faster. Each one shattered the wall that seemed to have been erected between her emotions and her hunger for power. A flash of light came and snapped Tanilla from the cascading memories. Pain seared along her body as magic washed over her for a moment until her skill found control again. Magical energy absorbed. Glancing at the boss which towered over her, the smile it had been wearing was gone again. Those 2 yellow eyes narrowed at her while its tentacles flailed around its face. "No, you cannot come here and take what is mine. I have sold everything for this. I gave it all up." Those words seemed to haunt her as Tanilla pulled out a potion and drank it, feeling the magical healing of the potion fix the damage she had just endured. The crystal pedestal was everything. She could feel the power flowing through it and knew that no matter what, the Mind Reaver wouldn't ever leave it. Whoever controlled it controlled the tower floor. Each step brought her closer, and the barrage of magical spells continued, yet each time she absorbed them with ease. Like a thirsty man in the desert, no matter how much the boss sent at her, it wasn't enough to quench her thirst. Finally, a yard before the pedestal, Tanilla paused and held out her hands, seeing the boss panting, those nostrils flaring with either frustration or exhaustion at what was going on. "Let's see which of us is stronger," Tanilla said as she placed both hands on the base of the crystal. A scream and a shriek came at the same time, one from each. A world appeared in her mind, and Tanilla found herself floating high above some city. It took a moment, and she realized it was her home, the capital she grew up in. Familiar towers, buildings, and the castle she could never forget filled her vision. Fine white stone that had no traces of seams stood tall, the power of the magic her people possessed on full display as architecture that focused on soft curves. Tall spires and clean stone rang out upon the palace. She descended, falling toward the courtyard where people were present. Something was taking place, and it looked familiar. An itch that reminded Tanilla of a memory she had long forgot. She flew down towards the grounds, seeing the lush trees in full bloom, the perfectly manicured grass and stone carvings, yet ignored them all, instead focused on the 6 people that were below. Standing on a set of white tiles were 2 girls, each covered in sweat, gold hair radiating as a pair of elves also with gold hair stood watching. Near the other end of the tiled area were 2 blonde-haired guards standing in full red plate armor. Decide. The voice from the male elf with the golden hair sent shivers down her spine. Tanilla knew what she was watching. It was the last time she had used the power she kept hidden. Kneeling before her, barely able to stay upright, was her sister. Their duel had ended, and both of the staves they had used were gone, now replaced by a knife she remembered drawing forth at some point. End her life, take her power, and know that one day she will not hesitate and do the same to you. Her father spoke as if ordering the casual butchering of an animal. Never had Tanilla doubted that life was so trivial to the man. Power was the one thing he respected. If someone was weak, they were nothing more than cattle. The knife in her hand trembled. Inside her, the hunger begged to be released. It wanted nothing more than to end the life of her sister. So much pain had been caused by the one she never had done anything to. Ploys and plots were a constant threat, and many had died in attempts on her life. The only reaction that her father had ever had was instructing the both of them to never fail if they attempted to end his life. Beyond that, he didn't care. He never cared. Give in, let the power go. If you do, you can be the one who changes and rules the elves. A voice inside changed what she remembered. Tanilla watched as the image of herself below moved forward, plunging the dagger into her sister's throat. Magical power flowed from the dying elf. Her image began to radiate. Her hair glowed brighter. Darkness flashed, and suddenly she was standing in the throne room. Even though it looked different from what Tanilla remembered, there was no doubt that this was the throne room. Everything was different. Gone was the white stone that was so pure and clean, one could tell the moment a speck of dirt or dust got on it. Now each square inch of the room was covered in red. No sounds came as Tanilla moved across the floor. There, seated on the throne, was an elven woman, her golden hair moving on its own even though no wind blew. Eyes filled with power radiated, and then realization struck. It was her. Impossible to sit on the throne would mean. As if summoned by her very own mind, an elven woman came, the once gold hair stripped clean, a bald head and weakened body bound in chains. Each chain had runes on it that seemed to glow. Holding the end of the chain was an elven woman dressed in red leather. Behind her came an elven man just as bald and looking weak, having no shirt and skin stretched over bones. 3 sets of rune chains held him, each end held by a matching elven woman in red leather. Father. The voice she heard almost made Tanilla want to retch. The disdain, the contempt in the tone was her voice, and yet every bit of it was one she had grown up with daily. A croak came from the man before the 3 women yanked him down to the ground before the throne. Kneel before your queen. One snapped as she kicked his side. Seeing him like this brought a sensation of relief, of freedom. Joy began to fill Tanilla, knowing the man she always feared would no longer be over her. That with this power she could be whatever she wanted to be. Yes, give in to the power, control them all. No one can stand against you as you rise above them all. Be stronger than anyone, you alone shall. No, one word had broken everything. Alone. I don't want to be alone. I'm not alone. The floor of the castle began to shake and walls fell apart. Giant stones fell and screams came as Tanilla closed her eyes and focused on the truth she knew, the truth she had always known. Max's name is Max, he loves me and I'm not alone. I can be who I want to be, but only with him. Light flooded her eyes as the shrieking of the mind reaver across her filled her ears. Tanilla watched as the creature's tentacles waved in the air, blood flowing down from its yellow eyes. It was smaller now, the same size as her. Whatever power it had was being drained, and whatever it had attempted to do while she held onto the crystal wasn't enough. Not letting herself be distracted, Tanilla knew Max was alive. She could see his health bar, still there, occasionally a small tick before it went back up. Laughing, Tanilla took one hand off the crystal pedestal and smiled. My turn. Drew spoke in those words. She began to draw upon all the power she had stolen with her skill. An ice spear formed, growing larger and larger until it was over 30 yards long, poised above her head, pointed toward the boss and at the dome of the tower floor. It rose even higher into the air, growing even more as Tanilla felt all the power she knew didn't belong to her empower the spell. Filth and nasty things that were not hers left her body, and fighting the hunger that called out in horror as she slowly pushed them out, she continued, burning through the magic until a spear almost 60 yards long stood above her, hovering a good 10 yards above the boss who was oblivious to the spell. It's over. The tip came down, smashing into the mind reaver's rubbery skin, piercing it completely before the sheer weight of it all was squished like a grape. Chunks of ice hit the ground and shattered, spilling all around Tanilla, and yet never once striking the creator of this destruction. The moment the boss was defeated, she ripped her hand free of the crystal pedestal, falling to her knees and deactivated the skill she hated so much. A wave of weakness washed over her and Tanilla leaned over, retching, emptying her stomach of some black bile liquid. Panting, she wiped her mouth before activating the bracelet once more. Falling backwards to the ground, Tanilla stared up at the dimly lit boss floor, knowing that soon her friends would find her. What in an ogre's tit are you doing? Foul's words never sounded sweeter as Max felt the fight go out of all 3 of them for a moment before each of them began fighting again. Foul, Cordelia, Batrier, are you back? What the hell are you talking about? The dwarven warrior replied. Why are you gripping me between your legs? Laughing, Max let go of Cordelia first, who rolled off his chest and stood up quickly, glancing around and seeing Batrier tied up. What happened? Their ranger asked. Where is Tanilla and why the hell am I tied up? Max stood up and began untying their healer, seeing the looks of concern on each of their faces. She fought the boss and appears to have won, Max replied as he cut the rope with a knife he pulled out. You three were being mind-controlled and tried to attack us, so I had to. Mind-controlled, we were being. Max held up a hand, stopping Batrayer, who had just cut him off. Tanilla said it was a mind reaver. You three were attacking me and trying to attack her, so I had to hold you down while she fought the boss. Alone. You sent her alone. Sighing again, Max shook his head before glaring at Cordelia and the way she was glaring at him. She told me to deal with you three and she would take care of the boss. It appears she was right. My only other options were to kill you all. Fowl grunted and gave a quick nod. Glad that didn't happen, the dwarf said before snorting. Now I guess we'll need to find where our hero is. Cordelia glanced at the two men before seeing Batrayer shrug as the last of the rope fell from around her. Another day with this group, their healer stated. Fowl's right, though. We need to go check on Tanilla. Her health is fine, so I'm guessing she's probably looting whatever chest she found. Gods know. Fowl shouted as he raced toward the center of the boss floor, leaving Max to chuckle as he escorted the other two. You okay? Max nodded and gave Batrayer a gentle squeeze on her shoulder. The only one I had to worry about was little Miss Biter over here, he teased as he pointed a thumb at Cordelia. I don't bite, that's what Fowl says, but he lies as well, Batrayer replied, causing their ranger to turn red in the face. You're okay, Max exclaimed as he raced to where Tanilla was lying on the stone floor. How do you feel? Smiling and accepting his help to sit up, Tanilla grabbed Max and drew him close, kissing him on the lips as the other three came towards them. Coughing and clearing his throat, Max nodded and smiled. Perhaps I should let you fight more bosses by yourself, he said as he pointed at the hole in the floor near her filled with some water. What did you do that caused a hole that deep? You could drown a dwarf in there, Fowl muttered as he got close. Tanilla laughed and smiled. I'm just glad you four are okay. For now, let's not ask any more questions and just loot the chest. If I'm honest, I really need to get back and take a nap. Everyone nodded and moved toward the clear crystal chest they had seen when they were approaching. The pedestal was gone, now replaced with a massive clear chest. Emblazoned in red was an image of the Mind Reaver with red runes lining the top and bottom area around it. I'm assuming as the one who beat the boss, you get to open the chest, Max said as he gave Tanilla a gentle push on her back toward the chest. Sighing, she moved over and pushed the lid open, looking in first before stumbling a step and grabbing the edge. What is it? Batrayer asked as she moved behind her friend. Are you okay? Look inside, Tanilla replied, her voice cracking as she spoke. Each of them looked at what had surprised their mage, gasping at the loot waiting for them. Two items waited for Tanilla. One was a necklace with a heart shape on it. The other was a pair of slippers that almost looked like glass. Batrayer, Fowl, and Cordelia each had a clear ring waiting for them. Max had a necklace that looked like Tanilla's. There was one bracelet that each of them could roll on, but in the chest that had everyone's attention was a potion no one but Tanilla seemed to recognize. Inside were also 6 red crystals. What is that? Fowl asked. It's not like the others. The glass was filled with a dark red substance, but there was no doubt it had to be rare for Tanilla to act as she had. If I'm right, we need to not take it, their mage whispered. If one of you inspects it and it is what I think it is, things won't go well. Then what do we do with it? Batrayer asked, frowning at the way Tanilla's face seemed bunched together. I'll take it and destroy it over there, away from everyone. That way no one will wonder if I stole it. But what if it isn't what you think it is? Fowl asked. Then we are destroying something amazing. Tanilla turned and smiled softly at Fowl, who shifted under her gaze. If it isn't what I believe the potion to be, then I will bring it back and we can decide who gets it. You trust me, right? He nodded and cleared his throat. Tanilla reached in, pulled out the clear vial with the red liquid and moved away. That is something we could use. To destroy it is a waste. What is it? Some would say evil. Others would say power. It just depends on which side you stand on when everything is over. There was no hint of trying to be sneaky or deceptive, but Max felt like he could understand whatever the potion had to be. It took a moment, and then Max felt his eyes widening. Does that add a red skill? A slight chuckle came, and a sense of something like a nod came over him. Seth, Batrayer's voice caused him to turn and look at their healer. Sorry, just watching and wondering like the rest of you, he replied after clearing his throat. Why don't you three go ahead and loot while we wait on her? Max watched as Tanilla dumped the liquid out onto the ground. She stepped back a few yards and then sent a fireball at it. She poured more power than usual to where the liquid was. Tanilla came back, smiling and acting as if nothing had been unusual at all. I guess that means it was what you thought it might be. She nodded and motioned to the rings each of the three held. So what are the stats? Fowl grinned and content with her answer held his up. I get 25 strength, constitution, and intelligence. Best yet is that the ring has a skill called Formidable Mind, which is supposed to prevent me from being mind-controlled. Both of the other two women gasped and started shaking their heads. Mine's the same thing. Same here, Cordelia said. This is a pretty big boon. Max motioned to the chest and to Tanilla. You can go ahead and I'll wait. I don't mind going last. She nodded and reached in, pulling out a pair of glass slippers and smiled. Something a princess would have, Batrayer said with a groan. Wrinkling her nose, Tanilla nodded and stored them before having them appear on her feet, lifting up her robe and showing off the pair. For what they are, they feel amazing. Ignoring the applause Fowl and Max gave, she turned back to the chest and pulled out the necklace. It was a crystal chain with a crystal heart. Her hands trembled as she held it for a moment, and her eyes looked up at Max before smiling, putting the necklace in storage. That good? Fowl asked, waiting for her to share the stats. Let's just say I won't share the details of this one right now. Grunting, Fowl motioned for Max to go, who went and took the necklace and saw that it matched Tanilla's as well. Inspect necklace. Bounded heart plus 50 strength, constitution, dexterity plus 10 spell potency. May be joined with another bonded heart. Doing so will share the stats of both necklaces. Once shared, they may not be unbonded and will break if one of the pair dies. Bonded. Max stared at the necklace before looking up at Tanilla for a moment. She smiled and nodded. Putting his necklace away, Max grinned. Gods, neither of you are going to share. That is so unfair. What about the armband? Cordelia asked, ignoring Fowl's tirade. Honestly, I'm okay passing and letting everyone else roll for it, Max replied. I'll pass as well, Tanilla said. Cordelia sighed and looked at the other two, who nodded. The three reached in and touched the spot, watching their faces appear and begin spinning like a top. Slowly it slowed down, and when it stopped, it had an ugly dwarven warrior face upon it. Woohoo! Fowl exclaimed as he reached in, taking the item and grinning devilishly as he slipped it on. Cordelia stood there, frowning and staring until their dwarven warrior sighed. I'm not sharing anything, he declared. Sometimes a dwarf needs secrets. Batrier grunted and turned. Grab those crystals and let's get our mage home. She looks completely worn out. Max slowly brushed Tanilla's hair as she yawned, staring at her green eyes. Do you want to talk about it? A slight frown came and she shook her head. No, but I understand even more now what it must be like for you, she replied. The feeling was overwhelming and intoxicating. The amount of power I could have if I gave in would be dangerous. And the potion was one for gaining a red skill, wasn't it? Tanilla winced and nodded. I'm assuming your skill told you that. Only maybe a dozen people in this world would know what that potion could provide. Had I drunk it, most likely it would have upgraded my red skill or given me a second one, neither being something I want. Max smiled and pulled out his necklace. A slight crack ran down the middle, where they had joined a section of each of their hearts. Part of me wished we had some sort of ceremony or something, but I know why you didn't want to tell the others about this. She nodded and pulled hers out, thumbing the area that matched his. You are what helped me to defeat that boss. One day I'll tell you what I've endured and suffered, but know that no matter how much the world might offer me power and protection, if it means losing you, I'll always pass on that. Max smiled and moved closer, drawing her hand to his lips and giving them a kiss. And now you know exactly how I feel about you. She sighed and nodded, closing her eyes slowly. If you don't mind, I really need to sleep. Max grinned and moved slightly, kissing her on the lips before letting her roll over and moving up next to her. As Tanilla's breath slowed down and she went to sleep, Max found himself thinking about what she must have faced and how hard of a task it had to have been. It bothered him to know she faced the same struggle. Power was so tempting, but what was the point of having it if it meant you were alone? Closing his eyes, he joined her in the worlds of dream, content that both of them shared a heart. Max and Dexic stood side by side, listening to Tom critique them again. Dexic, the older man, said with a sigh, "Stop trying to do everything, trust Seth." The woman groaned and nodded, not bothering to look at the young man she once brought into a troll dungeon and now knew could kick her arse. "I'm trying, but it's hard. You and I both know I'm used to doing the work up front. Even in the groups, everyone reacts to me." Tom stood there, arms crossed, as he tapped his fingers against his arms. "You realize that as you fight and lead, Seth has reacted perfectly to you each time. I'm impressed by how well he moves even though he has never adventured with you before. Now, let's try it again. Why don't you try to follow his lead for once?" The Golden Warrior muttered something but nodded, motioning for Max to move ahead. "This is why I fight alone," she whispered as Tom moved back to where Everett was waiting. "Would you prefer to do this alone?" Max asked as he swung the dueling sword a few times before him. Sighing, Dexic slowly shook her head. "No, I was an idiot, and I know that now. I was brash and stupid, but I can't back out. You doing what you have done is the most selfless thing I can think of. I'll ignore how I feel about this whole situation and do what I can to make sure both of us don't die." Chuckling, Max nodded and motioned at the two older men waiting on them. "I'll feint for Tom, then go after Everett." Dexic snorted and nodded. "Always pick the easy one." Laughing, they motioned for the bell, and both charged as it rang out. "I've done what you all have asked," Everett said as Max's party and Dexic sat in his office. "I'm willing to state that many of our own faction members have placed bets on you two as well. My other offer stands. I can loan a few items to help in the coming fight." Max shook his head and waited to see what Dexic was going to say. "Seriously, you're not going to take anything?" Grinning, Max pointed at the table, which had multiple items on it. "I don't want to sound overconfident, but you and I have sparred once already. You can wear whatever you want, but anything I take would hurt you more." Their Golden Warrior turned to stare at Everett, who gave her a single nod. Fine, I'll take what I can and ignore the fact that the young kid whose ass I could have easily kicked not that long ago now appears beyond my ability. Just remember me when you pass my team in the tower. Max chuckled and nodded, ignoring the look Tanilla had given him. For your opponents, I've gotten a little bit of intel, Tanilla said, cutting off the current discussion. Either you're going to face 2 warriors or a warrior and a mage. If they go with the second option, their goal is to separate and burst one of you down, which means that whoever they root, cage, or freeze is going to be left alone while the other has to deal with the pair, Everett added. The problem is, if you don't separate yourselves, then the mage can start casting spells that will hit both of you and cause damage. I'm sure neither of you needs me to tell you how much that can hurt if left alone. I'd rather face 2 warriors, Dexic muttered. At least that way we can pair off and fight one-on-one. It depends, Tanilla said. There's a pair of warriors who are both at the 50th level in the tower, and if they use them, they will be far stronger than the other. Each has fought side by side for a few years and knows the other well. Neither will need to call out for help. They will simply respond as needed. Everyone sat there quietly as the news of whoever they would face was considered out of their league. What are the odds they will stack items and gear like you offered? Max asked Everett. They'd be fools not to, and as any elf can attest, having lived longer than most of us and being one of the older factions, their vaults will be much better than ours. I contacted a few other factions to see if I could pull in some favors, but no one wanted to open up their vaults. Knowing that losing means the loss of items puts a kink in most of their desires to lend aid. Standing up, Max moved to where Everett was and gave the man a smile. So tomorrow night then. Nodding, the older man leaned back a little. Yes, why? Oh, don't mind me. I'm going to go clear my head. I'm about as ready as I can be, Max said as he waved at the others. Time was his enemy, and Max wasn't one to give up or surrender. Forging and shaping the blade he was working on had been harder than expected. It was one thing to simply forge a piece of metal, having to create tiny tubes that were so fragile until they hardened, then setting them on the hot metal and beating them into place while infusing magical power from the core took every ounce of concentration. Tanilla had come by and tried to talk, but after waiting an hour without him replying, she had left, seeing the sweat running like a stream over Max's entire body. Now he had finally reached the moment when this new endeavor worked or it failed completely. You need to trust yourself. Both skills are shifting slightly as each one desires to lean more into its own. You are doing something I imagine few have ever achieved, forming a new skill. Max nodded internally as he brought the power core and the fire essence together. There was a tugging from both skills, one wanting more essence to be infused faster into the runes, while the power core desired to be set and freed, able to be the conduit the blade needed. Both of his hands worked independently and at the same time. Flames flowed to the blade, filling the runes while the orb he fought to keep from touching the metal socket, designed for it, sent arcs of energy up and down the blade. The hilt he had built was perfect, with a hole where the orb would sit. A crossguard provided all the protection one would need for one's hand. His eyes saw the moment the energy and the flames began to dance together. For a while they had been pushing the other away, fighting for space along the blade. Now they seemed to know that they were meant to be forged as one. Slide the essence to the core. Max's hand was already moving before his skill told him what needed to be done. Pour your magical fire essence into it. As the commands rang out in his head, Max again was already summoning vast amounts of mana, causing the fire essence in his hand to flare to life, flames erupting over every inch of the 30-inch blade. Arcs of electrical power began to crackle and pop from within the flames, turning the orange fire blue. His left hand pressed the shrinking essence onto the orb and sent a burst of fire magic from his body out of both hands as the orb clinked into position in the area where the blade and hilt came together. As if a tornado had appeared, the sword stuck to both hands and began to drain mana from him. Like a giant hole being created in a cask full of ale, his body felt like a hole had appeared via his hands and their connection to the weapon. Fight it, cut your flow. Max's teeth were grinding against each other as he fought to yank his hands free from the weapon that seemed to want his power. Inside his mind, he sought a way to stop the pull of power. Suddenly, a pair of hands touched his temples. They were soft, warm, and familiar. Blinking, Max saw Tanilla had returned. He wasn't sure when she had arrived, but there she was, standing behind him, her hair glowing and eyes blazing with power. Fight it. Her words emboldened him as power seemed to come from her and into him. Inside, he found the switch, cutting the flow of mana, and found himself thrown back a few feet. He spun in time to catch Tanilla, whom he had slammed into. Notifications appeared, but Max's eyes didn't seem to work for a moment as he blinked a few times. Gasping for air, Max saw her face and the way her eyes watched him. You okay? Nodding, Max felt himself trembling and realized she was holding him up. How long was I like that? 4 hours, Tanilla replied slowly, leading Max to a stool. You were in that state and I could feel the mana coming off of you. I called multiple times and you never responded. Once I tried to touch you earlier and the pain was too much. Only in the last minute did things change when the flames started to die down on the sword. What is it? Max shook his head, trying to clear the sensation in his brain. It was like he had been pulled apart and put back together multiple times. Their notifications waited for him. New skill created. Engineering tinkering has been combined with weapon crafting. Magical mana infusement detected. Skill magical and power core infused weapon creation crafting acquired. Magical and power core infused weapon creation crafting rank being determined. Magical and power core infused weapon creation crafting rank epic. New epic sword created 50 experience gained. Max felt his mind still working to understand what it had just done. There were multiple other ways to combine crafting with engineering, but at the moment, the thought of it felt impossible to consider. On the table lay the sword he had created. It wasn't one he planned on using, but had hoped Dexic could use in the Colosseum. Moving to it, Max lifted it up and studied it. The blade had turned red, yet white runes stood out against the color of the metal. No longer did the orb have a silver metallic appearance. Instead, it was a deep red color, almost like a ruby. The handle and crossguards were still silver, creating an impressive sword for anyone who would see it. Inspect weapon. Powered Sword of Flames, 70 Strength and Constitution. Fire-infused 25 fire damage bonus applied to all strikes. Powered slash stores up to 2 charges of power strike. Takes 8 hours for each charge to regenerate, 2 charges remaining. Words failed him as Max saw the potential in the weapon. Part of him didn't want to give it away, yet the other part of him knew a weapon like this in Dexic's hands would allow her to do considerably more damage in their upcoming fight. Having the ability to launch 2 extra power strikes in a moment was beyond broken. Your eyes are almost radiating with excitement, Tanilla said as she watched Max gaze at the sword. Do you want to share? Slowly Max grinned and handed it to her, watching Tanilla's eyes widen. Her green emeralds were larger than ever. Skills. You added skills to a weapon. Apparently I did, Max muttered. He yawned and glanced at the clock on the wall. That can't be right, can it? Tanilla nodded and sighed. You have been in here all night, she replied. I tried to rouse you, but for some reason, nothing would bring you from that state. Now we have about 4 hours before you and Dexic need to be at the Colosseum. Are you going to make it? Shrugging, Max moved and began putting away all the supplies he had out and nodded. I will. Are you willing to get Dexic and Everett? I'll be upstairs in a couple and want to give her this. Personally, are you sure that's wise? At this point I do. What we're about to face means we need to be more honest than before, and I want our famous Golden Warrior to know I'm willing to help her in any way I can. Dexic's mouth hung open, her face completely slack as she stared at the sword in her hands. Everett was tapping his fingers rapidly against his desk while he waited to hear what had caused his best warrior to act in such a way. A few tears appeared and then rolled down the hardened veteran's face as she turned to Max and tried to offer the sword to him. I can't, it's too much this. No, it's yours, Max said as the woman struggled for words. I made it for you. Today you and I shall stand on that dirt before gods and people and announce that the Golden Axe faction is not to be toyed with. Doing so will be met with consequences none will ever want to face. Dexic stared at Max, her eyebrows narrowing slightly as she shook her head for a moment. When did you become this man, and not the boy I found in the Adventurers Guild? Max laughed, causing her to lean back a little and peer at Everett, who was wincing, still trying to understand how great the sword Dexic held must be. I was always this way, Max replied. I wasn't this strong, but everything I do is for my friends and family. I'm not here to be the best so I can make others bow before me or praise my name. All I want is to protect those who I care about. Sadly, in our world, the only way to do that it seems is by being the strongest and not backing down. Light laughter came from inside his mind, and Max ignored it. Grunting, their faction leader gave his desk a gentle slap and held a hand out toward Dexic. I'm dying, please, for the love of all, tell me what he made you. Coughing and clearing her throat, she shook her head and smirked. Everett groaned again when he saw it and closed his eyes, tilting his head toward the ceiling. Perhaps afterwards I will. For now, I have something you want, and that means more than Seth can imagine. Chuckling, Max stood up and rubbed his eyes. Moving to where his partner for tonight's event was, he gave her a squeeze on the shoulder and then motioned at the door. I'm going to lie down for about 2 hours and then I'll be ready to go. You two can take turns seeing who wins the contest of finding out what that sword does. As he turned, Max stopped and glanced sideways at Everett. I'm going to need some more supplies soon, and I doubt you'll find that a problem after you pry the stats on the sword from Dexic's lips. Behind him, the tall woman started to laugh as Everett sighed. Be safe, Tanilla said as she leaned over, giving Max a quick kiss on his cheek before moving with the rest of the group that had traveled together. She really loves you, Dexic said quietly as they watched their friends and family head toward the massive steps that led to the space reserved for faction boxes. It seemed impossible at first to believe an elf could really love a human, but her eyes tell me everything. Max's smile grew as he nodded, glad to know others could see how they felt for each other. A cough came and both turned to see the pair of human guards, dressed in black plate and wearing the emblem of the two crowns on their chest in red, the symbol for the queen's personal guards. If you two are ready, we will escort you somewhere private before your match. The tone wasn't a request, and both nodded, letting the guards lead them through the growing throng behind. Outside of the Colosseum was a packed crowd, and rumor was that, with tonight being the last night, and their fight being the culmination of the 3-day event, no seats were left. Everyone who was anyone wanted to be inside to not only witness the blood duel, but also get a chance to see the elvish queen, Sylvendra Gilmanor. I never realized how many elves were in this city, Max whispered as they followed the guards down the stone tunnel. Light orbs dotted the walls, and even though it was soon to be nighttime and not a window was present, the tunnel was well lit. There are more of each race and few of the very rare ones most never see in the capital, Dexic replied. If you ever get a chance to ride one of the great boats across the seas, you may be surprised by what you find over there. Max couldn't help but stare at Dexic, who had her famous smirk plastered on her face. You haven't been there, have you? She chuckled, ignoring one of the guards, who turned and glanced back at them before facing forward again. No, but I have seen the pictures one drew of the different groups there. The woman was talented, and her paintings and drawings looked lifelike. Where Grace is from, we would be the rare one, light-skinned and all. Nodding slowly, Max considered the warrior Dexic was talking about, and also Master Tang Mu. So much of his world was still unknown since he left his town. Even now, and the things that he had accomplished in the tower were small when compared to everything else in the world. We are almost there, one guard said. You two will stay there until summoned, as both of us will guard the door. Do you expect trouble? Dexic asked, her hand flexing slightly. We do not, but one would not want to risk anything. It would look bad on the queens if we did not provide the semblance of needing to guard you. As I'm sure you can tell, neither of us could stop you. Max said nothing but grinned. He could sense that these two had been in the tower at some point, but neither were exceptionally strong. As they rounded a corner and started down another corridor, Max saw 2 pairs of doors being guarded by matching guards. More contestants. A snort came from the guard on his left. Those are both of your possible matches. It appears that the Elven Queen has yet to decide which pair you will face. Nodding, Max glanced at his partner, who shrugged and frowned. At least the room is comfortable, Dexic said as she plopped down on a cushioned chair. I've been forced to wait in the rooms by the entrance of the fighting grounds, and those don't have a single cushion in them. Max nodded, inspecting the room and letting his sonar search every nook and cranny. Nothing stood out that there were any traps. One day I guess my trap skill will actually detect something, but perhaps it's not as useful as I thought. Pointing at the bowl of fruit, Max shook his head. I hope they won't mind if I don't eat anything I haven't brought myself. Dexic laughed and closed her eyes. I doubt they would take offense to that. Only a fool would eat something they aren't sure of where it came moments before what we are going to face. Max sat down and stared at the short-haired warrior until her eyelids opened up and those blue eyes looked back at him. What? Taking a breath and letting it out, Max pulled out a book. Can you answer a few questions about the tower and the floors you are on? Sitting up straight in the chair, she shook her head. You really want to ask me questions about the tower while we wait to fight for our lives? Nodding, Max tapped the pages with his pencil and grinned. I'm not planning on dying, and getting a chance to ask you questions has always been almost impossible. Tom's answers aren't what I always want, and I know you'll shoot straight with me. So why not pass the time helping me and my team prepare for what is coming? Nodding, Dexic's eyes moved around a moment, and then a well-worn book appeared in her hand. She grinned at seeing Max's eyebrows raise. What, can't I have a journal as well? Flipping through the notes he had taken, Max considered the knowledge he had just gained. So after the 40th floor, a few floors can be over 100 miles long. Nodding, Dexic flipped through a few pages as she frowned. We had one that was almost that long in the 37th floor. The 40th floor was a little over 100 miles, and the 41st was almost that long. The worst part about the 41st floor was the dense forest. It was always so dark, and it took us 2 days to find the edge of the floor just so we could minimize the amount of sides creatures could attack us from. Max's pencil moved quickly as he added a few more notes. Worst boss yet. Hissing as she sucked air in through her teeth, Dexic's face scrunched up for a moment. I'm not sure anything could be worse than the Gorgon you supposedly fought, but we did have an elemental boss that required us to solve puzzles in order to damage it. She shuddered in her chair, not holding back whatever feeling ran through her. I lost 2 friends that day, she said, her voice getting softer. Sometimes the bosses can be bad, but the puzzles are far worse. When you can't damage a boss because one needs to figure out a trick, people get hurt. You can only dodge so many fireballs, ice spears, and other attacks while trying to overcome a mental challenge. Nodding, Max winced for a second. We faced one of those. It wasn't fun at all. Coughing, Dexic leaned forward and blinked quickly a few times before cocking her head and staring at Max. You faced a puzzle already. 2 actually, floors 11 and 12. Ogre shite. Leaning back in her chair, the woman shook her head as she gripped the padded arms. That's not something I wish on anyone that early on. Those things can. A knock on the door interrupted her, and both stood immediately, changing their stances as they watched the door. Come in, Dexic bellowed. Slowly the door swung inward and a guard came inside. Forgive me for intruding, but the queens have requested you both to come and talk with them for a moment. Is this a request or an order? Dexic asked as she watched the guard for reactions. He cleared his throat just slightly and stood a little straighter. It would be better if you came on your own. I have been told to inform you that your faction leader is there and waiting for you. Also, the Elven Queen is in the same room. Max felt his heart race and could sense the change in posture when his partner heard those same words. The Elven Queen is there as well. A brief nod and the guard motioned toward the door. Will you come? Clearing her throat, Dexic nodded and motioned to Max. It would appear we have little of a choice, and I hate to admit that meeting Elvish royalty is on my list of things to do one day. Chuckling, Max moved first, knowing that he had already managed to check that box a few times. As the door closed behind them and they walked between the two guards, Max sensed a door opening up where another pair of guards stood. An elven head peered out into the hallway for a moment, turned towards them. Scouting out the competition a little early seems like a smart move. Max couldn't help but grin as he knew the one who had peered out had 3 earrings on one ear. I guess the mage wanted to get a peek. Both of the queens sat on matching thrones, watching as Max and Dexic entered the room the guard had discussed. It was larger than the dining hall area of the faction house, and yet other than the 2 thrones and a large chair off to the side for the queen, no other place to sit was present. A long table with an assortment of food and some masked acrobats that quietly changed positions, bending and hanging off of each other, was the only distraction from the 5 people Max immediately knew were the real players. Everett stood there, his gray hair fixed perfectly in a perfectly pressed black outfit, a pair of golden axes pinned to his jacket. Next to him stood an older elvish man with white hair and in a long flowing gown. Each of the man's fingers was decorated with a jeweled ring, and he had 2 piercings in each ear. The elf's silver eyes never left Max or Dexic as they entered the room. His face looked old even if there were no wrinkles, and a single scar marred his otherwise perfect face, a gash along the left cheek. Both of the twin sisters sat on the thrones, each having colored their hair. It appeared black. Their eyes followed the 2 of them as they strode toward them. Dexic was struggling to walk, her eyes constantly shifting at the elven queen who sat on an ornate chair, gold hair and eyes lighting up where she sat. Bright red lips seemed out of place against her pale skin, and the woman appeared to be sneering as they moved toward Everett. Queens Macy and Molly, may I present warriors Dexic and Seth, members of the Golden Axe faction. Seth Pendle, Macy said, her voice coming across sweet though every word felt heavy. It has been a while since you last stood before us. It would appear you continue making enemies faster than most. Giving a deep bow, Max said nothing, ignoring the wave of force he felt itching to attack his mind. Oh please sister, you and I both know he seems unconcerned with that fact as the young man still hasn't fled the capital and hid somewhere else, Molly stated. Besides, it would appear he has grown in power. Both of them licked their red lips, eyes twinkling as a red glow appeared for the briefest of moments. A slight cough came from the elvish man, and Max watched as Everett fought back a smile. Forgive me, their leader said with a slight bow. Niccolo, may I present our 2 who shall face your champions later tonight. Huffing slightly, the elf spun and let his robes flare out. Like a dancer he moved, showing off the fine fabric that the red, green, and white colors decorated. There is still time for you 2 to withdraw your insult and pay a fine, Niccolo said, his voice already pompous and high as his nose lifted upward into the air. We wouldn't mock you too much if you both admitted the error of your path. Dexic scowled, but Max put a hand on her wrist and let out a chuckle. Usually when one asks for the other to withdraw, it means they have realized they are the weaker of the fight, Max said, holding Niccolo's gaze, watching those silver eyes throb and shake. I guess we should allow you the same chance if you feel the loss of honor and respect you will suffer before your queen is what you truly fear. The room was silent except for a single gasp and grin that came from Molly. Niccolo's eyes went wide, and the leader of the faction that had sent so many to die by his hand trembled. Be still. The sound of Queen Sylvendra's voice carried a hint of the tone Max had heard Tenilla use before. He smiled and gave a slight bow at the elvish woman who stood, her solid red robes gliding across the floor as if assisted by magic, revealing a very shapely woman that seemed in such a stark contrast to most elves he saw. A human who appears to have a mouth and a mind, she continued. It is rare for one so young to have such a thing, and yet I see in his eyes no concern for how I look. Just the opposite, in fact, from how the famed golden warrior I have been told so much about. Max didn't need to look, letting his sonar skill reveal that Dexic was frozen in place, her mouth open and eyes staring at the queen who commanded a powerful presence. Niccolo seemed to be completely calm now, his eyes resting on the one that was gliding toward him. Everett kept his eyes low, not looking at the woman as she passed, having already learned the warnings of allowing himself to be drawn in by her. Careful, Queen Macy said. Attempt nothing before the fight. Laughter that seemed like a cool drink washed over Max as the elven queen let out what sounded like true amusement. Even as she laughed, those golden eyes never left his, focused on him and how he stood there. I wouldn't think to spoil the games, and no matter the outcome, I am intrigued by how I believe this fight will end. The few seconds of silence as no one spoke seemed like ages as each person waited for someone to give in. Waving his hand while sighing, Max shrugged. It's a shame, really. I feel bad having to know we'll end up killing two of your people. I actually enjoy most elves that aren't bent upon my destruction. The slightest twitch came from the queen, only caught by his sonar, which revealed more than Max desired of Sylvandra's body twitching under her outfit. Is that so? Silence came again, and no one spoke as Max and the queen locked eyes, the tone in which she spoke not hiding the displeasure she had for his words. Unfortunately, yes. Even worse, as I had really hoped to earn more money off this fight, Max replied as he glanced past the queen and where Everett stood, head still down slightly, but the faction leader's eyes widening with every word Max said. He knew I was going to do something. I'm just guessing this wasn't what he expected. It appears even all the bookies in town felt the odds against your warriors weren't worth the risk. Some said if it wouldn't have been an insult, they might have made them 1-to-1 odds. Max saw Niccolo start to open his mouth, but nothing came out as Sylvandra jerked her head forward. You dare to tell me to my face that you will win that easily? Her voice echoed off the walls, and Max smiled as he kept his composure. He could feel each of the queens sitting on their thrones leaning forward. There was a quickening of a pulse from almost every person in the room. Tanilla said she would react, and by the gods she is rising like cream. Shrugging, Max motioned to Dexic, who was struggling to move or respond, her face not hiding the shock of his words as her mouth hung open. It's true. I mean, how many have supposedly died by my hands? The rumors are almost so large now that some believe I could fight each of the ones you picked one-on-one without a break and defeat them all. A cough escaped Everett's mouth, and the speed at which Sylvandra's finger moved almost surprised Max. Is that a challenge? She bellowed. Max continued his performance, moving sideways away from the elven woman and giving a slight nod to Queen Molly and Macy. Their eyes glowed, and each of them was locked onto him. That would be up to the queens. Surely the chaos it might cause in the betting pools would easily be resolved with only a few minor changes. I mean, after we defeat whatever pair you throw at us, I would gladly turn down any healing offered, wait on the floor and duel each of the other two, one-on-one. Again turning down all offers of healing between each match. Molly's smile turned almost sinister as her white teeth appeared between those red lips, nodding her head slowly. The elven queen turned, power radiating off her, golden hair continuing to rise off her shoulders slightly. Queen Sylvandra, Molly said, her voice carrying a presence Max had experienced once before. Do not forget where you are. A challenge has been issued. Will you accept? If those golden eyes were daggers, Max would have been attacked. Several seconds passed before the golden-haired woman turned and nodded. Unless he wishes to add anything else to the challenge, I am ready. One last thing, Max said, interrupting the queen and watching as Niccolo almost came unglued, his forehead wrinkling so bad it aged the elf by a few centuries. I will wager 20,000 gold on each of the 3 matches to be bet against the fighters from the Enlightened Souls faction. If that wager is too much, then obviously they don't have faith in their warriors, and there is no need for me to bother wasting my time. A grunt look of concern flashed across Niccolo's face while the elven woman next to him bristled at the added insult. I accept, she shouted, pulling her head back slightly when the volume of her voice reached her own ears. Then it has been witnessed and confirmed, Molly quickly replied. Guards, take those 2 down to the floors. Increase the guards and notify my personal attendant of the changes to tonight's bets. I have no doubt there will be some chaos in the coming moments. Max nodded and turned, ignoring the gaze that every eye in the room had locked upon him. Seth Pendle, Macy called out, forcing him to turn and give a deep bow. Forgive me, my queen, I simply moved to obey your sister's order. She rolled her red eyes and chuckled. I must say, I now realize how much I missed you. The chaos and excitement you bring, it's the queen shivered and grinned, holding herself as she did. Intoxicating. May tonight's fights bring honor to those worthy of taking it. Giving one last bow, Max turned and grabbed Dexic's arm and led her away as they made toward the doors. What in the gods have you done? What needed to be done, Max replied as he pulled out a padded chair and placed it on the plain stone floor. Sit and let me talk. Sit. You feel you can command me like a dog or some other weakling. Do you forget who I am? Sighing, Max shook his head and pulled out a second padded chair, placing it across from the first, and took a seat. No, I don't, but we need to talk. Everything that is happening has been planned, and only 2 people were allowed to know about it. Now sit if you will, and I'll share with you the plan. Grunts and frustration came as Dexic stared at the chair and stomped towards it. It took her a few seconds and a couple of breaths before she plopped down in it, crossing her arms and nodding her head. Everett only knew that I would attempt to goad Niccolo into more fights. Even he didn't know about how I was going to poke the bear. But she's the queen, waiting for Dexic to calm down, Max nodded. She is, which also means that Niccolo can't override what she said. Had he been the one to accept my challenge, the queen could have undone it. Now there is no way to prevent the second two fights. But no healing. Surely you don't believe you can win without getting injured. Oh, I'm not worried about that, Max said as he pulled a potion from his storage. The only rule was I couldn't be healed by the healers. In her anger and fury, the queen failed to fix what I had said, trapped and unable to go back without losing face. From what I have been informed, if there is one thing Queen Sylvandra hates, it is to look bad. And what happens if you actually win each of these fights? You'll piss off the queen and her country. Max grinned and shook his head. Actually, I will look even better, and those who seek to do me harm will need to seriously consider any more potential moves against me. Not only that, the one who will suffer more is the queen herself. From a close elven friend, the king will not take kindly to how she handled herself or the fighters lost by her foolishness. Retaliation wouldn't be wise, as doing so would also lower King Savantus before Queen Molly and Macy. Dexic opened her mouth, and though her jaw moved, words got stuck. It appeared. Smiling, he waited, giving the woman time to see that what he had just done was a trap set long before the moment they walked into the Colosseum. You knew we would stand before all three queens. Nodding, Max tapped his head. Again, I was told by a very close friend the queen cannot help but flaunt who she is. There was never a doubt we would meet. Sighing, Dexic rubbed her face with a hand and then groaned. So now what? Max leaned forward, a twinkle of something sinister in his eyes as he grinned at Dexic. We go collect some blood those elves owe to every human they have slaughtered. This Max Host isn't anything like those two idiots told me he would be. Sitting in the stands, ignoring the jostling and shoving of every drunken fool that called out for blood, the hunter watched the one he had been tasked with killing. Can you believe it? The dwarf to his left shouted at him. Seth Pendle is going to fight two more higher-level elves by himself, after he and Dexic kill the other two. Nearby people in the stands cheered and shouted, while a few elves flung curses at the dwarf who held up his middle finger. Everywhere was chaos, and guards were occasionally having to remove those who ignored the rules of not fighting. Something he hadn't felt in a century went through his bones. The queens lied to me, yet the knowledge the boy had somehow survived his poison and continued to climb the tower left no doubt he was strong. A black skill seemed impossible at first. Even the idea that the two queens believed this Max had a black skill seemed improbable. Red skill would give growth like that if one gave into it, yet he shows nothing that would confirm giving into a skill completely. Yet a black skill, that would devour and consume anyone's soul in a moment. The legends say that they will be able to destroy worlds and are almost impossible to stop. Nothing but a shell of a being, filled with a desire to feed off life. A loud bell sounded, and the crowds began to cheer. The large display above showed a timer of 5 minutes, and the first match was about to start. Two elven warriors were to be the duo that Max and this Dexic woman would face. His skill told him that both of the warriors were level 57, and their stats were far beyond what the Dexic woman had. Yet every time he tried to get a read on Max, it failed and the boy started looking around. The risk was too great, especially when the man had somehow sensed him on the street and then vanished upon going into the perfume shop. Did you wager anything? Turning to the dwarf, who smelled like a barrel of ale that had sat open for a few days, he shook his head. I did not. Your loss. You should put everything on Seth Pendle. That man is half dwarf after all. Some laughter came from the other dwarves nearby, and he shook his head, wondering what joke he apparently was missing. Whoever this Max Host pretended to be, time was running out for him to strike again. Every day it appeared the boy continued to get stronger. Watch and learn. Perhaps today I will find a weakness in his armor. The bell tolled again, and 2 minutes remained, and the stands grew louder as both pairs of combatants started to enter the dirt floor. Dexic couldn't help but chuckle as Max walked next to her. The roar of the crowd was one thing, but the fact he had dyed his armor gold like hers was almost too much. We look like a pair of fools, she shouted. Why did you do that? I told you already. Because I want everyone to know you are my family and I won't let them touch you. A grin flashed across the woman's face before her helm appeared. She waved to the crowd once before turning to watch the pair of elves Niccolo had finally selected as their first matchup. I'm surprised by the matchup, Max stated. Solensai and Dorkies are a powerful group of warriors, and to risk their only set of warriors that can handle the 51st floor in the tower means something. That they hate us. Chuckling, Max nodded and pointed at the duo. From what I know, they have both defensive and offensive skills. We'll need to be smart. Go ahead and use all your skills, but also have some fun with that new sword. You're planning on holding off with yours. The look she gave him between the slits of her helmet couldn't hide some concern. We'll be fine, trust me. Everything I know and all the training we have done spells one thing. Even better is what we're going to loot from those two. A row of white teeth appeared, and Max grinned with his partner. Tanilla had said those two would be outfitted to the gills, especially after the insult and challenge he gave. Whatever the enlightened soul faction had worth taking was going to be on these four. If everything goes according to plan in one night, we are going to drain them of everything, and it will take a long time before they dare to even look at us again. Max watched as the Golden Warrior stood a little taller, her shoulders held high. They don't have any idea what stands before them. Chuckling, Max couldn't help but agree with the voice in his head. The protective dome was around them, and the area they had to fight in had been expanded to a 100-yard-wide section. All around it were healers waiting for those who might need it when the battle erupted. "You're certain we're not going to move?" Max nodded and ignored the sound of the announcer, who was giving one last attempt at working everyone up into a frenzy. "Keep both swords out. Your dual wielding isn't as good as your shield skill, but the stats you gain from both are going to be what matters. Whichever of the pair comes at each of us, you take yours out at the start. Get him to activate his defensive skills, then time your power strikes and finish him." Max couldn't help but notice how she looked at him. Standing there with his halberd and shield, he looked more like a tank and less than one designed to do damage. Flipping roles like this might fool them, but then again. "Just kill yours," Max said, interrupting her and pointing at the crystal above. 3 seconds and this starts. After that, let me have my fun." A loud sound rang out as the bell sounded, and both of the elven men, dressed in full plate armor, began their approach. Each had a shield and a sword that glistened in the Colosseum's light. Max could make out the faint glow of a magical enchantment that looked like the lightning element on the sword. Smart move for the potential stun it might give. Neither moved as fast as possible, yet Max stood there flat-footed, grinning as the pair approached. At 25 yards the pair stopped, and one called out, "Are you going to fight or stand there like a coward, Dorkies?" The elf shook his head. "Oh, then you must be the coward I heard so much about." Max shot back, grinning as the eyes of Solensei narrowed at him. The elf said something and charged, moving slightly faster than his ally, who moved to where Dexik stood ready. The sword that Solensei had moved toward him, and Max deflected it with his halberd, beginning a dance that slowly turned the elven warrior from his friend. Strike after strike, followed by attempted kicks and shield bashes, came as Solensei tried to break through Max's defenses, yet with the dexterity stat he had, combined with evasion and sonar, it felt like he was battling a person 10 tower floors or lower. Each attack got faster, and Max realized the elf had tried to see just how fast he was, slowly building up and moving towards his true top speed. The sounds of the people watching filled the air, even if the barrier helped to cut it down tremendously. Sparks flew as weapons collided, and Max continued his dance of defense, still grinning as he watched with his sonar Dexik land the first strike against Dorkies. The elf had used his defensive skill, stopping the first power strike the warrior had used. Her second offensive skill called out the rumored one that was supposed to be similar to his evasion, and once it was no longer active, Dexik's next attack had taken off the elf's weapon hand. Her opponent cried out, but Solensei couldn't turn to assist, having just realized the boy he had expected to school and quickly kill wasn't struggling at all to keep up, even when the elf finally reached his true combat potential. A few more seconds passed, and Max sensed Dexik land another attack, piercing the shoulder of the injured right side. Every breath was a barrage of attacks, and Dorkies couldn't stand against the fury of the Golden Warrior. Her rage was being released as she yelled, seeming to earn the cheers of the crowd. Solensei shifted, preparing to have to face both of them, and Max gave up space, letting the elf get an eyeful of his ally getting taken apart. 10 seconds later, the sound of a head hitting the ground signaled the end of his ally, and a look of fear peered out from under the silver and gold-etched helm. "Don't worry," Max said as Dexik put one of her weapons away and picked through the dead corpse, sliding rings off and putting other items into storage. "You and me. She will not help. This fight is so that every elf out there who thinks they can just roll over someone like me learns it won't always work out as they hoped." Solensei still waited, shock wearing off as Dexik pulled out a chair and moved back about 10 yards after having stored the rest of the elven corpse and sat down. Max moved, his weapon a blur, spinning and striking as combination attacks came. A hit with the hammer side turned into a kick against his weighted shaft, sending it upward with speed and force, knocking the warrior back slightly as his shield blocked the blow. That led to a slice and then a stab, followed by another combination that never ended. Each attack had the elf on the retreat, backing up, sensing the strength behind each hit, realizing that the speed was coming faster than he could match. Blood seeped out from the grooved section of his armor as Max set up attacks that put the elf out of position before the pointed tip quickly pierced, and then came out, making sure to only cause a minor injury. Time moved on, and blood formed a line in the dirt as Solensei moved backward, hobbling from wounds to both legs and hips. "I yield." Max shook his head, the smile gone, now a grim expression of one who had a job and was going to see it through no matter what. Death is the only escape. Those blue eyes of his opponent saw the blade, watched the weapon, lost track of where it was, felt his arms and shield get moved from the force. A crunch came and the shield arm fell, the blade of his axe having cleaved the joint at the shoulder. Blood gushed out, and the crowd roared with delight. The elf had no more skills to call upon. They had been used dozens of attacks ago, only able to stop the onslaught for just a moment. Please, I. The words stopped as Max ended the fight. He wasn't one to torture a person, but Tanilla had said he needed to prove a point. If it had been his way, this would have been over within the first few seconds, but she was right. Only one way would prevent the zealots within the elf faction from bothering him again, and this was how it needed to be done. He would crush their spirits, destroy their champions, and set them back so far they wouldn't risk another life. A cold wave of power filled him, and Max smiled. Consume has consumed a skill. Skill consumed is equal to current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has consumed a skill. Skill consumed is equal to current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn Protect Ally? Yes, no. Grinning, Max selected yes as he stored his weapon and began to loot his fallen foe. So I take back everything bad I ever said about you, Dexic said as she let Max walk her to the staging area. I'm glad I never pissed you off after watching what you did to him. Shrugging, Max gave her a gentle shove and pointed to where the queens were sitting. Did you see the look on Sylvendra? She was absolutely horrified, and both Queen Molly and Macy appeared to not remain as neutral as I had expected. Snorting, Dexic shook her head. Those two love bloodshed, and watching someone suffer through what you did is something each of them enjoys. If the Elven Queen wasn't here, I would have expected both of them to summon you and shower you with a gift. Shaking his head, Max winced. I've been before them once, and I'd prefer to never have to experience that again if I can get away with it. We both know that won't happen after today. Both of them halted as Dexic reached the edge of the grounds, and a guard stood before them. She turned and held out a hand, smiling as Max shook it. Go end this. Just remember, make sure they never forget our faction's name. Nodding, Max turned and strode toward the area where a pair of guards clad in red armor waited for him. Across the ring was Delina. Her red hair braid hung from behind her chained helm, and those green eyes shook as she watched him. The crowd was roaring as the pair waited for the bell to sound, and Max tried to not smile too much. There were only 50 yards to fight in now, and they were only 30 yards apart. She had two swords out, and Max could sense they shook slightly. Do you want it to be quick or suffer? Delina jerked her arms at his question. You can't be serious. Shrugging, Max pointed to the blood that trailed through the dirt off to the side behind him. I didn't offer Solensai that choice. He was a message I sent to everyone who has attempted to hurt me or my family. You can't escape, but I can make this quick. The elf spat on the ground and glared at him. Tanilla warned me about this. You think this will matter? That elven idiot that dotes on you will suffer. No longer will her disrespect to our king be word, Bell rang out, and before Delina had said another word, Max was in her face. His hands gripped each of her wrists and he squeezed, hearing the bones shatter as the woman cried out. Rage filled his eyes and his foot came down, shattering one of her feet and then the next. No one will dare to touch her, he roared. Both swords clattered to the ground and Max felt himself let go. I cannot do what needs to be done or I may lose myself. If you want this moment, you may have it. Just let me not see what you do. The voice in his head came and the chill of it almost made him regret those words. I shall gladly teach these fools we are not ones to trifle with and that those you have marked as yours are protected. Closing his eyes, Max let go. It is done, his vision returned and Max glanced down at the ground. The body was gone from the soil and the dirt was littered with pieces of flesh, bones, and organs. Glancing at where the two queens sat, he saw them both on their feet, clapping and cheering. Pain in his heart forced him to turn to where he knew Tanilla was. His eyes locked upon hers across the distance, and she winced, nodding once. Taking a deep breath, Max moved back to the starting place. One fight left to go. Max couldn't help but admire the stone-like expression etched upon the elven woman's face. Her red hair and green eyes were locked on him. Flowing robes of red and white hid her tall figure, and multiple rings, earrings, and a red circlet decorated her. There was a wave of power that radiated off her, something that Max knew was far greater than what the woman before. Unlike Delina, the elven mage Arya gave off a presence of true energy. I offered mercy to your friend. She denied it and insulted the woman I love. I will make the same offer, but will do far worse to you if you make the same mistake when you speak. Max could tell his voice almost came across as a growl. If she was foolish enough to repeat the mistake as Delina, she would suffer even more. I will not surrender, but neither will I disrespect the woman you obviously care about, she shouted back. Part of me would prefer to not stand here, but surrendering is not an option. One in my position must honor those above me. Just know I will hold nothing back. Max understood that most likely that her queen had given them commands and expected results. The only way out for either of them was by winning or in death. May Thija grant your soul kindness as you pass to the other side. The smallest of reactions was only noticeable because of his sonar skill, and Max recognized that Arya hadn't expected those words. Magic swirled around her as they waited for the bell, and he pulled out his shield, sensing the growing power behind it. As the bell tolled and Max moved, tendrils of flame came out from the woman's weapon as a flaming staff appeared the second the bell rang. Max had tried to cover the distance in an instant, yet the magic from the staff was faster, wrapping flames around him like rope, binding his body to the ground. Pain from the fire came, and the magic she had used was one he had not seen before. Regeneration. Massive burns began to appear, and the skill seemed to struggle to keep up with the damage that was being done. Standing there, unable to lift his weapon or shield, trying to drive with his legs that had tendrils of fire coiling around them, Max watched as Arya raised her left hand, a large fireball forming as an object he recognized floated by her side. She is a familiar. Slowly the elf mage backed up, putting distance between them as Max had removed 20 of the 30 yards separating them before he was immobilized. The fireball grew larger and larger as the woman poured more and more mana into it. His life wasn't dropping as she might have believed, still at about 90% as the flames fought against the healing of his skill. They ignored his armor, somehow passing through and touching the skin. Arya's right hand appeared to be burning as well as she held onto the staff that was blazing like the sun. Massive amounts of light came from it as the flames grew. Slowly, his legs were able to move himself forward a step, falling behind her retreat as she continued pouring more and more mana into the spell. Her eyes widened as the staff was engulfed, watching as Max managed a second step and then a third, the cords of flames somehow stretching, not holding him as she believed they should have. Grimacing with effort, Max forced himself to smirk. Arya's eyes grew wider as the woman unleashed the fireball on him. Pain came from the impact. The spell was almost 10 feet wide, and Max had known the elf had most likely invested the majority of her mana pool into it. Flesh melted away, a little bit of his skull appearing, yet Max took another step and then another. His life had dropped to 1/3, which meant this combination of spells should have killed almost anyone else. Max, however, wasn't anyone else. 50% resists. How powerful will that become at the top of the tower? No, how powerful will I be? How? Her shout would have filled his ears if the fire hadn't burned most of his ears away, but Max still smirked. He still had more hit points left than most people had in total that weren't warriors at this level. The flames began to vanish, and the ground he had been standing on was smoldering. Parts of the sand that had been in the dirt now turned to glass while the rest was blackened and crunching under his boots. It would appear you failed, Max growled, his voice struggling from the damage to his vocal cords. Arya's right arm shook, the staff she held now vibrating and almost impossible to look at as the flames turned to pure white. She screamed, tossing it down as the fire vanished. The wood that had once been there now gone, nothing more than a smoldering twig. Immediately, the chains of fire that had been holding Max were gone, sending him forward a few steps as he broke free from their binding. Regeneration continued to heal him as he moved, watching the mage scramble backward, pulling out another item. She pointed a wand at him, and a bolt of fire raced toward him. His shield came up, no longer held down by the tendrils of flame, blocking the spell and sending it washing over and around him. Arya scrambled backward, finding herself pressed against the barrier as she unleashed another fire attack and then a third, tossing down the wand as it appeared to be out of charges. Each spell washed over Max. His face was back to normal, his bald skin glistening in the Colosseum's light. Panic filled the woman's eyes as she realized nothing she did was having the expected outcome. There wasn't a need to race over. She was broken, and whatever items her faction had given to ensure victory lay discarded on the ground. One last chance, Max said as he lowered his shield. Surrender, and I'll make it quick. He watched as Arya's eyes darted to where the Elven Queen was at. Turning his head, Max saw the woman was standing. Her hair and eyes seemed to be glowing, and there was no doubt by her expression that she wasn't happy at this outcome. I yield. Arya's voice was almost a whisper. Forgive me, I had to try. Max turned back and nodded. Undress and leave everything on the ground. Do not try to hide any items or pull something from storage. Then I shall give you mercy. Ira now appeared to have no qualms about taking the easy way out. She deposited everything of hers on the ground, stood naked before the entire Colosseum, and gave Max a nod. A single tear rolled down his eyes as he moved to where she stood, bringing his hands up to her head and snapping her neck in a single motion. Cold power flooded him, and the notifications piled up behind the ones he had resisted checking after the last fight. For now, he had one last task to complete. Gently, he lowered her to the ground, pulled a blanket from his storage, and covered her. After that, he picked up her items and stored them. Standing, he realized the crowd was silent. Unlike all the other fights and the horrific way people found their end, this death had seemed to shock them from what they had expected. Everyone saw he had no anger or hatred for the woman. He had defeated her. He had broken her completely without launching a single attack. She had agreed to his terms, and Max had given her a clean death. An exchange was made. her body would return to her people whole, unlike the other before her. As his name was called out as the winner, cheers erupted, and soon the sound of his name echoed across the entire building. Seth Pendle, Seth Pendle, Seth Pendle. Waving once, he moved to where two guards waited for him. The queens wished to see you. Walking through the hallway, Max took a moment and glanced at the notifications he had waiting for his attention. Consume has consumed a skill. Skill consumed is equal to current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has consumed a skill. Skill consumed is equal to current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has consumed a skill. Skill consumed is equal to current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has consumed a skill. Skill consumed is equal to current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has consumed a skill. Skill consumed is equal to current skill. Power stored for future use. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn Fire Familiar? Yes, no. None of them were strong enough to give me a single point in a stat, only one skill. Knowing Tanilla would be glad his appeared to only be for one type of familiar and not the elemental one she had received, Max selected yes and felt the magical knowledge enter him. A thread of fire seemed attached to him now. There inside was a connection to that magical element, and he could sense it and knew that summoning this thing would become an extension of him. The sound of boots in the empty hallway slowed down as they came near the place Max recognized from before. 6 guards in red armor stood outside, giving the pair that led him a nod before swinging it open. "Who are you?" Molly asked, her eyes sparkling red as Max stood next to Everett. Both he and Niccolo were present, and yet Sylvandra had apparently either not been invited or declined the invitation. "I am but a simple member of the Golden Axe faction and a warrior who protects those who are his friends." The white-haired elf seemed ready to say something, but a wave of power washed over him. "Who are you really?" Consume has resisted a skill. Notifications continued to scroll for a moment until they stopped, and Max smiled. "I told you who I am. Just someone who wishes to climb the tower and see how far I can get while protecting my family." Both queens reacted to how he spoke and the tone of his voice. There was no shift in it from before, and another wave of power came at him, this time from both of them. "Tell us the truth," Macy exclaimed, her eyes glowing red. Everett and Niccolo both appeared to struggle to stand, while Max never flinched. Even the guards in the room who were nearby shook. Taking a step forward and then another as if nothing was a threat, Max ignored the half-dozen notifications that repeated the same thing as before. "Consume has resisted a skill. I am just a warrior who wishes to not be threatened." Both of their eyes dimmed slightly, and the pair of queens leaned back in their chairs slightly, mouths open for a moment, and then they glanced around the room. How can you resist?" Macy's outburst seemed to catch her sister off guard as the black-haired twin turned toward her sister and shook her head. "I found a stone in the tower. It makes me immune to any form of mind control or attempts to override my will," Max lied. "A handy thing for a warrior who doesn't have to fear intimidation or other attacks like that." Macy opened her mouth again when Molly's hand flicked out before her. "Enough." Both sisters turned and gazed at each other, and Max wondered what was taking place in that moment of silence as the two sat there for a few seconds. Everett and Niccolo were both breathing heavily, and Max could feel the older men struggling to recover from whatever had emanated from the queens. They are scared, and now they are trying to decide on their next step. Each of them thinks they are the predator, but after watching you dismantle those elves with ease and now resisting their power, which is what keeps them on those thrones, they must decide if making you an enemy is worth it. Are we strong enough to stand against them? You could strike them down right now. Doing so would make things very difficult, as you are not strong enough to truly protect those you say you love. Yet each woman knows that you defeated 3 tower climbers on your own and made it look like child's play. Whatever they decide, know you must play the path of one who is not interested in them or their power. That is how you protect your allies. Max considered those words and knew his skill was right. Now was the time to try and be an ally and content with what he had. Anything else would be a possible stone that might cause him to trip and lead to his friend's destruction. "Queens Macy and Molly, if I may, perhaps I can tell you what I really am desiring at this moment and for the future." His words and tone caused the pair to turn, each with a mirrored expression of one eyebrow cocked low as they gazed upon him. "Tell us, Seth Pendle, what do you desire?" Molly replied. "I said honestly that all I desire is to climb the tower and grow stronger while protecting those I care about," Max said, softening his voice and relaxing his stance. "I don't desire to deal with anything of the kingdom or those who enjoy the games that require daily attention to play." Both women smirked, but Max continued. "Eventually, after the 50th floor, I am considering traveling on a great ship and seeing some of the other lands as Dexic has shared stories of what lies across the seas. Perhaps one day long from then, I will return and take up my tower climbing, seeing if I can perhaps complete it, or maybe I will stay over there. Max turned slowly and gave Niccolo a glare that caused the older elf to take a step back. I will not seek any more retribution or actions against the Enlightened Souls faction, provided they no longer attempt to cause problems to members of my faction. If, however, they do, I will publicly challenge them every month until either there is none left to fight, or they have lost their reputation that none will ever join again. Niccolo started to open his mouth, but Macy's raised hand froze him as if he was encased in ice, stopping the frustrated man. That seems like a fair offer. And there is nothing else you desire. Macy bit her lips slightly, and Molly blinked rapidly a few times as the pair understood exactly what Max had just said. Other than a grunt that came from Niccolo, no one else made a sound as the two women considered the options before them. Very well, Molly finally replied. Max could see the narrowing of her gaze upon him and the tight muscles of her jaw as she spoke. We are glad to see you have earned our kingdom some great renown and will ensure that the money owed to you is paid. A token of our well wishes will also be delivered in the coming week. Perhaps one day we may need your help again. Max bowed and smiled. I am thankful to be a citizen of Peltagau and its two queens. When the door shut on the carriage, Max saw Everett finally relax. Are you okay? The older man shook his head and wiped his face with a hand. You realize that we might have had to fight our way out of there had things gone differently. Nodding, Max motioned toward the Colosseum through the closed door. You and I both know that the time to hide is ending, and I need to make sure they don't see us as a direct threat. See you as a threat, Everett corrected. Still, watching Niccolo's face and hearing him grovel before those two was almost worth my heart stopping a few times. I'm just glad they didn't force me to talk. I'm not sure what would have happened. That thought had already run through Max's mind, and even Tanilla didn't have an answer. Regardless, tomorrow we'll be entering the tower. There's no time to waste, and something tells me that place is actually the safest spot for us right now. You're probably right. What about the loot you and Dexic acquired? What are your actual plans for it? Max pulled a bag from storage and held it out. You can go through it and then send back what I promised. Anything you find of value, just give our group first choice. After that, you get to do as you see fit, taking the bag and making it vanish. The next question to come wasn't a surprise. And the gold? Snorting, Max smirked as he rubbed his chin. We need materials for crafting. You saw what that sword did, and I want to try a few more things. Right now, I can't think of much we can really buy with gold. The real question is, are you willing to trade those crystals for materials? Everett stared up at the ceiling of the carriage before finally tusking his tongue. With the speed at which you five are bringing them in, I'm certain some of the other factions will be more than willing to trade for a few. Leaning forward, the older man gave Max's knee a gentle tap. After what you did tonight, I doubt any of the other factions will want to say no to almost anything we ask for a while. Tom gave me a few pieces of paper before I had to be whisked away, and after the second fight, a few reached out to him. As your third fight against Arya was about to end, 2 more sent notes. The truth is, you and your party may all need identity-concealing items soon if you want to move around town. Frowning, Max saw the wisdom in that, but also hated how his new fame would affect his friends. One thing at a time, I guess, he replied before sighing. Right now, I just want to go check on the others. I'm afraid of how they might respond to that second match. Max saw Tom swallow at that statement, and his jaw muscles went tight before he frowned. It was needed, but not something I ever imagined you were capable of. How you continued doing what you did. I don't need to hear any more, Max interrupted. I went to a dark place and let go. The truth is I never want to do that again. I understand. Rest then. Tom and I will manage the items you acquired and take care of everything else. Focus on your goal. Closing his eyes, Max took a deep breath and nodded. Exhaustion at knowing how everything almost fell apart bothered him. Even worse was the sensation he had felt while in the Colosseum. Someone was watching me fight like they had at the tower, and I'm just not sure who. 2 more of those flying things, 1 more of those 2-wheeled bikes. Max wanted to laugh as Tanilla called out the half-goblin, half-automaton creatures they kept facing. Ever since they entered the 30th floor, things differed completely from the start. A massive landscape filled with tall buildings, some even taller than Peltagau's castle, dotted the landscape, and these planes, as his engineering skill told him, were flying all over the city. The streets had goblins riding these bikes with engines that spewed black smoke, just like the planes did. While both were bad, each equipped with arrow launchers, the harder-to-deal-with ones were the goblins with backpacks that launched explosive bombs upon them. Getting to those brown and green creatures required getting past goblins moving inside 10-foot-tall automaton outfits that smoked and usually exploded upon being defeated. I got the planes. Cordelia shouted as she unleashed arrows at the pair flying toward them, ducking behind the stone wall Tanilla had created to hide behind. A pair of bombs hit an air wall, and Max watched as Tanilla's fireball finally struck the last one, causing it to explode into bits. "Get the bike," Fowl called out as he dealt with the last of the mechanical suits. Grinning, Max raced forward, matching the speed at which the bike came, dodging the arrows it sent from the two tubes on each side, swinging his weapon and taking the goblin's head off in one strike. The bike swerved and crashed into a metal building, exploding and sending metal parts raining down around where it had blown up. Spinning, Max had his bow out, sending a few arrows at the planes that were harder to hit with spells because of their speed and distance, watching as one started spiraling toward the ground, black smoke marking the path of its doom. What kind of crazy shite did the tower create this time? "Nothing to salvage again," Fowl complained. "Every one of these things explodes. Even when you kill the goblin with a single blow to their head, it's like whatever they have on them is connected and suddenly boom." A few chuckles came as Fowl mimicked an explosion. "What are you thinking?" Cordelia asked as she saw Max studying the street they were fighting on. "These streets are 4 times wider than they should be. I'm guessing it's because of the planes that come out from the buildings along it." He pointed at the door that had opened, revealing an empty storage space that one bike had come from. "Other than experience and these orange gems, we aren't getting a single thing worth keeping," Max continued. "Based on what we could see from the start of this floor, we are probably going to be here for at least a full day." "Does that mean we're camping?" Fowl asked. "Maybe. Dexic told me the 30th floors start the longer versions, and I think she was right. Based on these buildings and the math I've been doing, this floor may be 30 to 50 miles long." Both dwarves spat, and Max saw Tanilla frown. "We'll be fine," Tanilla said, "one fight at a time." 8 hours of steady fighting had taken them further into the tower floor, and Max shook his head as he waited for regeneration to heal the injuries he acquired from the robotic suit that exploded near him. Still nothing. "No stat or skill gains," Max quietly informed Fowl. "They aren't that strong. Mainly it's the explosion and numbers of enemies that come. I know most groups can't do what we can, which means fighting 7 or 8 at a time should be difficult, but it's not. Which means the real question is, what will the boss on the 35th floor be?" Nodding, Max pointed at a pack of goblins moving down one street. "Correct. Now tell me you see that one of those goblins is different." Fowl raised a hand and peered at the pack Max had pointed out. "One of them isn't just in a robot suit, as you call it, but also has an enormous pack on its back, which means we just found a new enemy." Fowl groaned and then sighed. "Looks like you should go first then." Now Max's fireball, along with Tanilla's and the arrow from Cordelia, all flew at the new goblin they were facing. As their spells and attack hit at the same time, a ground-shaking explosion took place. Flames much larger than the ones they had sent erupted from where their target had been, covering the street and the other goblins nearby. Screams of pain and suffering came from 70 yards away, and for over a minute, the flames never let up until they finally vanished. "What in the gods was that?" Fowl asked. "Beats me, but I'm glad we didn't let it get close," Cordelia said. "Did you see how long those flames burned and how hot they appeared to be? Okay, new plan. Anytime we see one of those, we kill it first and stay back." Everyone nodded in agreement. No one wanted one of those to get close and blow up. Flames almost as hot as the chains that Arya's staff had created burned the flesh from Max's skin, causing the pain of it all to blind him for a bit. Regeneration was keeping up, and Batrayer's heal had him in a great spot health-wise, but for the last 40 seconds since the new goblin had dropped from a building up above and onto where everyone was, Max endured the pain that came from running and leaping upward, grabbing the creature and using demonic teleportation to remove it from its attempt at detonating on the 3 women. As soon as he and the creature hit the ground, it exploded, covering a good 20-yard circle in flames. Leaving that area had taken a moment as Max gathered his wits. Now he stood outside the circle, still on fire. Ice Nova had not stopped the flames, nor had the barrel of water he tried to douse himself with. Some magic cannot be put out by normal means. Whatever this is, it isn't just magic, but a combination of magic and items. His skill confirmed the thought he had been debating as the fire ate away flesh and muscle, again and again as his skill healed him. It was like the acid, except hot but not near as life-threatening. Finally, the flames vanished and his body immediately felt normal as a heal came once more from Batrayer. "Seth," their healer cried out. Everyone came rushing towards him, having taken out the other goblins that attacked. "I'm okay," Max said as he touched his face, his gloves vanishing for a moment as he made certain he wasn't too ugly to look at. "You saved us," Batrayer exclaimed. "Had that landed in our midst, we would have been burnt to death." Fowl gave him a gentle slug to the arm and nodded. "It's my job, and I know everyone here would do the same for each other. Besides, now we know they can come from those higher buildings," Max replied, waving off their praise. "We'll need to fight closer to the middle of the street, and I'll try to keep an eye out on above." Snorting, Fowl shook his head, always thinking about next time instead of how we barely survived this time. "Are we still wanting to keep going, or do you have some idea on when we should try to camp? Let's get about 4 or 5 more hours in and see where we are." After that, we can find one of these openings the bikes create when they leave the building. Max noticed Tanilla motioning to him to follow her for a moment away from the group. Resisting the urge to sigh, Max followed, expecting he knew what was coming next. You're focused on pushing through at a fast rate, Tanilla said. I know you want to make certain we are stronger to try to protect us, but don't forget, we won't be there in a week or two. This journey is supposed to take years, if not decades. Max could feel the other three watching them and heard Cordelia ask if he was going to ever relax again. I'll try, I really will, he replied. Just you saw your mother, and I have no doubt that eventually that bridge will come tumbling down and I can't risk any of you. Especially you. She smiled and nodded, moving close to him and gave a quick kiss on his cheek. I know, but don't forget who you are. I won't push, but what happened on that floor, it has changed you. Sighing, he nodded slowly. It did change me, why? No reply came, but even without his skill telling him, Max knew the weakest point in his armor was Tanilla. If someone intentionally hurt her to get to him, he would burn the world down, selling his soul along the way. I know I'm working on finding myself again. Just give me a few days or weeks. I can't promise it will happen overnight, but I'll get there. She nodded and then motioned to the others who came to where they stood. Well, you heard our leader, Tanilla said, her voice now mocking the title Max hated. Time to keep pushing on till he lets us sleep. The air changed as everyone laughed and prepared to find the next group of goblins in their path. For a few minutes, everything was almost like it had been before the previous night. Fowl yawned as he waited on Batrayer's heel. Two of those exploding at the same time actually hurts. Max nodded and stored his bow, taking in the carnage they had just waded through for the last 20 minutes. They managed to sleep without any incidents, and until about 2 hours ago, the progress had been like the day before. We just need to find out why those other groups are coming with the one we pull, Max said. I scouted and didn't see them, but like all the last few major fights, a few extra doors are open, which means they are hiding in the buildings. Fowl grumbled and nodded as the others moved to where they were standing. You two complain too much, Batrayer stated. With your ability to heal and Tanilla's mana regeneration, we haven't really had any issues. Even those self-detonating goblins managed to take out a few of their own since we destroyed them early on. I know. It's just not a good thing when we fight 40 or so in a row, even if the experience is good, Max replied. Oh, it's good. Real good, Fowl said as he grinned. We're ready when you are, Cordelia said as she knocked an arrow. Nodding, Max moved ahead of the group, preparing to find their next victims. 7 more hours ended as they arrived at a massive half-dome, 400 yards high and made of patchwork metal sheets. Underneath the dome, the portal sat at the end, almost a half-mile away. Leading to the portal were rows of raised barricades, with packs of goblins scattered behind each one. Those barricades are like 50 yards apart, Tanilla stated as she pointed at the portal. The worst part is I don't see any of the ones that blow up when you get near or kill them. Everyone could see about 40 airplanes circling up above, black smoke trails following behind them, the constant drone of those engines and the occasional sputter easily heard. More of the robot suit goblins were moving around behind the 7 rows of barricades. There has to be almost 300 of them there. Is that a question or a statement? Max asked Fowl, who gave him the middle finger. You know that was a question. If it's not gold, we both know I struggle to count that high. Smiles appeared even as the group tried to consider the options for getting to the portal. Feels like another one of those floors like the bee, Max said. I can see a path and have no doubt I can run past all these goblins before they can respond. My biggest fear is what might be hiding and all those barrels stacked on top of each other near the portal. Cordelia squinted and snorted. You can see those. Maybe Fowl is wrong and you're part elf too, their ranger stated. I noticed them but thought nothing about them till now. I'm all for getting carried out here if you want to run, Batrayer said. I have my barrier and with how fast you move, we can easily reach the portal long before it runs out. Max nodded, his eyes still focused on the barrels. What is it? Tanilla asked. I'm the only one who was fortunate enough to get close to those goblins that explode in flames. In the back of the mech was a barrel that looked similar to the one stacked there. Part of me fears a possible trap, but the other part of me wants to try to steal 1 or 2. So you would run with us, toss us in the portal, and then try to grab a few before exiting the tower floor. Max nodded at Tanilla, who then sighed but shrugged. Why not? You've done crazier things before. Everyone grinned and even Max smiled, knowing they were right. All right, let's get set. I want to get you all safe, and if I feel I can still make it, I'll grab a couple. Everyone moved into position while Fowl held out his arms, holding his shield before him. One day we need to come up with a name for this, their dwarven warrior muttered. That way you can just call out, Dwarven Express, and we'll all know what to do. As Max finished putting Tanilla on top of Cordelia, he chuckled. You're right, and I probably need to get a harness made so I don't have to worry about anyone falling off. Once they were all set, Max raced toward the first barricade, judging the distance, and jumped well beyond the first line of defenders. A shout came and then an alarm sounded as horns around the top of the dome blared out an ear-piercing sound. The planes began to descend, but none of them were fast enough to react, as Max was already past the 3rd barrier and closing in on the exit with each step. Goblins flew past him as he moved, many trying to turn and focus on him, yet most couldn't rotate fast enough to keep track as he ran. At the sixth barrier, the wall began to rise, appearing to attempt to stop the group that was almost past all the defenses. Summoning an air wall, Max jumped off it, leaping above and beyond the wall, angling toward the last one that did not appear to get taller. The groan Fowl made as they moved almost made Max laugh as he angled toward the portal. Having gotten closer to the space between the last barrier, Max felt a skill go crazy. Red areas on different pieces of metal appeared, and everything inside told him if he stepped on those, life wouldn't be good. Trap detected. Trap detected. Trap detected. Trap detected. Trap detected. Trap detected. A flood of over 50 notifications flew by, and Max had to summon an earth wall to adjust his intended path, hitting it harder than he wanted and jostling everyone he carried. Traps. Max felt everyone tighten up as he slowed his pace, dancing along the metal floor, avoiding areas he knew would set off something most likely not good for their health. Explosions sounded behind him as the first line of defense sent their explosive projectiles this way, most of them striking the sixth barricade that had risen. Leaping sideways, Max squeezed Fowl and the others as tight as possible, wishing for a harness or extra body mass so that he could grip them better. There was still almost 400 yards until the portal was in range. The sound of plane engines struggling to gain speed and come toward him sounded like an angry buzz, filling the moments of silence between the blaring alarm. Dodging left, then leaping right, Max weaved his way across the floor as more traps appeared as he got within range. This close, he could see the slightly raised section of the floor noticeable now, but before something one would have missed if not looking for it. An ice spear formed above him as he ran for a moment and then was gone, sent behind by Tanilla as she defended his back. The distance vanished as each step and leap covered 10 to 20 yards easily, going slower so he could land where he needed to. As the portal came near, Max sensed arrows flying toward them, and then an air wall stopped the attacks from striking his group. Hold on. Touching down near the portal, Max immediately tossed Fowl into it, ignoring the scream that came from his dwarven friend. Catching Batrier as she shifted from the move, Max grabbed her with one hand and spun, sending her into the portal right after her man. Forgive me. A scream that almost reached the same pitch as Fowl's escaped Tanilla's throat as she was flung into the portal. 2 seconds later, Cordelia was sent out of the tower, and Max tried to not pause as the sight of over 100 goblins rushing toward him and the dozens of airplanes that were headed in his direction. 40 yards away in each direction were hundreds of the kegs he wanted to steal. Dashing from the portal, Max summoned an ice wall. As he reached the first row, he began grabbing them and storing the first 2 immediately. The next pair he tossed across the area at the incoming goblins, moving along and already having stored 4 more before Max's projectiles were halfway to his target. Arrows began to rain down all around him, and Max summoned his air wall once more, preventing an attack that wasn't aimed at him but the barrels near him. Shite, they're trying to blow me up now. Dozens of explosive charges were flying towards the wall of barrels, and Max knew only seconds remained as he pivoted and sprinted back toward the exit. 10 yards from the portal, the first explosive charge hit and a whoomp sounded in his ears, a massive heat immediately reaching his back. Behind him, the greatest display of destruction began as barrel after barrel ignited in a domino effect. Demonic teleportation. Time wasn't on his side, and as he touched the portal, the brightness of the orange glow around him was almost blinding. So how many barrels did you get? 6, Max replied, finally answering the question Fowl had asked 2 times already. Part of me wishes we had been there with Batrier's protective shield up, because I'm not sure anything was left alive when I got out. A groan came from their healer as the carriage made its way from the tower. I'd prefer not to risk it, especially since I'm not sure how much damage it can absorb before breaking. Nodding, Max saw Cordelia pulling a few of the gem pouches out as she started handing them to everyone. There are, I think, 133 in each pouch. At this rate, we should hit the level 40 cap before we reach the boss floor. We need something to replace the lack of loot, Fowl muttered as he reached in and pulled an orange gem out, crushing it between his fingers. Are we going to still do the next floor tomorrow? Everyone looked at Max after Batrier spoke, and he shrugged. We have all our skills ready. I'm uncertain what the next floor will be, but these weren't that strong compared to the other floor. Or you're just too strong, Tanilla stated. Regardless, if we are going to do the floor tomorrow, I want to turn in early. Sleeping in a tower isn't as restful as one might think. Grunts of agreement came, and Max nodded. I'm fine with that. We can eat and turn in. There are still 4 hours of light left in the day, and I know 3 people in our faction who will want to inspect one of these barrels. Max nodded and waved, shaking a few hands as different faction members saw him, and congratulated him on the success in the Colosseum, ignoring the way Tom rolled his eyes each time they were stopped. Eventually, the trainer dragged Max away from the members and to the room he had requested. Behind a thick stone wall, the four watched as one dwarf handled the barrel in another room through the reinforced glass section of the wall. Hopefully that suit will protect him, Tom mumbled as the dwarf in a shiny fire-resistant suit undid the top of the barrel. He dipped a thin test tube inside and withdrew a small amount of the liquid, placing it on in a metal rack before sliding it through a hole in the wall that led to another room. The breath of relief Alfreda let out when nothing bad happened told Max just how tense that moment had been. The group of four then moved to the next windowed area to watch the two elven alchemists take the rack and tube from the transfer box. After our last problem with explosive materials, we needed to upgrade our area some, Alfreda said, doing her best to whisper, so Everett didn't hear. No one said anything as the pair of elves began siphoning off smaller amounts of what was given to them and slowly combining in different boxes with exhaust systems that left the room. They moved along the row of 12 tests they had, pushing a lever which combined something into the small amount. Max and the others jumped slightly when a minor explosion roared in the fourth box, sending flames up the exhaust area. That is an organic activated liquid, Alfreda stated. The other three didn't. Another explosion rocked box 5 as the next object was combined. Or I'll wait, I guess, till they finish. 2 of the last 7 boxes all had a reaction, and when the elves were finished, they watched as Alfreda made writing motions. Each nodded and began cleaning up the room they were in. So what does that tell us? Tom asked as he saw the older elven woman writing some things down in a journal she had pulled out. That whatever is in that stuff is dangerous. That stuff shouldn't be in his possessions before level 40 at the earliest. It ignites when it comes in contact with any type of organic material like skin, hair, meat, plant, etc. Dirt won't set it off. Also, anything with a slightly higher than usual heat signature could set it off, and electricity causes the worst explosion, Alfreda said as she wrote quickly. Finally, water doesn't extinguish it, but there should be some materials we have used before which will snuff the fire faster. For now, I wouldn't leave that barrel out as the potential to cause extreme damage is too great. Why are you grinning like that? Tom asked when he turned and saw the massive smile Max wore. Honestly, this stuff is pretty amazing, even if it's super dangerous. Blunt force will set it off if it's enough. The fact it hurt goblins and burned them was a perk. Sometime down the road, these may pay off. Nodding slowly, Tom flipped a gold coin to Everett, who smirked. I told you, the faction leader said as he caught and pocketed the coin. Yes, Seth always likes to use stuff as weapons. I shouldn't have taken that bet. Chuckling, Everett handed Max a piece of paper as they turned and left Alfreda, who was still focused on the results of the tests in the room. That has the list of things worth keeping from the 3 you defeated. Based on what I know, only 4 of the items really fit your team's needs. Tom grumbled as he walked behind them, muttering, gear better than anything I ever had, not knowing Max could hear him. Scanning the list, he nodded. I'm sure that Cordelia and Tanilla will want some of this jewelry, but the rest of it isn't worth anything. A cough came from his trainer and Max held up his hand. I mean, someone here can obviously use it, but with what you both know I can make or the stats of a few of our items, we might replace this sooner than later. Even Fowl might only need 1 piece of armor. You realize you're turning down. Everett paused and made sure no one was within earshot of the 3, an item that grants a percentage of stats. I do, but for now, trust me when I say as much as I want to take one of those rings, I would prefer to let the rest of my team have them. Down the road, I may come back and ask for it. Max had done the math in his head, and even though he still wore the first ring that gave only 1 point of dexterity, it served as a reminder of where all this started. As his stats grew, those percentage-based rings would provide more stats if the jewelry they collected didn't scale. Well then, just have someone come by and pick them up later. From the bags under your eyes, I'm guessing you will be turning in. Max nodded at Everett and found himself yawning at the acknowledgement of exhaustion. How do you manage those week and month-long grinds in the tower? One night seems almost impossible sometimes. Tom scoffed and shook his head while rolling his eyes. You haven't even suffered yet. That maze was the first proper introduction to a long tower floor stay, and you weren't having to fight. Our worst time was almost 2 months, and if we slept more than an hour at a time, it was utter bliss. Waves of monsters kept coming, and we couldn't retreat as no one knew just how much further we had to go. But the experience was amazing, Everett stated. We gained more levels in that one grind than we ever had on a single floor. Nodding his head, Tom had the tiniest of smiles as he gazed off somewhere for a moment. I remember getting so hungry we were cooking the meat of the creatures we killed. After that, we made sure to pack enough food for a 3-month trip. Max felt himself wince as he realized they only had enough food for maybe 2 weeks. I guess it's time I upgraded our storage as well, he replied. But for now, there's some warm water and a soft bed with a beautiful woman waiting for me. Both men laughed and waved as Max left the room. Fowl snorted as they stood outside the tower entrance. They were the fourth one in line, as for some reason, 9 groups had been waiting to enter this morning from different factions. Acknowledgements came from everyone but the group of elves that were 2 spots before them. It appears we are with a celebrity, Fowl whispered. Perhaps I can sell some of his used equipment for gold. Batrayer snorted as Max groaned. He had been trying to deal with the changes his and Tanilla's plan would bring. The recent rise of fame had been so bad that he used his appearance-altering jewelry when headed out of the faction property. It will pass, he replied. For now, focus. We don't have any idea what we'll face today, and I want to make sure we're ready for it. What happened to the fun-loving guy? Cordelia asked as she winked at Fowl, always cracking short jokes and pretending life was just one good time after another. He grew up, was their dwarf warrior's response. It is a shame. Well, that's not what I expected at all, Fowl stated as they peered at the large opening in the black dirt. Dozens of ants ran around the outside, moving towards another hole about 100 yards off. These ants, however, were part ant and part metal creation. Some had metal legs like the automatons, a few had a robotic head, and one was a bright red color with an extremely large appendage on the end. Each was at least 5 feet tall, with the metal heads being almost 7 feet in height. Ants again, their ranger said with a sigh, which means we're going underground. Max nodded and readied his halberd. We might be able to only get 6 if we wait till the ones moving are further away. Focus, the ones with the automaton heads first. Ready when you are. Tanilla's statement was all Max needed as he motioned to the one Fowl would toss a rock at. 7. Fowl's stone had aggroed 2 with the metal heads and 5 of the ones with robotic legs. Immediately, the difference in speed was noticeable as the 5 ran past the larger and slower pair. Rooting, shooting. 2 of the faster ants were stopped in place, large roots rising up around their legs, and an arrow from Cordelia caused her target to find a chunk of its face missing, purple gore splattering everywhere. As it screeched, crashing against the ground, the other 2 came right at Fowl, who was swinging his hammer and banging his shield. Max sensed Tanilla's ice spear and quickly cast his fire elemental, ready to use it again. The first ant struck Fowl, screeching in pain as the thorn aura caused a purplish blood to gush from the wound. Swinging his weapon, Max found the blade cut right through the outer exoskeleton with ease, tearing through the shell and causing its head to fall sideways, still attached by a few ligaments and chitin. The pair of metal heads were almost upon them, and Max moved to the side, giving Fowl a chance to get aggro while he prepared to unleash a fire nova. An ice spear tore through one of the rooted ants, almost looking like someone had run a stick through its entire body before it fell dead. 2 seconds before the larger ants reached their dwarven warrior, he had brained the faster ant, snapping off an antenna and moving to intercept the pair as Cordelia finished off his foe. A pair of 3-foot-wide mandibles opened up, clamping down on Fowl's shield, gripping it tightly. 1 second it was holding on, fighting against the dwarf's strength, and a second later a glow came over it. The next moment Fowl was off the ground, still holding onto his shield but now spinning like a top as the pair of robotic mandibles spun. Faster and faster they twirled, bringing a cry of surprise and a call for help as their tank was a few feet off the ground, a blur of plate mail against the ant's head. Max didn't wait after seeing what had happened, racing toward his target and delivering a solid hit to the rushing large ant. Gong. The impact of his axe against the side of the insect's face created a loud sound of metal on metal, and it caused the ant to stagger back, a crack having appeared in a part of the metal while purple and green goo came from it. Surprised by the fact the head hadn't been cut cleanly, Max moved with a speed his ant couldn't keep up with, taking off the legs instead, causing the insect to find itself unable to stand as the weight of its head brought it crashing to the black dirt. Fire nova went off, sending waves of flames across the ground 3 times, the smell of burning insects filling the air. 3 steps brought him to where Fowl continued to spin around like a toy at a fair. Power strike. 1 hit obliterated the head, sending both it and Fowl crashing into the dirt where the pair bounced and rolled around until the momentum was lost. Cursing could be heard though not understood from their dwarf warrior. Another spell and a few arrows ended the rest of the ants they had to face, allowing the group to move to where Fowl was, dirty and slightly banged up, puking his entire breakfast out. How did that pick you up? Why didn't your armor's ability keep you from moving? I have no idea, their warrior stated, color finally returning to his face. 1 moment I felt like I was stuck to the ground, the next I relived that dwarf on ice moment. Fowl didn't want to discuss his recent ride anymore as he washed off with a few flasks of water. Max and Tanilla studied the head that had been cleaved off, seeing a system of gears, pistons, and a jewel inside the metallic head. What else are we going to face? Max sighed as he picked up the head and stored it. I do not know. Until the previous floor, I didn't know one could do this with engineering or whatever this is, he replied, motioning at the ants with metal legs. Everything about this feels weird, and Everett and Tom both said that nothing like this has been reported before in their records, which means it has to do with just you. Bobbing his head, Max frowned. No stats yet either, which makes me wonder what I'm maybe missing. His book was out and Max showed Tanilla a few lines. I'd expect the stats to be somewhere around the 250 range or so, but I can't tell. None of these things are smart or fast enough, I guess, to grant me a stat increase. My other question is, does the equipment or robotic parts they have change what I can get from them? Like a magical item granting bonuses? Tanilla asked, her eyes widening slightly. Grimacing, Max shrugged. Maybe. For now, all we can do is finish the tower floor and see what we find. Hopefully Fowl won't play around like that anymore. Redness filled her face as she snorted, unable to keep herself from laughing. 5 ants came as they pulled the ones outside from the opening closest to them, one of the metal heads getting rooted along with the one with the enormous metallic abdomen. The 3 quick ones died easily, and Tanilla sent an ice spear at the newest one they faced. As the spell tore through its body, the party found themselves knocked back even though they were 50 yards away, a large crater where the ant had been immobilized. Half of its ally with the metal head was gone, bodily fluid gushing out from the back, half that was missing. What was that? Fowl shouted. What? Batrayer replied. Fowl started to yell again when Max held up one hand while the other was pressed against his temples. The sound of the explosion had hurt his head because of his sonar skill, and his ears were repairing themselves with his regeneration. Tapping his ears, everyone nodded, realizing they could not hear. A few heels later, everyone gathered together, and the grim look on their faces spoke about the danger of what had just happened. If we face one of those in a tunnel, that could bring the whole thing down upon us. Batra nodded as Fowl stuck his finger in his ear again after speaking. Either we continue or take 4 days off, hoping that whatever we face next isn't as bad, Max stated. I can't see this being any more dangerous than anything else we've faced yet. Max's scouting and ability to pull ants allowed them to make it safely through the tunnels without too many issues. They were 20 yards wide, and this time a swirling mushroom pattern grew along the walls. Blue ones ran in a line from one side, up and overhead, until moving back along the walls and ceiling of the tunnels. Occasionally, a pair of exploding ants would be found, and Max would lead them, and some others, into one of the side tunnels. His new fire damage with the help of his elemental made defeating the ants easy. The only problem was the amount of times Max had to use demonic teleportation to get out from caves that sometimes took place when the ants blew up. Almost 10 hours passed as they made their way steadily further and further down the tunnel system before they came across a massive cavern without a single ant and just the exit portal. Seems a bit like a trap, Cordelia said as she glanced around the empty cavern. Other tunnels led inside or out of the 200-wide area, but nothing could be seen. I don't see any traps or sense anything, Max stated as he pointed at the exit. Best thing we can do is make a break for it. If anything happens, I'll grab everyone and run. As a group, they raced toward the exit. Nothing appeared as they reached it. Without fanfare, they stepped into the portal with ease. Everett, in all my life I have seen nothing like this, the older elf woman muttered. There have been rumors about stuff like this, but that was 1,000 years ago. Her voice trailed off as the entire party watched the 3 older members of the faction inspecting the different robotic parts. Alfreda, can we even do anything with any of these parts? She shrugged at Tom's question and tapped a few of the gears and parts inside the metallic ant head. There are some things that we can melt down and reuse, but as Seth pointed out, those crystals which supply power inside differ from any I have ever seen. Even though they appear to be similar to the tower crystals, it's an original power of some kind. Grunts came from the 3 before Everett finally left them and moved to where the party was waiting. I need to talk to the 5 of you in my office real quick, he said. Even though his face appeared to be expressionless, Max could barely make out the tension in the man's jaw. I need you all to know that our faction has seen an increase in potential applicants, though I'm certain you're well aware of this already. Cordelia snorted as she shook her head. There have been more people downstairs than I can remember, she replied. Most of them have googly eyes whenever they see Seth over here. Everyone chuckled as Max sighed, sinking deeper into the green couch next to Tanilla. Yes, that is one of the obvious signs. I have also been dealing with some potential networking between other factions that want to join our current rise to the top, their leader said. Some of them were quicker than others, recognizing the power shift after the fight with Dexic and Seth. What this means for us as a whole is you 5 will be granted a free pass in dungeons if you encounter another group. A free pass. Nodding at Fowl, Everett pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to the dwarf. If you encounter another group, they will allow you to go ahead and have first access to whatever might be available. Why would they do that? Cordelia asked. They're afraid of being challenged, Tanilla replied before Everett could. The older man chuckled and nodded. Right now we are in a very rare position, and I am working hard to keep us safely on top for a very long time, Everett explained. Even the queens are actively involved in some changes that have us in a very special position. Everyone flinched as he spoke one word differently and used his fingers for air quotes. Right now, we have gone from a middle-of-the-pack faction to a place our brothers and sisters haven't seen in over 500 years. The Council is working with me to ensure that those favors we have not called in are best used, providing the greatest opportunity for growth security. With that said, 5 different keys appeared, and Everett handed them out slowly. You 5 are now in a room that hasn't been used for a while. It is basically an apartment on the top floor and is better warded and protected from any potential intrusions. A smirk appeared as he said those words, and the old man gave Max a wink. No one should be able to enter a window or those doors unless it is Tom, myself, or you. When you first use the key, it will bind you to the door, and from that moment, each of you will reside there. A roll of paper appeared in Everett's hand, and he spread it out over the table between the couches. Everyone gathered close and a few whistles came as they recognized what it was. You're going to construct more buildings. Grinning, their faction leader nodded at Cordelia and tapped one of the new additions. We are going to construct a new area designed just for crafting. With the current materials we are acquiring, the influx of people looking to join us and the need to keep things safe, we plan to become one of the greatest areas for crafting. This can't be cheap, Fowl muttered as he studied the 6th-floor building that was designed to be built mostly underground. How much is this going to cost? Bags of coins began to fall from Everett's hand onto the floor, each one clinking with the weight that immediately let the dwarf know they were gold. Someone was gracious enough to drain the coffers of not only our recent rival, but also the local bookies in town. The 2 extra fights were highly skewed in our favor, and we had a line of individuals all more than content to place wagers in their name for a percentage of the win. Can I ask how much? Tanilla inquired as she leaned forward, grinning in a way Max hadn't seen in a while. Wincing, he shook his head from side to side for a moment before nodding. Over 100,000 gold. Coughs came from everyone at the knowledge of how much impact that kind of wealth could bring in the hands of a faction overnight. Clearing his throat, Everett then tossed a small leather pouch to everyone but Max. Inside is an item from the recent fight that took place. Those are your items, courtesy of Seth. He told me what you most likely needed, and I tried to make the best decision about who got what. Gasps and eye bulging came from Fowl, Cordelia, and Batrair as they inspected the jewelry they had been given. With that said, all I can say is to be smart and safe. You have the entire council backing you 5, and there aren't many requests I will turn down, provided they aren't impossible or completely ridiculous. Batrair elbowed Fowl as he was about to speak, causing him to grunt and close his mouth. After a moment of silence, Max stood and shook Everett's hand. As always, we appreciate you. Chuckling, the older man nodded and moved toward his desk. If you 5 don't mind, I need to review about 50 applications and prepare to do some duties that fall under my purview. Everyone got up and began walking toward the door, grinning as they prepared to check out their new room. This place is bigger than it should be, Cordelia exclaimed as they moved about the room. Spatial magic, Tanilla said as she nodded. The walls and rooms are part of a pocket. This thing must be very old and extremely expensive. Max realized the 2 women were right as the door they entered looked no different from the others on the floor, except upon opening it, light streamed in from a few skylights above, even though there wasn't an actual window on top of this floor. Couches and cushioned chairs were some of the many ornate decorations that awaited in the first room, and down a few different halls and areas were sleeping quarters, a cooking area, and multiple private bathrooms. How do we decide who sleeps where? Fowl asked as he came from one bedroom down a hall. Just pick one, Max said as he let out a gentle moan, finding the chair he had just sat down in was softer than anything he had ever reclined in before. Oh, that's easy then. I'll take the one with the lowest bed so I don't have to toss Batrair into it each night. Laughter came as Batrair chased Fowl around the room, the pair dodging tables with flowers and other furniture obviously not meant to be part of a brawl. I could get used to something like this. That is about the ugliest thing I have ever seen, Batrair stated as they stared at a pair of monsters about 100 yards away. They looked like someone had taken clay or flesh and partially melted it into a 12-foot blob of a person. 2 large black eyes and something that resembled a mouth decorated the head, while a wide, fat torso was supported by a pair of stubby legs. 2 arms that almost reached what would be its knees lay against the blob's side. Those are flesh golems, Tanilla said, her voice carrying a hint of displeasure. Nasty and horrible things that are supposedly summoned by using the body parts of people who are sacrificed in their creation. Max's mind recalled 2 pages in a book he had read about golems like these. If you're right, then these are highly resistant to damage, strong against magic, and like everything else, hurt when they hit you. So what's the game plan? We each tank one and focus on yours first. Nodding at Fowl's question, Max summoned his weapon and pointed to the one on the right. I'll try and stealth attack it. The good news is these tunnels aren't that wide, and if need be we can summon walls to block them in, provided they don't just bash them down, added the dwarf. Go ahead and toss your stone, little warrior boy. Giving Max the finger, Fowl pulled a stone out and tossed it at the one on the left, moving forward and preparing to engage. As the pair ran towards Fowl, their steps echoed down into the darkness, only masked when they had roared at first. Fowl held his shield at the ready, prepared to take the first strike as Max swung from behind at his target. The blade cut deep into the leg of his enemy, slicing through the flesh until it slammed into something halfway through, stopping his momentum completely. Without having to turn around, the creature's face appeared on the side he had attacked from, and both arms moved toward Max, who had to yank his weapon free. It took every bit of strength and all of his speed to avoid both attacks that came. Careful your weapon will. Goblin shite, Fowl cursed, and Max could sense his dwarven friend's hammer stuck inside the leg of the golem he was fighting. The sound of the golem's fist hitting the dwarf's shield, as the squishy end splattered around it, was a muffled thud, almost like a wet towel slapped against something hard. Yet there was a squelch that came as the moist material spread and clung to the shield, keeping Fowl from moving it as he hoped. Casting Fire Nova, Max sensed the ice spear coming toward the one he was facing, seeing its impact against the creature's side. Cold ice formed for a moment on the flesh as the impact shifted it, maybe a foot, the spell traveling through the creature and mitigating most of the force. His spell went off as he dodged another attack, slicing at the arm that came toward him, hitting what had to be the bones or whatever inside. Once again, his blade came to an immediate halt. Waves of fire rolled off from him, the air filled with the scent of burnt flesh. Flames covered the golem Max faced, a guttural growl coming from its mouth as both arms came at him once more. Dodging and weaving, hacking and slashing, Max cast a fireball, watching more flesh burn, seeing the creature lose a little of its massive size as the outer layer was slowly burnt away. Fire, Tanilla quickly shifted to fire spells as Max tried to cut off chunks of the golem instead of trying to cut through it. Soon the worked stone floor of the hallway they were in was littered with clumps of burning flesh, and the golem now before Max was no longer thick, but instead a metallic skeleton, black eyes and a weird wide-mouthed head, swinging much faster at him as its size grew smaller. The fire spells did little more than continue to burn off flesh. Max's weapon's hammer side was a much better tool for attacking the bones inside the flesh. Power Strike. His attack struck the hip of the golem where the joint came together, and a cracking sound filled the hallway as the metal shattered, causing the creature to fall sideways. How strong are these things? Even one attack like that doesn't do much. Lost in that thought, Max hammered over and over the golem's metal head, doing his best to hit the same spot over and over. Small dents began to appear, and when a plate on its skull shifted and a tiny opening formed, he drove the tip of his spear into it, feeling the creature jerk as the dark stones became darker. Turning, Max moved toward Fowl when the pressure from behind him came. An explosion rocked the hallway, chunks of metal flying everywhere. 4 large pieces pierced his back as he dodged and evaded the others, his shield having been summoned as he twisted. He tossed an air wall up before Tanilla and the others, unsure how far those pieces might travel, taking the damage he knew wouldn't kill him. Regeneration. Quickly his body began to push the pieces that had pierced him out, and ignoring the pain, Max grunted in frustration. Fowl was about 3/4 health. The constant attacks that hammered down on him, combined with the way the golem could almost immobilize the shield by its flesh sticking to it, meant his dwarven friend couldn't dodge or block every attack. Fowl, go 2 shields. Tanilla, be ready to air wall. Dancing around the globs of flesh that had fallen from Fowl's target, apparently his thorn skill able to damage even this thing, Max summoned a stone wall and moved up it. Magical Strike. Slicing downward at the creature's head, Max's blade cut through the metal skull, the armor of it no longer protected by whatever it had been. The creature shuddered, and 2 seconds later, as Max hid behind his shield, it exploded as the other one had, this time with more force. Flying through the air, Max set his feet and absorbed the impact against the wall of the tunnel, seeing that Fowl had not been moved and appeared only slightly damaged from being next to the creature when it exploded. Okay, someone tell me what the heck are these things? Fowl muttered as he used hand and started swiping flesh chunks off his shield. Resistant to physical attacks and magical attacks, Tanilla said as they moved to where the dwarf was standing. This is going to be a slow and painful grind, especially with my cooldown on that one skill. Power Strike might do something if I clear off some of the flesh on the head before trying to smash it, but even that's no guarantee. Should we try to kill a pair without the use of skills? Cordelia asked. Tusking his tongue for a moment, Max saw the expression on Tanilla's face and nodded. Might as well. The fight against the next two took over 15 minutes as Max and Tanilla burnt away the flesh, allowing him to break a hip socket again and eventually repeat the process once more. Fowl's target was killed in the same time and fashion, wearing it down and disabling it before creating a weak point and piercing its skull. It's doable, Max said as he watched a piece of metal that had struck his foot be pushed out by his regeneration skill. Just slow. At least the experience is good, right? A few nods came, and they set off further down the tunnel, not looking forward to the speed at which this tower floor was going to test them. 4 days in a tower floor. It almost makes me feel good to know not even you all can blaze through every level. The smile on Tom's face was almost enough to lighten the mood the five felt as they ate in the faction dining hall. How many have joined? Fowl asked as he pointed at the 4 groups no one recognized. We've had 8 commit in the last 3 days. There are another 5 that may meet our testing, their trainer replied as he pointed at a table. That group is the one Everett had talked about possibly trying the 50th dungeon. They are strong compared to most of the others. Everyone spent a little extra time studying the party. It appeared a pair of human women were the warriors while another woman was their healer. A pair of elves rounded out their party, one being a mage and the other being an archer. 5 women in one party. That sounds awful, Tanilla muttered. Batcher and Cordelia both grunted and nodded. Max, Fowl, and Tom all cocked their heads and squinted at the 3 women. Why would that be a bad thing? Fowl asked. Because if you ever piss off a woman bad enough, she might let you die, Batcher replied with a scowl. Tanilla and Cordelia both laughed and bobbed their heads. You do not know how bad things can be until you upset every woman in your party, their mage said, and then paused, frowning at Fowl. Or perhaps some of you do. Waving his hands in surrender, their dwarf warrior shook his head. I only try to upset one of you at a time. I'm not that dumb. Each of the women smirked and grinned, all chuckling at some joke Fowl was obviously missing. So now what? Tom asked as he tapped the table to change the conversation. I'd say we got our people researching possible bosses, but again, nothing matches up with what you've faced before. Golems come up occasionally, but as always, what you described isn't till much later in the tower, closer to the mid-40s. That knowledge answered some of the questions Max had been going over in his head about the aspect of the golem. His weapon mastery skill was still rare, and part of what made him feel what they were facing was higher was how he couldn't do as much damage to it. Finding something with an epic ability to consume was on his list, but that was all left in the tower's hands. It was a shame none of those elves had an epic weapon skill. You have been silent for almost a week. What has changed? No power from what you fight. We need to fight something soon that will help us grow stronger. I have been considering if the tower has specifically chosen to hurt you with its choices, not giving you what you need to get stronger. Can it do that? I mean, is it alive or aware enough for that? A sensation of something troubling came through the connection with his skill. The system is controlled and directed by a select group of beings. They can sway or change certain things within the system. Perhaps. Max heard a cough and turned to see everyone was looking at him. Sorry, just lost in my head, working out some ideas and things, Max said as he stood up from his seat. Actually, I want to check a few notes in my room if you don't mind. Tom nodded, not hiding the frown as he watched Max quickly depart. What is it you are thinking? You created a new skill. Not a new skill in the system, but a skill not designed for this world. Doing so could have gained attention from those beings, and they might have shifted things against you because of it. Because I made a weapon that shouldn't be in our world. Yes, do me a favor. Write your alpha note and go lay down. I do not have the power to do this outside of your dreams. With that, Max felt the presence of his skill vanish and let out a groan. Putting the note on the door, he laid down in bed, closing his eyes, and found sleep came as quickly as he hoped. He was in a room similar to the one in their new apartment, except the light that was there came from everywhere. A soft glow of yellow, and up above where the skylight usually showed the time of day, nothing came. In the plush chair he often sat was the clone of himself, frowning as those red eyes stared at him. Sit, we need to talk. Rather than arguing, Max moved to the couch near his skill and sat. Since that fight in the arena and the power I have gained, I can recall much more. 5 immensely powerful, and yet limited beings are responsible for every life, planet, and god in the entirety of our existence. All power flows through them and is directed based on some set rules and principles. To act outside those is almost impossible, but there have been moments that, while I cannot recall specifics, they have broken them. Beyond them are other beings, powerful and yet once again limited by rules and pacts, forced to operate within them lest those they have forged those agreements with can act against them as a group. An image of the golden dragon they had encountered appeared above his doppelganger's hand. This is one of those beings. The power contained within that single drop of blood I attempted to acquire was beyond your imagination. He was faster than I thought and prevented me from collecting it before we were pinned beneath his claw. What would that blood have done for us? His skill laughed, and as always it came from all around the room. Possible ways to transform it into a potion or other ingredient. Even better would have been summoning a demon with that single drop. What would have come would have been powerful enough to destroy everything in a single moment. Max shuddered at that thought, wondering what kind of demon that would be. So I have broken some rule by creating a skill that shouldn't be here, even though the tower gave me the skills and items required for just that. A frown appeared as his skill nodded. I honestly believe multiple gods are taking notice of you. Even if they are not aware of who you are specifically or where you exist, they can influence the system by giving power they own to those 5. Think of it like a boon. They can give you something, but it is very difficult to do the opposite within the confines of the system. Are you saying you remember more? Last time we talked. I was weak, his skill interrupted him, leaning forward and grinned. Those three elves serve more than one purpose, and the power they granted differs from the monsters which inhabit the tower and the dungeons. Two fingers rose as his doppelganger held up its hand. Two different kinds of power exist here, and the ones that come from a tower climber are on a different level. Killing a normal person who has yet to gain the experience of the tower provides a lot more power than a dungeon monster. When you compare the power I gain from a monster in the tower, they are like drops from a slow drip. In time they add up, but it takes forever. A tower climber is like grabbing a bucket or a barrel and dumping it into my reservoir. Some are even more than a single barrel. That last fight was the sweetest of the three, which is why you were always so adamant about killing and consuming others when I first got you and we talked. Laughing, his image nodded and leaned back into the chair, grinning in a mischievous way. And yet you resisted that urge. The power to be gained that way is intoxicating because the growth is so much faster. Even when you cannot gain stats, the life force those people contain are so much sweeter and filling. So now what? Will the tower continue to punish us? No, eventually it will revert to its old self. The power it must be using to create things outside of this world's domain is not limitless. The news that the older elven woman in your faction and your friends share about some items being in your world means it has done so in the past. Again, based on how much came out, those were one-offs. Time will come when the tower goes back to what is known. Maybe it is trying to trick you, maybe it is trying to limit your growth, but eventually we will consume it regardless. Rubbing his face, Max closed his eyes, trying to consider everything he was hearing. Should I hold off on making new items? From trying some of the other things I had considered making, a frown appeared and the clone nodded. For now, that might be wise. Only make what your world has the potential for. One last question before you rush off, as you always do. Was standing up to the queens the right decision? Are you certain we did not act too quickly? The room erupted with a cacophony of laughter as different tones, voices, and sounds burst forth, all while his image grinned. No, it was time. For a while, none will consider moving against you. The show we put on has everyone scared. None know if you truly tried or if you were at your limits. Yet when that elf used the staff she did and you pushed through it, surviving something that would have killed almost every other person there, each of them immediately knew facing you head-on is a mistake. 3 fingers were held up as his skill continued talking. They learned they cannot fight you face to face. To do so puts them at significant risk, and the rumors of what you have already defeated make many fearful of what you might be. What I might be, some might consider you an avatar, a god-infused being. For one to be so weak and now so strong it might explain everything. Occasionally, gods impart that, but the cost is great. Most won't think you possess me. That itself would be even worse, as the more who die to us, the stronger we get. Tapping his second finger, the grin grew. Both queens heard that you only care about your family and friends. No one wants to upset you, and that means instead they want to befriend you. Those 2 women were more scared than you could tell. Had you tried, both would be dead and they knew it. Their power doesn't come from the physical side. Even while both of them are strong and they command those around them with it, you could have slaughtered everyone in that room in a moment, killing them easily. His clone sighed and frowned for a second. Part of me desired that. That they would force that choice, that one would give in and attack. That would have been enough, I'm certain, to allow me to evolve again, to grow as I need to. Regardless, the last thing any of them want to do is attempt to attack from stealth. The knowledge you have survived multiple assassination attempts, did not succumb to poison, and have potentially defeated other enemies none have been made aware of, makes them leery to try that as well. Which means we have time to reach the level we must and truly rise to the power that is only possible in the tower. Nodding, Max let out a sigh. His clone held out its hand toward Max. Cocking his eyebrow, Max looked at the outstretched hand. Why, grinning, his skill snorted. You have kept your part of our bargain. For that, I continue to honor mine. When the moment comes and you truly need me, I will be there. Nodding, Max reached out and grasped the hand, a weird connecting coming between the 2 of them as they shook. Now wake up. The time to get stronger is now. Max yawned and saw that Tanilla was next to him, still asleep. Her red hair was going in 100 directions as it lay across her bare shoulders and back, contrasting with her white skin. Moving overly quietly, he scooted closer, brushing some of the hair to the side and began to kiss the back of her neck. You better not tell me it's time to get out of bed or I'll murder you in your sleep next time. Tanilla groaned as she rolled over, smiling at him. Oh, I will not allow you to get out of bed for at least an hour. The clang of metal striking metal rang out sharply, an ear-piercing clash that sounded like a loud metal bell being struck. On your left, Tanilla's shout allowed Fowl to shift his position, moving to block the charging wolf that came towards their healer, slamming into it. The flat portion of Max's weapon crushed the wolf he faced, its metallic spine snapping under the blow. 4 more. Cordelia sent another lightning arrow at the mechanical spider that was attempting to drop from the tree above, making it spasm, dangling on the metal wire it used to descend, halting its approach. Max cursed, casting another lightning ball spell and sending it toward the pack of 4 wolves surrounding Fowl. Their metal jaws and the jagged teeth drew blood when they bit on the joints of the warrior, sliding between the weakened spots on the dwarf's legs. Taunt is still down. Almost 30 metallic corpses of different animals were not moving in the forest area they fought. Tanilla summoned a cloud of lighting again, exhaustion once more appearing as she didn't hold back. Bolts of lighting moved like possessed weapons, arching toward the metal animals, igniting the little bit of flesh and fur that was between their mainly robotic sections of their bodies. Chaos was everywhere as the 3 stood on an air wall, 20 feet off the floor of the forest, their archer taking out the spiders descending from the trees over 200 feet tall, while their warriors handled the army below. Regeneration expired. Those gorillas hit way harder than the others ever did, Fowl muttered. And those tigers, what god comes up with a robotic tiger? Bobbing his head, Max glanced around them, almost 60 different contraptions or weird unions of flesh and machine scattered around them in clumps. I didn't realize that many would come, Cordelia said, her eyes downcast at the ground. It's not your fault, Tanilla said, giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze. No one knew that would happen. Still, had I shot the one, Seth said, it wouldn't have called for help. We survived, everyone did their part, and best of all, we learned a lesson, Max added as he smiled at their ranger. I've brought way more monsters to my party before. Just remember those gorillas can roar like that, and now we know it doesn't just bring ones like it. Fowl was silent as he continued picking up different animals and storing them in his space. The first few packs weren't this bad, Batrier muttered. Just how many more animals are we going to face like this? No one but the gods know, Tanilla replied as she gave Cordelia one last gentle touch, moving to join Max and Fowl as they collected items. What bothers me more than anything is just the idea of creating a creature like this. Those eyes don't show any kind of life, just 2 gems that seem bent on nothing but destruction. Batra shuddered as she stared at one of the dead gorillas, its red eyes now dim, no longer blazing like rubies after its chest had been smashed in by Max. The only thing that scares me more is finding humans, elves or dwarves turned into those. Tanilla froze mid-stride, turning to face her dwarven friend, eyes widening as she looked at her. You just committed a foul. Grimacing, their healer nodded slowly. Dear Akram, forgive me for that, she prayed out loud. 3 days of slogging through a forest over 40 miles long had earned a great amount of experience and orange gems, yet everyone was tired, frustrated by the constant fighting. At least twice a day, a fight took place with over 50 of the mechanical animals, and each time it was only each member of their team acting off instinct and experience that prevented casualties from taking place. Back in the faction house, only Ulfreda was there to collect the collection of corpses they had stored. You 5 can't help but make me wonder what in the gods is going to show up next, can you? She asked as her gloved hand inspected one of the half-wolf, half-robot creatures. It's like each day is something out of a nightmare. You're welcome to take my place and fight, Fowl said with a sigh. If I didn't have all of this in my storage, I would have gone right to bed. She nodded, seeing a pile of about 80 different animals taking up a large amount of the room. You 5 can go. Everett told me to apologize for not getting to be here. Faction duties and all, she declared with a grin. Even Tom is stuck, as I'm sure you saw on the training grounds, testing new recruits and helping prepare them for this new life. Max nodded and grinned, having commented on the group of about 20 that were out there when they arrived. If you're okay with us just letting you sign what we dropped off on your own, we'll head upstairs, Max said, giving her a slip with everything he had cataloged. Grinning, she nodded and took the paper, storing it, and turning back to the treasure trove of materials waiting to be dealt with. Each of them sat on the couches and chairs in the center of the room, trying to stay awake a little longer after having eaten in the dining area. Do you think it's weird we haven't seen a boss or any orange gems? Batrier asked as she rubbed Fowl's hairy scalp. Usually we see something worthy of good loot by now. Cordelia grunted, even with her eyes closed, and grinned. You sound like your man now, she teased. She's right, though, Max said as he chewed on his lip. Everything before this boss seems different. The tower appears to be doing something different. Eyes snapped toward him as the 3 women studied his expression. Max couldn't help that he was frowning as he shared that knowledge. How do you know that? Batrier asked, glaring at him. Sighing, he tapped his head, having been tired and revealed more than he should have. Think about it. Nothing about the last 4 floors has been normal. None of the monsters or animals we fought are like what others have. Part of me even wonders if someone can even enter the same tower floor we are on. Each of their eyes widened as the 3 glanced at each other before back at Max, who nodded slowly. Think about it. In all our tower climbing, we've encountered only 2 groups. One was random, and the other took a faction who was actively looking for us. What if we're the only ones who could be on these floors? Cordelia was on her feet, suddenly unable to stay seated, it appeared, as she paced back and forth a few steps. You all right, dear? Their healer asked as she studied the elf. No, if he's right, I've always known, but... Cordelia paused and turned to Max, who had softened his face knowing what was coming. Floor 51 and I tell you everything. I promise. Grunting, the woman shook her head and moved back to her chair, flopping down on it. I'd swear sometimes you must have a mind-reading skill, she grumbled. Gods no, Tanilla said with a grin. I'd be in a lot of trouble if he did. Max held up his hand, moving ahead and finding the section of stones that were trapped in the hallway they were moving along. It's been 4 miles and not a single monster, Fowl grunted. Yet this has to be the 100th trap you have found. Nodding, Max moved to where the lever activated in the wall and held up his hand. Back up. I'm going to activate this next section. Everyone obeyed his orders, moving about 30 yards away, having found out not long after they entered this maze that some stuff was more dangerous than others. Summoning his giant boulder, Max continued to pour mana into it until it was about 8 wide. Setting it on the stone, he pushed it, watching it roll over the sections that were trapped. 2 different areas on the wall opened up, one at ankle level and the other at shoulder height. A wave of lightning raced across the section, tearing through the boulder and shearing off stone while the top half was a blade of wind, gouging out a 3-foot chunk before failing to pierce further. The stone spun and continued to roll down the hallway, banging into the walls and running over other sections, causing an area of gas to appear further ahead, and finally rolled into an area where the floor gave away, falling from view. Jogging to where everyone was waiting, Max pointed at the section he had just cleared. Maybe we should let Fowl lead instead. A finger and grunt came from their dwarven warrior, and Max grinned as he motioned to follow once more. Max heard Cordelia and Batrer talking as he stayed about 20 yards ahead of each other. Trap floors are extremely rare until the 40s, Cordelia said. Even then, most leave immediately because unless someone has a rogue or ranger with that skill, it's suicide to venture deeper. Okay, no one is going to like this part, but you need to trust me. Everyone grimaced as they stood at the doorway to the room that was filled with a yellow liquid that gave off a horrible smell and burnt their noses. I'm going to collect a few samples real quick for Alfreda, and then we're going to run across the room on the side of the walls. And you think those columns aren't going to be an issue? Fowl asked, interrupting Max. Pointing at the large room, Max shook his head. Scattered across the room were stone platforms, but Max already sensed that one of the 2 closest to the start was trapped, a red haze appearing over it. Whatever the pattern was for someone to not fall in would require him going first. The jump was only about 8 feet between each platform. The problem was that the roof was about 15 feet above the liquid, and Max had no doubts it wouldn't feel good if one fell in. Memories of being eaten alive by acid had appeared for a moment before he pushed it away. 5-foot columns ran along the wall, creating an outcropping every 5 yards that would make traveling harder versus running along a flat surface. There are 100 yards to cover. With the harness Tom made me, we should be fine. Grunting, Fowl scowled and shook his head. Fine, says the guy who can't fall off the wall. Don't worry if I drop you, I'll try to grab you before whatever that is melts off your beard. Max bent down and lowered the glass vial into the liquid, his nose twitching at the smell that smashed into it. It was so acidic it made his eyes immediately start to water being that close. After 2 small vials were collected and stored, Max pulled out his harness, which everyone groaned at, and began tightening them in. On each shoulder were straps that kept Batrer and Cordelia snug against his shoulders, while the back strap put Tanilla against his back, slightly higher than usual and facing away. Fowl was in a looser strap that allowed Max to not bump legs while using his arms and strength to keep the dwarf in position ahead of him. I'll never forget how Tom laughed when he saw us in this, Max said before moving to the side. Hold on now, this is going to be fun. Spider walk. Not needing to race, Max started moving around the room, walking along the walls, trying not to laugh as everyone grunted and tried to not complain too much. He didn't struggle with walking sideways, but each of them felt the weight pulling them toward the yellow liquid below. Carefully stepping so that his feet stuck to the column, Max moved around them, crossing the room with more ease than he thought it might go. His air wall had been ready the entire time, just in case something had happened. See, that wasn't so bad, Max said as he stepped onto the hallway floor across the room. As always, you 5 impress me, Tom said with a sigh. Already reaching another boss floor while I'm here working with all these new adventurers. Tanilla motioned to the group of recruits who looked completely exhausted and grinned. I think I can tell which ones worked with you today, she stated. There were days I felt like you drained every ounce of mana from me. That's my job, finding ways to push people past the walls they box themselves in. Tell me, have you been practicing like we talked about? Wincing, she shook her head, ignoring Fowl's chuckle. I'd like to say I've been too busy climbing a tower, but I doubt you'll accept that answer. Tom shook his head and pointed a thumb at the group they had been discussing. The stronger you get, the more power you'll gain, and with that power comes a responsibility to use it correctly. You have already proved to me you're a fast learner. Occasionally, when a fight gives you a chance, try to do something that seems impossible. Maybe you focus on a body part to target instead of the main mass. Try to hit a moving target with a spell that typically requires them to be still. Learn to lead or predict where the monster is going to be. In later tower floors, being able to hit some targets on the run will be the difference between one opponent and a dozen more. Cordelia choked on the bite she was taking as Tom spoke, and no one said anything when he looked at her. I saw the stone being delivered, Max said, changing the topic. Lines are already marked for the area. When do you expect to start digging out the dirt? Grimacing, Tom shook his head. Just need the walls and roof, Fowl said. Once those are in place, you can work through the rest of the bad weather. Besides, we both know you're going to have enchanted stonework which will keep that place dry and the temperature perfect. The real problem is going to be handling the hauling off of all that material you dig up. Based on the size of the plans and the marks on the ground, you'll need a few thousand carts of dirt hauled off. Everyone turned and stared at their dwarf, watching him roll his eyes before groaning. No, I haven't put any points into intelligence. I've just been around enough construction areas to know what it takes. Max grinned as everyone let the stress of today's tower floor leave them, knowing that whatever tomorrow held, it wasn't going to be fun. Of that, he was absolutely certain. Max cursed as he slid down a metal incline the moment he stepped through the portal. Unable to stop the descent without summoning walls, he saved them, unsure at first how far this smooth tunnel that was narrowing was going to continue. A shout from behind announced Fowl had just entered as the curse echoed off the metallic walls. ELLLLLFFFFTII Shrieks came next as he continued his descent down the metallic tube that was about 8 feet wide, slowly angling up and slowing his plummet through the darkness. Light appeared from ahead, and when the tube leveled out, Max could see there was an opening about 30 yards from where he had finished his slide. Look out! Fowl's shout came as the dwarf slid face first down the tube, his plate armor scraping along the metal, leaving a trail of sparks. The other three came quickly, cursing and complaining. Everyone okay? Max asked as the group ended up in a pile. Some grunts and murmurs of acknowledgement were heard from each as he lifted them and set them on their feet. What in the god's arse is that for an entrance? Fowl muttered as he glanced at the opening ahead and back up the way they had come. Nothing good, Max stated. Getting back up there would mean we need to wait for my boot's ability to refresh. Otherwise, I doubt we could climb up that, which means we're stuck facing the boss, Cordelia said as she pulled out her bow. The entire party acknowledged that truth as each of them focused on the opening behind Max. I'll scout while everyone else gets ready. As Max stealthed and moved toward the entrance, Batrier cast her buff as Fowl rotated his shoulders. Outside of the entrance, what Max could see opened up, and before him was an enclosed, metallic coliseum. A huge 50-foot wall-off patchworked metal plates created a wall, with a lattice of welded and meshed metal parts that created a dome over the 200-yard-wide metal floor. Every row that was outside of the area they would fight in was empty, and Max wasn't sure if he was happy about that, especially after spotting the creature they would face. Like a hodgepodge version of multiple monsters, a metallic and flesh monster sat on all 4 legs. Rising over 25 feet tall, the creature had metal and flesh like front legs like a tiger with a pair of massive back haunches that looked like a bear. A wolf's head, with metal teeth inside its robotic jaw, opened and closed every few seconds as its red eyes stared at the tunnel they were in. A third of the head was covered in sick, green-looking hair, part of the patch covering one eye, while the rest of the head was mostly metal, with the occasional exposed area of flesh. Different colors of fur and type of flesh covered the rest of its body as purple and black goo occasionally dripped from random areas of it. Each pile on the metal floor hissed, a small cloud of smoke appearing a moment as it made contact with the ground. On its back was a weird box contraption that seemed out of place on the creature's body. Is that a goblin's head? Cordelia's question came from inside the tunnel, and Max moved back inside, glad she had stayed back away from the entrance. Yes, he replied as he appeared next to her. 2 heads actually on that box-like thing. Whatever this is, it's going to be nasty. What are we going to do against it? Fowl's question had no easy answer as the 5 of them stood there, slinking in the shadows as they considered the monster before them. You have 2 of your special arrows. Cordelia nodded at Max, tapping the spot they were resting inside of her quiver. You focus all of your shouts on its eyes. Try to make sure at least one of them hits with an empowered shot. I'd go ahead and enchant the arrow with fire as well. Tanilla and I will use fire as it seemed to have hurt the other things we fought the most. Fowl will need to be ready to taunt and use his skills. Turning to their healer, Max grimaced. Until this thing actually hits Fowl, you'll have no idea how much damage it does, but what really scares me is the stuff on its back. You'll have to be ready for anything, even the use of your shield. Batrier nodded, biting her bearded lips slightly. No matter what happens, I'll keep you all going. Nodding, Max turned toward the boss and frowned. I'm going to stealth and try to hit its head from the start. We ready? Grunts came and Max summoned his fire familiar, the light of his and Tanilla's casting shadows of them against the tube. Let's go then. Fowl raced out of where they had been, shield and weapon ready as he charged. After he was 20 yards from the entrance, the rest of the party moved out, the 3 staying close enough to Batrier that if her shield was needed, they would be safe. Max ran right behind Fowl, invisible as he watched the boss rise up on its back haunches before slamming into the ground. Right before it did, both of the front claws crackled with electricity upon hitting the floor that arched across the entire area. Stealth failed as the spell jolted him and the others. Each person suffered some damage, though it appeared less reached where Tanilla and the other two were. Fowl's stride faltered for a moment as the lighting arced off his plate armor. The boss then lowered its head, the large box-like contraption on its back opening at the top. What the? Fowl stopped talking as a barrel both he and Max recognized was ejected from the top, coming toward the spot where Fowl was. Without asking, Max stored his weapon and grabbed his friend, bolting off to the side and escaping the barrel that impacted against the ground, flames spreading out immediately. The boss turned, following Max and Fowl as he darted a bit away, another barrel coming from the box. How do we get close and not face those? Fowl shouted as Max zigged and zagged, trying to draw the aim of its attacks away from the other three while also not allowing them to be boxed in. I don't know, Max yelled back as he evaded the fifth barrel, glancing back and seeing how much of the enclosed space was already getting covered with fire. I need to get closer. Give me a second. Dashing in the direction of the boss, Max waited, his mind counting the time between each of the attacks. Like clockwork, the sixth shot came, 3 seconds after the fifth one. Summoning an air wall right above the open spot, the barrel collided, igniting and dropping the flames on top of the boss, spilling into the open section of the box. Less than a second after the fire entered the weird structure, it exploded, flames igniting and covering the boss and 20 yards past it. Roars and howls of pain came from the beast as it danced around inside the area before running out of it, slamming into one of the metal walls and sending flames and flesh everywhere. Goblin shite, that was amazing, their warrior exclaimed. Max ran back toward where the others were, avoiding the middle section of the floor where flames covered over 50 yards. Now what? Tanilla shouted as they drew close and he dropped Fowl. I have no idea. We can't get close while it burns and it appears to be in a lot of pain. For 10 seconds the boss ran along the wall towards the opposite end. As it drew close, an opening appeared and huge nozzles came out, shooting a foam that covered the flaming beast, immediately extinguishing the flames. That's cheating, Fowl exclaimed as the fire was snuffed out. The stench of chemicals and burnt flesh and hair was overpowering, and Max watched as the boss stayed near the opening. It's healing, look. Robotic arms came from inside the hole, some running tubes into the boss while others carried a new object. Unable to get the party safely across the floor due to the flames, Max ran across on his own, summoning a fireball as he moved. Black and purple goo were dripping from the boss as 4 hoses that had been thrust into its back sent liquid inside the beast. Its burnt flesh was beginning to regrow, and its red eyes were pulsing. A backpack-like item made of metal was being strapped onto the creature, and not wanting to wait, Max unleashed his fireball as he got close, sending it into the opening. Another pair of robotic arms reacted to the attack, racing out of the opening in the wall to try and block his spell. Without missing a beat, Max pulled a barrel out of his storage, tossing it with all his strength at the opening, right behind the spell this dungeon floor was attempting to stop. The boss roared, ripping itself free from the hoses, and racing from the spot it was at. The backpack it had been getting screwed into its back only partially secured. The flames washed over those arms appeared to have some sort of shield, but the cask connected, sending a wave of flames that went past the arms and into the opening. Another loud explosion came as the liquid fire made it inside the hole in the wall, setting off a chain reaction of some kind within it, popping out sheets of metal for about 40 yards in each direction. The boss came toward Max, who took off running back toward his allies, dodging the still burning puddles of flames. Fowl, his dwarf friend, came toward him, dashing across the floor. As he moved, Max sensed 5 objects racing toward him and summoned an earth wall, dodging to the right. The sound of the wall being destroyed, and metal upon metal came as Max's sonar revealed that 5 harpoons had come from the metal backpack, bouncing up and down as the boss ran. Each had a metal wire connected and was now being retracted toward the top of the boss. Cursing at the new item that was going to make this whole fight worse, Max waited till he passed Fowl, turning immediately and charged at the boss. Now, he had seen Cordelia holding her bow ready, one of the special arrows drawn back. Tanilla's fireball was above her, prepared to be set free when the moment came. Demonic teleportation. Power strike. Magical strike. Weakness. Rampage. Appearing right on the boss's charging snout, Max unleashed everything he could on the left eye. His halberd shattered the crystal that was there, tearing through the metal. Gears, pistons, and armor sections were gone in a moment. The other 2 strikes punched deeper, revealing a glowing section within. As he tried to swing again, the boss jerked its head upward, sending him airborne. Harpoons came again from different openings at him, and summoning an air wall, Max was pushed off of it, bringing his shield out as he twisted, blocking the 2 that would have impaled him had the shield not appeared. The impact sent him soaring through the air toward the wall. Spinning like a top, Max heard another roar come as the boss reacted to the arrow that plunged into its other eye, shattering it and leaving it hopefully blind. Tanilla's fireball erupted over its face, burning the flesh that had regrown. All in a span of just a few seconds, their attacks had connected as Fowl shouted out. Taunt. Turning in the air, Max got his feet into position, absorbing the impact with the wall and dropping to the ground. This new constitution bonus is paying off. Fowl was going 2 shields now, obviously having used a skill as the boss swiped at him with a metallic claw, purple and black liquid squirting with every lucky strike that hit the dwarf. Shoot the exposed area. He moved to help Fowl as the boss swiped and missed again. A blazing object raced across the metal area and struck the opening he had created. It appeared as if a lightning spell struck the boss, jerking randomly before dropping to one knee. Get away. Into the tunnel. Max grabbed Fowl and sprinted toward the women, clearing the space in just seconds. Both warriors stood at the opening to the tunnel, holding their shields out as a wall and watched as the boss began to smoke, shuddering more and more. Smoke that had been drifting upward from the boss started moving downward back toward it. All walls, ice, earth, and air walls covered the opening, each of them stacked before the other, and 7 seconds later, the loudest explosion any of them had ever heard came forth. The walls buckled and creaked as everyone struggled to stay standing. Max and Fowl both felt objects striking their shields, barely managing to keep from being knocked back by the force. As quickly as the eruption had taken place, the only sound any of them heard the next moment was the ringing in their ears. Everyone had their fingers in their ears, even after Batrier had healed them. The eardrums had ruptured as the sound amplified in the tube they had slid down in, but no one had suffered any major injuries. As they prepared to move the metal pieces that had been wedged against the opening, in about 15 seconds, most of it faded, having vanished with any remains of the boss. What in a god's arse is that ogre shite? Fowl muttered. Who allows a tower to come up with a boss that kills you after you kill it? No one replied as they moved from the safety of their tunnel, surveying the carnage before them. Everywhere were large gouges in the metal wall. A section of the metal covering had been knocked free, leaning partially against the wall. A crater of upward-turned metal plates marked where the boss had died. Some sections of it were over 10 yards deep. Metal chunks were scattered everywhere, and yet no one seemed to notice anything but the treasure chest that awaited them in the middle of the area they had been trapped in. That's not as big as I hoped, Fowl muttered, ignoring the snicker Cordelia gave. I think our ranger earned the right to open this one, especially since she got the killing shot. Laughing, the elf took off across the ground, dodging the debris easily. Hey, wait. Max, Tanilla, and Batrier all laughed as Fowl chased after Cordelia. The chest was no bigger than an average dungeon chest, and it was made of rust-colored metal. Outside, there was a gem between simple bands. That doesn't look at all like I expected, Batrier said as she bent down and touched it. Cordelia shrugged and went to open the chest, grunting as the lid didn't budge. Something wrong. She frowned and ignored Fowl's question, giving another push, using more muscle this time, and still it didn't open. Bah, let me show you how a dwarf does it, Fowl proclaimed as he moved up to the chest, putting both hands on the lid and thrusting with everything he had. A trio of grunts and a red face later, he took a deep breath, gasping at his failed attempt. I'm assuming you're used to not performing how you intended. Cordelia's jab had everyone chuckling except her target as everyone ignored the problem with the chest for a moment. You want to try? Fowl asked, pouting as he moved back a step. Max nodded and gave a push that should have moved a mountain, yet the lid didn't even react to the effort. I think we all need to touch the chest, Tanilla said as she moved up next to Max and put her hand on the metal lid. Everyone moved forward, and when all 5 were touching it, the gem on the outside lit up and a click came. Slowly, the lid lifted up on its own. Well, that's new, Max said as he waited for the lid to finish its ascent. They are very rare, Tanilla stated as she frowned. Designed for bosses like the one where we fought. If someone dies, no one gets any loot. That doesn't seem fair. Exclaimed Fowl as he began to peek inside the chest. Why would they? He stopped talking, jaw still lowered as he looked inside. Everyone didn't wait and moved to see what had managed to silence the usually chatty dwarf. The space below wasn't the typical purple dimensional storage. This time it was a golden glow, and Max felt himself drawn toward the color. That's nothing I know about. Their mage's words fell on deaf ears as each person saw that only 7 items were inside. An orange crystal that appeared far larger than any of the other ones they had collected from the previous floors stood out. Metal chain boots waited for Max, while a rust-colored pair of boots belonged to Batrier. Cordelia had a rust-colored leather helm waiting for her, and the last 2 each had a ring waiting for them. Finally, one item rotated between question marks, not revealing what it would be to the winner of it. Even with only one item, each something about the items radiated with a unique power. I'll go first, Max said slowly, unable to keep his hand back any longer. The pair of boots appeared, but the energy he felt as he reached in was so different. All the exhaustion and stress of that last battle was gone. As he felt the metal touch his fingers, Max inspected them, his mind in disbelief. Inspect boots. Godwalker's 25 stat increase. Touched by fate, reset all skill and ability cooldowns. Requires 30 days between uses. Permanently bonded, destroyed upon death. His eyes read the notification as he tried to consider how something like this could be possible. It wasn't as far as he knew, and for it to meant that somewhere, someone had given great power to grant this. Seth, unsure of how many times Tanilla had said his name, he shook off the fog and quickly equipped them, feeling the rush of increased stats enter him. That good? Fowl asked. Nodding slowly, Max pointed at the chest. Everyone take theirs. Honestly, don't share the stats. You'll know why. Each of them moved as one, taking their item, and Max watched their expressions. Pupils dilated, cheeks went flush, jaws dropped, and a few of them suffered from hands that shook. Time passed, and no one said a word as each of them took in whatever treasure they held. Finally, as a group, they began to focus on Max and the smirk he had. Impossible, Cordelia whispered. No one, I mean. Each person nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiment. We don't share these stats with anyone, Max said again. However we acquired these, they aren't meant for anyone but you. And the last item, Max laughed first and everyone else joined in after. Sighing, he gave his dwarven friend a gentle tap and grinned. Oh, I love you and the dwarf fascination with loot. Hey, Batrir exclaimed. It's not all of us who are loot whores, just foul. Their dwarven warrior shrugged and tapped the side of the chest. I think we all should roll on this one, he said. However this ends up, we all had a chance. Everyone looked at one another and nodded. After everyone touched the last item, they waited. Breaths were held as a 20-sided sphere with 4 of each of their faces spun, bouncing and moving around in the space. As it slowed down and finished its movement, it hung for a moment on an edge, Max's and Tanilla's face both facing upward. Finally it moved sideways, landing so that Max was the winner and all the air that had been held in was exhaled. Congrats, Tanilla said, her tone carrying a true semblance of excitement for him. I should have known, Fowl sighed before he gave his friend a gentle punch to the gut. Now show us what you got. Max snorted and nodded, overwhelmed at what had transpired. No loot in so long, and now the quality of gear was beyond crazy. Reaching in, he touched the spot again and pulled back his hand. In it rested a massive piece of black ore. The weight of it was off as it felt light like a feather, but he could tell it was denser than anything he had ever touched. What is it? Ore. Max nodded at Cordelia and held it out for everyone to look at. I can use this, he said. Well, at least it's usable, Fowl declared as he motioned toward the portal that appeared. Grab that crystal for Everett and let's head home. I'm about done with all this. Without waiting, Fowl started to move toward the portal. Forgive him, he has no manners, Batrir said as she moved after her man. Cordelia nodded and followed their healer, leaving Max and Tanilla alone. So what is it for? Max stored the ore and nodded. It will work with the dragon's tooth. Her eyes widened and she smacked her tongue a few times as she took in that knowledge. Seriously, it's the first thing I really know can be used. Nothing Everett or the faction has is a good match. Whatever kind of metal this will create, it will be useful. Shaking her head, she snorted and then tapped her newest ring. You want to tell me yours if I tell you mine? Frowning, Max knew he was wincing. I do, but it might scare you. Why would it scare me? Because what we got wasn't something anyone would ever receive for at least another 50 floors. That is true, I mean. Mine gave me 20% to all stats and 20% to all spell damage. Max whistled in appreciation. Any skills or abilities? Tanilla's eyes narrowed and she leaned closer. So you're saying yours has an ability? Nodding, Max shared it with her and watched as the mage took a step back. That name and that ability those are. She tapped her chin a few times, her cheeks and lips moving as she tried to find words that would be right. That's why I didn't want anyone else to share with me what they got. You and I both know how the others would react to mine. Tanilla pointed at the chest where the crystal still waited to be retrieved. You going to get that? Retrieving the crystal, Max held the orange power source, marveling at how it was twice the size of the others. With his power core skill, it now revealed the true power that was waiting for someone like him to tap into. There is so much energy inside this. It's a shame I can't do anything with it. Snorting, Tanilla nodded and moved to his side, sliding her arm around his. Slow down there, we need to finish the tower before you become a legend. If you do it too soon, I'll not be worthy of you anymore. Laughing, Max stored the gem and gave her a kiss, walking toward the portal. We both know I'm the lucky one to be in this relationship. Bags were visible under Everett's eyes, and yet the faction leader was excited at the crystal sitting on his desk. You say it blew up after you killed it. Max nodded as the older man set another orange crystal beside the new one, showing the difference in size was almost 2/3. Those are rare, but they do happen. I'm really not sure how to compare that to normal as nothing your party does is normal. Still, I need to talk with you about a few other things we've been working on. Everett moved to the secret storage space, and after pulling a chest out, set it on the desk, leaving it open for Max to peer inside. Multiple items used for crafting were in there, or gems, a weird piece of stone and some wood. Pulling each one out and holding it, Max could feel the potential in them, but none sparked his weapon crafting skill like the ore had. These will make great weapons, and a few would be really good in some armor if you had a person that could make legendary armor. Pulling a cloth from storage, Max set it across the desk and laid out the items in order. These would probably make one of the best items that I can make right now, Max said as he pointed at the ore and gem. Toss in an elemental essence or two, and it would be really powerful. These items would be about normal, and I'm not sure how the wood would be useful since it's only about 8 inches long. Pulling a smaller chest from storage, Everett picked up the ore and gem and put them inside, holding it out toward Max. Take them and make something with them. When you need the essence, let me know. I'll get you whatever I have on hand. Frowning, Max waited a moment but finally took the chest after Everett offered it again. Are you sure? Completely. I owe you for how you have made my job harder, but so much better. Both laughed as a yawn escaped right after Everett said those words. I have always dreamed of our faction becoming a powerhouse, and now that dream is coming true. Everyone on the council understands that as you and your party rise, we rise. As such, we will funnel a lot more to you. And what about those above us? Sitting down, Everett shrugged. The only real person who could complain would be Dexic, and she sings your praises. Right now, she's waiting for a group to climb with. Losing those 2 members hurts, and she might join a weaker one, helping them to rise and training them for success. Storing the chest with his new crafting materials, Max smiled, glad to hear she wasn't doing anything stupid. Anything else we can do? You can go and encourage the new recruits. They are dying to meet you. It's almost done, Max stated as he watched the fire essence be completely absorbed by the bow he was crafting. Tanilla and Everett were both in there, no longer concerned with the time and how late it really was. The ore Everett had given him was perfect for the weapon he had envisioned, and right where his hand would hold the bow. The grip had the gem set inside it, acting like a slight version of a power core, except filled with the magical power he had been infusing into the weapon for the last 2 days. Each rune along the metal flared for a moment before going dark, vanishing into the metal, no longer visible. Incredible, Tanilla muttered as she watched the amount of magic power the weapon had absorbed. I know I'm missing something, Everett whispered as he leaned closer to her. What is it? That bow is filled to the brim with magic. Compared to the other weapons we've watched him make, none come close. Neither said another word as Max tested one last thing, removing the bow from the table. Cutting his hand, he rubbed the metal from end to end with his blood, watching as it was absorbed. Bonded 13 experience. Legendary bow created. Grinning like a fool, he grabbed the grip and watched as a string appeared, bending the bow automatically. Dear gods, Everett exclaimed upon seeing the string appear from nowhere. Inspect weapon. Legendary free bow, plus 150 dexterity, plus 50 constitution. Magical arrows for 5 mana. A magical arrow can be formed and used with no need to load one from a quiver. Arrows are enchanted, may evolve. Bonded. More teeth appeared as Max pulled back on the string and a glowing arrow appeared out of thin air. That's not possible. Slowly, he released the tension and watched as the arrow vanished. How is this? Everett stopped his outburst and shook his head. You realize that there are maybe 3 bows in the entire known history that can do what yours just did. I didn't until just now, Max stated as he turned and rotated the weapon. Perhaps I shouldn't flaunt it too much. Both Tanilla and Everett groaned and nodded. I'd asked to inspect it, but I know that's not possible, Tanilla said. Tell me, how do you think Cordelia will handle seeing you with something like that? Eventually, I'll try to make her something like mine, but for now I can't do anything about it. You and I both know I don't use a bow that much. A yawn escaped from Everett, and the man apologized as Tanilla couldn't resist the urge after him. I'm headed to bed probably dreaming about having a weapon like that in my days of adventuring. You two don't stay up too late. Nodding, Max cleaned off his area, storing the bow and then the unique items as their faction leader left them alone. So tell me, I'm dying to know. 150 to dexterity, 50 to constitution, and only 5 mana per arrow. Ogre tits, that's beyond broken. I may need you to make me something the way you keep creating stuff like that. Laughing, he moved around the work table and gently grabbed her waist, pulling her close. She wrinkled her nose and shook her head. Don't you think of kissing me until you shower and brush your teeth. You smell. Sighing, he let go and gave a slight bow, quickly grabbing the rest of the items on the surface and storing them. Well then, I better hurry back and get cleaned up. The portal hummed with its normal sound, and yet everyone seemed anxious at what was going to be on the other side of the portal. As they waited, Max considered the changes with his new weapon last night. Why are you smiling? Fowl asked as they waited for their turn to enter. Just thinking about what we'll face today. Perhaps some rivers of ale that can be drank dry or fields of soft bread, tastier than anything I have ever eaten before. Grunting, the dwarf rolled his eyes. Remind me to never ask that question again. Smirking, Max considered the knowledge of what his potential was, and yet the idea that somewhere inside the tower harder things were still waiting. Whoever was directing the things they faced, someone needed to be beaten. 6 entire floors and not a single point of stats to be consumed. Warriors first, Fowl said as he motioned to the portal. Nodding, Max summoned his shield and weapon, touching the black portal and selecting the 36th floor. Before his eyes worked, Max could smell the hint of salt and heard the sound of water crashing against something. When his eyes finally focused, there before him was a vast amount of water 50 yards away. Under his feet was sand. A beach. Storing his weapons, Max bent down and picked up the white sand, feeling it run between his fingers, some of the tiny pieces sticking to his skin. A beach, blast everything. Foul cursed. Dwarves and beaches aren't a good mix, especially ones that wear plate armor. As the other three came into the tower floor, both elves squealed in delight while Batra cursed as Fowl had. Seems not everyone is excited about a beach, Max said as he winked at Tanilla. They don't swim that well, big bones and all. Cordelia laughed, ignoring the finger Fowl held up toward her. Hopefully we won't have to swim much, Max said, pointing at the tower floor before them. There is a narrow sand path in the water that looks like it heads towards the other island. Sure, because nothing bad ever comes out of an ocean when one walks along the tiny strip of sand, Fowl replied. Have you ever been to a beach, have you? His tanking partner scowled at that response. No, but it doesn't matter. Mark my words, before this day is done you'll come to hate beaches also. Pulling out his weapon, Max nodded and motioned to the sandbar Tanilla had just informed him they were called. I'll lead then, Fowl has the back. The first 30 minutes were a mixture of laughter, some splashing and a lot of complaining as the group trudged through the sand, making sure to stay on the 10-foot section of sand that shifted under their weight. In the water, tiny fishes and some slightly larger ones were within his sonar range, moving around the narrow strip of sand that quickly dropped off into the water. It was clear for about 20 feet and then turned dark blue, obscuring their vision any deeper. Overhead, clouds drifted over the tropical sun, and a gentle breeze moved across them and the waves. The calming effect and seemingly docile nature vanished when Max sensed 8 targets suddenly coming straight at them as they moved around a bend on the sandbar. Incoming. Fish that were 6 feet long launched out of the water, giant spear-like swords on their noses. 4 small legs were on the bottom of their body, but those didn't seem to matter as they came like arrows at everyone in the group. Shield out, Max blocked the fish on his left while swinging his weapon at the one on his right. A wall of air appeared and then a wall of stone, providing protection for Tanilla and Batrir. Cordelia moved with a grace Max always admired, dodging her attacker and sending an arrow into its side as it passed by. Fowl had 3 on him, blocking one with his shield, smashing the second fish with his weapon and taking the third one to his side. A cry of pain came from the dwarven warrior as it struck. Max saw the damage it had done to Fowl, but it made little sense at the moment, and he had better things to worry about. The first one he struck had lost a large section of its side, having filleted a 2-foot section off. It struggled to move along the sand while the other one was darting back toward the water, those tiny legs moving so quickly as it ran. Tanilla had an ice spear forming, but the pair she had stopped were already almost to the water, moving safely away. Cordelia already had a third arrow in the one she faced, and it was limping back toward the water's edge, blood running from the wounds. Fowl swung at the one that managed to land an attack, yet his swing seemed off. I'm slowed. Both of Fowl's other opponents were back at the water's edge, diving in a moment later. Get closer. Moving to where the one was struggling to retreat, Max brought his weapon down at its head. Power strike. A wave of cold washed through him, and Max grinned as he ran to where everyone was gathering. 8 dexterity consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Skill does not match being's body type. Consume is adjusting skill. Consume is unable to adjust skill. Power stored for future use. Stat milestone 1 reached. Dexterity of 250 acquired. Bonus speed and evasion, granted 20 speed increase. Bonus attack speed, granted 20 increase to all attack speeds. Max almost didn't stop in time, as the speed at which he now moved with took a moment to adjust to. His sonar was trying to read movements that were about to come, and Max was trying to handle the rapid change in his body. As Fowl protected the rear and Batrir, Max swung his weapon a few times, sensing the changes as the weapon began to blur. Incoming. 6 came this time, moving just as fast and again were airborne. 3 focused on Max while the other 3 went after Fowl. Summoning a wall of earth, Max protected Fowl's side where 2 were coming, allowing his friend to focus on the one. Tanilla's ice spear raced forward, impaling one of his and pinning it to the sand as it pierced it. Max swung, striking the first fish to reach him and hacking off another large section of its body while blocking the other. Arrows flew as Cordelia Pin cushioned the 2 that had run into the earth wall. This time, before a single one could make it back to the water, they were struck down, the element of surprise gone and outdone by the teamwork. Cold power flooded him again as Max cut down 2 more fish. 8 dexterity consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Skill does not match being's body type. Consume is adjusting skill. Consume is unable to adjust skill. Power stored for future use, 8 dexterity consumed. Everyone okay? Fowl grunted and nodded, picking up the fish he bludgeoned to death and storing it. They have some weird attack that I guess if it strikes, casts a slow of some sort. For 30 seconds I felt like a slug. Max nodded, and when nothing else came, they relaxed slightly. These are faster than so many of the other creatures we've faced lately, Cordelia stated. Even out of the water they were fast, that they were much faster. Tanilla gave Max a raised eyebrow, to which he grinned and nodded before moving to retrieve the fish they had just killed. Remember what I said, Fowl shouted. We'll hate the beach before this is over. The waves became larger as they got closer to the first island that had been about 3 miles away along a winding sandbar. Some places along the path had become only a few feet wide before water was licking against the sand. Most often those were the perfect places those fish attacked again and again. 50 points of dexterity gained before they stopped giving any. This is what I have been missing. Max almost shuddered from the pleasure that came from those gains. After so long without a single stat from the tower, it was like a flood inside his body. Only once did the memory of what it had felt like when gaining skills from those elves bubble up, but he immediately stamped it down. Trees with coconuts and other fruit Tanilla pointed out were harvested, stored for later enjoyment she promised, and a quarter-mile-wide island was little more than a small resting area before the next decision before them. Right or left, which path? Max hoped someone else would have an opinion as each led in a different direction, and the tiny dot of what had to be an island was way off in the middle of both. Joys of being the leader, Fowl teased. You get to pick. Grumbling, he fetched a gold coin and flipped in the air. Molly, we go right, Macy, we go left. As Max snatched it from the air, the decision was already known, his mind being able to detect the side that would be up. Seams were going left. This sandbar sank and rose, sometimes as wide as 10 feet and other times knee-deep. A little over a third of a mile in, as they trudged through the water at their knees, Max called out the incoming attack. This time it wasn't fish, but instead from under the sand giant crabs began to appear. Each one was about 8 feet wide and their claws were almost 3 feet long. 5 white shell crabs rushed at them from all sides, water like jets streaming from their mouths in an apparent attempt to blind or disorient them. A spray of water was sent upward, as Max ran through the water so fast he surprised the crab on his left. Power strike. The hammer came down, pulverizing the space between the eyes, cutting off the spout of water it had been sending, while punching through the hard shell. Dashing back toward the one on the other side, Max had reached it, sending a wall of water over his own party and creating waves. Tanilla ignored the water attack from both the crabs and Max, aiming the ice spear she had started casting the moment he called out the attack. She sent it directly into the mouth where the water came from. Immediately, the spout was gone, and the crab appeared to be dancing as its claws clicked and clacked upon the spear that was lodged inside its body. Cordelia unleashed an empowered shot that mimicked Tanilla's spell placement. One moment a stream was coming at her. The next, the crab's 2 plates imploded, a spray of flesh expelled from where the liquid had been exiting. Max's next attack struck where the claw connected to the shell, cutting through the joint, disarming it and repeating the attack as his weapon moved so quickly none could have kept up with it. Before the wall of seawater was down and the waves had hit his party, 3 more strikes struck the crab, ending its life and sending a cold wave once more. 8 constitution consumed, 8 constitution consumed. Turning, Max watched as the last crab that had been coming for Fowl stopped its charge, skittering back into the darkness of the water and vanishing below. Slow down, Tanilla belted out, her hair and robes drenched as she spewed salt water from her mouth. You're almost more dangerous than those crabs were. The others called out their agreement of her assessment, and Max watched as the waves he created collided with the ones coming from the sea. Sorry, I didn't realize that would happen. A few chuckles came finally as Max and Fowl moved to collect some parts from their latest opponents. How fast are you? Tanilla whispered as she waded to where he was at. I hit the first milestone in dexterity, 20% increase to movement speed. Coughing again, Tanilla shook her head and grunted. When you manage that for the last 2 stats, you realize I'm going to hate you for a little bit. Grinning, he nodded and winked, over-exaggerating slow movement as he went to the first crab he had struck down. 3 islands later, they camped for the night, having cut down some trees and built a small barrier. Max found himself once again capped at 295 in his constitution, the same number as his dexterity. Glancing at the notebook as he sat by the fire, letting the others sleep, his face wore a frown. These stats are way higher than I expected. Without those first 6 levels to go off of, I'm not certain what the max number is, but it has jumped at least 20 or so points above what I thought. Putting his list away, Max gazed up at the massive moon that was hidden by clouds, listening to the sound of the waves that sounded so peaceful as they crashed against the island. It was almost enough to lull one into a sense of safety as he sat there, letting his sonar run free as he dozed. Keep moving, the group followed Fowl as the water rose, now up to the dwarf's chest. Around them, tentacles had risen from the deep water near them. Only 300 yards away was an island, offering some sanctuary from the newest attacker. Every time the 15-foot tentacles rose up, they would slam down at them, sending powerful waves of water even when they missed, causing the footing for each member to slip. "I'm trying, but I can't swim," Fowl shouted as he let Tanilla push him from behind. Cursing, Max saw the trio of new glowing tentacles start to rise. They were a weird blue color, glowing when out of the water but completely hidden inside of it. Only his sonar allowed him to sense them coming through the water, and Max had stopped counting at the number he had sheared off as they came from all angles. "Wall boost me now." Max nodded and summoned an earth wall before Fowl, angled so they easily climbed it while casting his air one right on the edge of it. All 5 of them scrambled upward as Tanilla unleashed the lightning storm, bolts crashing down upon the would-be attackers from under the water. For 15 seconds, over 30 lightning bolts struck the surface of the ocean near them and anything that appeared. Smoking flesh rose from where it had struck the ones preparing to attack. "We got 10 seconds. Max stored his weapon and grabbed Cordelia, tossing her over his shoulder and ignoring her surprised yelp. "I'm carrying you," he shouted as he grabbed Batrier, flinging her on the other and then tossing Tanilla upward. "Close your mouth," Max shouted as he grabbed Fowl under his arms and raced off the wall of air, hitting the water, legs moving. Water sprayed as he ran, and as he slowly began to sink, a vast wall of water rushed over them and around them. "Angle your shield," Max yelled as he held Fowl higher. Soon the large shield was vertical, angled forward at the top, and they cut through the water like a boat. 50 yards from land, the water was down to their waist, and as a pair of tentacles came up from the water behind him, Max was already gone, sending up a cloud of sand as he sprinted onto the island and weaved around its outside as he slowed. Sputtering and coughing came from his group as he set them down, everyone once again drenched from the initial wave that had washed over them. "What were those?" Batrier asked as she regained her breath. "I didn't see any other beast underneath the water." "I couldn't sense it either. Whatever was down there had to be more than one based on the number of tentacles we faced. Surely if it was a single one, then it would have given up, knowing it was losing limbs and not having any success." Wringing out his beard, Fowl cursed, holding a finger over one nostril and blowing out a stream of snot and water. "I've never been more waterlogged in my life." Cordelia was turning, and Max saw where she was pointing, the portal. Everyone snapped in the direction of her finger and started jogging toward it, ready to be done with the tower floor. "You each will need to keep these until at least the boss," Tom said as he gave the 5 of them a ring that felt slippery as they held it. "Don't wear them until you need them, as they only have 3 days' worth of breathing when underwater before they run out." "Like what happens then?" Fowl asked, wincing for the answer he knew was coming. "You drown." Gulping, the dwarf nodded and stored the ring as everyone else had. "Water tower floors can be so different," their trainer continued. "Each floor has the ability to be a combination of above water or under it. Some have vast cave systems underneath. Only a few are completely underwater, and those are typically very difficult because of how water slows down most people. Is there any way to not suffer that slowdown?" Looking like he had sucked on a lemon, Tom slowly shook his head side to side. "There are, but not that most people will have it. Some might have an ability, but again they're so rare I can only think of one person I've ever known with one. Even magic that allows that is hard to find. Just getting rings of underwater breathing costs a sizable chunk of money. Those rings will slowly regain their ability over time, but it's an hour exposed to air for an hour underwater, which means you can't store it in your dimensional space." Tom dropped a bag that appeared in his hand and gave it to Max. Opening it revealed some web-like feet items. "Those are called fins. They will take some getting used to, but you'll be able to fit them over boots, shoes, and even bare feet. The magic in them will expand or shrink to the size they need to be. It will help you swim with armor and cut down on some of the weight and resistance of your body, but practice with them for a bit." He demonstrated, swinging his arm at normal speed, and then repeated the process at about half speed. "You will find your attacks don't hit as hard. Piercing weapons often do more as you thrust them. Hammers usually are even worse." Fowl groaned again at that news. "Tanilla, you're going to have to figure out how to cast spells, taking into account that ice and stone will probably only work and that lightning isn't a good choice. Cordelia, your arrows will still work, not as well, again slowed by the water. Placement will mean everything." Setting his gaze upon Batrier, Tom smiled softly. "You're going to have to pay attention to where everyone is and possibly work at maneuvering around more. Monsters have a way of locking in on a healer, and with your party not able to respond as quickly, you need to learn how to move in the water. Do you understand?" She nodded, tugging on her beard absently as she felt the danger behind his words. "All I can say is to be smart. I have no doubt you five can handle whatever the tower throws at you. Max knew whatever came next, this series of tower floors were going to be a whole new test for them. Smiling, he ignored the raised eyebrow Tom gave him. Ever since the Colosseum and that sensation of growth, Max had struggled with the lack of gains lately. The 36th dungeon floor awoke the sleeping giant of how great the skill increases were. Those tentacles put me at a 301 strength. God, I missed that sensation. I guess it's a good thing that this floor wasn't the first, Max stated as the party gazed across the half-quarter mile of water that was covered in a rocky cave. Lights shimmered underneath, different plants in the bioluminescence that glowed within, casting oranges, purples, blues, and pinks in the water. Handing a pair of the fins to each person, everyone sat down on the sand, slipping them over their shoes. I'd make sure your belt is cinched up, Fowl said as he pointed at Batrair. If your robe starts to cover your head and everyone gets a view below, don't blame me. A hint of red filled their healer's cheeks as she double-checked her belt, Tanilla mimicking the process as well. We'll need to go slow and figure this out, as I wasn't a horrible swimmer, but we all know Fowl is going to sink like a rock. A metal rock, their dwarven warrior added as he waddled toward the edge of the water, struggling to move in plate armor and fins on land. 30 minutes of practice was spent swimming near the entrance to the tower floor, overcoming the fear of needing to breathe, as well as the problems with moving around. Fowl struggled the most, being almost half his normal speed while the Tanilla and Batrair were about a third slower. Cordelia was darting around, only about 20% slower than usual, while Max impressed everyone as always with his seemingly unchanged movement. It's the boon, Max whispered to Tanilla as they swam near each other. She giggled and both of them smiled. You sound so weird. The water makes everyone's voice hollow. Nodding, he shouted, knowing it wouldn't travel as far, but in a few seconds the rest of the group had gathered close. We know how stuff works now. Fowl will stay close to you three as he can't react fast enough, Max said, ignoring his friend's frown. Tanilla has the air wall to help him maneuver if needed or for blocking. Those spells are slower as we saw from testing, and that means Cordelia, you're our main point of ranged damage. Besides you, she scoffed. Yes, I'm going to play out ahead and do what I can to minimize any potential large groups from surrounding you all. In the end, we need to get moving as I have no idea how many days this floor is going to take, and if there is anywhere to recharge our rings. Pointing at the quarter-mile-wide tunnel that led down, Max started to swim slowly, making sure that Fowl and the others were able to keep up. As they moved toward the underwater cave system, Max couldn't help but be amazed at all the different small fish that swam around, darting and dodging as they got near or other slightly larger fish got close. Sea life with tiny tentacles moved with the water, pulsing with light and illuminated the stone they were attached to. A whole different world appeared before him. More sharks. Tanilla's shout was almost impossible to hear as Max swung his halberd, using the wall of air he had just summoned to kick off of and dodge the 15-foot-long shark that had charged at him. Blood was everywhere, and the pack of three he had first faced was down to the last one. When he struck the first attacker and sliced off a chunk of its face, all three seemed to enter a berserker state, thrashing and attacking faster. Their weakness was turning, but when coming at him they were like an arrow almost from the speed at which they moved. Two more red sharks came from the tunnel ahead, blazing forward at that same speed. Huge lines of glowing pink light ran along both sides of the creatures, making their movements weird to see in the water. The second shark had returned, and as it came toward him, that giant mouth filled with countless teeth, Max began summoning an ice spear. Power strike. The axe blade cut through the shark from chin to tail as Max pushed off his ice spear, using it to reposition and avoid the charge. Gore and guts entered the water, making it murky and sending the third shark into a rage again. It was turning, and based on the two new approaching ones, they would be attacking at the same time. More mana poured into the ice spear, growing larger as the trio drew close. The spell Tanilla had formed was still waiting. Left hand held high, the remaining seconds passed and Max dropped it, knowing her spell was going to be coming toward one of his foes. Her stone spear raced through the water at the left one as his ice spear went for the shark on the right. Bringing his shield out, Max prepared to block the last shark from the original three. Tanilla's spell hit her target, colliding with its upper jaw and nose, causing the shark to writhe in pain as the stone stuck out from it. His spear missed as the shark moved slightly to the side, avoiding it by less than a foot. A crunching sound came as teeth wrapped around his shield, clamping down and thrashing as the shark couldn't close its mouth or swallow Max. The new shark arrived, biting down on Max's weapon that was thrust toward its face. 5 feet of the shaft was swallowed as teeth clamped down and onto his arm. Pain flared as the teeth felt like a vice closing tightly on his forearm. The armor held, but he still bled as those tips pierced some of the links, increasing the rage at which these sharks seemed possessed by regeneration. Both sharks now thrashed and fought against Max as he held onto his weapon and shield. Sometimes they tried to push toward each other, and most of the time it was pulling him apart. Arrows struck the shark on his weapon, and soon an ice spear plunged into its side, causing the creature to finally go limp, allowing him to yank his arm free. Slashing with his now free weapon, Max hacked at the shark's nose, realizing it was a weak spot on this beast. Its own grip on his shield gave Max the ability to deliver stronger blows without having to worry about kicking his feet to set up for the strike. Soon, only one injured shark remained, and a final spell from him ended its life. With the threat gone, the other four swam closer, helping to collect some of the body parts and the orange crystals that appeared. "Glad you're getting bit on and not me," Fowl stated. "How did they not tear you limb from limb?" "It's all the strength I've gained from carrying you around when I run." Chuckling, his dwarven friend nodded and pointed at the tunnel that continued to descend. "It's a good thing the tunnel doesn't have any off-branches at the moment. Means we can only be attacked from one path." "True, but if something makes it past me, you're our only hope." Grinning, Fowl nodded and kicked his feet, trying to adjust his positioning a little as the others gathered again. "Nice work on that fight," Cordelia said. "Sorry, most of my arrows missed until they were still. I think I'm getting the speed and leading down and should be able to hit them. Don't complain, I missed, and I was only 20 yards away when I sent my spell. This water makes it tough." Over 6 hours of steady fighting of shark packs began to subside as the group swam downward, now bright light appearing underneath them. "It's a city," Tanilla said, as they saw the massive world beneath them take shape. A large circular system of buildings was arrayed beneath them. One section was enormous, while all around it were smaller circles of buildings. Each one appeared to be on a round platform and then rose upward in round buildings made of rock, metal, and something else. Light streamed from so many different areas that it looked like stars in the water. Some sections had large lighted areas, almost blinding to stare at. "Look at all those creatures," Batgirl said as she pointed to a section of the city where it appeared something was taking place, and from this distance so many creatures were moving. "Water people, or merfolk, if that is their real name," Tanilla stated, her eyes drinking in everything possible. Only 2 books ever mentioned a race like this. Some are known for being just like other races, while the opposite is nothing more than a savage group that eats everything, including themselves. "Did that book mention which one built a city?" Shaking her head, Fowl sighed at not getting a solid answer. "Does this mean they might be friendly and not attack us?" Tanilla shrugged, seeing Max frown slightly. The information was more about the race and their culture. "Somehow, based on the size of the city below and the number of lights we see, I'm not sure we can fight that many." As they swam in place, Cordelia pointed at some moving figures. "Looks like we're about to find out that answer soon enough." A group of 8 individuals, all toned and muscular, moved toward them with a speed that spoke of haste, and yet Max could tell they were not moving at their top speed. 6 of them were male, wearing armor made from something he couldn't recognize, holding spears and a shield. With them came 2 women that wore loose-fitting outfits that glided with their bodies and carried what looked like a staff and not a spear. All of their hair was jet black and scales covered their skin. Almost like a snake's hide, it was so tiny one might not notice as he had. As they drew closer, the group slowed down, spears held out slightly and spread out. They shouted something and Max tapped his ears, shaking his head. A few murmured, and then one of the women rotated a bangle on their wrist. Once more they called out, getting no response from the party, and rotated it again. 5 attempts later, Max and the others all heard words they finally understood. "Why have you entered our home?" Max looked at Tanilla, who shook her head and motioned to him. "We are here because the tower has brought us here. A portal to leave is somewhere in this area and we are seeking it." Expressions changed as their lips drew together and eyes narrowed, highlighting the dark black eyes they had. "A tower climber? In our world? Impossible. That has not happened in." The male, who appeared to be the biggest of the group, went silent as one woman touched his shoulder. "Forgive him. If you are what you say, we will need to take you to meet our king and prove this. Know that if you are lying, we will kill you and feed you to our pets." Max wanted to laugh at the way the woman's tone had changed from a simple command to a threat in so few words. "We would be honored to meet your king and prove that we are who you say we are." Chatter between the 8 took place once more, and after what appeared to be some unhappy discussion, the group sent one of the men back toward the city. "We will wait for more to come before we escort you to our king. My name is Jozanar. Put your weapons away and do not make any sudden moves, and I promise upon my gills that you will not be harmed." Max nodded, and everyone stored their weapons and shields, monitoring the 7 who were just as keenly studying them. "Never a dull moment," Fowl muttered. Less than 20 minutes later, the party was being escorted by over 40 merfolk through the city. The size of it felt like swimming through Peltigau, except instead of being so spread out, it reached upward with buildings at least 5 times to 20 times taller. Everywhere merfolk were watching as they swam toward the largest building at the center, seeing siege weapons and other spear-based systems scattered across the buildings. "It's like they expect someone to attack them," Fowl asked as they moved downward. "Not someone, but something," Max replied. "Those weapons are designed for something much larger than you or I. Even those things would be overkill on the sharks we fought." Tanilla grunted, and Max nodded, noticing how the escort didn't appear to appreciate them chatting about the defenses of their city. Kneel before King Jalnig Nuk, defender of our home. Everywhere all the merfolk that were standing in the room they had entered, except heavily armored guards, were on their knees. Max and the others quickly joined them, heads up unlike the rest as they studied the man sitting on a throne made of rainbow-colored glass. His hair was blonde, braided in long locks, and those blue eyes of his seemed to try to peer into their souls. Ornate armor that changed colors as he shifted decorated the mass and height of the king, who was 2 feet taller than all the other merfolk. Beside him, a few steps down, stood a woman in a robe similar to their escorts, except weird markings were etched into the fabric. A staff with similar markings was in her hand. The king nodded as he leaned forward, ignoring the 10-foot-tall trident that was just a few feet from him, leaning against his throne. Nodding once, the woman chanted something and banged her staff into the ground 3 times. Pressure in the vast room over 70 yards wide, set like a cylinder, changed, and Max saw that the water was rushing upward, leaving from the floor and moving toward the ceiling. As it did, the scales on the merfolk's skin disappeared, turning a dark tan and mimicking human, dwarf, and elven flesh. Their hair changed colors as well when the water had moved past their heads, turning blonde while Jalnig Nuk's hair became red. Our king has granted you an audience in your own air. See this for what it is, a gift. Max gave a bow of his head at the king, feeling like the woman near him would much rather skin the flesh off his body. When Jalnig Nuk spoke, his voice carried across the whole room, almost as if one spoke into a megaphone. Deep and rich, it washed over them with authority and power. Max almost asked what, but instead focused on the man before him. You claim to be tower climbers, brought here by the system to a place not visited by your kind in so long I had to have my advisors search the records. Tell me, how can you prove you are here by what you claim? Slowly Max stood, ignoring the glare the woman gave him, and summoned a handful of different gems acquired from each of the tower floors they had leveled up through. These are the gems we earn as we climb the tower. The orange ones are what we have dropped by the sharks we faced on the way to you all. Lies. Both the king and Max turned toward the woman who was pointing her staff at the party. That color does not come from where our records show. A frown appeared on Jalnig Nuk's face and Max saw the king studying him. I cannot tell you what color was once given to the groups that came before us, but this is what we have received. If you have another way for us to prove ourselves, I am open to hearing it. His advisor's mouth started to move, and a grunt came from the king, causing her to clamp it shut and turn toward him. Those blue eyes locked on the woman and she shuddered, bowing her head low. As it has been said, much time has passed since the records were written and I cannot argue with them, but it would be foolish of me to not provide another option to prove that what you say is true. Leaning back in his chair, the king lifted a hand to his chin and tapped it a few times. Max could feel every eye except for the ones of those who were guards upon the king as he sat there, face set like flint as he stared at the party. Silence echoed on for moments as no one spoke and appeared to not breathe even. Tell me, what is your name? I go by the name Seth Pendle in my world, Max said. You are the strongest of your party, and it appears you are their leader as well. Will you be willing to prove yourself in a fight against one of my champions? Keeping his face straight, Max stood a little taller, making sure he reached his top height of 5 feet 6 inches and nodded. I am not afraid to fight, but I would ask what kind of fight you have in mind. Needless bloodshed is not something I seek. The slightest movement of agreement came as Jalnig Nuk smiled. It is a fight without weapons or armor set in our arena. Defeat my champion, and we will accept your words as truth. Power and strength are how we measure one's heart. Bowing his head slightly, Max grinned. I would be honored to prove to you the truth of my words and the strength I possess. The king clapped once, his hand sending a shockwave across the room. The challenge has been set and accepted. Inform the people to gather at the arena. Max noticed the woman at the bottom of the steps before the king's throne smirking. Obviously, this would appear to them like I'm about to get my ass kicked. Are you certain this was the best plan? Fowl asked as they stood in a small room waiting for Max to be escorted onto the massive floor of sand that was surrounded by countless merfolk cheering and shouting. We couldn't fight this many people, and even if I could, I would prefer not to kill someone who doesn't attack first, Max replied. Besides, this feels off. I'm not certain, but this floor must usually come later in the tower. In the late 40s, Tanilla asked. Shaking his head, Max pointed at the stone wall and punched it. Nothing came from his attack as the wall stood there, completely unscratched. I didn't hit it with everything I have, but that would have shattered most of the walls I'd assume at our own coliseum back home, which means this is designed for a higher-level tower climber. Nodding, Max turned his attention back to the window. Water stopped right outside of it, leaving them in a well-lit room with chairs and regular air to breathe. The sound of the crowds tells me whatever is about to happen is starting soon. No matter what, you four be ready if things don't work out. Max handed Tanilla the gem that would take the party from the tower floor if broken. Are you that afraid? Ignoring the tremor in her voice and the concerned expressions on everyone else's, Max shook his head, just smart enough to be prepared. 4 loud gongs sounded out 10 seconds later, and a pair of guards knocked on the door before opening. "It is time," one declared. Nodding, Max gave Tanilla a quick kiss and moved to the doorway, where a wall of water waited for him to enter. "Citizens of Melihar, today we have a rare chance to witness our champion face one who claims to be a tower climber." The sound of the cheers and roars was almost deafening as Max turned around, watching the merfolk who had packed almost every spot he could see. "Today this one, Seth Pendle, shall face the only one worthy to defend the honor of us, our king, Jalnig Nuk." Cursing to himself, Max knew the other shoe had finally dropped as from across the sand. Jalnig Nuk moved to the front of his spot at the base of the arena wall and waved to his people. One moment he had his full armor and trident in hand, a cloak somehow perfectly moving behind him. The next he was in a tiny pair of trunks. A giant grin was plastered upon the blonde-headed king's face as he swam from where he stood right toward Max. "It would appear you might have thought something like this would happen," Jalnig Nuk declared, still grinning as he motioned to Max's outfit. "Are you going to wear those metal boots? Forgive me, but they are what my fins are attached to so I can swim in the water, though obviously not as well as you do." Max stood there in a pair of leather pants, no shirt, and wearing his chain boots. His rings were still equipped, but everything else was stored, as it appeared the king had done as well. Very well. "Tell me, how far would you like this fight to go?" Looking up at Jalnig Nuk, who stood almost 3 feet taller than him, Max couldn't help but appreciate the king's body. Every inch of it was toned and rippling with muscle. While his own body didn't have any fat, his own muscle mass had stalled out, not growing near as much as he wished. What are the rules usually? Until one is knocked unconscious or surrenders. Nodding, Max cracked his neck. "Skills are allowed." Jalnig Nuk's grin displayed more teeth, and the man nodded. "It would be recommended that you use some." "One last question," Max said as Jalnig Nuk began to back up a few paces. "If I accidentally kill you with one punch, what happens?" A loud booming roar of laughter came from the king, and then from the entire gathered audience, all apparently able to hear what he had just said. "Then you will be king and required to choose a mate, forever trapped here until one takes your place." Sighing, Max moved backward himself, watching as the king moved with a grace that left no doubt. This man was confident in his abilities. The gong came, and crouching slightly, the king began to approach, moving sideways as he studied Max. "You're going to have to come to me," Max said, not willing to move and give up the small amount of stability he felt at the moment. Jalnig Nuk movement looked like a combination of swimming and regular walking. As if somehow he could choose between acting like he was on dry land or submerged underwater. "If you wish." Sand flew up as the king dashed forward, fist coming with a speed that would have impressed anyone but Max. Keeping his boots on were for an obvious reason, not because his fins were attached to them, but the 25% they granted in overall stats was too much to give up. With the previous floor's gains, even the fact the Sharks hadn't given a single point didn't matter. Stat only check. SDR 560. Dex 549. Con 549. INT 459. WIS 459. Staying where he was, Max deflected the large hands that came toward him, pushing them sideways and redirecting the king's attacks. Kicks, punches, and even a headbutt moved with blazing speed, and yet Max couldn't help but grin. His sonar told him everything about the attacks as they came. Watching the massive man raining down blows began to smile even more as his speed at which the strikes were delivered increased. Finally, Jalnig Nuk shouted, "A real opponent." Jumping backward, the man let out a bestial roar which sent waves of power through the water. "Be ready, he has unleashed that which holds him back." Max grinned, ready for the first real fight in a long time. Skin stretched, and the merfolk king, which was between 8 and 9 feet now, grew. His body expanded, muscles getting larger until he stood almost 14 feet tall. Huge knuckled fists hung down as the king glared at him through red eyes. The scales had taken on a dark red tone, and at least 200 pounds, if not more of mass, had just appeared from nowhere. The tiny pair of trunks looked to be holding on by a thread, somehow wedged between the folds of muscle and joints. The arena erupted in roars of approval. "Try not to die." Max dodged backward as the first attack came, slamming downward at the spot he had been, sand filling the air and a crater 3 feet deep in the floor now present. The power of the strike washed over Max as the water shifted, and he maneuvered as quickly as possible, following the now sped up and improved speed of the one he faced. Heat radiated off of Jalnig Nuk, causing the water to bubble off his skin. Evasion was working overtime as sonar told Max where each strike was coming, and instead of blocking, every attack had to be avoided, unsure how much damage would be done if one managed to hit him. Max ignored his skill, getting a feel for a monster that obviously knew how to fight with his bare hands. Not having a skill left, Max opened the moment he threw a punch, and that kept him from acting. As they moved, more heat came from the king's skin, extra bubbles rising from everywhere water touched him. Roots struggled to appear in the sand, giving the red rampaging giant before him pause as he looked down at what was attempting to grab at his ankles. Max summoned a wall of stone, lifting the king off the sand for a moment as the wall appeared right against his ankles. Throwing a punch, Max struck at the arm he had just dodged, slamming into the outer part of the king's left forearm. The force caused the king to spin in the water, his body twisted sideways for a moment, head coming down low. Swinging with his left arm, Max aimed for that large head full of wild blonde hair, only to watch a grin appear on Jalnignuk's face and his eyes go wide. Speed that was impossible to believe caused the king to spin, his left arm coming for Max as the twist in the water moved him faster and left with no other choice. Max connected his punch while blocking the fist the size of his head with his right arm. Both he and Jalnignuk flew backward, the impact from each other sending the pair over 40 yards away through the water. Regeneration. His right arm had been fractured but was already healing, and Max saw the king climb to his feet and stare at him. Worthy. Roaring again, the water seemed to now boil off the scales as they turned a bright red, and Jalnignuk grew another 2 feet. Like an arrow, the king covered the distance in a second, only to find an air wall right where his face was, sending him upward and off target from the attack he had been trying to do. Power strike. Max's fist flashed as it connected with the knee, wishing for a better target but taking what he could. The crack that came and the way the knee bent sideways surprised Max, having expected the whole joint to be destroyed. Instead, as Jalnignuk tumbled through the water, his left leg flopping behind him from the knee down, Max jumped on the man's back, grabbing onto the hair, ignoring the heat that burnt his flesh. Weakness. Magical strike. Rampage. A howl of agony from the red beast came as Max punched at the collarbone of Jalnignuk. The first punch shattered the bone while the other shoved them deeper inside the flesh, almost to the point of pushing through the burning skin. The left arm tried to grab him, but Max dodged to the king's injured right side, avoiding the flailing attempts. Surrender and I will stop. Never. Max started punching the same spot, over and over, dozens of hits striking as Jalnignuk held himself up on the sand with one arm and one knee, bent over, boiling water coming from him. Get away now. Whatever his skill sensed, Max didn't hesitate, letting go of the braids of hair he had been holding and kicking himself off the brute's massive back. Pain washed over him as Jalnignuk roared once more, sending out shockwaves of power. The injuries that Max had inflicted were healing, and the sand beneath the king's body began to melt. Water evaporated as quickly as it got within a foot of the now 22-foot-tall, blazing red and orange behemoth. Lava seemed to almost flow from the king's skin, and he stood, turning to face Max, eyes burning with anger and confusion. What have you done? The weakness. Grinning, Max laughed and pointed at the towering monster before him. I'm not done yet, but if I had to guess, you're running out sooner than later. We can call this a draw or... Another roar came and it became so bright that Max couldn't see. It was as if he stared at the sun. "No, I shall end this." Evasion and sonar couldn't match what came for him. Even his mind struggled to handle what was taking place. Armored warrior. Bulwark. Evasion. Every wall he could summon was gone in an instant. A punch that would level cities came. For a second, agonizing pain worse than anything Max had ever felt struck. It was as if his entire being was torn apart, every bit of his body flung in different directions as the fist that was over 3 feet wide struck his chest. An eternity of pain was there, and then it was gone. Negate death blow. Power washed around him in the arena, and Max saw the light immediately fade from a blazing sun to a barely burning ember. The massive giant that had to have been at least 30 or more feet tall was now back to his normal size, floating in the water, hovering above the blackened rock 6 feet down. Max realized all the sand for 20 yards was gone, vaporized. Beyond that area were 3 feet of sand that was bubbling like lava, slowly flowing toward the empty hole. Silence was everywhere as not a single spectator in the arena made a sound. Max moved slowly to where the king was, barely breathing, his body limp like a wet noodle. Do you surrender? Jalnignuk turned his head slightly. His closed eyes became slits that had a very dim pair of blue eyes trembling at the man next to him. I surrender. His breathing was ragged and a gong sounded, yet not a single sound still was heard anywhere else. Pulling a healing potion out, Max held it before Jalnignuk's eyes and pulled back a lid. Can you use this? Will it heal you? A slight nod of the head was all the king could give, so Max uncorked the bottle and put it in the king's lips, letting him drink the advanced healing potion. The flesh around the king began to quiver, and Max could see the color in his face and scales become brighter. You are a tower climber, your strength proves it, Jalnignuk said as his body rotated, allowing him to stand on the stone with Max. Tell me how many are like you. Chuckling, Max gave the king a gentle clap on the arm and shook his head. I'm the only one. Weak laughter came at first and slowly grew louder, filling the area they were in as the king grabbed Max's hand and raised his arm high. Celebrate for the new champion, Seth Pendle. Cheers and the sound of tens of thousands, stomping their feet filled the arena as Jalnignuk slowly spun Max around, showing him off to the crowd. Perhaps we should retire somewhere a little quieter and where both of us can recover. More laughter came from Jalnignuk as he shook his head before nodding. You are not tired and I can tell it, but I appreciate you trying to save me face. Come, let us gather your allies and find somewhere we can talk in private. It saved you, Tanilla said as she spoke quietly in Max's ear, feigning a kiss. What I saw was my heart almost gave out till I saw you there, unhurt. Moving her head, Max stood on his toes and gave her a kiss, pulling her close, ignoring the looks he knew those gathered were giving. Seth Pendle, you are very fortunate to not only be strong but have someone who loves you, Jalnignuk stated. Finding love for one in my position is difficult. So many desire the power of the throne yet cannot realize the responsibility that comes with it. Responsibility is a heavy mantle and unfortunately, so often the one that wears it finds themselves alone, Max replied. I am fortunate to have this family before you who helped me with it. Blue eyes sparkled as Jalnignuk nodded, slowly drinking the cup he held as he gazed upon the group of people a few steps below. Fowl and Batrayer sat close, holding hands and smiling as Cordelia sat in the chair near Tanilla's. Tell me when you are ready and I can take you and your party to the portal that will allow you to exit this place. Max saw Tanilla's head whip around and sensed her heart rate spiking. You know where the portal is, and yet you challenged us like that, almost killing. It was a test. Those words silenced her as the gaze from the king carried a weight of power. You are the first in so long. To come here is not common at all. Stories abound about those who are deemed worthy to find our home. As my advisor mentioned, often they carry a unique stone to prove they are worthy of us. Since you did not carry them, you needed to prove yourself. Jalnignuk frowned, glancing at his cup for a moment before turning his gaze to Max. He nodded, and a servant came, holding out a tiny chest that would fit in the palm of Max's hand. Take this. What is inside is for you and no one else. Those who come before you often carry a clear or blue gem. They face a different trial and are rewarded as such. You would have easily walked through that task, and the rewards for it are minimal in comparison. Max slowly took the rainbow-colored chest and flicked the tiny lid open, staring inside. It's empty. Laughter echoed around the room and Jalnignuk shook his head. Put your finger inside. I promise it won't bite it off. Max nodded and slowly slid his pointer finger into the opening. Power flowed through it, and suddenly the box began to form around his hand before running into his palm. Turn your hand over. Obeying, Max watched as the ball of rainbow-hued goo shifted and moved and then started to take a shape. Size was added, and soon a pair of chain metal pants that changed colors depending on the light rested in his palm. It appears you are needing those. May they serve you well as you attempt what is impossible. Why is it impossible? Jalnignuk chuckled and set his cup down, leaning forward toward the party. The system makes climbing the tower hard. Few make it. When the moment comes, you'll understand. Now tell me, does that gift work? Max wanted to ask more questions, but the pants in his hand called out to him. Inspect pants. Merfolk King's gift plus 75 strength, constitution, agility, intelligence, wisdom. Merfolk Blessing breath, move and attack as if on dry land. Bonded. Grinning, Max stood up, quickly storing them and then having them appear. Fowl whistled at how they shimmered as he moved. I'll gladly take them. How did you survive? Everyone sat there quietly as Cordelia finally asked the question that had been eating at her since the moment she saw Max standing amidst the carnage of King Jalnignuk's attack. For a single moment, she felt the tower climb had ended, and if they managed to escape, what hope was there for her? Even Tanilla had the crystal in her hand, struggling not to break it. Hope was somehow still in those eyes of hers as tears had run down for a moment, some from sadness, others from joy. Tanilla was about to talk, and Max squeezed her knee and shook his head. Can you wait till we are in our room to tell me everything? Max nodded. Slowly, she nodded her head before turning her attention out the window of the carriage. Cordelia winced as she used the binding tablet Max had acquired from Everett. He didn't want to use it, but part of him felt it was still too soon, while the other part of him knew time had run out. I have a skill that allows me to sometimes take the skills of those that I kill. Frowning and then grinning, Cordelia chuckled before rolling her eyes. Yeah, those don't exist. Now tell me. Max said nothing and nodded once, pointing at the others. Slowly, Cordelia saw that each of them were nodding at her. Seriously, a skill that allows that. For something like that, it would have to be a red skill or a... Her eyes widened and words froze in her throat. Turning slowly back at Max, she unconsciously pressed herself deeper into the cushioned chair. A black skill, Max said. I have a black skill. Once more, she glanced at the others and saw they all were in agreement. How? Why? How can you? Why are all of you not worried? Shouldn't he be dead, killed by the... Cordelia's own words registered, and she grimaced, wincing as she looked at Max, who sighed. I should be dead. I would be dead if those in charge had their way. Everything you know about a black skill tells you I'm the greatest threat to this world. He leaned forward and smiled softly. Tell me, Cordelia, do you believe I would hurt you? Her mouth moved and yet nothing came out. Twice and then 3 times she tried to speak, unable to say a word. Finally, she huffed and shook her head. No, you're nothing like the stories we have been told. In fact, I know you would die for me. Max watched as a pair of tears escaped her eyes and then a few more fell. A second later, he had a small handkerchief in his hand and gave it to her. But how are you not what we have been told? Tanilla stood up and moved to where Max was and grabbed his hand, squeezing it and turned toward her elven friend. Because Seth, she paused and shook her head. Max Host is his real name. The name he had to hide because there were those still searching for him. But for now, we will continue to use the name Seth. Clearing her throat, Tanilla ran a finger along Max's cheek. Seth is the kindest, gentlest, and bravest person I know. It doesn't matter that he is human and that I am an elf. He doesn't care who someone loves. All he cares about is protecting those who are weaker and those he calls friends or family. A hint of red filled his cheeks and Max grabbed her hand, kissing the finger she had been touching him with. Gods, can we stop with all the mushy stuff? Fowl muttered. Tanilla is right, though. He's not like what I was told humans were. Even more importantly, he has risked his life multiple times for myself and the dwarf I love. If you think for a moment he is like the nightmares we have been told about someone with a black skill, then you need a few kicks to the head. Batra chuckled and nodded her head before she spoke. It was hard on all of us when he told us. It took some, who shall remain nameless, even though they have red hair at the moment, way too long to see the truth of the man she claims to love. Sighing, Tanilla nodded. She's right. I allowed my fears, like the ones you are facing, to hold me back. When I finally admitted to myself that he was nothing like I had heard, nothing like my father or those I know who will do whatever it takes to grow stronger, I surrendered to how I felt. Cordelia nodded. Does this mean I can know what all you are able to do finally? I can share most of it, but even I need a few secrets. She nodded and grinned. I'm all ears. Gods, I hate elven jokes, Fowl grumbled. Everett stared in disbelief at Max as he heard what they had faced. A tower floor 20 above what you should face, that seems awful, and yet you managed to defeat it. Which makes me wonder what might be there after the 50th floor, Max replied. A sigh came from their leader, who gave up trying to hide his concerns anymore. You do understand that the things you face and will face are most likely never going to be seen again for some time to come. The information you keep sharing and the notes you provide on stats of the monsters help Tom and I prepare all the future climbers, but at some point surely you have to notice there is a bump in their strength every 10 floors. Thumping the desk, Max's face squirmed at the truth of something he had missed. You're right, and I totally missed that, he exclaimed. I was trying to figure out what I was missing, but now it makes sense. The journal was in his hands, open, and he was scanning the numbers he had written down. What would I ever do without you, Everett? He asked, not bothering to look up. It finally made sense, and now, with that piece missing, he could start projecting some of the potential numbers he might grow to in the next 10 floors. Do I want to know? I'm not 100% certain, and I won't know till we actually reach the 41st floor, but I'm guessing we should be facing monsters and creatures with over 400 in some of their stats. Pulling his notebook out, Everett flipped a few pages and frowned, using a pencil and erasing a few things before writing down what Max had said. That might make sense, but only if you're not facing what others do, because the tower floor is giving you harder stuff. Sighing, Max scribbled down some more notes and then shut his book. Only time will tell. For now, I need to turn in. For the next 2 days, I'm going to craft everything I can for you, including armor if you want it. And Tanilla, she has some errands to run, but the 3rd day is hers. Sleep well then. I'll have a list for you in the morning. 2 days passed as Max crafted a dozen unique items, all lower grades for Everett to use as rewards for those who achieved goals he had begun to lay out. Max even spent a few hours outside with Tom, showing some techniques with the new recruits and wondering if Dexic felt like some dish to show off every time Tom mentioned his name. All that was left was tonight, and he smiled as the carriage door opened. You look amazing as always, he stated, getting out and waiting for her to step out. The yellow dress she wore matched the current blonde hair she had, both of them having disguised themselves for a night out. As do you, she replied with a wink. Hair, even if it's black, suits you. Feigning shock, Max shrugged. One day I'll grow it for you, just not yet. Slipping her arm through his, they moved into the restaurant she had picked out, ready for a meal between the two of them. Some of us need a real date, Batrier muttered as she elbowed Fowl. Just how amazing was the food. Smiling, Tanilla pulled out a box and handed it to her. I saved you a few bites. The quail was perfectly cooked and seasoned how I like it. They had fresh sushi because someone apparently brought in some rare fish recently that hit the market. Max smiled as the two chatted about the food from last night and gave Cordelia a playful poke. You okay? She nodded and smiled. I finally feel like I understand, and it makes sense now why they trust you so much. I spent the last few days thinking about everything I have been told, and looking back I see how so much of it was jaded and not based on what I've actually experienced. It makes me wonder why we live like this. It's easier to operate under fear and beliefs than to put ourselves out there and trust others. I know. A moment came when I could have never trusted anyone again, but doing so would have meant I missed out on them and you. He really means missed out on me, Fowl stated as he pointed at the portal. We're up, talk later. What in the gods is this mess? Ships. Max stood at the dock with the others, watching as one ship was barely visible on the far right and another one was coming in near land. No one's captaining them, Cordelia said as she peered under her hands. It appears they are sailing themselves, so we just board one and see where it goes. Max shrugged. Maybe we wait and see if another comes after this one, though it might be only a few hours or a few days. Batterer shrugged at Max's response. You're the captain, Captain. Rolling his eyes, he shook his head and pointed at the incoming vessel. I guess we climb aboard then, mateys, and see if there be any booty. Groans came from all four as his pirate accent failed to impress. After arriving at the dock, the ship sat there for 10 minutes before the sails started to flutter and the ship took off. It wasn't a large ship with a single mast and sail, but on both sides were 3 cannons, each with a string on them. Fowl had pulled one multiple times, finding that it didn't fire anything and no cannons or powder were nearby to stuff in them. Decorations, maybe, but right now, I'm more interested in knowing where we are headed. Look over there and you can see another ship coming into the dock. If this is right, something is making them move like this. Finding out is going to be fun, I guess. Cordelia moved to where Max and Fowl were at and pointed up at the top of the mast. There's a spot up there I could stand and try to look from if you want. Tell me what you're thinking. If you're willing to keep a lookout for now, I can swap off with you later. Giving a salute, Cordelia laughed and jogged to the mast, grabbing the knotted rope and pulling herself easily up it. She's changed a lot in a few days, Fowl muttered. Like a whole different elf even if her voice is still so high. Being honest with her was important, Max replied. I hated having to bind her like that, but I'm still not ready to trust that secret with everyone. Once it comes out, we both know life is going to get dangerous. For us, not for you, Fowl muttered as he yanked on the string again. Boom. The cannon jumped back slightly and a cannonball flew across the open water, splashing into the sea. Everyone turned to look at Fowl, whose face had gone red, hand just a foot from the string had pulled. Foul hammerfall. Max started to laugh as Batterer stomped toward the dwarf who took off running toward the front of the ship. Oh, the adventures on the seas, 2 dwarves, 2 elves, and a crazy man. 2 more port side. Max cursed under his breath as Cordelia called out more of these misshapen creatures climbed up the sides of the ship. His halberd cut through a barnacle-covered man that originally had a massive crab claw, now lying 4 feet away after having hacked it off. Dozens of bodies of fallen attackers littered the deck, coating it in slime and blood. I've got those too. Fowl shouted as he held the stairs where Tanilla and Batterer stood behind him, spells raining down nonstop. Notifications of stat increases had stopped, but he still had hoped one might give him a few more points. Strength and Constitution are now at 307. Each point was amplified by the growing level of tower experience and his new boots, creating a curve which made it unfair against these men and women that appeared to have been fused with sea creatures. Leaping over a pair of tentacles that still twitched on the wooden planks, Max brought his hammer side down, smashing through an armored shell, a half-crab, half-woman attempting to block his attack. She became another stain on the deck, as so many had, unable to stand against the increase in power he now possessed. Another dozen are swimming this way. Arrows came from above, as their ranger called out the wave of invaders that seemed to have no end in sight. The experience is amazing. Fowl yelled out as his weapon brained a creature with a face like a shrimp. Worst part is I'm getting hungry for seafood. Still grinning, Max couldn't help but appreciate the dungeon serving up experience so nicely. Any other party would be struggling under the constant arrival, but most of their attackers barely made it 10 feet onto the deck before finding themselves missing a limb or dead. Collecting the orange gems took a while as over 300 invaders that had attempted to storm the ship vanished. Splotches of blood and other discolored stains were still on the wooden planks, as well as a very fishy smell, but the system removed the rest. Almost 2 hours straight, Fowl stated as he sat on his chair he now brought with him everywhere. Tell me I'm not the only one who enjoyed that. Chuckles and nods came as they chewed their food and drank water, enjoying the small reprieve for the last 10 minutes. You want to trade spots? Max shouted up at Cordelia. No, I like being up here, safe from all that down there. Smart elf, Batterer said as she wiped her hands off on her robes. Healing is a lot easier with you two both healing yourself. Tell me, Seth, how strong are you now? Fowl's eyes lit up at the sharing of stats, leaning forward toward his bald friend. I'm over 300 now. Coughing, Fowl's eyes watered as he pulled his flask out and took another drink. Natural, that means you have a boon. Nodding, Max shrugged. I've had it for a while but didn't want to seem like I was flaunting it. It increases my damage and makes me hit like I'm a taller tier creature. Whistling, Fowl shook his head. That's why you're smashing these poor sea creatures like you are. They're stronger too, though. Their strength is 300, as is their constitution. So that would explain why Fowl stopped himself, eyes widening as he gasped. You have a 300 constitution also. Sighing, Max grinned. Gods, it's not fair. Akram, love on me please. Batra kicked her lover's chair and shook her head. He gave you me, that should be enough. Fowl winced but said nothing in response, frowning for a moment. Let's worry about stats later, Tanilla said. For now, we need to just stay ready for whatever comes next. The sounds of explosions were muffled across the water. 6 hours of consistent fighting followed, and as the sun began to dip toward the edge of the waters, a large fortress appeared on an island at the edge of the waters. Everyone tried to see what was taking place as it finally came into view. An island that had to be about 3 miles long and maybe a mile wide had a massive fortress with 40-plus foot walls all around it. Cannons were firing from everywhere on top of the walls. Burning ships were sinking near the shore where it appeared they tried to dock. Near the shore was a small town. Do we really need to fight that? No one had an answer for their healer's question as they watched dozens of cannonballs rain down from the walls, crashing into a ship that was already sinking. Look, I see more of those sea raider people we fight. Cordelia's eyes and spot on the top of the ship allowed her to first see what they couldn't. A fortress ran by those things. Maybe we do need to siege the fortress, Max said as he turned toward the cannons. Quick, everyone to cannon. We need to see how fast they can fire. Max moved to the port side, which was away from the fort, while the other three stood on the aft side. Pull the rope and see how long it takes before it will fire again. Each of them gave their cannon's rope a tug, and 4 distinct booms echoed across the deck. Counting in his head, it took 15 seconds before each of theirs fired again. Like clockwork, for 10 shots, it had a 15-second timer between uses. Bending down, Max wrapped his arms around his cannon and lifted it up. It creaked for a moment, and then chunks of wood came with it. Storing it, he moved to the other side and hacked off a section of the ship, setting the cannon back down where he had created a firing spot for it. The cannon started to meld back into the deck, the torn planks joining the others, and soon it looked like it belonged there except for the misshapen firing hole. That's some smart thinking, Tanilla said. Definitely a warrior with a few points in intelligence. Nodding, he ran back over and ripped up the other 2, keeping them stored for now. Cordelia, come down for now. I'm pretty sure this next part will be better if you're here to help. With everyone gathered, they started working on aiming the cannons as much as possible and finding out the distance a cannonball would travel. What if you put one up near the front of the ship on the aft side, or maybe even 2, to help attack early as we come near the island? Cordelia nodded, glad to know Max saw her point. Exactly. With the way the cannons appear fixed, it would allow us a chance to maybe hit a few different targets. These things have between a half-mile and mile range, depending on their angle. The front of the ship will increase with its angle of the deck. Giving their ranger a slap on the back, Max jogged to the front of the ship with her in tow. Here and here, she nodded, marking the spots with a dagger in the wood. This angle would be best, and this position would give a few different shooting lanes. Hacking off more of the side of the ship, Max created openings she had recommended and set the 2 cannons down, still amazed at how they rejoined the ship. I guess we should practice a little more before we get there. Both of them were laughing, acting like kids with a new toy as cannonballs soared over the water before splashing a mile away. Night fell as the first few shots of 5 newly placed cannons rang out in the darkness. A half-moon shimmered across the sea, providing an eerie glow on the dark waters. Torches and other lights appeared all over the fort and the city within the bay. The ones that had magically lit up on their ship were immediately snuffed out by Tanilla as they snuck across the darkness, hoping to gain any advantage possible during this new test of the tower. Cracks rang out and bells sounded from the fort as their first few shots missed, but all of them made quick adjustments as Cordelia called out what they needed to fix. Max couldn't help but smile as their elven ranger moved between them, helping adjust, succeeding in her element. Cannonballs began to strike some of the fortifications, bodies being flung from the ramparts as their weapons exploded from the assault. Careful when we get close. It appears these might do the same if destroyed. Max already planned on relocating some of the cannons the closer they got, but for now they had a better angle and each shot sent a wave of destruction. Fire Group A, Batria and Tanilla both pulled their ropes, sending 2 projectiles at the spot they were aimed at. 4 seconds passed. Fire Group B, Max and Fowl pulled their rope, sending 2 more at the next target. A few seconds later, Cordelia pulled on hers, adjusting to help against the targets just fired upon. Every 5 seconds, the boom of cannons went off, walking a line of damage along the fort. Keep the time, be ready to move. They were in the bay and the fires of the previous sinking ship along with the burning town at the port illuminated their approach. All 5 cannons were now facing the front, chaos taking place on the land where packs of sea raiders ran around, seemingly unable to defend against the current raining of cannonballs. Every 3 seconds, a metal ball of death raced toward the fortress, now aimed at the giant set of metal doors that protected the entrance of the keep. Huge dents and bent areas were present, but the 5 continued to fire, knowing that soon the time to jump off the ship and get to land would come. Another grinding of their hull against a sunken ship sounded out as the boat shifted slightly before regaining its course. Booms came from the fortress and cannonballs whizzed over the ship, some striking air walls that Max and Tanilla summoned, a few others taking chunks off the ice walls they had attached to the front of the ship, half a mile tops. "We're going to be moving soon. Be ready, Seth." Already the ship was starting to turn slightly, aimed at the wooden dock that in all this fighting seemed invulnerable to any damage. Ripping the two port cannons off, he moved them to the aft side, angling them for shots before returning to the front with Fowl and Cordelia. "Like shooting pirates into something," Fowl said, realizing his joke never materialized as he had hoped. Off the ship, now, flaming casks continued to fly toward their position from behind the fortress walls, lobbed over like someone was using a siege weapon. Both of their air walls had stopped to pair, but time was up and the docks were only 100 yards away. Yanking up two of the cannons, Max stored them, unable to save the third, which was burning and would soon explode like the first one had. Jump and swim. Max grabbed Tanilla and Batrer as Cordelia and Fowl jumped into the water. His leap got them much closer to shore, and the trio found themselves in water only slightly over their head. Tiny fish began to race toward them, each only about 2 feet long, yet spinning teeth were at the tip of their body, attempting to cut flesh as they bored into someone. Max swatted at them with his hands, unable to use his weapon while the other two were close. Both women came up from the water, yelping and swimming frantically as more came when blood appeared, turning the water into a mess of silver shapes. His sonar told Max there had to be over 100, with at least twice that coming towards them. Fowl was struggling to swim, but his plate armor seemed to be stopping the swarm from injuring him. "Go," Max shouted as he channeled lightning, knowing that what he was about to do was stupid. Man, I hope Tom wasn't right. Trying to guess how much power he needed and what kind of damage it might do, Max unleashed a short build-up into the area around him, feeling the lightning spell jolting himself and everything else in the water. Tanilla and Batrer were fine, unaffected, but his hand went numb from where the lighting had erupted out of. Around him, the fish in a 30-foot circle stopped moving, apparently stunned for a second as the lightning traveled out from him. Grinning and knowing he was going to be even dumber, Max got his feet set and began to cast ball lightning. "Keep running, I got this." Max took a few seconds to recover as Fowl and Cordelia dealt with the pack of 3 that rushed them upon exiting the water. Hundreds of fish were floating upside down, their silver bodies turned orange in the glowing light of fires. "You are an idiot," Tanilla shouted at Max. "Tom told you not to cast lightning in the water. That could kill you." "I am fine. Numb but fine. It's already wearing off and I can feel my magic starting to work right again," Max replied. "My choice was to let them get eaten alive or save them." She gave him an angry glare before turning to face the others. Tanilla was right and he knew it. The power he had put into that spell had gone out for over 100 yards, and while it killed hundreds outright, it had stunned probably another 300 past the kill zone. His mind had hurt, and the pain inside him was different than a typical spell. It was as if his own magic had damaged something inside, and even with regeneration it was taking a moment for whatever backlash had happened to dissipate. "I guess we need to storm the fortress," Fowl asked as he pointed at the 25-foot-tall doors they had dislodged from the stone walls. "It would appear so," Cordelia replied as she pointed at the sea raiders that were exiting from the new opening. "Let's get to it then," Max said as he pulled out his weapon, ready to see what lay beyond. For more, Max swung his halberd, cleaving his current foe in half while seeing the group coming down toward the party. Arrows flew past him, and Max moved to finish off the last one bothering Fowl, freeing them up to move to intercept the newest additions. "We need to get to that building, I think," Tanilla yelled as she sent an earth spear at one of the 4, gutting it like a fish. Max nodded, seeing the 3-story building that was about a quarter of a mile away, encircled by tents and packs of these defenders. All they needed was time, and slowly they could find out if the portal or a boss was there. The building had been empty, nothing but furniture and some bottles of alcohol Fowl had taken. Each minute brought more defenders, and Max tried to figure out where the portal out of the tower floor could be. "What are we missing? Why haven't we found it?" Tanilla paused, spinning around, studying the fortress area she could see in the darkness. All around on top of the walls near fire pits was a flag, waving in the wind with a mutated crab claw and a pair of tentacles. Biting her lip, she turned and saw at the top of the building they had moved from that same flag, only about 4 times larger, moving slightly in the wind. She began to cast a stone spear, and after it reached the size she wanted, sent it at the flagpole, striking it and toppling the flag. The moment it vanished from their view, the whole fortress shuddered and a roar rang out. Back near the front of the building, a massive claw swiped at it, knocking the stone structure to the side about 15 feet up. "Holy goblin shite," Fowl cursed. "That thing is super ugly," Cordelia added. Standing near the building was a 25-foot-tall half-octopus, half-crab, 100% ugly sea raider. It wore a captain's hat on its crab head as 2 eye stalks darted around the shattered building looking for something. Its right arm was a crab arm with a claw at least 8 feet long, dripping with liquid. The other arm was a wiggling mass of tentacles that seemed to stretch and retract, never holding still. It moved around the remains of the building, one leg looking like a normal human leg, the other a metallic peg leg from the knee down. "Foolish elf, you dare challenge me." As it shouted, it pointed the wiggling mass of tentacles at Tanilla. They moved suddenly, and a burst of light came before the sound of an explosion rang out. "Protect." Max found himself 10 yards from where he had been, near the extent of the range of the ability, shield out, and before the woman he loved. Only his speed and mind allowed him to activate that skill as a cannonball, the size of a dwarf, came from a hidden cannon underneath the mass of tentacles. Max tried to figure out where he was. His mind hurt and his body ached. Both arms were broken, as he had been summoned by the skill to protect Tanilla. 30 yards away, he was lying on his back, still holding onto his shield. Regeneration. For that to have done that much damage. A little over a third of his life was gone, and he had successfully blocked the attack, with the bonus to defenses the skill had provided. Storing his shield and climbing to his feet without the use of his arms or hands yet, Max saw that Fowl was charging the boss as Tanilla summoned the largest ball of lightning he had ever seen. A wave of healing came, and his arms immediately were renewed, his life well above 90% now, as Batra never turned around, her eyes locked on Fowl. Squeezing his fists, Max felt his knuckles pop. Immediately, he was next to the boss, his weapon already moving to attack. The blade cut at the joint of the peg leg, causing the boss to stumble a little, sending its claw that had been aimed at Fowl to the side of his friend, slamming into the dirt. Vibrations of metal on metal reverberated through his weapon's shaft, and when the blade came back, only a slight amount of blood came from the injury that looked like just a scratch. 5 tentacles raced toward him, and Max dodged backwards, slashing and hacking at them, chopping off 2 of them, sections falling to the ground and still wiggling. The boss roared, spinning on its peg leg and pointing the tentacle-covered cannon at him. Moving quickly, Max turned its back to his friends, drawing its attention and the cannon that still hadn't fired. The boss spasmed, its arm lifting slightly, and the cannon boomed, its massive payload shooting out from the opening and blowing a hole in the fortress's wall as it struck. Tanilla's lightning spell had landed and gave him a moment to attack. Running forward again, his choices were hard. So many bosses have had a damage mitigation spell or a way to heal. If I can't kill it in one shot, then all my abilities will be used, and then we have to try to wear it down. Points on the boss's body called out. Take out the peg leg and the boss would be weakened and slowed. It might be able to handle a normal strike, but what about his combo of 3 skills? The arm was another option, but it was so thick that even with the cleaving bonus, could he hack the arm with the cannon off? Going for the head seemed great, but the shell looked much thicker than so many of the things they had faced recently, and if he couldn't kill it and the boss had regeneration, then what? Run foul. The idea felt stupid and smart at the same time. A barrel of magical fire was making its way toward the boss's face. He was now under it, with his weapon swinging, ready to test a few things. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. That same spot he had hit this time didn't resist the cut of his blade. One moment, the metal leg that ran into the creature's thigh was connected, and the next it was separated. 2 more attacks were used on the other leg, carving off large chunks of flesh and striking bone each time, cutting tendons and causing the boss to stumble. As he ran from underneath it, moving faster than most eyes could keep up, he snagged the metal leg, storing it and hopefully keeping any possible healing skill from working. Fire erupted above and behind him, and a glance over his shoulder revealed the boss had used its left arm to block the barrel, those tentacles cracking open the wood, and a spark that seemed to wait between the moist, wet flesh ignited the liquid. Another explosion came as the fire covered the arm, setting off whatever mechanism or device caused its cannon to work. 2 shots rapidly came out, arching up into the night sky, both flaming with the liquid they shot through before the entire arm vanished in a massive ball of fire. One moment it was there, thrashing around, writing, and the next shrapnel and gooey, flaming tentacle bits were flung across the inside of the fortress. Roars of pain came from the boss as the stump above its elbow was seared shut, waving around in the air as flames burnt part of its chest and head, sent there from the demise of its own secret weapon. Trying to cast lighting still felt impossible, so Max summoned his fire elemental, letting it appear before he summoned a fireball. Not hindered by a foolish decision like his, Tanilla had a lightning cloud forming above the boss, still seconds away from being finished. An ice stalk vanished into a fine mist as Cordelia managed to hit one with an empowered arrow. "You all shall die." The boss's shout reverberated off the wall as it turned and faced Tanilla and the others. Even on fire, somehow able to still stand on a badly damaged leg, Max watched as its midsection, which was covered in a slimy, algae-like leather chest piece, began to open. Max ran around, trying to figure out what was coming, and saw that inside its stomach and chest area were at least a dozen more tentacles, all thicker than its arm had originally had. As they moved, 6 cannons of different sizes began to push from its midsection, aimed at the party. The fortress was filled with sounds of cannons much larger than the ones on their ship, rapidly deploying shots. Smoke filled the space before the boss as extra tentacles came down, bracing it as the barrage of cannonballs rained down upon his friends. Max saw the shimmer of Batrier's dome, not knowing how much damage it could sustain as everyone tried to gather under it for safety. Running with everything he had, Max had his shield out, angling to where Fowl was standing, both shields out as he stood before the trio of women. Air walls shattered in an instant, stone walls were like paper against the assault, and cracks began to appear in Batrier's dome. She was sweating, Max saw, something different from any other time she had used it. "Be ready," Max shouted over the din as he came to stand beside Fowl. Dwarf-sized and human-sized cannonballs bounced off the dome as each one destroyed more of the magical protective barrier, and after 10 seconds, both he and Fowl used their skills. Armored Warrior. Bulwark. The shield shattered and the barrage of attacks began to strike them. Fowl cried out in pain, and Max felt the same thing as he let regeneration do what it could. His life decreased slower, 10% per blocked shot, while Fowl suffered more damage, but he received heals, keeping him up as the boss's roar changed from rage to agony. Thorn Aura. Each shot Fowl blocked was dealing large amounts of damage back to the boss, and after 6 more seconds, the last cannonball came, striking the Dwarven warrior's shield. A crashing sound from where the boss was, followed by laborious breathing, was heard. Smoke filled the air, but Max could see with sonar what had happened. Chunks of the boss's body were on the ground, tentacles were writhing, separated from its midsection. Seconds ticked by as normal sound returned, the echoes of the cannons no longer ringing in everyone's ears. "Holy elf tits," Fowl managed to say through the pain that Batrier was trying to help heal him from. "The experience, it's dead." Max could sense that Fowl was right. It had killed itself by attacking Fowl. "Sorry I took the kill," Fowl groaned as he stored both shields, finding himself suddenly wrapped up in a pair of dwarven arms as he apologized to Max. "You saved me." Kisses came, and soon Max felt his stomach roll from the grunting between the two dwarves. "He really did kill it," Tanilla said as she pointed at the boss's corpse. With their minds working right, Max cursed and dashed forward, grabbing stray bits of flesh and metal, storing them as the body began to vanish. "Sorry." Fowl called out for a moment before turning back to the hungry lips of their healer. A chest appeared near the broken building, and Max whistled loudly. "You want to keep kissing or open this chest?" One moment their dwarven tank was lip-locked, and the next he had left his woman standing there, lips still pursed as he raced toward the chest Max had pointed out. Foul Hammerfall. Ignoring their healer's shout, the dwarf came to a stop at the chest, admiring it as Max came to stand next to him. "Nice work back there. I guess you can finally say that you're strong enough to kill a boss." Fowl snorted and waved off Max's compliment, looking at the copper-colored chest and the etching it had. Outside, what had to clearly be a replica of the fortress was the boss, the tentacle arm held upward with a cannon showing. "Seems a bit smaller than I'd like, but let's see what's inside." Flicking the lid open, the dwarf peered in. "Well, Cordelia's going to be happy," he stated. "I guess the rest of us will make do." Max looked inside as the others came toward them. A bow waited for their ranger, and Max was going to get a new ring for himself. A copper-colored robe was for Tanilla, and Batrier appeared to have earrings waiting for her. Fowl had a necklace, which Max thought seemed off. 3 large orange crystals also waited for them all. "Go ahead," Max whispered as the others arrived. Laughing, Fowl reached in and took the necklace out, studying it as the copper necklace twisted in his hand. "Impossible, it's better than my other one." Fowl put it on and grinned. "I get 15% more reflective damage. Wow, on top of your skill and shield, or?" Fowl shrugged, never letting the smile leave his face. "I guess we'll have to test it out back at the faction house." Cordelia reached in, pulling out the bow. "Forgive me for pulling a foul," she said as she studied the metal bow. It had a bronze color and even a metal string. "Holy Mother of Dwarven Sacks, 25% more damage." Fowl gave the ranger a slap on her back. "Welcome to Team Damage. You two go ahead," Max said, and both Tanilla and Batrier reached in, removing their items. Each of them stood there, marveling at the new loot. Tanilla's robe changed, and its place was a bronze-colored robe that shimmered slightly. It was a little tighter than her previous one, and Max couldn't help but wink as he stared at her. "Mana regen, 10%, she stated. 10% better heals," Batrier chimed in. Max reached in and pulled out his ring, wondering what fortune he might find. Inspect ring. Tentacle ring plus 40 strength, constitution, dexterity. Bonded. I got screwed, nothing but stats. Everyone looked at him, their eyebrows cocked and shaking their heads. "No, really, what did you get?" Fowl asked. Snorting, Max rolled his eyes. "Seriously, only 40 to strength, constitution, and dexterity. Only he says," Batrier scoffed. "Well, perhaps Akram does love me more," Fowl muttered. Taking the crystals and storing them, Max pointed at the portal that shimmered in the moonlit night. Time to head home and recover for a few days. We need to probably let Tom work with us before we face the boss. A few groans came as the group turned and moved toward the portal. Working with Tom was never fun. Focus on your targets. Max stopped talking with a few of the newer recruits as he waited for his turn again, watching Tom berate Cordelia and Tanilla. Both were not excited that the man had added multiple rings for them to send spells and arrows through. Each of them had improved since the first few hours, but the moment they did, he swapped out the rings for smaller ones, making them have to focus even more. Cordelia yelped in pain as Tom shot her with a padded arrow. Dodge and shoot. Dip, dive, duck, and dodge. Without responding, she bobbed and weaved as Everett occasionally sent an arrow at her. Tanilla's air wall stopped the one he sent in her direction as she fired off a smaller stone spear at her target. Good, he called out, clapping his hands. A few near him joined in with some applause, causing Tom to look at Max and grin. I don't like it when he smiles like that, Max said as he winked at a warrior near him. Just know every time you get a chance to train with him, take it. Tom has probably forgotten more about combat than most of us will ever learn. Even you, a dwarven warrior asked from the group. Nodding, Max pointed at the trainer who was making his way toward them. Every time we practice, I learn something. Just being strong or fast isn't enough. You need to have solid tactics and skill knowledge. It's like having the sword skill and fighting someone with an axe skill. Both use different forms of fighting, and while part of it is the same, you can study and learn about those movements and combinations. Seth is right, Tom declared as he got within hearing distance. Too many people depend upon their skills and don't use their minds. Even a warrior with limited intelligence points is technically smarter than the average person. A few chuckles and some pokes came from the crowd. You see both Tanilla and Cordelia working on minor tricks and techniques. Casting a spell doesn't change, but how you cast, how much mana you put into that spell, where you aim it, and a few other tricks I can help teach are what make the best mages even better. Likewise, just shooting a bow isn't hard, but doing it while being attacked and having to thread the needle to make the shot that matters is what can be the difference between life and death. But what about someone like Mr. Pendle, who is already stronger than everyone else? Both Tom and Max laughed at the old man in the back. Everyone turned to see Everett had snuck up from behind, smiling at them. Immediately, the group of adventurers stood taller and gave the man space. Relax, I'm here like all of you to watch how the training goes. I actually have a treat for you all, and that is in about 20 minutes Dexic should arrive, and you can watch those two spar for a bit. After that, both of them, as well as the rest of our famous party, will give each of you some pointers and work with you. Cheers rang out, and Max smiled. When Everett had asked if they were willing, he was the first to sign up, signaling the doom for the rest of the group. Picking up the training equipment, Max tossed the last items into the barrel and watched as Everett stored it in the training chest. I think that went well, Max said as he looked at the marks across the dirt that had come from all the people moving across it. The sun was almost gone and everyone else had gone inside, ready to talk about what they learned while partaking in some of the food and drink Everett had promised. Better than you realize. Those three groups didn't just learn tactics and tips today, they each got a chance to work with someone they idolize and worship. Max started to reply, but Everett held up his hand. No, they worship you in some ways. At least 80% of those who apply here do so because they believe they can be the next you. My job is to help them be smart, train hard, and see that rising to the top takes time and work. You showing them and telling them those things will keep them from being stupid, hopefully. You being here meant a lot as well. It's nice to know the faction leader cares enough to occasionally rub elbows and be present. Nodding, Everett pointed at the doors. Speaking of rubbing elbows, we need to get inside and get some food and drink, or your dwarven friend may consume it all. Laughing, both men moved to join the party. Max's head felt the pulsing of the alarm, waking him up immediately. Tanilla groaned, rising up as he did. A dungeon break. Sounds like that alarm, she replied, slapping her cheeks a few times and standing up, dressed the moment her feet touched the floor. Both of them raced out into their main room, finding everyone ready for battle. Bah, why tonight? My head is killing. Ignoring Fowl's complaint, they all moved toward the door, rushing downstairs to find Everett and Tom in the main common area. The faction leader moved to where they were, letting Tom talk with the others. This is a bad break, 4 dungeons again. Similar to what you faced before, but the one we're supposed to help with is undead this time. We're ready, Max said as he motioned to the others. Shaking his head, Everett held up a hand. I need them and Dexic to go to the south gate and help with a dungeon there. None of the main teams are back for the other factions, and we all know you should be able to handle this one alone. Glancing at the rest of his party, Max saw Tanilla nod. Fine, I'll head out. You don't want me to portal you. Shaking his head, Max moved and gave Tanilla a kiss on the cheek, spotting Dexic, who just entered the room. No, I can make it there faster and you can save on the power. Turning to Dexic, Max held out his hand as he left the party. Keep them safe. Her head jerked slightly as she saw the party invite and then at Everett, who nodded. I will. Nodding, Max moved to the door, and the moment they were open vanished. Everett laughed and turned back to the group, his small amount of amusement now hidden behind a stern face. Let's get you all moving. The city was a blur as he raced through the empty streets. With the alarms having gone off, no one was in the middle of the roads, and Max only had to dodge one party that was running toward the gates. Above him, the half-moon provided some light, but none of that mattered. His sonar told him everything he needed to know. Even it struggled to feed the information to his brain, as all he could do was react, speeding through the town, sending up a cloud of dust behind him. A few shouts and cries had come, but they were gone, unable to be heard for even the briefest of seconds. Open gates were ahead, and the guards that stood there, preparing to shuttle citizens and tried to react to the gust of wind that blew by. Ahead, the roads were packed with people trying to flee, so Max took a new route. Jumping, he landed on a roof and began leaping from roof to roof, clearing streets and sometimes jumping over 2 or 3 buildings at a time. For so long, he hadn't really allowed himself to run free. In moments, the outer town was ending and the fields were ahead. Without missing a beat, he was on the ground, racing along the dirt road and headed in the direction of the dungeon off in the woods. The first undead appeared, and as Max ran, 2 swords turned into the thresher's blade, harvesting the heads of countless zombies and skeletons as he raced toward the portal. He was gone, a shadow in the night, leaving headless corpses, taking a step and stumbling before falling to never rise again. The portal appeared through the trees, sitting on a stone platform, and more undead fell as he ran to it, entering and slashing at those creatures inside. The first floor was a long tunnel, packed to the edges with skeletons. Laughing, his voice echoed off the stone walls, the dim torches that showed the shambling horde, taking his time as he cut down every single one of them. It would have been easy to run through them, destroying the ones in his way, but something felt right about instead taking an extra few minutes and clearing the entire floor of them. Ahead, the portal pulsed, 20 more skeletons coming through, and before they had taken 2 steps, their bones began to fall apart as he stepped through to the second floor. Now the reddish glow of fire that ran along the top of the worked stone walls filled a labyrinth-like dungeon. From every path more undead came, and Max sighed at the knowledge that this would take too long to clear completely. Instead, he pulled out his shield, held it before him, and charged through the monsters, bashing into the wall and through it. 3 feet of stone seemed like a barrier most wouldn't imagine trying to break or push through, but Max continued to blaze ahead, smashing through each wall in less than a second. After less than a minute, he stood before the final portal, watching it shimmer and pulse, a dark red color to it. Pausing, he frowned. Tanilla had once said these were death, but that was so long ago, yet why another? Unwilling to wait, Max ran toward the portal. It was time to see what lay beyond. A graveyard half a mile in diameter, filled with corpses rising from the ground, filled his vision when his eyes worked. The same half-moon, covered mostly by clouds, revealed in the center a creature he recognized immediately. It was the appearance of the other 2 creatures with it that surprised him, a vampire, a lich, and he recognized the vampire from the one they had faced, which was a rabbit. This one was over 12 feet tall. Those red eyes told him everything he needed to know. The bone head wrapped in black robes and the way the eye sockets burned with green magic was the giveaway for the lich. A shadow of some kind that almost looked like fire, wisps of black rising from its arms that were raised upward to join the other 2. Long black horns and blue eyes that were almost glowing like gems focused on whatever the trio was up to. 3 bosses, all strong and working together. Pulling his weapon out, Max took a step forward and felt a wave of power hit him. The one covered in shadows locked eyes with him. As its body turned, the weird, shiny black surface of its body twisted, and it cocked its head. With effort, Max took a step, surprised that somehow he had been stopped for a moment. The vampire screeched, pointing a finger, and a wave of red power shot toward him. Without waiting, the lich turned, a bony finger sending a wave of green magic as well. A wave of a much thicker beam of black came at him from the newest creature, and Max held out his shield, allowing all 3 attacks to strike it. On the other side, he felt like the magic they had attacked with was sickening, enough to make one want to vomit. Like grease coating one's body, it felt slick and sick. Even though they never penetrated his shield and no damage came, just the presence of all 3 was an overwhelming force of something dark, something evil. Had another person been there, they might have thought Max teleported or vanished, but instead he moved with every ounce of speed his body now possessed. His weapon moved in a slash, taking off the head of the lich before adjusting his strike for the second attack, driving the tip of his halberd through the vampire's heart. Both were too slow, unable to move or react, each dead as a second ticked by. A notification popped up, but Max ignored it as the shadowed figure moved and attacked. The clawed hand it had came in as a slash, faster than he had believed it might, and Max felt the claw almost brush his shoulder as he dodged. Consume has resisted a skill. Even though it never touched him, it had an aura. Slashing at it, the creature vanished, a poof of smoke where his blade cut through. Another claw came from a shadow behind him, and Max's shield deflected it. When the halberd swung, once again the creature was gone, smoke once more where it had struck from. A dozen attacks came, all in a matter of seconds, and each one resulted in the stalemate of the game they played, blocking and striking, neither landing a blow. Undead began to swarm toward him, and Max started to cast Fire Nova, wanting to see if not only he could remove the incoming additional monsters, but also if he could finally touch the monster he faced. When his spell began to roll out, waves of flames washing over the dark ground, a soul-wrenching howl came, and Max watched as the creature appeared suddenly across the entire boss floor, pressed against the wall. How? The sound came from inside his head. Even from 100 yards, it was as if he stood next to the shadowy figure. All the undead that had attempted to attack were down, nothing more but ash. "What are you?" Max asked. "I should ask the same, you should not be here." As he talked, Max was casting Ice Prison, preparing for his assault. "Neither should you." The distance between them was gone, and the creature tried to react. As its body began to vanish, ice formed in the middle of the shadow. Max swung, aiming at the spot where two white crystals had appeared. Something with substance connected with his blade, and a cry of pain filled his mind. Turning, there on the other side of the boss floor again was the creature, holding its left arm, having been severed from his strike. "No, I was promised, I was." Max's weapon passed through the smoke where the creature's neck had been. A single cry of some kind raged against his mind once more, and then the presence vanished. Gone was the aura of evil, and the dungeon shook, a massive crack starting to form down the middle of the black dirt ground at the center of the dungeon floor. It grew deeper and deeper, and then the chest that had spawned fell into a spot and vanished. Once more, the dungeon shuddered and the ground closed. Then a timer appeared above a portal. What was that? Max felt his skill trying to respond, yet nothing came. Without waiting, he moved to the portal and ran back to town. He slowed down as he saw adventurers, most of them looking like they had fought nothing. "Did you close it?" An elven mage shouted. As he drew closer, the party started to recognize who he was, and Max winced at their faces. "It's over. Sorry, I made sure it was done. Tell the guards I'm going to go check the other breaks." With that, he took off, leaving them behind, unable to handle the wide eyes and open mouths that had been his only reply. "2 breaks cleared on your own," Everett said, his voice not hiding the shock the man felt. "I still hadn't revealed the gift the Queen sent 2 days ago, but now I won't be able to keep it hidden any longer." He slid a piece of folded paper across the desk toward Max, resting his chin on both hands. Reading it, Max winced. "You can't be serious. A gold statue." A smile appeared as Everett nodded. "It will be tomorrow. News of what you did is already reaching my ears, and I cannot tell you how long it has been since a single climber has done such a feat. I was going to hold off, but now the Queens would not be happy to hear I kept it hidden." Groaning, Max slouched in his chair. "Now all I have to do is wait for my party to return." Snorting, the older man rapped the desk with his knuckles. "That makes all this even worse. You cleared 2 dungeon breaks and made it back before your group." Dozing, Max called out to his skill, knowing it had tried earlier and failed. "You are fortunate to have survived that encounter." Max felt like he was drifting in a stream, facing upward in the night sky. Unlike so many other times, he couldn't see his reflection. "Why are we like this? For your safety. You are not fully asleep, and I dare not stay long. Someone is still searching and hunting you. Whatever had been promised or planned failed. A trap was being set in that dungeon." Max tried to speak, but his voice didn't work. "Listen, I must go quickly. Be careful. Whoever is searching for you has employed another world traveler. That one you faced is weaker here. In their realm, we would most likely lose. You dealt a blow and have either scared off the attacker or will make them risk even more. Just know, either way, it will have to happen sooner than later." Max started to twist and shake. He felt himself moving and his eyes opened, seeing Tanilla bent over, both hands on his shoulders as she straddled him. "Seth, what's wrong?" Shifting under her, Max blinked. "What do you mean? I'm fine. You were yelling. I couldn't understand the words, but I could sense something is wrong." Frowning, Max gently lifted her and set her next to him on the bed, sitting up himself. "Someone is still trying to kill me. My skill says if they haven't given up, it will happen soon." The white skin of Tanilla somehow achieved a paler state as she covered her mouth. "You can't be serious. You think this was an attack on you." Telling her what he had faced, Max knew when she started biting her lip, he was right. 2 days of crafting allowed Max to help out the faction while staying relaxed and safe from others. He had stared at it many times, ignoring the teasing that Fowl always seemed ready to give. All Max could think of was the time he stood at the Adventurers Guild in Windsor Wheel and how he had felt looking upon the statue of Seth Pendle. Now another statue, and yet a different one, was around, one that looked like him and yet didn't bear his name. "You're not paying attention again." Tanilla's voice brought him back to the weapon he was trying to engrave. The rune he was trying to etch was wrong, and he sighed, taking the whole blade and placing it in the coals, having to redo everything. "Can't handle being a hero and having your own statue." He groaned, accepting her gentle ribbing as it was the 3rd time he had messed up because of how his mind wandered. You sure you don't want to stop and do something else? Shaking his head, Max frowned. We could leave and risk being out around town, and I don't want to put you in harm's way. For now, we need to make sure we're ready for tomorrow. Our skills will be reset and we can go fight this boss. After that, we can decide what to do next. Besides, we're all at max level already for these orange gems. The last few floors were really kind to us. Scoffing, Tanilla held her book closed with her finger, marking her spot. Really kind to us, somehow I'm not sure that's how I would describe it. Still, you are right, I'm still struggling with the knowledge that you upgraded your death magic ability to rare. Not a skill one should have, and yet you increased its power. Nodding, Max had finally checked that notification from the dungeon break. It appeared the lick he killed was stronger than the first, and that made him anxious to consider who could have brought forces like that together. 11 more floors, that's what we need. After that, we can relax. Scoffing, Tanilla shook her head. You, Max Host, relax. I don't think you understand what that word really means. Wagging a finger at her, Max glanced at the blade that had a ways before it would be hot enough to begin the process all over again. If we weren't in the forging area, I'd show you a few things. Putting her book away, Tanilla leaned forward, holding her chin upward and smirking slightly. Big words from a small man. Unable to resist, he moved around the table, had her in his arms before she could react, and stopped with his lips an inch away from hers. You don't have to, Max said as the two groups before them at the tower motioned for them to move ahead. I mean, we can wait. The warrior before him laughed and shook her head. Seriously, we're talking like a few minutes, but you've earned the right to not have to wait. It would honor us all if you went ahead. Tanilla's hand pushed him slightly from behind, and Max gave a slight bow to each of the members in both parties. I hope your head can fit through this portal, Fowl announced, smiling as all those near them heard and began to chuckle. Ignore him. He's just jealous, Batrier declared, hiding her grin behind her hand. Doing his best to ignore it all, Max nodded at the pair of guards and moved to the portal, touching it with his hand. Floor 30. Enter. The sound of water and the smell of salt air struck again before he could see what lay beyond. Down a sharp sandy incline was an ocean and 7 small pieces of land, maybe 50 yards wide, surrounded an island about 500 yards wide. The closest island, which was about a half-mile away, had some stone section in the middle of it. A dozen small rowboats were at the shoreline near them, waiting to be apparently used to get across the water. There's like a quarter-mile between each of the small islands, Cordelia said as she stood next to where Max was. That's a lot of rowing. Nodding, Max kept his eyes on the larger island. A few trees decorated it, some rocks on one side, yet it was surprisingly flat. No vegetation appeared on the smaller ones that he could see. I don't like the looks of this, Fowl muttered. Tell me I'm not the only one thinking that. I mean, does it start when we get in the boats or we reach the island? Does it matter? Scoffing, Fowl nodded and pointed at the boats and then the island. I'm not a genius, but if there are that many boats and only 5 of us, I'd assume we need more than 1 or 2. Next, if that is the case, do we all aim for the first tiny island or the large one? If it starts on the tiny one, well, that's less area to fight from. That then means we need to get to the bigger one. Clearing his throat as everyone watched him talk, Fowl scowled. And that means if it starts when we reach the little island, we're going to be rowing for our lives from something that probably loves water. If we are able to get to the larger island before it does, then we at least can defend ourselves on land. Someone's been drinking intelligence potions, Cordelia replied. Fowl's right, though. I'd guess we need to take at least 3 boats, have Seth row one by himself and Fowl and I rowing the others. That way, if something happens, he could leave that boat and help whoever needs it. From there, we aim for the big island and drag the boats up onto land. With their plans made, everyone climbed into their boats, unsure what was about to happen. Rowing went quickly as the strength each had, and the lack of waves or current only required them to build up speed and maintain it. Everyone was tense and Max could sense it as they passed the first small island. On the middle of the stone platform was a pedestal. It appeared empty, which Max thought was weird, but no one wanted to stop and see what might be in it. Tensions rose as they got halfway between the small island and the larger one, nothing having yet appeared on the island. With 50 yards left to go, bubbles began to pop up from the water and Max heard Fowl yelp. It's underneath. Row. Everyone put their full strength into each time they used the paddles, and as the bubbles grew larger, they made it to shore, jumping out and grabbing their methods of transportation and pulling them up the sand and away from the water. Another stone platform was in the middle of the island and there were 7 pedestals in a circle around a larger one, but no one wanted to focus on that right now. Instead, tentacles began to appear, sliding up along the shore and towards them, flopping around on the sand and appearing to search from them by touch. Go further inland, Max yelled as he grabbed his boat, tugging it along. He had tried storing it along with the others before they boarded them, but none would enter it. More and more of the thick, rubbery, suction-covered bottom half, tentacle came from the edges till over 100 feet were flopping around, knocking down trees. Those are thicker than a horse. Fowl was right, and Max knew cutting through one wasn't going to be easy at all. We should be safe unless it climbs out of the water and toward us, Max said, pointing at the platform. Let's see what we have here and figure out our next plan of attack. As they stood up there, each of them saw that the small pedestals each had 2 orbs inside it. Every pair was slightly different in color. A puzzle, Tanilla stated, tapping her chin. Nothing in the large one, but maybe we have to have an orb in each of the small islands first. You mean we have to cross the water with that thing in it? Fowl asked. Surely you're joking. Max shook his head and knew Tanilla was right. For whatever reason, there was a puzzle. Let's see how tough this thing is before we go out and try to do that, Max said. Cordelia, we can shoot it with our bows and Tanilla can use a spell. The 3 of them moved closer to where a pair of tentacles still searched around the island, and each of them unleashed an attack. His arrow and Cordelia's both sank into the creature, and it reacted slightly, slamming its massive appendage in the direction they were standing. Lighting came from Tanilla's hand, and the rubbery flesh jerked for a moment before retreating slightly. Well, that's... A rock came flying from the water, and Max grabbed Tanilla and Cordelia, moving them safely from the hurled object as it rolled across the sand, crashing into a few trees and knocking them down. Goblin shite, Cordelia cursed as she saw that the rock it had thrown was bigger than her. It really didn't like that spell. As she spoke, more bubbles began to form, and a massive body appeared from under the water. It's a mother-loving kraken. Max was surprised at their ranger's use of words, but there was no doubt she was right. Its angled head, those narrowed eyes, and the number of tentacles that now started to rise up with it sent a quiver of fear through him. Black skin covered the outer part of it, while giant suction cups could be seen on the bottom part. Seconds passed, and soon it towered above the water, over 70 feet of its upper body showing. A dozen-plus tentacles moved above the surface, and Max had no doubt there were more underneath. Back up. Everyone stared at the boss's eyes. They changed colors as it moved. When it was near nothing, they were black as its skin. Times that it sank down closer to the water, they turned blue. I guess we need to try to see what happens if we take an orb to an island, Fowl muttered. Let me just say, not it. Max groaned, already knowing it would fall upon him to do this task. I'll do it. You all stay here while I go to the furthest one. What should we do? Just watch it, Max told their ranger. See what it does, how it moves when I do. We can hopefully learn something about it. Standing in the circle of pedestals, Max found the one furthest away and seeing that it lined up with an island, took the orb from it and found out immediately it wouldn't allow him to put it in dimensional storage. Groaning, he took a pack and stuck it inside, tying it around his waist. Again, nodding at Tanilla, he pointed at the island he was headed to. Someone figure out how fast it is if it follows. I'm going to go all out. With that, he turned, gone from their presence and to the water in a moment. Loud roars came as he touched the water, his arms and legs moving as if he was on land, racing across the top, sending water spraying on both sides. Glancing behind him, Max saw that the kraken was no longer on the other side of the island, and he raced toward his target. Reaching the edge of the sand, he grabbed the pouch, yanking the gem free, and dropped it into the empty pedestal. A light green glow appeared, matching the stone, and a solid beam of light raced across the water for a moment, striking the pedestal he had taken it from. The sound of cannons rang out behind him, and Max turned, seeing a ship, smaller than the boat they had been traveling on the other day, coming between the island he was on and the one to his left. 2 cannons were on the front of the ship, and they had just fired upon the kraken that was rising from the water between him and his friends. It roared both of the attacks, taking off flesh from the tentacle they struck as it protected its face. Max could see the flesh began to grow back together quickly, taking only 20 seconds to replace that which had been lost. Another salvo came, and the ship managed to land a hit on the main body, making the kraken dive under the water. Not wanting to be this close to whatever was going to happen, Max ran to the side away from the ship, skimming across the surface of the water and back toward the island, watching to see what took place next. Like those swordfish, the kraken shot out of the water, its tentacles wrapping sound the ship. Wood cracked and shattered under its power. Even as the ship went down, both of the mounted cannons firing directly into the beast, it was quickly pulled under the water, vanishing almost as quickly as it had appeared. Max arrived next to his party, who glanced back and forth at him and the kraken that was chewing on something within the ship. Gods, you're so fast, Fowl exclaimed as Max turned and watched the unfolding scene. It's getting bigger, Tanilla muttered. Look, frowning, Max saw she was right. Whatever had been inside the ship made it strong. A crack of thunder came and dark clouds began to roll in as the last of the ship sank beneath the dark depths. I'm not sure that's the best plan of attack, Cordelia stated. The damage it did wasn't much, and all it seems to be doing is making it stronger. The boss lowered itself under the water and vanished, not rising up as they scanned the island they were on. Minutes passed, and it didn't reappear, staying hidden from their sight. What are we going to do? We can't wait it out. Fowl was right, and everyone knew it. Something about this tower floor felt off, and Max couldn't figure out what it was. Sitting down on the ground, he pulled out a notebook and pulled out a piece of paper, scribbling onto the page. Everyone gathered, reading the list he was making. 12 rowboats. 7 islands. Crystal summons a ship each time. Boss gets stronger when summoned ship is destroyed. Boss regenerates. What are we missing? That's an accurate list of all this, Bachelor stated as she glanced at Tanilla. You're the smarter one. What do you think we should do? Scoffing, their mage sat down next to Max and pulled out her own paper, drawing a map. I'm not sure, but we're going to sit here for a bit and figure something out to try out. Fowl coughed and then moved a little bit away from everyone else. Suddenly, a large table that had gone missing from the faction house dining room appeared over his head, supported in both hands. Foul Hammerfall, did you steal that? I borrowed it as I felt the best group in our faction might need a place to sit around one day. Seems I was right. Chuckling, Max stood and helped Tanilla to her feet, watching as their dwarven warrior also had the missing chairs to the table as well. Max sprinted across the water, passing the first island and reaching the place where the other rowboats were. Tanilla and Cordelia had moved to the opposite end of the island, where the kraken had vanished underneath the water. Their presence had summoned it, and the spells and arrows from the pair kept it engaged as he made it back to the entrance of the boss floor. Rowing back to the island was harder than he imagined, as the paddles felt like they would snap from the speed and strength, so he ended up returning to the start, stacking 2 boats on top of each other, and carrying them as he ran back to the island. As he neared the outer ring, the beast started to rise, tentacles lashing out from the water, yet Max dodged and ran, smiling as the boss's head appeared over the water, and it let out a roar that he believed meant it was upset. That is completely not fair, Fowl stated as he watched Max set the 2 new boats down by the other 3. Running on water, what are you, some kind of god? Ignoring Fowl's joke, Max pointed at the 4 of them, each now holding an orb from a pedestal in their hands. Are you certain you can keep its attention? Tanilla asked. That's a big ask. I'm going to piss it off, don't you worry. Cordelia already shared with me the good stuff. Their ranger grinned and nodded as Max pulled out a quiver and slung it over his shoulder. You only have 50 of those and they each cost 3 gold, so don't waste them. I'll be fine. Between your lightning arrows and my arrows, I can cause it some pain. Now I'll go and draw its attention. You 4 be safe. If the boss does leave me, I'll be there to grab you in a moment. Everyone nodded once, putting their orb in a pouch and securing it on their hip. Turning, Max took off, running toward the island he had summoned the first ship from. 27 seconds, you are pretty fast, Max muttered as the boss started to come up from the water, surrounding his little island. Tentacles stretched higher, easily 100 feet or more, and like a clock, had him surrounded on all sides as the pair of eyes watched the man standing alone near the crystal pedestal. Moving first, Max used one of the lightning arrows, sending it at the boss's black eye, watching the beast turn and the arrow instead piercing the thick hide as it vanished inside its body. It shrieked, tentacles coming as one at the island of sand, and Max moved as he unleashed 2 of his enchanted arrows that came from the bow. Demonic teleportation. The sound of all that mass striking the island was muffled, and the sea was rolling when Max vanished from where it had struck, now on top of the water and skimming across the surface like a bug, sending arrows without pause at the boss's back. Each one seemed to have a different effect, some freezing, some burning, others bubbling, and yet any damage done was quickly removed after about 10 seconds. He darted and weaved, avoiding the tentacle strikes as they slammed into and through the water, sending waves over 10 and 15 feet tall from the force. He ran up to them, over them, and appeared further away, always poking and prodding. Time was his enemy. He couldn't see his friends, but knew how long it should take for them to arrive at the small islands. Once that happened, he would have even less time to act. A trio of attacks came close to hitting him as they boxed him in, yet an air wall gave him the ability to escape as he jumped onto it, leaping off it and onto one tentacle. His halberd was out, and he ran, digging the axe head into the flesh and opening up a long furrow of damage like a farmer tilling the soil. Only a few seconds of running on the flesh took place before the boss jerked it underwater, but he cut a wound over 50 feet long in that time. 2 black eyes glared at him. Max was almost certain it was wishing some sort of magic would fire from its eyes. As it pulled its tentacles under the water, the boss began to turn and Max ran around, sending a few more arrows until he realized what the boss was doing. A whirlpool was forming as water was being sucked toward the boss, building up speed and force. More and more water in the area began to come toward the underwater vortex. It was a powerful attack, no doubt dangerous to anyone in the water, in a boat, or even the ship the boss had destroyed earlier, yet with his gift from the Merfolk King, it was like running up a hill of sand. Sure, it continually flowed downward, but Max's speed and strength was greater than the pull of the water. An agonizing minute passed as the water continued to swirl, and an occasional tentacle rose from underneath, always avoided as Max's sonar gave him enough warning, resulting in him inflicting pain upon the boss. Finally, the fireball appeared in the sky, and Max allowed himself a grin, ready to see if Tanilla's plan would work out as he hoped. See you in a couple, haste. Max wished he could have gotten some read on the boss's reaction to when he vanished. The moment his skill kicked in, he was out of the whirlpool and headed toward the first island, seeing 4 ships all appearing upon the water at the same time. He slowed down just enough to grab Cordelia, putting her on his shoulder as she yelled, not really prepared for his arrival and their departure. Each of the other 3 found the same fate, quickly collected and then dumped on the main island at the shore as Max raced toward the 4 ships. Be ready. Max reached the first ship, jumping off the water and onto the far left one, turning and watching for the boss. It wasn't visible yet, but knowing how long it took to reach him and where he had left it, he had a few moments. Quickly, he lashed a rope around the explosive barrel he had taken from the earlier tower floor, making sure it wasn't going to fall off if the ship was turned sideways. Right at the main point of the single mast, it waited, a trap of Tanilla's design. He jumped and took off, setting up the same thing on the next ship and then the third one. With those 3 set, Max ran around the 4th and farthest ship to the right, hoping Tanilla was right. His sonar went off about 10 seconds later, telling him she had been correct. It appears that even with the ships in the water, this thing really hates me. Tentacles erupted from where he had been moving along and Max laughed, lost in how fun the moment suddenly felt. He jumped onto the ship, grinning as the cannons fired. They're all around it. The boss surrounded the ship, tentacles wrapping around it, wood creaking and snapping from the death grip the Kraken had on the vessel. Max knew it wouldn't hold much longer and moved to where the cannons were on the furthest side. With a quick tug, he pulled one free, cursing when it wouldn't store as the other floor had, and then jumped onto the water and ran at the closest ship which had turned, headed toward the boss. Cannon balls flew from the 3 incoming ships, while the one it was crushing only made the noise of wood being obliterated. The sail was in the water, and sounds of crunching came as the boss ate whatever had to be inside the boat. A quick glance revealed that again the boss was growing, 10 or 20 more feet being added to its size. Climbing aboard the closest ship, Max put the cannon he just ripped off next to the fire cask and watched. Nothing happened like the other cannons had, no merging with the wood of the ship. Cursing, he tossed it aside and grabbed one of the 2 from storage, setting it near the cask. This time it joined with the ship, glimmering for a moment and growing slightly in size. That's interesting. Smiling, he dashed to the front of the boat, hacking off an opening in the front and dropped the second cannon, watching as it did the same. Pointing it at the boss, he pulled the rope and felt a more powerful explosion take place when a larger cannonball shot out from its opening and penetrated its skin. A second passed, then the attack exploded from within, sending out chunks of rubbery flesh and causing the boss to roar. Immediately, the Kraken moved faster toward him and Max yanked on the cannon, upset when it didn't come free. Goblin shite. Yanking on the rope as quickly as he could, it fired again just 6 seconds after the first one, striking once more and inflicting another gaping hole in the behemoth headed toward him. Tentacles reached toward the vessel as the other 2 cannons fired on their own, striking the beast. Here we go, Max said as he began summoning a fireball and sent it upward into the air. As the thick appendages wrapped around the ship, causing it to shudder and shake, Max ran up to one, punching it with his bare hand and ignoring how slimy the thing felt when his skin pierced the thick outer skin. Weakness. Vestering touch. Demonic magic. Convulsions came from the spot his hand was, and the tentacle yanked itself away from the ship and from Max. It let go of its grip on the ship for a moment, flailing its black appendages everywhere. Rain began to suddenly fall as thunder and lightning came from the clouds Max hadn't realized were quickly blowing in. The ship, the first time it ate when the clouds had come. Cursing, Max pulled his halberd out and began hacking at the boss when it finally started attacking once again. Large chunks of flesh were sent into the water and onto the deck, and when the boss pulled the ship up against its body, Max ran toward the furthest side, slashing at one more tentacle before jumping high into the air. Turning, he summoned his bow and aimed at the barrel on the deck, watching as boards buckled and popped free, giving way to the power of the Kraken. His arrow connected, igniting the barrel, and when the liquid burst forth, flames spreading, some landed on the cannon next to it. Another second or 2 passed before it seemed to ignite and exploded, sending more of the liquid everywhere, igniting the ship, water, and boss. Landing on the water, Max ran to the island that was only 100 yards away, standing on the shore near the boat they had left there and watched as the flames ravaged the boss. The tentacles covered in the liquid went under the water, only to rise a few seconds later, still on fire, burning without care for either the sea or the rain. 2 orange glowing eyes, reflecting the fire underneath and around it, locked on Max as the ship sank, burning as it went down. It didn't stop to try to eat whatever may or may not have been on the ship. He didn't know if it was burnt or destroyed from the explosion, but what he did know was that the boss never took those eyes off of him. Firing a lighting arrow at the boss, Max watched as it struck, sending a wave of magic through its tentacle, but this time, not healed as it had before. Turning, Max ran for the third boat, which was closing in, both front guns firing whenever it appeared they could. It It's coming, Max stood on the shore with the others, watching the pile of burnt flesh make its way toward them. Only about 4 tentacles seemed to work, most of them now missing 75% of their mass. 3 times the boss had been foolish, chasing Max, ensnaring the ship, enduring a fire that wouldn't go out, all while being bombarded by the cannons, Max's bow, and his halberd anytime the creature got close. On the 3rd ship he had recast the same spells, unsure how long they may or might not last. Tanilla had told him everything relied upon the festering touch, and that the other 2 were just icing on the cake. Fowl stood before the others, slightly in the water, shield out, hammer ready, while Max and Cordelia had their bows pulled back. Tanilla had summoned a ball of lightning so large it felt like he was watching a wagon float above her head. In the water, 20 yards away, was the last barrel. Floating in the water, barely bobbing amidst the broken pieces of a boat that the others had made look like trash. The boss came, one eye gone, the other having liquid that streamed from both sides. Huge chunks of flesh were missing from its face, and the scarred, burnt areas didn't regrow at all. Even the left side of the famous arrowed head was gone, leaving a jagged, torn area of flesh that made the boss look almost silly. "Once it gets close, I'm getting out of the water," Fowl shouted. "I don't like being bait." As if drawn by a desire that it couldn't avoid, the kraken moved toward the dwarf, its movements jerky and not as smooth as it had been at the start of this fight. 50 more yards, Max announced. "Be ready, bait. I'll bait your arse with my foot." Sonar picked up the dwarf's curse and Max grinned, ready to end this. The rain was nothing more than a light sprinkle, and even the dark clouds couldn't dampen what was about to happen. Now. Fowl began backpedaling, getting out of the way as Tanilla unleashed her spell at the boss. Cordelia's special arrow flew, empowered and enchanted with lightning, streaking toward the remaining eye of the beast. Max ignored the boss, his arrow hitting the barrel, sending out a splash of liquid flames that covered the bottom half of the boss as it moved toward them. The kraken flailed, rolling in the shallow waters, flames covering its corpse as it burned. Loud, ear-piercing shrieks and roars came until they halted, and the mountain of flesh no longer moved. Consume has consumed bonus stats, 20 strength, consumed 20 dexterity, consumed 20 constitution, consumed. Consume has consumed a skill. Current skill is equal in rank. Power stored for future use. The influx of stats surprised Max, as he wasn't sure how the system decided his attack had been the one to kill it. Apparently the fire was what did it in. No one said a word until the fire went out and the hulking, burnt corpse of the kraken vanished into nothing. "Holy dwarf nuts," Cordelia exclaimed suddenly. "I'm almost level 70. Everyone turned and saw their ranger standing there, hand held over her mouth and her eyes wide like saucers. "How close?" Tanilla asked. "Like 69.9%. Bah, I'm only level 69, Fowl stated as he frowned. Only Batriger replied. "Well, congrats to us all," Max said as he turned and glanced around the island. Where the pedestals had been was a large black chest, matching the color of the kraken's skin, larger than any they had received in a while. "Since I got the kill, I'm going to go ahead and check out what's inside." Max waited till Fowl's mouth was open in reply and then ran, leaving his short-legged friend and the others behind, standing near the chest in just a few seconds. Grinning, he watched as the others started jogging, turning to study the chest. It was a raid-size one, and the outside had a relief of the kraken, tentacles stretching around the front and side of it. Running his fingers along the relief, Max turned as he sensed the others coming close, all of them laughing as Fowl cursed. "That's not funny." Ignoring Fowl's outburst, Max gave the lid a gentle push and it flew open. "I'm just kidding. You can look inside first. Hear me help." A stool appeared in Max's hand, and Fowl held up his middle finger while everyone else erupted in laughter. Tears streamed down Tanilla's and Batriger's cheeks as they laughed for easily 20 seconds. "Fine. But don't think I'm going to forget this one," Fowl exclaimed as he hopped onto the stool and peered into the chest. Everyone took a few breaths, trying to recover as Fowl stood on the stool, not saying a word. His face had changed and his eyebrow was raised on one side. "Something wrong?" their healer asked. "I'm not sure what kind of potions those are." Everyone moved immediately, looking in to see what he was talking about. "I've never seen one like that before either," Tanilla stated. "I mean, I haven't even read about a potion that color." Max reached in and pulled the one that was for him out. Each of them had a cream-colored white potion, and staring at it wasn't going to do any good. Studying it, he wondered if his alchemy skill might help, and after a few seconds it reacted. "Inspect potion. Bajandera's stat potion. Gives a random amount of stat points to each stat. Epic quality." "Well, Holy Ogre shite, it's a freaking stat potion," Max informed them. "A random amount of points is given to every stat. Epic quality." Fowl had his hand in the chest, yanking the glass stopper at the top of the potion and guzzled down the creamy substance like the drinking champ he was. Smacking his lips, he wiped them with the back of his hand and then started to shake. Everyone moved close, ready to help him before Fowl began to laugh and shook his head. "I'm just screwing with you. I'm fine." Anyway, it tastes like arse and I'm still waiting on holy mother of all ELF tits. He began to choke as his eye bulged and he shook his head, rubbing his eyes, blinking a few times and staring at the same spot in the air. What is it, you idiot? Turning his attention toward Batrir, Fowl shook his head slowly. 27 strength, 15 dexterity, 42 constitution, 11 intelligence, and 15 wisdom. That amount of points is. He never finished his words, still standing on the stool with his mouth open. The other three retrieved their potions from the chest and all mimicked Fowl's mannerism, each of them wincing at the taste. Eyes went wide and mouths looked prepared to hit the dirt as the trio got to read what they were just given. Someday I'm going to kiss whatever god loves us, Cordelia muttered. It would take over 20 levels to get this many stat points. The four of them nodded and Max smiled, poking Fowl, who still stood on the stool. His dwarven friend turned and saw the potion he was being offered, and his lip trembled. I can't, Fowl said, his voice quivering as he spoke. I already owe you 10 children named after you. Batrir scoffed and rolled her eyes. Take it, Max said, shaking it and pushing it closer. You're my friend and you'll need the extra constitution if you're going to have 10 children. Chuckling, Fowl eyed the potion, yet hadn't reached out for it yet. What if it fails, like the other stat potions? Isn't there a 6 months or a year cooldown between taking them? Frowning that Fowl remembered such a detail and he hadn't. Max shrugged. Try a sip, see if any notification comes up. If not, take a swig. Cordelia coughed and Max glanced past Fowl and saw her eyebrows narrowed at him. Why are you giving that away? It's 20 levels or more of stat points. Surely even you can use them. Wincing, Max heard Tanilla's faint giggle and rubbed his face with his empty hand. So my black skill does more than just take skills, Max said, watching as their ranger took a step back and her face began to change. Those narrowed eyebrows began to stretch until they were as far apart as possible. You can get stats too. Bobbing his head, Max shook the potion gently. I don't need this, and since Fowl is the other tank, keeping him alive is always important. But surely you could use that many stats, I mean. It took Cordelia a moment to finally admit to herself what she had wondered all along. The speed at which Max moved, the power in his attacks, and how much magical power and mana he seemed to have. How high are your stats, Cordelia? Max shook his head, stopping Tanilla, who was about to chastise the elf for asking such a question. You're part of our family and you use the tablet, so I won't hide it. Every stat but intelligence and wisdom are over 300, and those two. He stopped talking, catching Cordelia as she passed out. I'm fine, really I am, she said, relaxing on the chair and twisting the cup of water that sat on the table Fowl had set up again. It's a lot to take in. So much suddenly clicked, and I guess my brain couldn't take it all. She looked at Max, who sat across the table from her and was softly smiling. You could walk through the capital and slaughter everyone with stats like that, and knowing that, combined with your skills, and how you were about to give away a potion like that, you really are different. I mean, I knew you were, but... Taking a drink, Cordelia glanced at the others, who were all relaxing as well. The rain had stopped and the dark clouds were gone. A gentle breeze blew across the island, and for a moment the memory of the boss they had just faced was only present because of the big chest still waiting to be emptied. For what? Max's smile grew as he leaned against the table. Your kind words, Cordelia. I don't want to be that guy who would do such a thing. Once more I'll remind you, everything I do is for us. One day I hope to never have to fear any of you getting hurt. She smiled and then took a deep breath and let it out. So will Fowl accept your gift, because if not... Too late, Fowl exclaimed. I already drank it while you were passed out. Max chuckled, stood up, tapped the table with his fingers and moved toward the chest. It's been long enough. Let's get out of here and head home. As the others rose, waiting for Fowl to store all the furniture, Max took the last orange crystal and put it away. He wished there had been items, but the stat gains had been a blessing for everyone, doubly better for Fowl, who was being transformed into a powerhouse rather quickly. A Kraken, Everett, can you imagine that? I can't imagine how one defeats that thing normally. I'm still impressed that you all managed to use those barrels like that. It's a shame we don't have more of them. Maybe we could make something like them down the road, Max replied. I mean, how hard could that be? Both of the older men groaned and shook their heads. Explosives are possible, but at that scale it's the volatility. Even a small potion is dangerous to make. When you try to create a batch that large, one would be at risk of one thing going wrong and then... Tom stopped talking when he saw how his friend shifted on the couch next to him. Regardless, you're about to start the 40th floor. I can't believe it's only been a couple months since you all joined and you are this far. Cordelia raised her hand and Tom gave her a puzzled look. Laughter came from them all, resetting the mood from one that threatened to turn misty in a moment. Stretching, Max yawned and ignored the chuckles that came from the others. Honestly, all I want right now is a nap. I feel like I've been sprinting this past year and I, for one, am excited to slow down for a moment and just relax. Tom jumped up and pointed at the door. Then go rest. You've earned it. Tomorrow I won't even force you to train. Everyone stood up, grinning at that joke. Max rolled over and gave Tanilla a kiss on her bare shoulder. The late nap had turned into a full-on coma where they both slept all night. Each of them had been worn out, and the knowledge they had completed something huge and were stronger allowed the walls of exhaustion to vanish. "Morning, my love," he whispered before kissing her again. She groaned and rolled over, red hair spilling everywhere. "Do we have to get up?" "No, you can stay here, but I'm going to sneak out and visit that bakery I like. Today I feel like I might buy out their entire store." Groaning, Tanilla gave him a gentle poke with her finger and then rolled back over. "You know what I like," she said, yawning after that. "Bring me a few to keep in storage." Kissing her shoulder once more, Max got out of bed and was dressed, being quiet as he let her sleep. The sun was out, and even with the dark clouds further away in the sky, warning about the coming rains in the next month, Max didn't care. Life was good, and their family was getting to the place they needed to be. Carts rolled by and people were shouting, already trying to entice shoppers. The smell of food, drink, and crafted goods hung in the air as he strolled down the street, smiling and waving at everyone he passed. Running his hands through the mop of black hair, Max couldn't help but wonder what hair would be like, having to fix it every day. Man, that seems like such a bother. A pack of kids were yelling, having fun on the weekend tossing back names and insults as they darted between adults. The idea of children hit him. That would be great one day if it was even possible. So much would depend upon. Max's sonar exploded with a warning, and faster than a blink of an eye, he was in full armor, shield, and weapon out. The shape came, hitting him even though it wasn't there, and Max knew it was the same one from outside that perfume shop. As he attempted to react, to strike back, he felt himself being pushed by the attacker, and then everything shifted. Slashing his weapon, Max found nothing but air. His attacker had been there for a brief second and then was gone. As his eyes adjusted, it didn't matter. His sonar skill told him everything he needed to know. He was currently trapped in a room of stone, and there were no doors or light. "We have been caught. Calm yourself, do not react." Everything inside Max yearned to go wild. His weapon was poised, ready to lash out against the wall in a desperate attempt to free himself from this prison. Max's heart began to race, and feelings he hadn't had since this entire adventure started began to bloom once more. "This is not the wagon. You are not the same boy. Now breathe, slowly, in and out. We shall get through this. I will help you." Keeping his eyes closed, he began to breathe as his skill told him to. Each breath settled himself just a little more. "Good, now slowly walk around the room. Do not touch the wall, but just hold your hands out near the stone. Let us see what our captor has imprisoned us in. Why not strike the wall? What if I can destroy it? Think, calm down and think. Inside you is a mind. Use it. Someone who is strong enough to move faster than you could react, and to push you through a portal is obviously powerful enough to have built a room designed to hold people. Right now they may not be certain how strong you are. Until we show our true potential, we will keep certain cards hidden." His mind was racing with thoughts of Tanilla and others. It took every ounce of willpower to not lash out at the wall. His mind had begged him to at the start, but his skill was right. Slowly he moved toward the wall 10 yards away. His steps made no sound as he moved across the worked stone. Holding out a hand, Max stopped a few inches away. "That is close enough. Now walk slowly around the room. Keep the same distance. I'm assuming we are being watched or studied somehow. I don't sense any openings in the stone. It all feels the same, which is why you are going to do what I ask. Allow me to use some of my power and knowledge." Each step felt like agony as Max moved toward the corner. The box felt like it was going to shrink at any moment. Every other step, he took another deep breath, fixing his mind on waiting and seeing what might happen. After what seemed like an eternity, Max was back at the spot he had started from. "Do one more pass, hold your hand lower near your knees, if you say so. Have you come up with some way to suddenly be free, or does my request seem worthless at the moment?" A sense of acknowledgement came, and Max made a second loop, keeping his hand where he had been instructed. Once more with your arm lifted high. Sighing, Max completed the third circuit and then stepped back. "So what did you find?" "There is a barrier of magic around the stone. It won't hurt you to touch it, but I would avoid it just in case. Also, I'm not certain we could penetrate it, even with our combined power. My biggest fear lies in the unknown. Something weird is in the aura. It tickles my memory, but I cannot recall why. For now, I would suggest returning to the center, sitting down and waiting. For what? Eventually, your captor will return. Perhaps not in person, but in some way or shape. When the right moment comes, we will work on our escape. Until then, we bide our time. Would retrieving a lightstone and reading be allowed? Most likely that would help the passing of time. You could even pull out a chair, bring a little food. Trust me, whoever has captured you isn't far away. A lot of power and resources went into this moment. For now, rest. I need to rest as well. The shield around us helps me some, not requiring as much power." Max stored his weapon and shield and then pulled a chair out and set it down in the middle of the room. A small table came next and then a lightstone. As the warm glow began to fill the area, the reality of his cell hit. Cold gray stones, each cut 12 inches in length, were set upon each other with the tiniest lines between each one. Taking a book from storage out, he sat down, opened it, and began to read. One book down, setting the finished book on the table, another book appeared in his hand. Jerky came next, and a flask of water. He didn't need to drink or eat as much since his stats had grown, but part of it was to help pass the time and provide a semblance of normality. The presence is there. Unlike the first 4 hours with nothing, now I sense the same thing I often felt outside the tower and even at the Colosseum. Just read. If you desire sleep, let me know and I will keep watch while you rest. For now we wait. Trust me when I say that he will break first. If we play the game as we are right now, whoever is watching, their desire for us to grovel, plead, or beg will break first. Wake up there near, do not react. His eyes flew open and Max pulled out the lightstone, setting it on the table. Across the room ahead of him, a single stone was removed. A pair of silver eyes stared at him, blinking twice as the light went out. Whoever was watching him, no words came. They just stood there, staring at Max. Is this now a new contest? It would appear so. Pull out your book, read. Even if you can't focus on the words, count each word, see how long it takes, and then turn the page. Do not acknowledge them. It has been 3 days now. If you weren't here, I wouldn't be able to deal with this. There is no doubt in my mind that I would have gone crazy and attacked that wall with everything I had. So talking with yourself, even if it is me, isn't crazy. Max laughed out loud, his voice echoing in the room. Smiling, he counted the words and considered what his skill had told him to do. I think I got this. Between you and me, I can easily last longer. He's back. It appears he is interested in what I am doing. I doubt any of his previous guests started creating potions inside their cell. Yet you sit here, smashing up herbs. Creating the fire with a lighting device was a nice way to hide your power. Grinning, Max stirred the liquid in the small pot he had burning. The stone underneath was prized because no fumes were given off as it heated the liquid to whatever temperature he desired. No tricky flare-ups. As he worked, watching and adding other ingredients as needed, Max could sense the one watching him shift and their face bunch up, the silver eyes glaring at him. Slowly, as he prepared to add the green liquid to the potion bottles he had sitting out, a voice radiated around the room. You are very different than I expected. Tell me, Max Host, why do you not seem to care that I have imprisoned you? Should I lie? No, he won't buy that. If he knows who you are, there is no point denying it. For now, play along. Try to get him to talk more. If he does, we win. If he doesn't, we win. Just keep your answers short. Not much else to do, might as well be productive. Silence was the response, and with steady hands, Max filled the bottles, 6 of them resting on his small wooden table. Healing potion created X66 experience gained. Sighing, he picked them up, putting them into a box that appeared in his hand and stored them all. Looking bored, he began to put away all of his supplies, then deactivated the heating stone and stored it. Bringing his chair back out, Max sat on it and closed his eyes. Good night. The person behind the missing block was trembling. The outline of their head wasn't steady like normal, but rather it moved just enough to reflect a body that wasn't still. Nostrils flared and Max kept his face blank, letting himself breathe slowly. Do you want to keep watch? If I fall asleep, it might lull them into a sense of something where a mistake is made. Laughter echoed inside his head. It would appear you are learning fast. One should fear being captured by you if you can master it this quickly. Why don't you tell me how you feel? I know you are dying inside there. Glancing up over the top of the pages of his book, Max frowned. Those gray eyes lit up for a moment in anticipation at what he might say. I'm okay. Got a library I can finally read through. Next to him on the floor were over 30 books, all stacked neatly. Some days he read 1 book, some days he read 2. The fact was he had well over 300 books stored inside. Not all of them were going to be great reads, but every day the person behind the wall appeared. A low growl came and Max looked back down at the book. They are breaking. That is twice in 3 days. Each time something else is revealed. When do I ask the next question? We're over 2 weeks into this. Do not forget that our lives are on the line. We may only get one chance at escape. If we are not absolutely certain it is our only chance, or if we can succeed, we should not take it. Rereading the page again, Max knew his skill was right. The clock never stopped ticking, and he had to ignore the knowledge that somewhere Tanilla was probably worried sick. Even worse, the idea that the faction might suffer from his disappearance. Surely fights wouldn't break out because I'm gone. You cannot worry about them. Unless you return, nothing matters. Escape first, then deal with whatever may have taken place. Once more, the companionship pulled Max back from the whirlpool that always seemed ready to draw him under. We want to bet on how long till they appear again. No more than a week. Trust me when I say something about this one is off. I believe he is actually afraid of you, a rare thing for one in his business. Max glanced up from the book for a moment and saw those same silver eyes locked upon him. He smirked, turning his attention back to the book about food in the elven capital, feeling the person behind the wall almost vibrating with how much they shook. Answer me, do you not fear death? Opening his eyes, Max yawned, smacked his mouth a few times and shrugged. No. After a few seconds, he closed his eyes again, sensing a shift in the room. Be ready, our chance may come. I will tell you if I think it is there, but if you truly believe there is a moment, no, I will give everything I can to it. Max cracked an eyelid as he turned his head. The stone was changing from solid blocks to stone bars. It was as if someone had cut away 4 inches in columns. Each bar was 4 inches wide and ran vertically. Behind them was another room with a few doors, yet Max wasn't focused on what he sensed. Instead, it was the man who stood before him. He was thin, his face had a scar from the jaw to his ear, and those silver eyes bored into Max. The sneer on the man's face seemed wrong, like he was angry and upset with Max for doing something. Taunt him. Well, that's a face only a mother could love. Who do you think you are? Do you not realize I could leave you here? You could die in here and no one would find your body. Make him feel weak, play into his fears. It's true, but I can last years, maybe even more. Judging from this room, you need this place, which means you need me dead, yet you can't seem to grow the balls to try to make that happen, even while I sleep. Both of his fists clenched over and over, a crackling noise coming from his joints as he stood there in his simple black outfit. Looks like you were right, it wasn't even another week. His skill began to laugh, and Max smiled before he took a deep breath and sighed. Do me a favor. Either do something worthwhile, let me go, or go away. I'd rather read and relax than listen to you. Before he could react, Max sensed a portal underneath and above him. It's begun. The 2 purple grape-colored portals sandwiched him, and before he could take a breath, Max found himself standing on a 4-by-4-foot platform. His eyes focused almost immediately, and glancing around, he saw a pool of lava that stretched for over 100 yards in every direction. He was in some dome, carved out inside a mountainside from the way the rocks looked, and off to his left was a small ledge with a single door. Let's see what you can do. The voice of his captor echoed through the area, and Max didn't see the man anywhere. Thoughts, silence was his answer, and for a moment a fear of being alone came over him. We're 10 feet above the lava. The ceiling is 50 yards above us at its highest peak. Based on the distance to the door and the amount of space we have around us, we can make it, but we'll have to reveal one of our spells. 2 would be easier, but for now I think we need to continue to hide what we can do. Use your stone wall. Summon it on the platform, pick it up, and toss it about 1/3 of the way when I tell you to. While you do that, summon a boulder, aim it for the other third, and time you're running. The stone wall shouldn't sink that fast, but you won't have a lot of time to waste. Anything else, get dressed. Chuckling, Max wanted to reply but knew his skill was right. He was going to need every ounce of power he had from his equipment to pull this off. Remind me how we got caught. I wasn't paying attention. I'm guessing you want me to put on an act. Yes, you could easily span this gap with just the stone wall, but that would show your potential. Revealing you are capable of casting is far better than giving up the information about your stats. And you look silly holding a bow and a halberd, but I understand why. Putting away both for a second, Max summoned the stone wall on the platform and snapped it off from the side, holding the large 15-yard section of rock in his hands. Toss it and start summoning your boulder, and jump a second after the wall lands. His throwing skill told him exactly where it needed to go, and with a small flick that he made look harder, it soared about 35 yards. Max was moving, knowing when it would hit, jumping from the platform and controlling his body with ease. The boulder he had forming ahead of him was pushed farther as he moved, and when he landed on the stone wall that sent out a shower of lava, he took another 2 steps and jumped again. His feet touched down on the ball of stone, and 1 step was all it took to propel himself the remainder of the distance, landing on the small rocky ledge near the closed door. Laughter echoed through the cavern, and the simple wooden door vanished as he got close to it. In its place was now a pulsing green portal. Impressive, Max, a warrior with the ability to cast spells. Tell me, what all can your black skill do? Does this take me back to my cell? If not, I'm going to be honest, I'd rather it did, Max replied. No reply came, and seconds turned into a minute. Seriously, I can pull out my chair again. Storing his bow, Max's simple chair appeared, but before it touched the ground, an angry voice boomed across the cave. Who do you think you are? Do you not realize I can kill you at any moment I desire? Smacking his lips, Max sighed and put his chair down and plopped down on it. If you could, why don't you? I'm guessing that was your poison that failed. From what I heard, it isn't cheap. Is the room shaking? No, it's your captor's presence. They are angry, and it is bleeding over whatever they have control over here. Where is here? I am not certain. Another minute passed, and with no response, Max took out a book and began to read, ignoring the portal not far behind him. His senses were focused everywhere his sonar skill reached, and his body was ready to move. Frustration had eaten at him for the first few days. Being distracted and thinking he was finally safe had led to him getting caught. He hadn't been sure if his captor had been waiting, watching, and preparing for a moment when his guard was down. Pages turned, and soon a third of his book had been read through, when he sensed the portal above and below him. Don't. Max fought the urge of trying to dodge the 2 purple portals that once again were at his feet and head, sending him wherever this crazy person wanted. His arm moved, and he grabbed his chair, which was tipping over, landing on his feet as he found himself in the cell once more. The walls hadn't changed since he had been taken from the room. The vertical columns, which allowed him to see another room surrounding his, remained. Slowly turning, Max saw that his captor had not returned. Do you have any idea of the spell or ability he is using? Thoughts on the cooldown? There are lots of spells and abilities that allow one to move between their own world and others. Ones that permit travel between worlds are very demanding and often have either a long cooldown or cost enormous amounts of power. You might be correct in your assumption. He couldn't move you so quickly back here. Setting his chair down in the middle of the room once more, Max opened his book and read, waiting for the silver-eyed individual to return. "You vex me," the sudden outburst caught Max off guard. His captor was a man which he had determined after the silver-eyed man showed up in a sheer, see-through outfit about 20 minutes ago. He hadn't said a word, simply standing there in that god-awful outfit. "Sounds like your problem. You brought me here, remember. Do you even know why? Do you understand what you represent?" Glancing up for a moment, he held the man's gaze and shrugged. "Tell me. Otherwise, put on something more decent." It's obviously cold on that side, both eyebrows raised as the man put his hands against the stone columns and sneered at him. That one was below the belt. "Did you just make a joke?" Max couldn't hide the small grin that formed, not because of how the crazed man was acting, but how his skill was starting to reveal more than just simple instructions or information. You. For a moment, Max would have bet his captor was beginning to foam at the mouth as spittle flew each time he sputtered. Those silver eyes shook with rage. The man took quick, ragged breaths, his face redder than any apple Max had seen in a while. Suddenly, he stopped his temper tantrum and then began to howl with laughter. Tears began to appear from how hard he was seemingly enjoying the moment. Each breath of air returned as a giggle, then a cackle, or occasionally a loud howl. Did he break? No, he is changing. Do you see his stature? Max began to see what his skill was talking about. Ever since he had first seen the man, there was a slight hunch of his shoulders. After he appeared and was wearing that horrible sheer outfit, he stood cocked to the side. Now the man was almost upright, appearing confident even amidst the laughter. His captor's outfit changed to simple leather armor in a heartbeat. It was a muted brown, nothing that would stand out in a crowd of people on the street. Even the knives that were set in sheaths on a leather strap across his chest looked simple. "You are a troublesome pest," his voice. "It has changed, he has changed. Max Host, it has been a long time since I have had someone of your caliber to play with. I am impressed with how you dealt with the others. Most would not have withstood their childish attempts for as long as you did, but the constant jabs were too much for their fragile egos." He cracked his neck, rotated his shoulders, and then smirked. "I believe it may be more fun to see what is possible than to simply end you, and yes, I can easily end you." Those silver eyes began to glow, and a purple ring formed around the silver side, making holding the man's gaze difficult at best. "Who are you? Who am I? As in my real name or what I go by? Are you too afraid to tell me your real name?" Max replied, shaking his head, still smirking as he leaned against the stone columns, his captor side. "I'm not going to be taunted like the others. The truth is I'm bored when someone hasn't hired me. You have been one of 3 targets that I have been paid for that didn't die on my first attempt." Max watched as his captor suddenly burst into laughter, this time his voice sounding like it was filled with pure delight. A wave of power assaulted Max, and he stood up, taking a step back and sending his chair clattering to the floor. Even though his eyes couldn't see it, his sonar could detect the waves like heat from a bonfire. He is revealing his true self. Whatever he is, whoever he is, this has all been part of his plan. "Forgive me, Max, I didn't recognize what we are facing." "What is that?" "Someone who has most likely defeated the tower." The smirk never left his captor's face as he watched Max wince. He snorted once and shook his head. "It appears you can somehow stand and not fall as most would. That is a very rare thing indeed. I know you have a black skill, and what I have learned about them is dangerous." "Just how dangerous are you, Max Host?" "To you, you're no threat to me, not yet, and I doubt for some time. You still haven't finished even half the tower, and that means you're nothing more than a toy to play with." The man leaned his face forward, pressing his head between the stone blocks, letting it pull his facial skin back some as he gave the most sinister grin Max had ever seen. "My toy to play with." Everything changed so fast even his mind and body couldn't react. One moment they had been standing there, separated by the walls and distance. The next he was bound by the very stones that had caged him. A stone wall was pressed against his back, and both arms were encircled with stone twice, once on the wrist, the other right after the elbow. Somehow they had been lifted, stretched out like a scarecrow. His legs were bound at his ankle and above the knee. Panic set in when Max realized that all the hope he had once had for escaping or defeating this man was gone. Compared to his captor, he was powerless. The empty floor that had separated them was still there, and his captor had that same grin as before, like a wild animal coming to devour an animal, stuck in a bush or unable to move. His silver eyes were locked on Max, sparkling as he drew close. "Tell me, Max, do you want to play a game?" As he started to open his mouth, a thin stone band gagged him. Tusking his tongue, the silver-eyed man shook his head. "Wait, just wait. I'm only going to give you one chance, and I would hate for the wrong answer." A collar appeared in his hand, and the man began to spin the silver band around like a ball. "I can kill you right now. There are countless ways, and I won't lie, I might take months doing it, just to see how close to death I can get you. Even if you didn't break then, I might keep going, healing you each time, seeing how many years it might take before you finally succumbed. Max's eyes were bulging, and inside him his skill felt like an animal. It was angry and ready to lash out, but both knew right now there wasn't a chance they could win, not even if he could use every skill he had. Or I shall put this collar on you and set you free in my world. I'll give you a week to try to. He paused, tapping the silver band against his chin as he looked at the ceiling. Escape, I mean it's not possible, but at least you can believe until I catch you that it is. His captor was now just a few feet away, and he leaned over, tapping the silver band against Max's bald head. The sound of metal on metal surprised the man, who began to laugh. A helmet, with a built-in ability to hide itself. I love it. Howling, he turned around in a circle, seeming lost in his own thoughts. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll let you keep 2 pieces of armor and 2 pieces of jewelry. No weapons, though that would be too easy. The man was looking him up and down, studying Max. You'll have a 7-day head start. You can use those items, and everything else I'll lock inside your storage. Attempt to take anything out and... His captor made a face and shook like he was being hit by lightning. It won't be pleasant. Perhaps you can escape, even though no one else ever has. Regardless, I'll busy myself with something else in return, trying to find out where you have gone. I'll give you 1 chance to answer. No questions or that option will be gone. He leaned forward, so close that his breath could be smelled, the scent of something sweet reaching Max's nostrils. Do you want to die or hope to escape? Take the chance. We can find a way. The band vanished, and Max closed his mouth, getting some saliva to remove the dry mouth feeling. I'll escape. His captor laughed, splattering spit upon his face as he did. Oh, I do love a strong spirit. So much better when I get to break it. Very well, let's see how this goes. He lifted the silver collar to Max's neck, and it began to separate, and then the cold metal touched his throat. Like a snake constricting around its prey, the metal circle squeezed for a few seconds around his entire neck before loosening slightly. Ah, that's the perfect fit. Now for the real fun. 10 seconds. No more, no less. Take everything off, store it, and then only the 2 pieces of armor and jewelry you desire may be worn. Everything else must stay in storage. And remember. Once more the man's face came close, those silver eyes trying to peer into his soul. Do not believe for a moment I won't make you suffer if you break any of my rules. Max nodded as best he could. Good, decide now. 10 fingers were held up before him, and then one was lowered. Boots, pants, growth ring, and boss band. Now, 7 seconds remained, and Max knew his skill was right. He needed stats, and those were his best items for it. In an instant, everything vanished except his god walkers, the Merfolk King's gift, the Ring of Growth, and the black boss band. 3 seconds left. Impressive. Now for the next part. The man pulled something out for a moment as he turned. Horrible pain lanced through his body where the necklace of storage was. Turning around, his captor frowned, moving to where the necklace was and tugged. It wouldn't budge an inch. That many, so many, I can't even take your storage necklace. He scratched his chin, studying Max as he took a step back. You are quite a specimen, I will say, such muscles and so toned. I can see why that elf likes to look at you how she does. Rage filled Max, and if he could have broken free, even the power difference between them wouldn't have mattered. Calm down, he is riling you for a reason. Taking a slow breath in and letting it out, Max said nothing. Snorting, the man turned back around, frowning as he did. Another wave of pain hit Max, and a burning sensation from his storage necklace grew. A few seconds later it went away. Very well, I have sealed your storage. You won't be able to access it, as I mentioned before. I had hoped to take it, perusing whatever I might find, but that will have to wait till later after I find you. Snapping his fingers, everything shifted, and Max felt the portal above and below appear. Rich, earthy, and humid air reached his nose. The sounds of animals and the moving of tree branches filled his ears. As his eyes focused, the bright light that came through the canopy above felt amazing on his skin, a jungle similar to the ape one and some of the others. Max lifted his hand and realized that he wasn't bound. Next to him was his captor, and when he turned, crouching some and holding up his fist, the silver-eyed man laughed, shaking his head as he rolled his eyes. Seriously, you really want to attempt that? The disdain for Max's action was evident in the tone of his voice. Habit, Max said as he stood, watching his captor as the man shrugged, both hands clasped behind his back. Either way, it doesn't matter. 7 days, Max Host. Try to impress me. Find a way to hide and survive. Know that what is out here, it is strong. It is deadly. The man bent down, dragging his fingers in the dark brown soil. It was soft, and ferns grew everywhere but the small clearing they were standing in. Thick trees, thin trees, and everything in between were all jammed in tightly around each other. Insects started to buzz around, some coming and landing upon Max's skin. A few stung him, shocking Max, as nothing had been able to do that in so long back home. They can pierce my skin. This isn't our world, and the feel of it is much stronger. We need to be careful. His captor stood up, a small map drawn in the soil. I'm going to leave. One last gift, though, before I go. A single water skin appeared in his captor's hand and was tossed to Max. That's worth more than you know. I don't want you dying of dehydration, and even you, as strong as I can tell you are, know eventually water will be your downfall. Enjoy the map and the gift." A purple portal appeared next to the man, and as he stepped halfway into it, he stopped and looked back at Max with that same malicious grin. "Make this hunt interesting. Maybe if you do, I'll give you another chance with a few more days." With those words, he vanished in the portal as it disappeared. Glancing at the sketch, Max and his skill studied it for a moment. A never-ending forest, mountains, a desert, and a gorge. Those are not good things for us. Mountains often house dangerous creatures, and without a solid weapon, we are going to be in trouble. Max was already moving, working to rectify that as he went to a tree about 15 feet high and grasped the 6-inch thick trunk. He tugged on it, expecting it to come right up, and was surprised when it didn't rip free. What in the gods? Quiet, try again. Getting a better grip and using his feet and hips, Max pulled with everything, and this time the roots began to break, tearing and snapping off as it finally came free from the ground. It felt heavier than Max thought it should. "I am so weak." "You are not weak, just weaker than what you are used to." Max couldn't help but stare at the numbers. In a moment, he had been stripped of almost a fourth of his stats. Items are important. I realize that even more right now, but what if I didn't have you? I wouldn't have the stats I do. You would be dead or baking. Either way, we need to move. Pick a direction and go. Don't worry about a trail for now. Something tells me we won't be able to hide it, and the time spent trying isn't worth it. For now, put distance between us and this spot. I'm not certain of the game, but I would expect our hunter to play by rules he didn't share completely. He enjoys the hunt, and we are something he hasn't faced before. That challenge will drive him mad with excitement. Glancing down at the crude drawing once more, Max wished he had a coin to flip. Choose and move. Something is getting closer, the birds are getting quieter. Snapping off a branch, he tossed it into the air, spinning as it went upward. When it landed, it pointed in the direction of the desert. "I guess I'll trust the gods on this path." Hefting his tree onto his shoulder, Max began to jog, dodging trees as he went. His skill was right. Each step crushed a plant of some kind, and his feet left indentions in the soft soil. "I'm going to focus on this metal object around your neck. I'm not certain I can do anything about it, but I'll try." Saying nothing, Max simply kept moving, running through the forest as quickly as he could, his sonar skill struggling to keep up with the speed at which he moved. 2 miles later, a loud roar from behind him announced that something was definitely on his tail. Each time the creature roared, the jungle would go silent for a moment before coming to life, loud trills and shrieks coming from the trees and overhead. Other animals or monsters answered from different directions, and Max began to slow, not wanting to find himself running into a pair of whatever he might face. He started tearing off the fronds at the top of his tree, trying to make his weapon a little faster and possibly pokier. Within 30 seconds, the sound of trees breaking reached him, and the plodding of something heavy could be heard. "Shite, what are we about to face?" No reply came, and for the first time in so long, Max felt alone when his skill hadn't replied. Setting his feet, Max lowered himself, crouched near one of the bigger trunks of a tree, and waited for whatever was coming. Another roar came as a shape appeared through the trees. Max saw the head first, reaching forward as its body shoulder checked smaller trees, ripping them from the ground. A dinosaur. He knew the creature from the stories of ancient times, and this one looked like one of the apex predators in the books they had studied as kids. 30-plus feet of solid muscle and thick hide was barreling toward him, a gaping maw filled with teeth as 2 large eyes locked onto him. "Ogre shite," Max cursed as he shifted his feet into the soil. Digging the tree into the ground, he set it like a lance, hoping the creature might impale itself on it from the charge. Tiny arms with claws looked comically out of place on the beast's chest as the thick and powerful legs strode through the trees. On open terrain, this thing would be a lot faster. Not having a weapon, Max knew his options to win against something like this would have to depend on his own abilities and not the tree he hadn't tested yet. In hindsight, he should have swung at a different tree at some point, testing how strong the wood really was. The beast came within his sonar range, and in 4 strides was almost on top of him, head bent down, mouth spread wide, preparing to bite both Max and the tree. Already a large spear of ice was hovering in midair behind him, waiting for the moment as he poured mana into the spell, letting it grow in size. Demonic teleportation. As the dinosaur's teeth chomped on the wooden spike he had tried to set, snapping it in half, Max appeared above it, aiming for the spinal cord on its neck. Thick skulls be smart, power strike. Weakness. Festering touch. His fist hit the creature's neck as the dinosaur began to rise from its bite, tiny hand meeting thick hide. A crack came, and Max felt his own hand shatter upon impact. Regeneration. At the same time, the ice spear shot toward the lizard, piercing its throat. When it opened its mouth to roar, pieces of wood and blood came out as Max grabbed onto the small hole he had created with his punch with his left hand. It was barely wide enough to get his whole hand in, but it gave him a place to hold on to while the dinosaur flung itself around. Bones popped, and his skin started to cover the twisted lump of flesh that once been his right hand. The dinosaur flashed red, turned its head toward Max, and tried to bite the piece of flesh hanging onto the open wound. It turned and twisted, slamming into trees, moving faster as its mouth opened and closed with blazing speed. Max held on for dear life, feeling like one of those performers who held onto bucking animals. Another ice spear began to form as he waited out this ability, counting the seconds till almost 20 seconds had passed, and the dinosaur flashed red again, slowing down and letting out another roar. More blood was spewed across the trees and dark soil as the beast tried to attack again. When it did, Max sent the spear of ice at his next target, striking the right eye. Thankfully, his right hand had finally healed, and he was able to now get a grip and squeeze his legs around the thick neck as the dinosaur began to thrash, roaring as it lifted its head upward, blood squirting from the eye Max had just taken out. Grunting, he began to try to tear apart the hole with both hands, feeling the hide fight him as both sets of fingers were thrust deeper. For what felt like days but was only 8 or 9 seconds, the sound of tearing could be heard over the wailing of the beast. Its hide began to part and the hole grew wider. Each inch seemed to upset the beast, and it started slamming its body against a thick tree, trying to rub Max off. Moving quickly to the other side, Max continued his assault, widening the hole until he could get both hands in it. He forced his arms in, where they slid along the hide, between the muscle and protective layer. Smiling, Max began to pour mana into his hands. Flames grew around them, and the dinosaur began to run through the jungle, smashing into every tree it could, trying to shake the pest it had picked up. Max poured more mana into the spell as he moved from side to side, trusting his sonar to tell him which way to move as the beast tried to dislodge him. Finally, with the power built up, Max unleashed it, and the spell erupted under the skin. A gout of flame erupted from the hole as flesh and hide was burned, and the dinosaur stumbled, crashing forward into the dirt and forcing Max to jump clear of the twisting and turning body. The scent of moist soil mixed with burnt flesh and meat. A pitiful whine came from the creature as it lay on its side, unable to stand as Max's spell had done what he had hoped. Its spine had been severed, with a focused fire attack directed downward at the bones not far beneath Max's hands. Moving to where the dinosaur lay, Max heard the sounds of more roars and cries coming from different parts of the jungle. Blood, they have to be responding to the blood. Summoning another ice spear, he moved to where the beast was, lining the attack up as the dinosaur tried to snap a few more times, its jaw collecting dirt each time it did. Unable to lift its head, it was stuck and soon would be food for whatever came to claim its corpse. The spear penetrated the damaged eye socket, sliding through the hole in the skull, and then reached the place Max had hoped it would. Cold power filled him as the creature shuddered and stopped moving. 10 strength consumed. 10 constitution consumed. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Skill does not match being's body type. Consume is adjusting skill. Consume has consumed a higher rank skill. Berserker Rare has been upgraded to Berserker Epic. As he read that notification, the skill he had come to know and love became stronger. The sound of the jungle broke Max from his shock, and he took off running in the direction he had originally set out, trying to put distance between him and that corpse. For a full 10 minutes he ran, blazing a path through bushes, surprising different creatures as he flew past them. Without that tree, this is much faster, and honestly I don't think it would have done anything to that dinosaur. Slowing down, Max started to walk, making sure he was aware of what surrounded him. Twice he had almost run into another fight, but his appearance had shocked the large cat and whatever the other thing had been, both racing up a tree as he moved by them. Skill description: Berserker. Berserker Epic skill. When activated, your strength and attack speed will triple for 20 seconds, but you will be consumed by a controlled rage. If the target is killed before the effect ends, the duration will reset, and the closest enemy will be chosen as the new target. There is no limit to the number of times the duration can be reset. May only be activated once every 12 hours. Holy elf tits, cursing, Max winced at the words, realizing how much he missed Fowl and the others. Seeing the fact that now the strength was tripled and lasted longer as well as having a shorter cooldown, the pain of being alone was lessened. Glancing upward, Max tried to determine how much time was left in the day but didn't have a clue. Jogging, he set off, unsure what he was going to find. His fist ached and no damage had been done to the snake that was only slightly slower than he was. Without sonar, he would have been caught as the snake fell from the branches overhead. It was over 100 feet long and easily 6 feet wide, yet it coiled and moved with a speed that was surprisingly fast. Its hide changed colors, morphing based on what it was against, blending into the tree one section was wrapped around, as well as the dirt for the parts that slithered along it. Jumping back and darting between an opening of its coils, Max avoided the strike that came from the open mouth, following his movement as if a string was tied to him. Green liquid dripped from the fangs longer than his arm. At least my poison resist should help if I do get bit. Another strike came as the snake reset for a second, changing directions, and coming around after coils created a wall to block Max. Fire had bounced off its hide, and ice had barely scratched it. The earth attacks had almost melted as the snake rubbed against the spikes. Lightning crackled and arced from the spell he was forming above. He hoped that something might finally work on this snake. He was barely staying ahead, and while Max had considered running, the truth was, he couldn't run from every fight. Learning what he could do against these things was the only way he would survive in the long run. A clearing was a little bit away, and Max sent his lightning ball at the snake, watching it race toward its armored body. The lightning struck the snake, causing the creature to jerk a few times, halting its pursuit. Jogging toward it, he looked back, seeing what had to be one pissed-off black snake, its purple eyes locked on him, a black tongue flicking from its mouth as it chased after him. Max had spotted it a while ago through the slightly less dense trees, and now hoped the clearing would work better at what he hoped to do. It was covered with small ferns, and as he ran through them, insects went airborne, filling the air with shimmering wings as the light of the two suns reflected off them. The snake came, coiling around the 20-foot clearing, drawing all of its length into the space, winding itself around and around, gaining height as it slowly started to surround Max. Grinning, Max stood still, poised and ready as he channeled a lightning bolt in his hands. Sparks arced between his hands, growing thicker and brighter, absorbing more and more mana as he fed it. No attack came as half a minute passed, that black tongue darting out of the snake's mouth as it watched Max. He didn't turn, didn't follow its eyes, leaving himself open from behind. His sonar skill told Max everything he needed to know about the creature. Closing his eyes, he waited, knowing what would come. The snake passed his face once more, and Max could feel it speed up at seeing how Max had his eyes closed. From behind it lunged, mouth open wide. Spinning at the last moment, Max reached out with both hands, grabbing the top and bottom of the snake's jaw, unleashing all the power he had summoned of his lightning spell. Convulsions started the moment his hands locked onto the flesh, the softer, not as armored inside of the mouth touching his thumb. Mana continued to flow from him, feeding the spell that was surging through the snake. It tried pulling back, tried closing its mouth, but all it did was lift Max off the ground, unable to overcome the strength Max had. Smoke started to rise through the plates of its skin, and its head began to glow as more lightning poured into the creature. Black blood seeped from its nose and eyes as the tongue slapped against Max's face and chest, leaving a trail of green that tingled. Poison resisted. Fighting back the laughter that he wanted to unleash, Max could tell the snake hoped this poison it had would do something, and yet it wasn't strong enough to compete with the skill he had gained from the Gorgon. It tried to coil him up, but the electricity made its body not work right, and instead all it did was rub Max's body against the rough armor, ripping off flesh and skin that was quickly replaced. Regeneration. Finally, he couldn't hold back. Max roared with laughter, bringing the jaws closer together and staring in the snake's bleeding eyes. Time to die, he growled, increasing the flow of lightning that came from his touch. Tastes like goblin's arse, Max muttered as he chewed some of the flesh he had heated with fire. 2 large armored pieces were in his left hand as he ran. His mind was creating potential things that they could be turned into, armor-wise, if he got the right tools. In his right was one of the fangs. He had packed dirt in the end that he had ripped out of the gums and stuck some flesh into the tip, keeping the green poison safely inside. Smiling, he looked once more at the notifications that had come when the snake died. 10 constitution consumed, 10 dexterity consumed. 7 days I need to get stronger as I run whatever these creatures are. They're strong, but I'm stronger. Chuckling, Max kept his senses peeled, looking for his next victim. 2 days of non-stop fighting had him exhausted, and yet Max looked down at the newest corpse beneath him. 5 ants the size of house had come up from a hole he encountered in the forest. Their bodies lay broken, legs torn off, antennas still twitching. Pools of purple blood were being absorbed by the dirt at a rapid pace, the hungry jungle always collecting whatever was offered. Screeching came from the last one alive, its body scuffing up the soft ground near the hole that led to its lair. 2 legs remained on its armored body, yet each of them found out quickly Max could pluck them free, and their size wasn't an advantage against a person of his power and short stature. It was fun, but I don't want you to suffer. I'm not an animal. The large pair of mandibles opened and closed slowly as another screech came. Taking the tooth he held in his hand from the snake, Max jabbed the makeshift weapon through the ant's compound eye, driving his entire arm into it, twisting the weapon inside until the insect stopped moving. Sighing, he pulled his hand free, knowing there would be no stats gained. Only the giant gorilla that reminded him of the boss he faced so long ago had given him some strength. He was running out of creatures here that were even worth his time. They're growing, yet nothing out here gives any intelligence. All these things are just meat shields, Max muttered as he wiped his arm off. Glancing at the hole in the ground, he sighed. Feels stupid, but I'm too tired. Looking down into the darkness, he let his sonar travel as far as possible. No noise or movement was detected. Tossing a pair of mandibles he had ripped off into the stomach, Max set the growing sack on the ground. His mouth was dry, and the lack of a waterskin had made him regret not going back to retrieve the waterskin he had been given. Scouting out the caves and tunnels, Max found nothing inside but a maze of tunnels that led to different rooms with rotting parts of animals, plants, and things he had no idea about, all deathly still in the dark. Retrieving his sack, Max pulled into the third room down a tunnel, slumped against the dirt wall, and closed his eyes. "You can talk, I know you're there." No reply came. Without waiting more than a few seconds, Max gave in to his exhaustion, falling asleep immediately. Noise came through the tunnel. It sounded like something was sniffing. The vibrations had woken Max up, and he was on his feet in a moment. A fireball hovered above his hand, providing light, which showed the pile of rotting plants across the room he was in. Multiple piles were decomposing, the stench not even fazing him. "I'm sure I smell far worse than any goblin or ogre's arse." Grabbing his sack, he slowly made his way to the opening, leaving the fireball hovering where he had summoned it. Down the tunnel, away from the entrance, was the sound he heard, and the ground was moving as something walked along it. The sound of sniffing got louder, and Max's sonar picked up the creature as it entered his range. Long whiskers on a nose with some jagged and long teeth appeared in his mental image first, and as it got about a foot past the range of sonar, the creature stopped. Its nose began to twitch, and it shrieked loudly as it dashed through the tunnel in his direction. A freaking giant mole. Large paws with long claws came as the beast took up most of the space in the tunnel. It was almost on him before Max could even get the fireball to where he was standing, the light of the flames causing the creature to backpedal, stopping its assault as it cried out. A loud wave of sound came next, overwhelming Max's sonar and ears, making his head feel like it was going to explode. Blood ran down from his ears, nose, and eyes as the sound continued for a good 20 seconds. Staggering backward, Max stumbled into the dirt wall, moving around the corner as he tried to breathe, his eyes aching and his mind hurting. Regeneration. Immediately, relief started to come. A paw slammed into him, sending Max flying across the room and crashing through a few piles of rotting vegetation until he hit a dirt wall. Breathing hurt as the strike had broken some ribs, but his ability was already working on healing them. The mole slowly came into the room, its nose twitching as it sniffed the air. Max's mind finally started to clear, and his sonar started to work again, going out from him and revealing the position of his newest foe. "I smell like rotten vegetation, it can't detect me." Every few seconds the mole entered the room a little more, its nose never stopping as it shifted, trying to find him. With the last bone back in place, Max picked up a rock that was near him and tossed it at the wall across the room. The mole dashed toward the rock after it struck the wall, slamming into the dirt and bringing some of it down. As it moved, Max summoned a fireball and moved away, pouring mana into it and letting it grow as he got as far as he could from the spell. Another shriek came from the mole, and it turned, white, glossy eyes moving rapidly. Once more it charged, plowing through the piles of rotting vegetation, and Max sent the fireball at the creature when it got close. Flames erupted over its face, and it emitted another ear-piercing cry. It howled and dug into the ground, burying its nose in the dirt. Not giving the creature a chance to react, Max moved across the room in an instant, pulling the tooth from where he had tied it around his waist with some hide he had gathered, and driving it at the mole. Power strike. The tooth made a popping sound as it pierced the eyeball, allowing Max to drive it deeper into the mole's skull until it twisted and jerked, dragging him downward and into the dirt. Another loud, ear-splitting cry came from the monster as its claw swung at him, flashing with red glow and moving so fast he couldn't react. It slammed into Max, who was pinned to the dirt. Pain came as Max was sent rolling across the ground, knowing that his arm had been torn off at his elbow. Blood poured out even as the regeneration skill drew mana from him, flesh and bones starting to grow and reattach as he stood there. "Shite, this thing is way stronger than anything else I've fought. Smarter, too." He sensed the mole digging quickly, trying to escape downward into the soil, taking his ripped-off forearm and the tooth he had used these last few days. 3 steps had him at the creature's furry body, half of its mass already hidden as it dug. He leaped at it, kicking with his boot, and the impact against the fur-covered hide didn't do anything at all. His fire nova would be ready to go off soon, and yet the mole was moving at an impossible speed into the dirt, sending piles upward into the room. A small tail, only 9 feet long, was twitching behind the animal as it dug, and Max ran to it, grabbing the dirt-covered appendage with his left hand and held on. Bulwark. His feet didn't move, and the mole found itself stuck, unable to dig deeper as Max stood there, smiling as the fire nova went off. Waves of flames radiated from him, and the mole's exposed, softer underbelly got a front-row seat to the power coming off him. It tugged harder, trying to free itself from Max's grasp, yet it couldn't get away as the second wave went off. The scent of burnt fur and flesh filled the air, as well as the burning vegetation. Combined, they made a horrible stench, but still none of that would remove his smile. His right arm was almost fully repaired, his hands starting to take shape as fingers appeared. Along the ground, an ice spear was also coming to life. He poured as much mana as fast as he could, knowing that soon his ability would wear off and the mole would yank him from the position he now held. A third wave of fire rolled out, and Max felt the tail go slack as the mole began to back up. With its haunches set up high, he turned quickly, sticking the tail over his shoulder, and sent the ice spell at the mole's exposed burnt belly. It penetrated with ease, the protection that had been offered by the hide now burned away, and the 6-foot-long piece of ice vanished as it disappeared inside. Another ice spear began to form as soon as the first one was sent, but Max felt the change in how the mole was fighting. The power and speed were gone, as it backed up slowly, almost as if it wasn't able to react as it wanted. I know the tooth was out of poison could the spear have hit something vital. Taking steps forward, Max put all the power he had in his legs, letting his skill that had 2 seconds left keep him moving forward. A tearing sound came as the tail was wrenched free from the base of the mole's body, and Max sent the smaller ice spear at the creature before it could react. Once more the spell buried itself inside. Dropping the tail, Max opened and closed his right hand, glad to see that it was back to normal, and he summoned another ice spear, waiting to see what the mole was going to do. 5 seconds passed as the beast sat there, and Max let loose once more with the third ice spear. All 8 feet sank inside the already demolished underbelly, and 6 seconds later Max buckled to his knees as a coldness he hadn't felt in ages came. Bonus stats consumed 7 strength, consumed 15 constitution, consumed 10 dexterity, consumed 4 intelligence consumed. Stat milestone 1 reached. Intelligence of 250 acquired. Bonus spell damage granted 20 spell damage. Bonus spell penetration ignores up to 25 spell resistance. Skill consumed is equal to rank of current skill. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn quick attack? Yes, no. His mind was reeling as the increase to his intelligence hit a milestone. It was as if a million little monsters were inside, eating every square inch of his brain. When the moment passed and he breathed in a few times to settle himself, his mind felt calm. There was a level of understanding that also seemed to come with the added bonus to his spell power. It makes sense, a different world. Monsters that are stronger, all those things my skill has told me. Then the realization of something even more confusing and scary came. What god owns this world I'm on? How old could this place be? Clicking yes, Max felt the skill join the growing list of things he knew. Skill description: Quick Attack. Quick Attack epic skill. The user's next attack will strike with 3 times the normal speed. No bonus to damage is granted. Cooldown is 8 hours. Smiling, Max started pulling the large corpse from the hole it had dug. He needed to retrieve the tooth and get out of here. At most, he had a little over 4 days to get away, and there was no time to waste. Nothing about the river looked safe. The water moved quickly, a branch having been the test object, currents underneath sweeping it the moment it hit the water. Max could sense creatures underneath the surface, some that had turned toward him as he approached the bank near the trees. The river twisted and turned through the jungle, and he couldn't see more than a quarter mile before it vanished around a bend. Even then, the river was only about 300 yards wide. At least I don't have to swim, but I really want to know what's underneath. Not being able to purify the water was his biggest problem, and as much as he trusted his poison immunity and his regeneration, it took a lot of effort not to have taken a drink yet. 10 yards away, a creature waded in the mud, hidden by the brownish-tinted liquid, yet Max could sense it. It had to be 20 feet long and felt like a crocodile from his world, only much bigger. Pulling out the bone he had taken from the ape, Max held it in his right hand. It was almost too thick for him to grip, but it had resisted multiple strikes against trees and rocks, proof that the constitution these creatures had were far beyond things from his world. Even the tower monsters didn't have the fortitude these did, outside of perhaps some of the bosses, yet he had been weaker then. I guess we'll see how the water monsters play. Using his left hand, he scooped up a little water, taking a drink, his parched throat ignoring the taste of dirt. Not even Everett's best alcohol tastes better than this does right now. Sighing, he took another, watching as the creature moved forward slowly, never disturbing the mud too much as it came straight toward him. Its movement was deliberate, steady, and showed no fear. He was in the animal's territory. Should such a large beast be afraid of a single man? Each drink sated his thirst even more, and Max stood up when the creature was about 4 yards out, its shape just starting to be visible to the naked eye if one knew where to look. Grinning, he took a step back and turned away. Like an arrow fired from a bow, the beast shot out from its spot, leaping from the water and to the spot of land he had been standing on. Max sensed it all and waited till its momentum provided it no way to dodge. Spinning as he sidestepped, he swung the 4-foot bone. Quick Attack. Power Strike. It was the second time he had got to use this attack, and it was incredible. Even he could barely follow the movement of it. It made him understand why he hadn't been able to activate any defensive skills when the mole had used it. The 24-foot-long crocodile took the full brunt of the attack against its eye socket, bones shattering from the power. It had tried to turn its jaws, lined with teeth that looked sharp enough to tear Max in half, but the new skill was just too fast. Now the gray-skinned beast was knocked sideways and down from Max's attack. A grunting sound came from both the strike and the impact with the ground as it bounced, rolling through the ferns that decorated the river edge. Before it had stopped rolling, Max was next to it, swinging over and over, striking the joints of its front legs, keeping an eye on the claws on its large feet. 7 more strikes had landed, and before the crocodile had done anything but launch itself from the water, it lay dead, black blood staining the bone in the greenery. Wiping his brow, Max smirked as he felt hair on his scalp. I guess I can let it grow for a while. Giving one more strike and making sure no attack came from a potential act of playing dead, Max moved to where the beast lay, what I wouldn't give for a knife. The hide on it was tough, and it was one of the reasons Max had used the bone. Armor that stopped a dagger or sword was great, but often found themselves suffering from a blunt attack. Rolling the beast over, he opened its jaw, running his finger along some of the teeth and smiled. Leaving the corpse there, he moved to his stomach, turned backpack, and retrieved the tooth from the snake. Holding the bottom jaw of the crocodile in his hands, Max couldn't help but grin. Using both hands, he began to push on the 2 bones at the middle part of the U-shaped section, squinting, as he wasn't sure where it might break first. Increasing the pressure he gave, it finally snapped on the left side, leaving a 3-foot section of jaw with teeth lining it. The other piece was about 2/3 of the remainder of the jaw, and dropping that piece, he went to work on the corpse. It took some force for the teeth to saw through the dense section of hide at the top, but Max managed to finally break through, and once he could slip the bone saw into the hole, cutting became a much easier process. Soon, a 10-foot, very rough on the edges, section of hide had been rolled up, stuffed into the expanding backpack, and he was ready to keep moving. Lifting up the corpse, Max tossed it into the water, watching it splash and begin to slowly sink. About 6 seconds later, the water erupted as other animals inside the watery domain moved to partake in his bloody offering. The fight flowed downstream quickly as the current carried the meal away, and Max grabbed his bag, ran to the water, and quickly began running on top of it, moving upstream as he went. So glad I kept these pants. He could sense other animals moving under him, a few scattering at his presence as he moved, but a school of 3-foot-long fish started chasing him, trying to catch up as he moved across. Slowing down, he could sense their sharp teeth and something else inside their mouths. A sucker, darting out occasionally, was a long tube with small teeth on it. Shuddering at the thought of 50 fish getting onto his flesh with those things, Max picked up his speed and continued running for another 30 minutes along the top of the water. He passed multiple animals on the bank, each of them looking surprised at his means of travel. Another one of the gorillas was at the water's edge, biting off pieces of a smaller crocodile as it nursed a bloody arm. Only the strong survive. When he felt he might have gone far enough to change his trail and possibly shake off the hunter, Max moved toward the other side. Leaping onto the dry section of land away from the edge, he glanced up at both suns. Max guessed he had about 4 more hours of sunlight, and he wanted to make sure to use as much of it as he could. Damn, these things are smart. More spores exploded around him, filling the air with orange clouds of gas, blocking his sight and making his lungs burn. Up in the trees were a pack of 6 armed monkeys that tossed down some large orange bulbs, screeching and hollering as they chased him for another mile. The ground had turned sandy, such that he would start to sink if he slowed down, and it was here that these things had ambushed him. At least 20 were still in pursuit, the others having given up, it seemed. None came down from the branches, and Max dodged another bulb one sent his direction, darting around a tree, and avoiding the clouds of orange spores from the ones that continued on ahead. It didn't matter if he changed directions, they shifted, communicating through their screeches. He had managed to kill about 6 by sending ice attacks at them, but leaving a trail of destruction and burnt trees for his captor to possibly follow hadn't been in his plan. Instead, he summoned an air wall right as one tossed a bulb at him, smiling as it exploded in its own face, the 6-armed creature howling at him. It took 4 more miles before they suddenly stopped, staying at some hidden line Max couldn't see or feel. Around him, the trees were changing from the jungle kind to a smaller and tiny leaf kind. Even the shrubs were beginning to decrease in numbers, and the usual long leaf variety instead became thornier and more compact. I'm getting closer to the desert, which means something out here is too hard for these things to fight. Slowing and then stopping about 40 yards away, Max turned and smiled at the dozen of 6-armed monkeys that screeched at him, their yellow eyes glaring as they bounced up and down on branches, gesturing with each hand. It's been fun. We'll do this again, hopefully never. Laughing, he turned and started moving deeper into the new area, sensing the change in temperature as well. No longer was it just humid. It had been getting hotter also. Max winced as the scorpion's stinger pierced his back. 6-on-1 wasn't the odds he wanted, but poison didn't affect him, and his regeneration took care of the strikes he accepted while blocking the ones that would do more harm. Each one was the size of a horse, and their outer shell was covered in hair-like follicles that were as sharp as a needle. A 6-foot-long one at that. Another pair of pincers came for him, from both sides, and the one he had just clubbed with the bone wasn't getting back up. He heard the hairs on the scorpion he had just killed breaking as he ran up its purple body. His sonar saw the tail strike coming from one that had been waiting outside the ring and lifting the club. Max blocked the attack, getting his feet back on the ground, and he wheeled around, the club striking the closest pincer and cracking the shell. Another fragment on his club chipped off upon impact. Max frowned, summoning an ice spear as he gave himself a little more room to maneuver. This was the third pack of scorpions he had faced as he moved through the thinning trees and rocks and burrows began to appear. He weaved and bobbed around the large insects, striking them down with spells and club, sad that no stats came at all. 2 remained, and 1 ran off, leaving its injured partner in this attack behind. "Seems like it's just you and me now," Max said, as he moved toward the last scorpion. He sent the spear he had made of ice forward, which pierced the shell with ease, and he watched as the insect dropped to the ground, twitching slightly as its life drained out of it. "You back yet?" Half a minute passed, no reply coming from his skill. The only sounds that came was the last breath exhaled when the scorpion died, its body thudding against the sandy soil. "I guess it's still just me," Max said as he studied the bone, seeing the fracture that was growing down the length of it and knowing that soon it would be gone. Moving to where his gorilla backpack sat, he prepared for the next stage of this journey. "That's a lot of sand." Staring out over the blue-colored sand, Max looked up at the gigantic moon in the sky. It had a blue color that touched everything, washing the landscape in an eerie light. Before him was a stretch of sand as far as he could see at night. Trees no longer appeared here, having vanished about a mile ago, and even now the shrubs that had been present were almost all gone. A memory came to mind. His team, his family, facing the first boss in the tower, that sandy desert area. Chuckling at the memory of the pain he felt from being eaten alive by the acid, instead Max focused on how that moment had been a crucible. It had forged them, turned them into a team that didn't back down. Looking at the vast space before him, Max shifted the bag on his back and started running. 3 days. I have 3 more days to cover as much distance as I can. Wincing, Max waited as his arm regrew. Tearing it from his own socket was something he never imagined doing, yet it had been necessary. The sandworms he had slain wasn't large like the one he had fought in the tower with his friends. Instead, 20 corpses were burnt to ash, scattered around him for 30 yards. As a pack they had come, and when he gripped the first one to leap from the soil, its 4-foot-long body, covered in acid, told Max his way of thinking was wrong. There was no time to play with these things. He couldn't keep acting like this was fun, no matter how much he had tried to force himself to. Taking a deep breath, Max let it out. Still, it hadn't been a total loss. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn acid resistance? Yes, no. Skill description: acid resistance. Acid resistance reduces all damage and effects of acid-related attacks by 40. Had he not gotten that from the first kill, Max wasn't sure how that fight had gone. The worst part of their acid had been how fast it melted his flesh. Like butter on a hot saucepan, it immediately began to turn into goo, dripping onto the sandy floor. "I really wish you would talk to me." Still no reply came, and Max frowned. He touched his hair and realized it was growing faster than he thought. Perhaps it was his regeneration skill or something else, but soon it would be long enough to run his hands through. Jogging to where he had dropped the backpack, Max knew he had to change how he traveled. All that mattered was speed. Nothing was worth fighting if he could avoid it. Distance from the spot the hunter had dropped him off was above everything. With his sack on his shoulder, Max took off, not holding back but running at a pace that would allow him to run forever. Dust cloud rose up in the night sky as he blazed up and down the dunes, sand barely displaced as he ran. Hours passed and miles were consumed, yet the stretch of sand never seemed to end. The large moon passed quickly overhead, his only companion as Max ignored any creature that had attempted to give chase. Only one had been able to get somewhat close, until Max sent an ice spear at it. The large, cat-like creature appeared to have decided after his spell that this prey was not worth its time. He was speed faster than an arrow. He was to lightning as a gale to a tempest. Nothing could catch him, and that made Max finally grin. How often do I not embrace what I must? My skill warned me. There would be a time I would have to be heartless. Did my lack of that allow me to be captured? Had I been prepared, could I have avoided that portal? Max ran through different scenarios in his head, and the conclusion was always the same. He couldn't avoid that attempt. Even now he knew if the hunter appeared, eventually he would be caught. Somehow he had to get stronger, but the question was how. Nothing had given him any stats in a day. Bright stars sparkled in the night sky, and Max considered what other worlds were out there. How many other places could he perhaps one day visit if he somehow escaped and survived? How much stronger did he really need to become? Waves of heat radiated off the sand. The suns had only been up a few hours, and already sweat was pouring off his body. A few birds were in the sky, circling the barren area he ran across. I'm not sure I'm even going in the right direction. A single degree in a different direction when I started off would have me somewhere much farther away. At least that should make it harder to find me. The real question Max had was how far this desert stretched. He had easily run over a couple 100 miles, yet there was no end to the sand. He couldn't see mountains or anything else. Groaning, Max began to turn right, changing the angle and direction he was running as the memory of the map his captor had drawn reminded him of the desert and the mountains. Chiding himself, he continued running, ignoring the sweltering heat that continued to rise, occasionally summoning an ice shard, putting it in his mouth and letting it melt. Yet another thing that took me a few days to think about, struggling to stay focused and not continue to doubt himself and his failures, Max ran on. He blinked multiple times as far off in the distance. Max saw the shape of what had to be mountains. At least 2 hours had passed since the moon had risen, and the change in the distance felt like a trick at first. So many times Max had imagined seeing things from Tanilla, Fowl, and Batrir, all racing toward him to other people from his past. Twice he had believed mountains were coming, and he ran harder, only to find they never stopped moving away. He had almost activated his haste ability, yet his mind had held firm, overcoming the desire inside. Now, however, the shape was growing larger, and off to the left and a ways away, it looked like there was a light of some kind. Changing his angle slightly, Max aimed for a spot that would take him near that possible light but not right to it. If people were out here, he had no clue what they might be like or who they might serve. Even with all the potential concerns, Max felt renewed, knowing that an end to the sand was coming soon, and that would possibly be someone to talk with. High above him, stretching for at least 2 miles, were the mountains, a straight wall of stone that ran in both directions. The sand met the rock, and both sections seemed to declare their domain had no place for the other, a line, drawn in the sand basically, that separated the two. It was hard to see much above him, as the moon didn't cast enough light, but he had already done the math, watching the shape grow, and now standing near it, he knew it was immense. Slowly, Max moved along the stone side, staying low and moving in the direction he knew the light to be. A few dunes, he figured, hid it, or perhaps a cave hollowed into the stone, but Max was certain the fire was still there. Somewhere, I need it to be there. 2 miles later, he spotted the soft glow of a fire, coming indeed from a cave set within the stone section he was traveling along. Gently setting his pack onto the ground, he moved closer, scanning the area for anyone or anything. Right outside the cave, near the mouth, was the shape of someone standing. Is that a? His eyes widened at seeing that it wasn't a human, elf, or dwarf, but instead it was something like the cat creatures they had fought in a dungeon. Max felt his heart beating fast, and there before him was one of the chemononymous Tanilla had talked about. A freaking cat person, who would have thought. Watching intently, he studied the guard, saw the robe they wore, which covered their body except for the head. The moon reflected off a spear of some kind, a long sword blade attached to a staff. It's like a glaive, but I think it's a naginata. The blade wasn't as thick as a glaive would be, instead it was curved, and Max ignored the questions he had, remaining silent as he watched and waited. An hour or more passed when a cry came from the cave, followed by laughter. It sounded like what a woman or child might make, high-pitched and different from the deeper tones of the laughter that had followed. Part of him wanted to rush forward, wanting to save whoever might need help, but Max fought that urge. Words came from inside the cave, and the one standing guard turned, shouting something back as it covered one of its eyes with a hand. Saving its night vision, so they are smart. A conversation took place, and the one outside seemed upset by whatever was being said, pointing the weapon back inside the entrance. More shouts came, followed by another high-pitched cry before the sound of someone being slapped echoed from inside. The guard turned back to the sand and was shaking his head. Max watched as he began to move, past the entrance of the cave and toward the edge of the rock, moving the 5 yards or so to where it ended. Creeping forward, Max got as close as he could. Activating stealth, he moved, his skill helping him avoid stepping on any loose stones as he moved quickly toward the cave entrance, keeping an eye on the one who was supposed to keep watch. Max almost paused when he realized the guard was over 7 feet tall, and the shape hidden by the robes no longer escaped his gaze. The guard was muscular, broad-shouldered, and the hand that held the weapon reminded him of the boss they had faced. Not sure how strong these cats are. Glancing inside the cave, his eyes needed a moment to adjust to the fire that burned inside a metal box, no smoke coming from it. Are those lizard women? One looked to be unconscious, her robe torn, and the shape of the body more had curves, not something the lizardmen he had faced before had. The gray-colored scales she had were covered in blood along her mouth, and Max thought he could see swelling along one eye. Beside her, leaning against the stone wall about 15 yards away, was another lizard person, glaring at the cats, who were laughing and making hip gestures which carried across all planets, it seemed. She was bound at her hands and feet, snapping her jaws while saying something in a language Max couldn't understand. His heart tugged, and Max winced, knowing he couldn't help but do something. There was no way to understand what had happened, why they were captive. Choices had to be made quickly as his timer announced 10 seconds. Part of him wanted to just follow the group, see where they were going. Another part of him yearned to not watch anyone be held captive, knowing how that felt. I'm a captive now. Sighing inside, Max shook his head. Two of the large catmen sat cross-legged, chewing on dried meat and talking, ignoring the other two. None appeared to be looking outside the cave. Moving with purpose, Max made a choice. Coming up behind the guard, his options were limited. He had no idea how tough they were. Could he even kill one from behind? Were they so strong that a single attack, even from stealth with this bone, would do nothing? If I end up killing this one with a single hit, then any chance of bargaining or discussion would be out of the picture. 4 seconds flashed in the corner of his vision, and Max frowned, hoping for the best. He swung his weapon at the guard's head, watching as the bone connected right on the cat's ear. A thunk sounded, and the lookout began to fall sideways, body limp. Catching him in one arm, Max tossed the club onto the sand a few feet away, grabbing the weapon the warrior held. Pulling it from his hand, a sense of safety filled him. I have a weapon. Movement alerted him that others were coming. Even though the noise he had made had not been that much, all 4 of the ones inside the cave moved to the entrance, holding weapons and crouching low. The damn party window. Without hesitation, Max moved, lowering the weapon to the throat of the one he had struck down, one hand held up toward the 4 who had started to move. We need to talk. He could see and sense the perplexed looks on the warriors' faces, 2 of them with a staff like his, one with a thick mace and another with a scimitar and shield. The one on the far left said something, and Max shook his head, tapping his ear. I can't understand you. You don't want to fight me. All 4 began to spread out slowly, and Max decided he needed to put on a show of strength, since words obviously didn't seem to work. Summoning a fireball, Max began to push mana into it, light from the ball of flame shining around the stone and sand. Each of the warriors paused, looking at him and then each other. The same one who had yelled first said something, and then Max saw it lower his bladed staff to the stone slowly and stand up. It began to mess with a ring on its finger, making noises as it did. I can't understand you. Max exclaimed, holding off on making the fireball any bigger, ignoring the fact it was now about 4 feet wide. Wait, I can understand, you and I. Max was ecstatic at being able to hear the slightest bit of words from someone after so long, but the Kemonomami held up his hand and went back to touching the ring. Almost close, say something. What do you need me to say? A toothy grin appeared over the beast, and it nodded, saying something Max couldn't understand at the other 3. Who are you? Why have you attacked our brother? Why do you have women in there and treat them like that? Max could feel the eyes of all of them, moving between the weapon at the warrior at his feet and the fireball hovering above his head. They are ours, earned through combat and money. How else should slaves be treated? Frowning, Max couldn't think of a good answer for that statement. As he considered his words, Max started summoning his fire elemental, and when it appeared, the fireball grew a quarter bigger, causing the 4 of them to back up, eyes widening in shock. You have a collar. Where is your master? I have no master, Max replied. I want to get this off, but I am also not a fan of slaves. Tell me, where is a town that I can get this removed? Laughter came from the other 3 when Max touched it, until the cat he spoke with said something and made them stop. I am Max. Tell me your name. My people call me in your words it would be Strong Runner. Are you a user of magic? Motioning to the fireball on one side and the glowing elemental hovering in the air near him, Max grinned. And you have crossed the wasteland alone. Frowning, Max nodded. Strong Runner winced and said something again to the other 3, who all took another step back, lowering their weapons once more. Forgive me, Max. We paused, bending a knee and bringing a fist and palm together mean no disrespect. Tell me, how can we make this moment right? That ring is translating for both of us something doesn't convey, I guess, from my language to his. I need a weapon, a ring like yours, and a guide to a city to get this collar removed. Something tells me that you 4 might not be the guide I need. Let me have the lizard woman who is in there, and I will go. Even as Strong Runner made faces, teeth appearing as he growled for a second, Max began sending more mana into the fireball, causing it to grow even larger. All 4 of the cat men began to discuss something, and while the tension between them was apparent, the 2 times his translator pointed at Max eventually got whatever point needed to be made across. The one with the shield and scimitar bowed, laid his weapons on the ground, and went inside, returning in just a moment with the one Max had said he wanted, who was bucking as he carried her out on his shoulder. The warrior set her down, not in the gentlest manner, on the ground, so that her face was pointed at Max. Her eyes widened at what she saw, and her lips began to move upward, a creepy smile appearing as she took in the view. She said something, earning a grunt, and one of the men moved forward until Strong Runner said something. Look at the one beneath your blade. He has a ring on his second finger. Take it. Max bent down, never taking his eyes off the four of them, and found the ring they were discussing. Lots of weird symbols were on it, but it was actually a pair of rings, fused together. Pulling it off with one hand, Max slipped it over his middle finger. A sensation of white noise and something touched his brain, and Max moved his jaw, popping his ears. Now turn the ring so that the Xria and the Bria are lined up. Glancing at the ring and the symbols, Max had no idea which one was what. Send the lizard woman. She can do it. Strong Runner gave an order, and the one who had carried out their slave came forward, pulling a dagger from under its robe, and quickly cut the cords that bound the woman. She spat at him, moving away a few feet on her backside before climbing to her feet. An exchange of words came between her and Strong Runner before she turned to Max and studied him. Slowly she moved to where he was, bowing her head a few times and holding out a gray-scaled hand, waiting for Max to give her his hand. Nodding he did, and she gently touched the ring, turning it a few times. When she stopped, the woman bowed. Her voice sounded nothing like he had expected. In his mind she might sound like a snake, long drawn-out S and all, but instead her tone was like a child, a happy child. You are welcome. Now tell me, will you lead me to a city where I can get this removed? She grinned, or Max assumed she was grinning, and nodded. It is a ways away, but we can make it there. Tell me, why save me? Max held up his hand and looked at Strong Runner. I need to do one thing before we go. Trust me when I say this. You do not want to fight. There is honor in fighting, but there is no honor in a death one knows cannot be won unless it saves a life of one's family. As long as you do not harm my brothers or I will honor the agreement we made. Max nodded and handed the weapon to the woman before him. Hold this, Max said as he pointed at the warrior that was still unconscious. Do not fight or seek revenge. I will be back in just a moment. Where are you? The second the woman had his weapon, Max ran, racing along the rock to where he had left his pack. Coming upon it, he grabbed it, turning around and sprinting back. Upon his arrival, the woman had the weapon pointed at the four, eyes wide and glancing around. How did you move like that? She exclaimed as Max came to a stop beside her. Do not worry. I needed my stuff before we left. All of the warriors and his newest additions stared at him. Their eyes were like the moon, stretched to the limits of their sockets. You carry that? A stomach? What is he? Where did he come from? Grinning, Max ignored Strong Runner and the other two who had asked questions. We are leaving. You four may tend to your friend. Trust me when I say do not follow us. Bringing his fist and palm together once more, the cat warrior bowed and nodded. Be safe with that one. She is more likely to bite you than we are. The woman scoffed and spat on the one who was unconscious, earning a few growls from the other warriors. No more, give me the weapon. She clutched it tight and then finally nodded. Sighing, she handed it over and watched as Max set it down next to his bag before moving toward the sand. At the edge of it was one of the sandworms he hated. He had sensed it the first time he had encountered the guard, which was why the cat creature hadn't moved out there. Yet he wanted his bone and knew if someone else went for it, things might not go well. When he touched the sand, cries came from them all, yet Max moved to where his bone was, holding out a hand and catching the worm that erupted out from the sand. It squealed as he gripped it behind its mouth, the acid that covered it burning yet not doing more than slowly dissolving his skin, no longer eating it as it had the first time. Regeneration. More were coming, drawn it seemed by his presence, and Max moved back to the rock area, watching as his new traveling partner moved away, holding both hands up. It will kill you. Smirking, Max shook his head and when safely on the stone and far enough away from the unconscious warrior, squeezed, killing the worm. Dropping it onto the rock, Max wiped some of the acid on the rock, waiting for the burning to stop. How can you survive that? None of the warriors had spoken, only the woman he had bartered for. What is your name? Cocking her head, she appeared to smile at that question. I am called one who is angry. Max started to howl and the woman appeared not happy with that reaction. Sorry, your name it translates badly to my side. Can I call you something else? Recognizing a scowl when he saw one, Max waited for her to nod. I had a friend called Amy. Can I call you that? AI Amy. This is a good name. Max nodded. A frown appeared before she shrugged. If you desire it, what can I say? Storing the bone in his bag, Max stuffed the weapon inside it as best he could, wincing at how it didn't really fit without sticking out too much. Strong Runner, when someone asks what happened, do not talk about me. There are those who are looking for me, and if they find you, I cannot promise they won't kill you for knowledge of me. It seemed impossible, but all four cat warriors started to shake. There is one who hunts you who is stronger than you. Max nodded slowly. Do you know who I am talking about? He means the one past the trees. All four of them were whispering, but Max heard them anyway. If that one hunts you, Max, we shall not tell him. No one wants to meet him. Do you know his name? What he is called? A scowl appeared, and Max could hear the slight growl inside all four of them as anger took away their fear. He is called. A pause came as whatever the man had said took a moment to translate. Death of the worst kind. Sighing, Max grabbed his bag in his right hand and then looked at his newest party member, Amy. It is time we go. Sending the fireball into the sands, shrieks came as the spell washed over an area, some worms dying from the spell. Dismissing his elemental, Max grinned. Which way do we need to go? All of them pointed out toward the desert area, slightly away from the wall. It is too dangerous for travel at night, Amy stated. To do so is madness. You may not like this, but I'm going to carry you for a bit and we will be fine. Carry me, what do you? Max didn't wait, tossing her over his shoulder as best as possible. One arm had her wrapped tight, the other had his pack. Be safe, strong runner. Turning, Max took off across the sand, leaving the four warriors with their mouths open, while a loud shriek echoed through the dark night across the sand. Max couldn't help but smile as he raced across the sand, their shapes illuminated by the blue glow of the moon. His new companion, Amy, screamed for only about 20 seconds, which didn't matter, as he ran in the direction each of them had pointed for 5 miles before angling back toward the stone cliffs. What are you? Who are you? Amy was backing away after being set down on the flat rock surface, her black eyes reflecting the fireball Max had summoned upon reaching there. She tugged at her robe and moved closer toward the sheer stone wall. I won't hurt you, I promise, Max replied as he held out his free hand toward her. Why would I rescue you and then do something? He stopped talking, realizing that perhaps for her this might be exactly what she was thinking. Trying to smile, Max gave her some room, watching as she glanced in both directions. If you want to go, I won't stop you. I heard you or your friend scream, and I couldn't. She wasn't my friend, Amy snapped. I mean, she was just. Her facial skin was tight as her jaw clamped shut, both nostrils flaring out a bit as she breathed. A shudder came, and then an unexpected blow was given. I was sold as a slave just like her. We were deemed worthless. Amy's voice went hollow as she stared at the dark stone ground. You wouldn't understand. You have power, I don't. Max let go of his sack, letting it fall as he took a seat and sat cross-legged, looking up at her. I wasn't strong once people tried to kill me, Max replied, wincing as he relived all those memories. I was hunted, betrayed, and finally found some friends. They became a family, and just when I thought I was strong enough to protect them. Sighing, Max saw that Amy's eyes were locked on his. The hunter, or as those warriors said, death of the worst kind, brought me here, held me for months and has released me. I have only a few days left to get as far away as possible from him. After that, he will start to track me down again. Amy's eyes widened and she slowly sat down, blinking rapidly as she appeared to be studying his face. You were weak, like me? Snorting, Max shrugged. I wanted to be a baker, just someone who made bread and cake. What is cake? Amy asked as she cocked her head. Bread that is sweet and has a creamy layer on the outside, Max replied, using his hands to best mimic what he said. Oh, you mean bunnicamia. We have something like that, but it is very expensive. Not many can make it well, and the items needed to make are not cheap. Perhaps one day I can make you some. For now, I need to know a few things about where I am and what this world is like. Shifting a little, Amy's jaw dropped. You are from another world. I knew it. There are very few like you, and all have power. He watched her reactions and heard the shock in her voice. Some sounds came from down the stone area in the direction they would be heading. Amy jumped to her feet, hissing as she stared into the darkness. We should go, those are demon cats. Max stood, puzzled by the word he heard in his head. They are dangerous, she nodded. Very. Even those fools would struggle to face them with that cave. Out here, with nowhere to run, they would be cut down. That is why the stone masters carved those caves. Some are higher and some are on the ground. Can you move stone as well? Max tried to understand what Amy was asking, but he sent the fireball higher into the sky, watching the ball of flame illuminate the rock surface. About 40 feet up was a hole in the mountain about a quarter of a mile away that he could make out. Loud cries, almost sounding like a child or a woman screaming, echoed along the stone walls. They see the light, they will come. It is too high for us to reach that. Amy was starting to back away, glancing in the direction they had come. Perhaps we can return to the cave, fight with them, surely. We'll be fine, I'm going to carry you again, so hold still. How will we? Max smiled as he grabbed his bag and quickly picked up Amy once more, running toward the wall and leaping into the air when he was close. His angle and height was good with the strength in his legs. The 40 feet wasn't much of an issue, but even then, he summoned a wall of air, laughing as his new companion screamed as they turned midair, jumping into the cave. What if someone was in here? She exclaimed as Max set her down. There wasn't, I already checked, Max replied, dropping his pack once more. His sonar had told him the cave was about 20 feet deep and that no one or anything was inside it. The fireball hung outside still, providing a little bit of light to see. More cries came, and with each, a sensation of pain and suffering that wanted to tug at his soul. Amy fell to the floor, pulled her knees up, and hugged them, slowly rocking. Are you okay? She whimpered and shook her head. I'm weak, worthless, deemed unworthy to be given a stone, to be given power. My. A sudden cry cut her off, and Max turned to look over the edge, seeing movement coming toward where his fireball was. Are you safe up here? Yes, they cannot climb this high, and wait, why did you ask if I was safe? Grinning, Max gave her a wink, though he was certain she missed it in the darkness. I'm going to go fight them. Please don't. If you die, I'll be stuck here. Max pulled the weapon from the bag and spun it quickly. Inspect weapon. System type does not match current system. Translating. Well-crafted Naginata. Well, damn no stats, how am I supposed to know how good this is? Amy, I'll be back, but one last question. Will this blade cut those creatures? Yes. Casting lightning on his weapon, Max grinned. Don't move, I'll be back. He took a step, falling down from the entrance, and landed on the ground, making a thud as he hit, but his body easily handled that kind of impact. Lowering the fireball, he began to infuse more mana into it and also summoned his familiar. As shadows appeared from the light, the rocks and small boulders that were strewn around, Max heard the cry again and felt the pain in his chest, knowing whatever it was had to be some kind of ability or attack. Then 7 shapes appeared at the edge of the lighted area, the blue glow of the moon causing their bodies to be revealed. Each one had empty eye sockets, no eyes present, and their bodies had a set of lines that looked like runes of some sort, glowing blue in the light of the moon. The rest of their body matched the color of the stone cliffs, providing the perfect camouflage against anyone who didn't have light like he did. As when they moved, a solid line of attackers, each the same distance apart. Their claws extended from paws, making a clicking sound on the stone. 20 yards seemed like a lot of space until the 7 of them made it so there wasn't any place to get past them. They're smart pack hunters. Each one took a turn as they moved within 50 yards, crying out with a horrible sound like someone torturing a child, which echoed off the walls. Sobs came from above, and Max heard Amy as she struggled with whatever effect it was supposed to have. It won't work on me, Max called out. A spear of ice began to appear next to him, growing larger, and Max studied the 7, looking to see if one perhaps was the leader. Each one was about the same size of a horse, fur now visible as they got within 35 yards. Liquid dripped from their teeth, and Max groaned, not sure whether it was simply drool or something else. Standing near the stone wall, Max waited, watching as the 7 surrounded him, none moving closer than 20 yards as they all waited till each was exactly the same distance. Ready to see what they could do, Max feinted an attack to the right, sending his fireball at the one on the left. The one he moved toward backed up, while the one on the left immediately started to move forward with the others, finding a ball of flame half its size now racing toward it. Just before his spell would hit, the cat vanished, and the closest one to it grew in size by about a third. Flames slammed into the stone, sending out fire which splattered, and as it was about to hit the one near his original target, it too vanished, and the cat that was next to it now grew by at least half its size. Not sure what would happen if all 7 joined together, Max started casting Fire Nova, moving toward the one on his right, watching as it dodged backward, vanishing right before his weapon struck. 4 shapes came at him, none waiting any longer. Max spun, swinging with his weapon, the distance gone in a second. The one closest to him cried out as the weapon cut its chest, the long, curved blade slicing till it struck bone, sending the cat flying toward the sand. Demonic teleportation. Appearing behind the biggest one, Max swung, power strike. Quick attack. The back 2 legs were cut off, and a cry louder than before came, Fire Nova. The spell went off, washing over the stone and toward the remaining 3. Flames moved, and right before they engulfed the one he had just disabled, its body vanished, the closest one doubling in size. Max's sonar told him what else had happened. The one he had sent flying had vanished also at the same time, and now only 2 remained. Both suffered from the flames, but not like Max had hoped. The smaller one cried out, and as the second wave of his spell washed out from him, it too vanished, leaving the last one now even larger. It spun, turning with a speed that seemed impossible, faster than he was. Claws came and attacked. Evasion. Max dodged, parrying and moving back as he sent the ice spear he had held in check at the creature. It tried to move and avoid it, but Max summoned his wall of stone and wall of air, boxing it in. The spell pierced the brown fur, but only by about a foot, barely enough to draw blood as the beast came at him, not willing to play any longer. It only took a second for Max to understand the truth of this fight. There wasn't any other way to win. His spell wouldn't do enough, and the last wave of the Fire Nova didn't even seem to accomplish more than the smell of burnt fur. Whatever this creature had become, it was beyond him. Even with all the power he had right now, going toe-to-toe without giving everything he had wouldn't be enough. Rampage. Magical strike. Berserker. The night went purple as the red tint of his vision and the blue light of the moon mixed. Whatever had happened to him, the cat seemed to realize something had changed, but there was nothing it could do. It had committed to attacking, and Max was standing toe-to-toe with it, parrying and evading each strike. Then he had a turn. His mind didn't need him to do much beyond unleash everything he felt, all the pain and anger of being trapped. Not seeing Tanilla or even knowing if she was okay left a burning pit in his soul. Wondering what had happened to his faction with him gone made Max fearful each day of someone retaliating and undoing all the hard work he had put in. Every ounce of that fueled him now. The first strike was planned, slicing off the creature's front paw and then the next leg at the joint. His blade shattered upon the impact with the bones of its knee, yet it didn't matter. So much power was directed that it sent those pieces like shrapnel into the night sky. The wooden shaft was still good, apparently stronger than the metal itself, and Max used it like a spear, ramming it upward into the beast's throat as he leaped upward. It pierced the soft tissue, driving through the cat's jaw, and cracked the skull portion underneath. No real cry came as the beast attempted to pull back, stumbling without half a leg and missing a paw. Max let it fall, pulling his staff free, and he then unleashed strike after strike against the demon cat. Thrusts took out pieces of its flesh, punctured a lung, and finally found a heart. The cat fell into convulsions, and a gurgled cry came from the cat's mouth before Max moved from beside the beast and jumped onto its side as it fell over. His weapon sounded like thunder, loud cracks reverberating off the walls of the stone cliffs. Yet each time, the weapon hit with his desired outcome. No attack was random or consumed by rage. In this moment, in this quiet place, his skill had changed, and Max was the master of it. One well-placed strike split the skull, exposing a pulsing piece of brain. He drove the wood forward, the blood and gore-covered stick sliding through his hands as he used his hips for power. Darkness hit him as it felt like lightning came from the heavens and ravaged every nerve in his body. Before he passed out, Max saw the words for a moment. "Consume has consumed system error." Lights swirled around him, and Max could sense things were different than he had ever felt before. "You have drawn some attention to yourself. It couldn't be helped, and it isn't your fault." The voice was something he had missed, and Max blinked, getting his vision to return, and saw that next to him in the darkness he was floating in was his doppelganger. "You're okay. I wondered what had happened. I have tried to figure out how to remove the necklace that binds you, but it appears I may not be able to. Doing so has locked me in a state where I cannot reply or do much. Even now I am only able to talk because you are here." "Where is here?" His clone pointed around them. "We are in the system. You should be gone in a moment, but I can feel eyes upon us. Tell me you can as well." Max nodded, sensing the very presence of multiple beings or something else watching him. "I'm not certain who it is, but you should be safe. Until you climb the tower, you are not touchable by many. I need to." Both of them felt pain in their heads, silence taking over, and the darkness came again. His sonar told him he was on the ground, blood pooling everywhere, and he was caked in it. Grunting, Max stood up. His brain felt like Batrayer had used it as a drum for a while. Then he saw the notifications waiting on him. Bonus points: consumed 20 strength, consumed 20 endurance, consumed 20 dexterity, consumed 20 intelligence, consumed 20 wisdom consumed. Stat milestone 1 reached. Wisdom of 250 acquired. Bonus mana regeneration, granted 25 regeneration increase. Bonus resistance to mental effects 20 increase, to mental defense 439 demonic souls consumed. Consume has consumed system error 0H Kacker 801. Entity does not match current planet type. Skill transference does not match entity type. Skill cannot convert to entity type. Power stored for future use. Max host has been marked. Potential skill conflicts analysis beginning. 8 skills detected that. Consume has overridden analysis. Analysis complete. No skill changes required. Max felt overwhelmed at what he was reading. Somehow his slaying of this demonic cat had not only gained him an insane amount of stats, but it also had caused him to be marked. What does marked mean? Nothing came from his skill, and sighing, Max turned to the real question of the moment. Simple base stats check. Goblin shite, that's a lot of points. His body felt amazing. Even with his back and side covered in the blood that looked blue, Max couldn't argue with the growth he had achieved. "Max, I'm fine, Amy. How are you? How did you kill that? I saw." Her voice trailed off, and Max wasn't sure whether she could see him in the darkness, so he summoned a fireball and sent it up toward the entrance of the cave. "Stand back. I'm going to come back up." Moving, Max gave a small jog and jumped, grabbing onto the opening with both hands and easily pulling himself inside the cave. Immediately, he saw Amy's eyes widen, and she moved to where he was, trying to turn him and inspect him. "You're covered in blood. Are you okay?" "It's not mine," Max replied. "I'm fine." "Now tell me, will I need to worry about anything coming and eating that tonight?" Unable to say anything, Amy stood there, jaw opened and eyes still wide as she shook her head. "So we can sleep here, safely?" She snorted, a speck of snot escaping, which Max deftly dodged. Max wasn't certain, but had he imagined her scales all turned a slightly different color for a moment. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." "You're fine," Max replied and then stretched, letting out a yawn. "If you don't mind, I'd like to sleep a little bit, and then we can talk a little in the morning before heading to the city." Amy stood there silent as Max moved to the back of the cave, taking the pack he had dropped and using it as a pillow while he lounged. He could feel her watching him, not moving from where he had left her. Opening his eyes, Max stared down the 20 feet and pointed at the fireball outside. "I'll need to cancel that. If you want, you can move closer inside. I promise that I won't do anything to you." He could sense her swallowing, and she nodded, taking a few more steps in before curling up on the floor against a wall. Good night, Max said as he let the fireball vanish. No reply came, but Max didn't care. He was tired and there was too much in his head at this moment. Already the suns were rising and the desert was starting to radiate with heat. You're certain you don't mind? If you say you need to visit your home, then I don't want to say no. You promised to help me get to the main town, Kwanma, so I don't see why I can't make a small detour. But the one hunting you, can you afford it? Shrugging, Max gave the corpse one last glance. He had taken a few claws, but there wasn't much more he could do. Sure, the fangs looked nice and useful, but the truth was his bag smelled, and he had no idea how much longer it would hold together. Already it was starting to tear, and he had removed a few items to keep the weight down. I'm not the kind of person to turn down helping someone. Now tell me which way to go, and we'll head there. Amy closed her eyes and turned slowly, stopping till she was pointing farther away from the wall and into the never-ending sand. How can you do that? You can't. Surely in your world everyone always knows which way their home is. Wincing, Max shook his head. I'm not sure I even know where home is anymore, Mom, Dad, Stacy, I hope you're all right. He could see the look of sadness on Amy's face. I cannot imagine not always knowing which way I must go. Then let's not wait any longer, Max replied, putting a smile on. You'll just have to be willing to endure being carried. Rubbing her stomach, Amy nodded. I can't say it's pleasant, but I doubt many have ever moved as fast as you do. Smiling, Max grabbed his bag and bent down, holding out an arm. Let's get you a little more comfortable. Hours passed and Max stopped a few times, giving a tiny chip of ice to Amy, letting her cool off from the water and sending more down her head as it melted from the sun. A pair of red snakes had appeared while they were resting, each about 40 feet in length, and Max was about to attack them when Amy told him not to. Watch, she began to thrum, holding out her hands and making a trilling and thrumming noise from her throat. Soon the pair turned toward them, slithering across the sand with ease. Max stood behind Amy, wondering if this was a good idea, but when both came and stopped about 10 yards away, his companion bowed, motioning Max to join her. Bending at his waist, he could feel the snakes respond, a presence they had been exuding vanishing, and their armored skin took on a deeper red color. We can now touch them. Can you summon another piece of ice for each? Max nodded, slowly creating a shard and a spear, handing one to Amy, who moved to the snake on the left. He could hear her speaking in a clicking and other sound, yet none of it translated. The snake opened its mouth, and she put the ice inside, crunching coming for a moment before a trill like the one Amy had made earlier was made. It's your turn, just stand there, I'll do the talking. Max nodded and moved slowly to where the one on the left was. Once more Amy made the same noises as she came near him, and Max put the tiny spear of ice into the snake's mouth when it opened. Crunched the ice and then made a similar trilling noise. You can touch them, scratch the side right outside their jaws. Max had to admit as the pair of white eyes stared at him and a forked tongue flicked out from the snake. He wasn't certain rubbing a random snake in the wild was on his to-do list. Still, he followed Amy's lead and heard another trill coming from the creature before a sound came from the south. Both snakes slowly slithered and moved back. A hissing sound came, and Amy replied, it appeared. What is it? We need to go. A sandstorm has been reported, and they are relaying the message across the land. As she spoke, the pair rose up and sent out a high-pitched sound that reverberated in his chest. How bad is this storm? Each snake turned and began to burrow into the ground. Bad. You'll need to run fast or we will. I'll have the hide stripped from my skin if we get caught in it. I think we're close enough to my village to reach it in time. Max nodded, moved to get his pack, and then let Amy get into position. We're closer, I can feel it. Preparing to run, Max turned in the direction the snakes had been relaying from and saw that the sky was dark out there. Without waiting, he took off, leaving a trail of dust and sand behind him. Loud crashes of lightning and thunder came as the wall of sand behind them grew. Cursing, Max knew that the storm was already ahead of them and he needed to find this village Amy had said was near, or they would need to turn and run somewhere else. Keep going, we're very close. All he could see was the sand, and the stinging of the wind didn't bother him, but he could smell and sense the blood that had started to eat at the hide of his companion. She didn't cry out, and yet he could feel her wincing as gusts of wind sent sand that tore at them. His eyes were closed, using sonar to keep him from tripping, and even then the storm was causing problems. How much more? Max shouted. 5 minutes at your pace. The wind wailed loudly, and Max knew she wasn't going to make 5 more minutes as each second tore at her. Coming to a halt, he dropped his bag and set her down before him, using his body to shield whatever he could. What? Why have you stopped? Her words seemed so quiet even though he knew she was shouting, each word being swept away by the wind. Dumping the stomach out, Max covered her with it, making sure to use the side that faced out. Forgive me. Grabbing Amy, he picked her up, leaving a small hole near the top where she could breathe, and carried her like a child. Which way? A hand popped out from inside the bag, pointing in the direction they needed to go. Haste. Once more she screamed, not because of the pain of the sand, but because of how he had forgotten to build up speed. There wasn't time, and as much as Max hated losing all the stuff he had collected, it was worthless if she lost her life. It had been hard running in the sand, each step sinking from the fresh deposit that came from the storm, but now he barely touched it at all. No one no slow down. Max immediately began to slow down and saw shapes beginning to form as he cracked his eyes. There before them a wall came into view. Is that glass? Dark-colored glass surrounded a city, and Max didn't hesitate, seeing that it was only 25 feet high. He leaped upward, using a single wall of air to adjust himself in the blowing wind, and came down on the other side. Amy's head wiggled free from the bag as they touched down on the sand inside the walls, the assault of the storm not yet having made an impact in the village. Each building was a dark, almost black form of glass, unable to be peered through. There, go that way, my home is there. Max nodded, and they ran through the empty streets of a small village, no one else around. Soon they stood before a small house, smaller than the rest. Max set her down, and Amy pounded on the door the moment she was free of the sack. Mom, it's me, Mom. It's one who is angry. Unable to help himself, Max chuckled at the translation that came through, wondering what her name really was. The sound of things moving behind the door could be felt by Max as the vibrations of things being shifted. The black glass door opened, and a lizard woman with multiple scars on her face and scales that looked to have been ripped off opened the door, eyes filled with tears. Amy rushed forward, almost tackling the woman. Hating that he wasn't invited, Max could feel the sand picking up as it came over the walls and moved inside, shutting the door behind him as a pair of eyes that were milky white stared at nothing. Who is with you? Why does he smell like death?